Just turbulence, it's normal, Farron awkwardly explained, subtly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Oh well, how about we speed up a bit? It's getting late, Mitchell suggested. There's no need, right? Farron grimaced. Yes, it is a bit slow. Plus, I really want to see our sect sooner, Mitchell added. Farron was sweating profusely. He wished he could fly faster, but his abilities didn't allow it. After all, while the Rex realm did enable flight, he had only recently broken through. With an unstable cultivation base, flying on his own was already a struggle, let alone carrying Mitchell. So he tried to explain, actually, I'm afraid you might not handle the turbulence. When we fly fast, it can be quite intense. It's fine, I don't mind, Mitchell quickly replied. Farron couldn't help but twitch his lips. Grimacing and gritting his teeth, he kicked harder in the air, and their speed finally increased. An hour later, they had covered 50 miles or so. But then Mitchell noticed something was off. They kept falling and rising erratically like a bird with clipped wings. Mitchell wanted to ask, but Farron stayed silent, his neck turning red. Suddenly, the two were plummeting into the forest with Mitchell's scream echoing. This gave Mitchell quite a scare. But he was touched that at the moment of impact, the little old man shielded him with his body, ensuring he wasn't hurt. Sect Kobe, are you okay? What happened? Why did we fall out of the sky? Mitchell quickly got up and asked, concerned for the man beneath him. Farron was frothing at the mouth, his face flushed and speech faltering. After some time, he managed to say in a profound tone, Shoo, don't speak. Mitchell froze, lowering his voice to ask, Sect Kobe, what happened? Someone attacked me earlier, Farron said solemnly. Oh. Mitchell widened his eyes, immediately becoming alert. You wouldn't have seen them, they use spatial attacks. 3 experts of my level ambushed me using space. While carrying you, I fought them off. But don't worry. Although we fell, I countered with overwhelming power and took them all down, Farron panted as he lay on the ground. I see. Sect Kobe is truly amazing and formidable. Mitchell couldn't help but praise. Stay humble, Farron pressed his hand down. But this matter is significant, so you mustn't tell anyone. Okay, got it. Mitchell made an okay sign. What? Farron looked puzzled at Mitchell. Understood. Mitchell retracted his gesture and clarified. Good. Rest over there for a bit while I catch my breath, then I'll take you back, Farron ordered. Sure. Mitchell nodded and stepped aside. Relieved, Farron breathed deeply, thankful he hadn't exposed his true capabilities to the young man. After a long rest, Farron took a nearly moldy pill and continued the journey with Mitchell. Finally, after another hour, they arrived back at Greenox sect. Look, this is Greenox sect, Farron introduced as he panted one by one. After a long while, the immortal river continent saw a sudden increase of 10 billion people. Chapter 426. You are a devil. After sending 1 billion talismans through the void to various parts of the Xinjiang continent, the young man sitting on the bed exhaled in relief. My name is not Fintan anymore, I'm Arn now. With my 1100 million avatars spread across this continent, each carrying my aura and bearing the same appearance and bloodline as me, who could possibly tell the difference? Even if someone with godlike powers chases after me, could they really kill all 1100 million of me? And my true self is hidden within a small sect in the barren land of Beihai, living incognito as an outer sect menial disciple. Who could ever find me? Ha 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 ha. Thinking about his foolproof plan, even Fintan, who was usually so cautious, couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, Gillis Frederick's voice came from outside. Junior brother Arn, a new junior brother has entered the sect and will be arranged to live with you. All right, no problem. Arn responded, getting up to welcome the newcomers. Just as he reached the door, he unexpectedly bumped into 2 people entering. Fintan looked up. He froze. The smile on his face instantly stiffened. Mitchell's devilish face loomed large in his vision. Hiss. This single glance sent Fintan's soul scattering and his body trembling uncontrollably. This person. It would self-destruct immediately after activation, ensuring that Mitchell couldn't follow through the array. Bang! But at that moment, a sudden noise came from the side. To Fintan, this sound was like music to his ears. Snap! Fintan trembled, sensing a foreboding feeling. He sharply turned his gaze. Instantly, he noticed that the flower pot he considered his trump card had tipped over. With a flash of almost imperceptible golden light, the teleportation array activated, only managing to transport a mosquito that happened to fly by. Immediately afterward, the teleportation array went out, completely destroyed. Sorry, I accidentally knocked it over. Mitchell quickly righted the flower pot with an apologetic expression, saying, Amarigaki, it didn't break. However, Fintan felt like crying. Fear had spread throughout his entire body, reaching his brain. For the first time in many years, he felt the absolute certainty of impending death. Demon. This was nothing short of a demon. Hey, I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't come in. As fellow sect brothers, you two should try to bond. Gillis Frederick instructed from the side. Sure, senior sister Gillis Frederick. Go ahead, I'll get along well with brother Arn, Mitchell replied with a smile. These words echoed in Fintan's ears, making his teeth chatter. Who wants to bond with you? He inwardly screamed. Sweat dripped down his forehead. No, I cannot give up. I've managed to survive in this world for more than 20 years, and with another 10,000 years, I could become invincible. I absolutely cannot give up now. Since this person hasn't killed me right away for whatever reason, it means I still have a chance. Moreover, I still have other arrangements in place. If I can seize any opportunity, I can escape from here. Thinking this, Fintan calmed down slightly. Oh, brother Arn knows how to play chess too. Suddenly, Mitchell noticed a chessboard with a half-finished game beside the stone table near the door. Upon hearing this, Fintan, who had just calmed down a bit, stared wide-eyed. Here, he discovered it again? As Fintan silently prayed that Mitchell hadn't noticed anything peculiar, Mitchell moved one piece with a flick of his hand. It's not much of a stalemate after all. See, the situation changes with just this move, Mitchell said, grinning proudly at solving the game. Fintan crumpled to the ground. The chapter ends with Fintan utterly defeated, while Mitchell remains calm and collected, leaving the reader wondering what will happen next in this intense encounter. Hashtag chapter 427. We are of the same kind. This Tangier, broken chessboard, can be considered his most ingenious setup. On this chessboard, he had arranged countless formations. Moving any single piece would activate a formation, ensuring his survival. However, everything in the world has its vulnerabilities, and this chessboard was no exception. Only one specific piece could destroy the entire board. And since it was a Tangier, broken game, only someone who truly understood the essence of chess could find that particular piece. Few in the entire immortal river continent might possess such insight. To clarify and improve fluency, this broken chessboard can be considered his most ingenious setup. He had placed countless formations on this board. Moving any single piece would activate these formations, ensuring his survival. However, everything in the world has its vulnerabilities, and this chessboard was no exception. Only one specific piece could destroy the entire layout. Given that it was a broken game, only someone who truly understood the essence of chess could identify that particular piece. Such insight would be exceedingly rare, with few in the entire immortal river continent likely possessing it. But in an instant, Mitchell found the key piece that broke through the Tangier, broken game, dismantling Fintan's entire layout on the board. As a result, all of Fintan's elaborate schemes were laid bare before Mitchell. From the illusion of the 11 billion clones to the teleportation array hidden within the flower pot at the entrance, and now this broken chessboard. Note: for better readability and fluency, I suggest removing the Tangier, broken game, and ensuring consistency in terminology. Here's the refined version. But in an instant, Mitchell found the key piece that broke through the Tangier, broken game, dismantling Fintan's entire layout on the board. As a result, all of Fintan's elaborate schemes were laid bare before Mitchell. From the illusion of the 11 billion clones to the teleportation array hidden within the flower pot at the entrance, and now this broken chess setup. Every last card Fintan held was exposed like flimsy paper in front of Mitchell. Fintan looked utterly defeated. Only now did he understand why this man hadn't killed him yet. Perhaps it was to play with him, to instill fear and despair, rendering all his efforts futile, slowly tormenting him. At this moment, Mitchell activated the system to scan everyone in the entire sect. Strangely, the system showed no interest in scanning most people. There was only one exception, Fintan standing right before him. The scan revealed that Fintan was of average talent, which meant he was just an ordinary human unable to cultivate. Hence, Mitchell drew a conclusion. Those whom the system neglected to scan were cultivators he couldn't provoke. Those whom it did scan were likely ordinary humans. So, he should never provoke those the system neglected to scan, but act boldly towards those it did. Noticing Fintan's stunned expression, still somewhat afraid, Mitchell understood. It seemed Fintan thought he was a cultivator and feared being bullied while living together. Mitchell had overestimated the situation. Brother Arn, you don't need to be afraid. Actually, we are of the same kind, Mitchell said meaningfully. Same kind? Fintan's body trembled. What did he mean by that? Here's a small gift as a welcome present. Mitchell pulled out a sculpture from his pocket and handed it to Fintan. It was one of his more satisfactory works. He gave it to Fintan partly to establish a good relationship with his roommate, and partly because two ordinary humans needed each other for support in such a sect. Fintan took the sculpture subconsciously, not knowing what the demon before him was up to. But when he looked at it, he was shocked. You Ultraman? His dry throat choked as he recognized the statue, nearly popping his eyes out. Why was he seeing a sculpture of Ultraman in this alien world? Suddenly, Fintan recalled Mitchell's earlier words. We are of the same kind. Snap. His whole body shook violently. Could it be that this demon came from the same place as him? Feeling this revelation, Fintan didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Previously, meeting a fellow countryman might have brought tears, but faced with this powerful person, there were no tears left. Moreover, he couldn't fathom this man's true intentions. Not killing him, yet using actions to remind Fintan he couldn't escape, making all his efforts seem futile. Then giving him a warning and a strangely potent Ultraman sculpture, while claiming they were from the same place. Fintan felt utterly confused. After much speculation, he couldn't figure out Mitchell's thoughts. But one thing gave him relief. There seemed to be no immediate danger to his life. If he tried to run again, considering Mitchell's methods, his chances of survival were zero. So perhaps observing how things unfolded was his best bet. Seems I can only take things step by step. Fintan exhaled and silently followed Mitchell into the room. Gee Hall. The four patriarchs stared at the intelligence reports in their hands, their faces grim. Boris and his daughter Ruby destroyed a mysterious organization. Boris single-handedly took down 3 black-robed men, all 10 life Empyreans. Ruby obtained an ancient inheritance in the North Sea, greatly enhancing her strength. Some speculate the father-daughter duo has already advanced beyond human deity and reached the Earth deity realm. The Yi family has become the strongest power in the North Sea. Bang! Finishing these reports, the 4 patriarchs slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Why is Boris so strong now when he was once below us in cultivation? I think he must have received guidance from that senior in Guantang City. Otherwise, it's impossible to break through so back then. Gillis Tiankong exclaimed in surprise, but quickly realized something was off and shouted. A few days ago you broke through to 8th rank. Now your aura indicates 9th rank. Gah! Upon Gillis Tianlong's words, the atmosphere in the hall nearly exploded. 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Bergen, making him feel uneasy. Bergen looked grim, realizing he couldn't suppress his realm any longer. Well, yes, I'm about to break through to 9th rank, he said awkwardly, avoiding their gazes. If they knew that he had taken all the benefits for himself after learning of the opportunity, these 3 might gang up on him. You really broke through to 9th rank again? What's happening with you? Yes, you've broken through several times in just a few days. What are you hiding from us? Why should you, an old man nearly buried, be able to break through so quickly? Tell us, what's really going on? The three stared at Bergen, bombarding him with questions. They were ready to draw their weapons if he didn't explain. I told you. I received the legacy of Sword Hudson, one of our ancestors in the Sword Pavilion. Bergen quickly tried to explain, shifting his eyes. Your ancestor was only a 10th rank Marshal Hudson, essentially a human immortal. How can his legacy be so powerful, enabling someone who took centuries to go from 6th to 7th rank to break through from 7th to 9th rank in just a few days? Tiana retorted. Yeah, don't treat us like fools, Gillis Tianlong chimed in. Sigh, although he was indeed only a human immortal, consider how many years he had been at that stage. Bergen, thick-skinned, boasted further. If not for the severing of the path to immortality which limited such supreme geniuses, he would have long ascended to celestial immortal or even golden immortal. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances. Indeed, there's a possibility. After all, Sword Hudson was once called the greatest genius in the Northern Sea for 10,000 years, Gillis Tianlong speculated. The others nodded, agreeing. Indeed, Bergen had always been with them. There was nothing they didn't know about him. For him to break through consecutively, this explanation seemed plausible. I misunderstood you. Congratulations, go ahead and break through. Yes, hurry up. With your strength, you must help us in the future. They shifted their attitudes, congratulating Bergen, but their voices carried hints of jealousy and envy. Why did their sect not have such a powerful ancestor? They felt a surge of resentment. That day, a streak of light cut across the sky. Farron descended gracefully from the sky and arrived at the courtyard outside Mitchell and Stefan's residence. Now, his Greenox sect, including these two ordinary humans, had exactly 100 members, enough to pass the sect's population review in a month. Thanks to him personally scouting White City, he managed to coax in these two outsiders who weren't local. However, before the review, he must ensure these two humans stayed put and didn't run away. Today, Christopher Zhu personally came to visit. When Farron landed, Adeline ran out, giggling. Greetings, Kobe. Adeline, why are you here? Farron asked, hands behind his back. Kobe, I'm learning chess from junior brother Mitchell, Adeline replied cheerfully. Junior brother Mitchell plays chess really well. That's good, Farron smiled. This helped him keep the two humans around. Farron walked into the courtyard with the air of a grand master. Christopher. Mitchell rose and clasped his hands. Farron waved his hand authoritatively. How are you doing here? Pretty good, Mitchell smiled. Good, very good. But as the only two humans in the sect, you must get along well, Farron instructed sternly. Don't worry, Christopher, our relationship is quite good. Mitchell glanced at Stefan beside him and added with a smile. Right, brother Arn? Stefan, sitting in a corner, trembled slightly and quickly nodded. Yes, we get along well. But inside, he was almost crying. Days spent with Mitchell had driven him nearly mad. The constant pressure of death loomed over him every moment, leaving him pale, disheveled, and looking like someone. As long as you settle down and practice diligently, these great legacies may one day fall on your heads. After speaking, seeing the nods from several people, Farron showed a satisfied smile, thinking that these two mortals wouldn't run away after his heartwarming speech. I will take my leave now. Farron walked out the door with his hands behind his back. Looking at Mitchell and others who saw him off, he again spoke authoritatively. Practice well. Sooner or later, you will reach my level, capable of flying through the skies and controlling the clouds and rains. It's not just a dream. Finishing, Farron suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body rose into the air instantly. In the gentle breeze, his slightly white hair fluttered in the wind, and his blue robe flapped vigorously, looking like an immortal stepping on void and flying away like a celestial being. However, not far from flying, he accidentally hung onto a tree. In the struggle, half of his buttocks were exposed. Too hasty. Focused on showing off without looking where I was going. Phew, lucky nobody saw. Farron carefully looked around. Seeing no one, he breathed a sigh of relief. Moments later, Farron flew again. But on the tree, a torn pair of underwear remained, fluttering in the wind. Thus, Mitchell's days passed peacefully in the Blue Ox sect. Though he was a miscellaneous disciple, luckily there wasn't much work. Apart from learning nothing substantial, Mitchell's life was rather leisurely. However, compared to Mitchell's ease, Fintan lived in constant fear. He truly treats. Adeline giggled, twirling around, seemingly proud of her new dress. As for the title, since you're older than me, calling you junior feels strange, so I prefer to call you brother Mitchell. She then turned to Arn with a giggle. Right, junior brother Arn? You're right. Arnie's lips twitched awkwardly, nodding. Okay. Mitchell couldn't refuse this little girl, but she was likable, always finding him and bringing him food daily. Brother Mitchell, come here. Just then, as Fintan entered the house, Adeline urgently beckoned Mitchell over, her behavior filled with humor. What's up? Mitchell curiously walked over. Well, I got a pill from Kobe. You said you had no talent, right? If you eat this pill, maybe you'll be able to cultivate. But I only have one. Don't let junior brother Arn know, or he'll feel upset. Saying this, she glanced around, ensuring no one was near, and secretly placed the pill in Mitchell's hand. Chapter 430. I am truly a waste. How can this be? You've finally gotten a single pill. How can you give it to me? Moreover, you are only a warrior yourself. This pill is even more important for you. Mitchell directly rejected Gillis Frederick's offer. This little girl had a very weak strength. She was merely at the 3rd level warrior realm. In a real fight, she wasn't even a match for him, an ordinary person. Yet, she was giving the only pill she had to him. While Mitchell felt touched by her gesture, he also found it somewhat laughable and pitiful. Brother Mitchell, what are you being so formal with me for? Audrey pouted and insisted. For me, cultivation isn't really important at all. The key thing is to be happy. This innocent look of hers left Mitchell speechless. No wonder this girl usually roamed around everywhere and never saw her cultivating. Apparently, she didn't want to cultivate in the first place. Mitchell had no choice but to accept the pill. Eat it quickly, Adeline said, her large eyes twinkling. Okay. Since he had accepted it, Mitchell decided not to be polite anymore. After all, he was looking forward to it as well. What if after taking this pill, he could start cultivating? Even if he could only cultivate a little bit, it would still be a good start. Immediately, he swallowed the pill. Is it delicious? Adeline asked, her eyes wide open. Looking at Adeline's hopeful gaze, Mitchell firmly nodded and said, delicious. But secretly, his face was full of bitterness. This stuff was worse than dog food from his home, but he couldn't bear to disappoint Adeline, so he said that. You should sit down immediately and feel the power of the medicine. It might be very beneficial to you, Adeline hurriedly added. Okay. Mitchell nodded eagerly and sat down cross-legged. He took a deep breath and assumed a posture of tranquility and focus. However, half an hour passed. Mitchell's but went numb, but he felt nothing. Alas, it seems I am truly a waste. Mitchell couldn't help but sigh. Not even the pill had any effect on him. He really was useless. He shook his head dispiritedly. However, Fintan, who had just come out of the room, tripped unexpectedly upon hearing Mitchell's words. Don't be discouraged, Brother Mitchell. It's not a big deal. Adeline gently consoled him. You certainly have a clear view on life. Mitchell couldn't help but smile. This carefree little girl was truly adorable. By the way, I plan to go home for a bit. Brother Mitchell, would you like to come back with me for a meal? Adeline asked softly. Sure. Besides sweeping the floor, Mitchell had nothing much to do. Bored almost to death, he agreed immediately. What about Brother Arn? Adeline turned her gaze to Arn beside her. Arn nervously glanced at Mitchell. Let's go together, Brother Arn. Mitchell smiled. Mitchell's pressured smile made Arn dare not refuse. He hastily agreed. The three soon left Marknew sect. Adeline, where's your home? Mitchell couldn't help but ask. Just in by Air City, Adeline said, hopping excitedly, clearly eager to return home. 100 miles away. That's quite far. Mitchell frowned. Ask him to walk over 100 miles, and he'd rather die. In fact, I have a mount that can take us to by Air City very quickly, but you must not tell anyone about it. After thinking for a while, Mitchell decided to bring out Curtis. After all, Adeline was such an innocent and cute girl that she wouldn't mean harm. As for Arn, having interacted for so long, he was so frightened that he looked like an honest man, unlikely to cause any trouble. Oh, really? Then, Brother Mitchell, quickly bring it out. I want to see, Adeline said eagerly. Mitchell chuckled. Then, with a hand motion, a giant snail appeared out of thin air. Wow, what a cute snail. Seeing this snail, Adeline's eyes lit up, rushing over to observe it carefully. So cute. How can you be so cute? Petting Curtis's head, Adeline couldn't help but say. Curtis seemed to enjoy Adeline's touch, rubbing its head against her palm. Brother Mitchell, look, it likes me. Adeline opened her eyes wide and said excitedly. Of course it likes you. Get on now. Mitchell laughed. When Adeline climbed onto Curtis's back, Mitchell also climbed up and then looked at Arn nearby, only to find Arn sitting on the ground, trembling while hugging a tree. Ah, ordinary people are indeed ordinary. They probably haven't seen such a big snail before. Mitchell couldn't help but sigh and called out, Brother Arn, there's nothing to fear. Come up here quickly. I don't think I will. Arnie's legs were shaking. When this snail appeared, he vaguely sensed its terrifying power. If it attacked him, the risk of death was almost certain. Furthermore, he recognized it as the creature that covered the North Sea sky days ago. It's fine, get on without worry. Mitchell reassured him. Okay. Daring not to refuse Mitchell, Arn shakily climbed onto Curtis's back. Curtis moved, heading towards by Air City at a speed of 40 or 50 miles per hour. They chatted happily along the way. An hour later, they arrived at the gate of by Air City. Daughter, look, it's our senior. At that moment, two streaks of light flew across the sky. The leading man exclaimed excitedly. It really is our senior. Hurry, let's greet him. The two quickly descended to the ground. They were none other than the current rising stars, Boris and his daughter. Greetings, sir. The two suppressed their auras and greeted Mitchell. Ah, it's you two. What a coincidence. Mitchell smiled, not expecting to encounter them here. May I know where you are headed? Boris asked respectfully. I'm going to my friend's place for a casual dinner. Mitchell smiled, then introduced Fintan and Adeline to them. Greetings, Miss Adeline. Greetings, Kobe Frederick. Seeing they were Mitchell's friends, Boris and his daughter greeted politely. Feeling the indiscernible aura from Fintan, Boris and his daughter couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, everyone around Elon was extraordinary. Hey, what a beautiful older sister. Suddenly, Adeline saw Ruby and cheerfully said, Sister, they are coming to our house for dinner. Do you want to join us? This? Ruby and her father hesitated. But without Mitchell's approval, they dared not agree. So they looked at Mitchell. Since Adeline has invited you, why not come along? More people make it livelier, Mitchell suggested with a smile. Yes. Ruby and her father immediately grinned from ear to ear. Chapter 431. Tracking Boris. Watching the situation. Gillis Frederick came from an ordinary family. Her parents ran a small business in Bailu City. They were very approachable people. Upon learning that Mitchell and the others were Gillis Frederick's friends, they received them with utmost hospitality. You all sit here. I'll go prepare dinner right away, said Gillis Moo with a warm smile as she put down her work and started preparing the meal. There's no need for such trouble, Aunt. Mitchell quickly stood up and asked, Is there anything you need help with? Let me assist you. Oh, child. How can you be so formal? That would be embarrassing, Gillis Moo replied hastily. No problem. Let me help you wash the vegetables. Mitchell immediately began lending a hand. The convivial atmosphere of this gathering made him feel very at ease. Besides, dining wasn't just about eating. It was about participation too. This gentleman has truly reached a state of simplicity and sincerity, one remarked. With such a mindset, we might never be able to learn it in our lifetime, another sighed. Nearby, Boris used this moment to instruct his daughter, Ruby. Yes, who would have thought that someone who could make Beihai tremble with a single stomp is now picking vegetables? Ruby gazed at Mitchell with intense admiration. For someone of Thorn's status to be so approachable and willing to do things hands-on, it's really an honor to know him. What are you two standing around for? Let's hurry up and help, Boris shouted. Thus, the father and daughter also promptly found tasks to assist with. As for Stefan, he had already started tending to the fire while Mitchell washed the vegetables. Under Gillis Moo's laughter, the small courtyard was filled with warmth and busy activity. Oldie, take those dishes to Aunt for cooking. Right away. Thorn, these are the spinach I just washed. Give them to Aunt. Right, Oldie, help Brother Arn fetch some firewood. I'm on it. After a flurry of activity, a series of delicious dishes were laid on the table. Boris and his daughter wiped their sweaty brows contentedly, saying, "This feeling is wonderful. Yes, I've never experienced this before. I feel like my mental state has elevated. I feel the same way. I've gained insights into cultivation. This kind of improvement is more important than mere skill advancement. Indeed, after this experience, our future advancements will be smooth sailing." They sat down at the table. Seeing the delectable food, Mitchell couldn't help but ask, "Aunt, do you have any wine?" "Sorry, we usually don't keep any wine in the house," Gillis Moo apologized. But beside him, Boris eagerly offered, "No problem, I'll go buy some." He put down his chopsticks and trotted off energetically. For him, every little task here was an elevation for his inner self. In the sky above Bailu City, 4 figures surveyed the area. This vast sea of people. How are we supposed to find that senior when we have no clue where he is? Tiana complained with a furrowed brow. The others sighed heavily. At that moment, Bergen suddenly cried out, "Look, who's that?" They turned their gaze, eyes widening. "It's that old rogue Boris. What's he up to?" They watched as Boris purchased several pots of wine from a tavern and trotted back with them. The sight left Tiana and the others stunned. A mighty 10 lifespan Frederick D, who had become an immortal, was running errands in the mortal market? Especially his jogging manner resembled a common servant, lacking any hint of being an expert. This guy is not acting normal. Yes, what's he up to? Let's go ask him. The 4 swiftly flew over and blocked Boris's path. "Head of house ye, long time no see." The 4 smiled meaningfully. "It's you 4? Boris glanced at them, walked around with the wine jugs and said, "I don't have time for you. Thorn is waiting." Thorn. Those words caused their eyes to widen. Excitedly, they asked, "Is it that senior?" Boris covered his mouth, realizing he had let slip too much. Impatiently waving his hand, he said, "It's none of your business. Do what you want." Then, without further ado, Boris ignored them and jogged off. This old bastard is putting on an act. He must be with that senior. Yes, otherwise, who would dare ask him to run errands, or address him as Mr. given his current strength? What should we do? Since old he doesn't want us to find that senior, let's track him down. We'll naturally discover who that senior is. Good idea. Excitedly agreeing, they employed various stealth techniques to hide in the void, observing Boris's movements. Chapter 432. They're out. He went into that small shop. Could that expert be inside the shop? Patience, let's wait and see. Right, stay calm. We'll just keep a close eye on this old rascal Nile. Sooner or later stood, Ruby nodded earnestly, envy clearly in her eyes, yet she couldn't resist asking through telepathy. But this girl doesn't seem special, and her talent appears very ordinary. Why did she catch Elon's attention? Shoo. Do not speak so rashly. If Elon favors her, there must be a reason. We cannot guess without warrant. Since this girl likes you, interact with her well. I understand, father. Ruby quickly closed her mouth. After Colleen's search, a sculpture and a painting were placed on the table. Look, mother, this is the sculpture and painting Brother Mitchell taught me to make, Colleen said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Gilizmu and Nile eagerly turned their gazes. The sight took both father and daughter aback. The path force, this painting actually contains the path force. Nile's eyes widened as his body trembled. He transmitted sound to Ruby in shock. And that sculpture, I feel immense pressure and pure power from it. If the power within it were unleashed, its potential would be unimaginable. Truly unimaginable. 2 such world-class treasures came from a little girl only at 3rd rank warrior. True to being the disciple of a senior, Ruby was equally stunned in disbelief. However, Gilizmu didn't understand the power contained within the sculpture and painting. She merely thought the artwork was beautiful and the sculpture lifelike, staring intently at the small gate of the courtyard, not even daring to blink. This moment, Mitchell exited. Upon seeing this, the 4 patriarchs' eyes widened and focused their gaze entirely on Mitchell. However, as Mitchell exited, he was bidding farewell to Gillis Frederick's parents. Thus they only saw his back. But even this back view was enough for them. It's him. The 4 almost spoke in unison. Yes, it's him. That figure from Xianxian Valley. Yeah, although I didn't see his real face clearly in Xianxian Valley, I would recognize this back anywhere. Finally found this gentleman. Truly heaven rewards those who are diligent. This time we must see what this great person looks like. Yes, definitely. The 4 suppressed their excitement while waiting for Mitchell to turn around. Uncle Aunt, goodbye, Mitchell smiled and said, "Thank you for hosting me today." Gillis Frederick's father, a man of few words, simply nodded and smiled without saying much. He wasn't unfriendly but rather shy. Good. Come again next time if you have the chance, Gillis Frederick's mother replied with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt." Mitchell smiled faintly. After saying this, he turned slowly and left. And when Mitchell turned, the 4 experts finally saw Mitchell's appearance clearly. He really is a wise man. He looks so handsome. Light shone in Tiana's eyes as he muttered to himself. Indeed, seeing him is like being bathed in spring sunshine, or feeling warmth in the cold, instantly making one feel fondness. Gillis Tianlong also couldn't help but admire. In short, at this moment, the four were overwhelmingly excited, their faces filled with exhilaration. After so long following and investigating, they had finally discovered the appearance of this wise man. Knowing his appearance, they could start thinking about how to take advantage of this opportunity. Did anyone notice that this wise man looks familiar? Suddenly, Jamar blurted out a sentence. Having said that, he looked at the other three beside him. Upon hearing this, the other three also showed surprise. Now that you mention it, he does look somewhat familiar, Tiana pondered and said. Yes, I also think he looks a bit familiar, Bergen rubbed his chin and said. Really familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Gillis Tianlong agreed. But where? Where had they seen him? The four racked their memories but could not recall. Caw. Suddenly, Bergen let out a quack-like cry. He pointed at Mitchell in the distance, eyes wide, trembling violently. I know, I can know who he is, no W where I've seen him. Bergen stuttered, his whole body trembling. Even more astonishing was that Bergen began to cry, repeatedly slapping himself. So where did you see him? Tell us quickly. And why do you have to act like this? Why slap yourself? As leaders of major sects, can you stay calm? We've been searching for him for so long. Even if we didn't recognize him before, it's understandable. Seeing Bergen's unusual reaction, the three anxiously asked him. Wawa, Guantong City. Guantong City. Bergen sobbed, his face grieving. When we were recruiting disciples in Guantong City at the central square, we all saw him. Upon hearing this, the three paused abruptly. This piece of information echoed in their minds like thunder. A breeze passed by. They stood frozen, the surrounding air seeming to solidify, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Because the three immediately recalled what Bergen was referring to. This person was indeed the mortal who wanted to join their four major sects at the central square in Guantong City. Sigh. Not only had they seen him, but they had deeply interacted with him. Slap, slap, slap. Almost simultaneously, the three slapped their own faces. So resounding, so clear, hatred burned fiercely, eyes red from anger. Not just Bergen, the other three also choked up. Turned out this wise man had already prepared an opportunity for them, even tried to join their sects, yet they treated him like a mere mortal and rejected him. Slap, 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 slap. Enraged, they slapped themselves repeatedly. Chapter 1. Please provide the rest of the text you would like translated. Chapter 434. Heartache. The four of them sighed dejectedly for a long time, thinking about the great opportunity, even one that could elevate their entire sect. Slipping through their fingers as they let it go to that old bastard Casper, caused a sharp, piercing pain in their hearts. They regretted it deeply, wishing they could turn back time. Let's forget it, the matter is already over. We failed to recognize Senior earlier, which must be our fate. Surely, Senior wouldn't take it to heart since we didn't know better. Let's focus on what to do next, Tiana said calmly after a moment, not able to resist asking. Yes, let's think of a way. How can we get closer to him? Jamar asked. I don't think we need to rush, Gillis Tianlong said thoughtfully. Since we now know Senior's identity, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We mustn't act rashly. Agreed, Bergen nodded. Especially with that old bastard Casper around. Acting now could stir up trouble. Yes, we can wait until they leave and then inquire at the shop. Making a decision based on more information wouldn't be too late, Tiana added. They all nodded in agreement and concealed themselves once more. After Mitchell and his group left, the four of them swiftly flew out and arrived at the shop entrance. Is anyone here? The four reined in their aura and stood before the shop. What would you like, esteemed guests? Galizmu smiled and stepped out. Humph, we have a few questions, Bergen glared, his demeanor aggressive. Startled by Bergen's menacing appearance, Galizmu took 2 steps back, fearful. What do you want? Tiana quickly shot Bergen a glare. He then smiled warmly at Galizmu and said softly, Don't mind him, shopkeeper. We are here to find someone. Who are you looking for? Galizmu looked at Tiana and asked. We are looking for a man named Casper and a young man in white. They are friends of ours, and we heard they stayed here. Is that true? Tiana asked. So you are friends of Casper and young Kobe? Galizmu's eyes lit up. I was worried what you might ask, but if you're their friends, please come in. After they sat down, Galizmu continued smiling. To be honest, both young Kobe and Casper just had a meal here not long ago. Do you know them well? Tiana asked, his eyes shifting. Not really familiar, but young Kobe and my daughter are fellow disciples from the same sect, Galizmu replied cheerfully. Fellow disciples? The four gaped. The old Selena's daughter was actually a disciple with that senior. And may I ask, which sect does your daughter belong to? Tiana inquired quietly. The Azure Bowl sect outside White Ear City, Galizmu whispered. Azure Bowl sect? Their eyes widened again, and hurts too. I need some cold air outside. Gillis Tianlong's expression was equally strained. So do I. Bergen rubbed his chest, sighed deeply, and left with regret. Tiana could only smile bitterly. Was her chest not aching too? Those artworks and statues should have been treasured by their four major sects, not displayed in this ordinary shop. Not being able to claim them made her chest ache. After learning more from Galizmu, the four left the shop and regrouped. 3 key points, Tiana said solemnly. We need to cultivate strong relations with this shop and the old lady's daughter, especially the girl who will be a renowned figure in the Northern Sea region in the future. The other 3 nodded seriously, agreeing fully. As for the Azure Bowl sect, though it pains us to admit it, the Azure Bowl sect will soon rise rapidly in the Northern Sea, possibly surpassing our 4 major sects. Tiana said gravely. They smiled bitterly, acknowledging the painful truth. Their short-sightedness was to blame. Lastly, we need to inform our people to watch over their disciples closely. If they encounter Senior, they must make a good impression, Tiana emphasized. Right, Gillis, draw a portrait of Senior. I'll inform the head of Gi Hall to distribute it among the 4 major sects, Jamar said. taking out a communication jade slip and sending instructions. Soon, the hall's leader rushed over. Greetings, four great sect leaders. What do you need? He bowed respectfully. Take a good look at this portrait. Gillis Tianlong handed over the freshly drawn portrait of Mitchell. The leader scrutinized it carefully and asked, I've seen this person. Why are you drawing a portrait of him? Huh? You've seen him? The four turned towards Albin with wide, disbelieving eyes. Chapter 2. Tool Understirkal. Triangular ruler, triangular ruler, triangular ruler, triangular ruler. Chapter 435. The shadow over the continent. Where did you see him? The four of them asked in unison. Right at Gi Hall. The overseer said in surprise. What's wrong, my lords? Is there a problem? Right at Gi Hall? The four immediately moved closer. Jamar grabbed the overseer by the collar and asked urgently, when did he come to our Gi Hall? Just a few days ago. Didn't we have a stubborn mortal insist on joining us? The overseer hastily replied. Do you mean the mortal who came to Gi Hall that day was him? The four stared, eyes wide. Yes, it was him. I won't mistake him, the overseer hurriedly nodded. At the time, all four of you were there. I sought your opinion, and you said to drive him out, so I followed your orders. Upon hearing this, the four froze. It turned out that this senior had given them a chance back then. Roscoe collapsed onto the ground. Back then, he had even boasted about squashing this mortal. The other three burst with fury, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. They stomped their feet and slapped themselves repeatedly. This scene shocked the overseer beside them, who asked anxiously, My lords, what's wrong? Why are you tormenting yourselves like this? Get lost. They collectively roared in anger. The overseer knelt down, trembling, covering his head pleading for mercy. After the four calmed down, the overseer learned the whole story and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He had personally driven this person away. Holding the portrait, he scurried back to Gi Hall to inform everyone. I have something to do. I'll head back to Tianlong Valley first, Gillis Tianlong said with an iron face and flew off. I'll be going too. Roscoe similarly took to the air. Tiana and Jamar also followed suit, returning to their respective sects. However, after leaving, all four discreetly took out transmission jade slips, sending messages to their sects. Prepare several Imperial grade, Sect grade, Holy grade, and Hudson grade pills immediately, and deliver them to Markshuai sect. Send our sect's flying swords, spirit treasures, and high-grade treasures to Markshuai sect. Go. Inform my personal disciples to spare no effort to pursue every Michaela of Markshuai sect and marry them as Dao companions. Send an invitation to Markshuai sect. Say that Taishan Valley is willing to ally with Markshuai sect. Whatever happens in the future, we will stand together. Send a grand gift to show our sincerity. After making these arrangements, the four, who were originally heading to their respective sects, uniformly changed direction. We can't let them take the advantage. With the same resolve, they all moved in one direction. Time passed quietly. Mitchell stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant mountains. In another half-month, I should be able to obtain the disciple token. Thinking of this, excitement stirred within him. Once he got the disciple token, he could leave Markshuai sect and return to Pingjiang City to establish his own sect. Recruit 100 disciples. Then he could complete the task and smoothly embark on the path of cultivation. Speaking of 100 disciples, he glanced secretly at Gillis Frederick and Arn beside him. Honestly, he had long harbored intentions towards these two, determined to coax them back to Pingjiang City. It was clear that Gillis Frederick wasn't very interested in cultivation, but rather more enthusiastic about carving and painting, which he taught. Coaxing her wouldn't be hard. As for Arn, this lad was straightforward and honest. It shouldn't be difficult either. Thus, he had instantly resolved 2 people from the 100. How delightful. While Mitchell lived a peaceful life in Markshuai sect, the entire Xinjiang continent plunged into chaos. First, an old man named Darien suddenly appeared. He made a bold entrance among the top-tier forces. He opened with, I've heard your sect has the Book of Heavenly Tao? If it indeed exists, give me the book, and I'll give you a stroke of luck. Such audacity, openly demanding a precious treasure while offering luck, was unprecedentedly shameless. His brazen attitude ignited hatred among various forces. Dozens of great beings from different factions united to hunt down Darien. Yet, they ended up being collectively slapped to the ground by Darien. The shadow cast by Darien had yet to lift when a dog, a bear, a centipede, led by a black-robed figure, emerged out of nowhere. They started from Dongxing region, sweeping through West Demon Forest, South Wilderness, and North Sealand like locusts. Eventually, they arrived at Central Plains. At this moment, Central Plains was hosting a martial arts conference, gathering hundreds of large and small sects. A shadow descended from the sky. First, the combination of centipede, black bear, and dog appeared, followed by a black-robed figure striding casually through the air. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of sects, this black-robed figure placed his hands on his hips. Old Edmund here. Hand over all your mountain guarding benighted Hongyuan if he added some more. Brother, think of something. The centipede climbed onto Jamal's shoulder, shouting impatiently. Well, looks like I have to act on these items, he mused. Though they look pitiful, for my 3 gold coins, I have no choice. As his voice trailed off, 2 beams of light shot out from the hollow eye sockets of the skull. At the same time, several pairs of eyes, hidden and observing Jim and company wreak havoc on the continent, were astounded. He actually discovered us, they exclaimed, filled with disbelief. As they hesitated whether to remain hidden, a voice echoed directly into their ears. Aren't you going to come out? Do you want me to squish you? This ignited their fury. You dare talk big here because outsiders couldn't deal with you? One voice snarled. Beware, we are not some trash. Your antics on the continent are fine as long as they don't affect us. A gloomy voice reverberated above Jim, brimming with threats. Ha ha ha. Jim laughed, placing his hands on his hips. Sorry, to me, you're no different than them, just trash. You, audacious scum, another voice sneered. Since that's how it is, we'll show ourselves. Hope your strength matches your bravado. With that, the northern ice sheet exploded, unleashing an icy chill towards central region. Amidst the dark sea, roiling waters churned as black liquid burst through. From the western altar came a green mist dissipating like stardust, and from the southern wasteland emerged a colossal stone column soaring into the sky. In this moment, everyone on Xinjiang continent felt an overwhelming pressure. Many of lesser prowess knelt trembling with fear. Some believed the world's end was upon them, despair clear on their faces. Boom. After a few moments, 4 presences simultaneously converged, encircling Jim mid-air. You've successfully enraged us. A grim voice echoed as 4 formidable creatures took shape. From the north came a white baji beast emitting chilling aura, freezing everything within reach. From the south emerged a fiery molten beast, its eyes ablaze with rage. To the west soared a massive 6-legged bird with a human face, rending the space with its wings. Finally, from the south appeared a black Candace Kirin shrouded in mist, glaring menacingly at Jim. At the terrifying pressure exerted by the 4 beasts, central region's sky darkened. Numerous local experts were stunned, clueless about the unfolding events. Unexpectedly, despite the pressure, Jim and the dog continued skeleton, who raided various sects, stealing secret manuals and top demons. I suspect other hidden individuals have also made moves. Finally, after a long pause, a gender-neutral voice echoed in the blood-red space. Understood. That black-robed figure is a minor character. Their actions, though somewhat impactful, are inconsequential overall. Yes, Lord Extermination, the masked man sighed in relief and asked, shall we take action? Indeed, a few can be temporarily used for our benefit. Given the upcoming matters need assistance, let's control them first. Ren and Langston? The masked man inquired hastily. Yes, came the soft reply from the Crimson Void. I will give you directions. Find them. However, just as the voice concluded, it conveyed a note of surprise. I underestimated that skeleton you mentioned, but trying to snatch food from my mouth? You're still too inexperienced. With that, a blood-red hand extended from the Crimson Void, reaching across endless space toward a distant target. Chapter 437, Farron's Bewilderment. As Bowie casually subdued the 4 great beasts and prepared to collect them, the sky above suddenly cracked open. A blood-red hand emerged from the fissure. Upon seeing this, both Caden and Barker became extremely serious and involuntarily moved closer to Bowie. Elon, I will be taking these 4 beasts away, a confident voice said from where the hand had come, leaving no room for argument. Then, the hand reached toward the 4 beasts that had just been subjugated by Bowie. Trying to take my things? An unfamiliar voice came from under the black robe. With a sweep of his robe, Bowie sent Caden, Barker, and the centipede behind him. Then, a white bone palm stretched out from under the black robe, striking toward the red hand. Hee. Elon, you actually refuse? I have never failed to obtain what I want. Since you refuse, let's see if you can protect it. Faced with Bowie's attack, the blood-red hand did not seem surprised. A still confident voice echoed from within its owner. After the voice faded, the blood-red hand flipped, enveloping the space in a sea of blood as it pressed toward Bowie. Boom. Instantly, the 2 palms met. Crack. Crack. The surrounding space fractured continuously. At the center of the storm, everything turned into nothingness. What? Simultaneously with the contact, a fearful voice sounded from the direction of the blood-red hand. In an instant, it tried to pull back the hand. Do you think you can escape after putting on an act in front of me? A cold snort sounded from under the black robe. The white bone palm extended again, tearing through space and pursuing the red hand. Then, it gently closed. The blood-red hand began to crack at visible speed, turning into a sky of blood before disappearing. The sky quickly returned to clearness as if nothing had happened. Not bad skills, Bowie remarked, watching afar with a cold smile. Brother, what was that? Is it dead? Barker and the others asked anxiously from behind. Not dead. Do we chase? Let it go. It doesn't matter anyway. It's already crippled, Bowie replied indifferently. In the unstable blood-red space, waves crashed like a stormy sea, emitting cries of agony. On the ground, the masked man knelt trembling violently, his body nearly exploding. Where does this skull come from in this Xinjiang continent? Could it be from the previous era? No, there was no such person in the last era. Where did it come from? After a long pause, pain and unwillingness filled the voice in the slightly stabilized blood-red space. Lord World Derek, may I ask what happened? The masked man asked nervously. That black-robed person broke one of my arms. What? The masked man stared in disbelief. Enough. There is no need to panic. Gradually, the voice calmed down. After all, I have only recently awoken, with less than a fraction of my power restored. Moreover, having 2 powerful opponents makes it more interesting. But, flies and a letter. Report, and so did Songhai Mountain. Opening the rings, a flood of treasures spilled out, piling up everywhere. When he read the letters, they all expressed goodwill from the 4 major sects toward the Greenox sect, such as fostering closer ties, marriages between the sects, and more. Most outrageous of all, Hungtian Sword Pavilion claimed kinship with the Greenox sect, saying that a disciple's distant relative had once been an outer disciple here, deeming this relationship preordained and an opportunity to strengthen bonds further. Farron was utterly perplexed. Even slapping himself twice confirmed he wasn't dreaming. But he couldn't figure out why these 4 major sects suddenly showed kindness to his lowly sect. Normally, they wouldn't even give them a second glance. Right then, another disciple brought news. Sect leader, there's an old man outside who insists on joining our Greenox sect. Chapter 438. Myocardial infarction. An old man? Farron's face was full of surprise. Normally, even if they lied to lure people in or forcibly captured a few to bring up the mountain, the end result would still be them running away. It now turned out that an old man had suddenly come wanting to join the sect, which was rather peculiar. But upon recalling that this old man could make up for the disciple who had died from falling, Farron waved his hand and shouted, Alright. However, Bergen showed no sign of blame, instead bowing and loudly laughing. Ha ha ha, Zhu sect leader, you are too polite. The two sects are like one family. It's natural for me to wait a bit. Bergen's politeness stunned Farron, making him completely bewildered. Such a person not only rarely visited Greenox sect but also met face-to-face only once. How could they be like one family when they were on completely different levels? So, the more courteous Bergen was, the more anxious Farron became. Trembling, he asked, Sword sect leader, don't humble me. I can't bear this. What business brings you here? Didn't your disciple say it clearly just now? Bergen laughed. I've come to join your Greenox sect. Upon hearing this, Farron shivered again, forcing a bitter smile. Sword sect leader, don't joke around. How could a deity like you join our Greenox sect? However, before Farron finished speaking, a loud laugh came from outside. What kind of deity is Bergen? Zhu sect leader, it's best not to let him join the Greenox sect. As these words fell, another figure entered the Greenox hall. Seeing the newcomer, Bergen's face turned pale with anger as he asked, what are you doing here? Humph, only you can come, but I can't? The newcomer shot Bergen a glance before smiling warmly and courteously addressing Farron. Greetings, Zhu sect leader. Why you are? Farron stammered nervously, unable to resist asking. Pardon the intrusion, Zhu sect leader, please do not mind. I am Jamar, the newcomer smiled broadly. Li? Songhai? Farron took several steps back, staring with wide eyes, utterly baffled. Goodness gracious, what was going on? His tiny Greenox sect actually welcomed another godlike figure. But before he could greet Jamar, two more beams of light darted in, landing outside the Greenox hall. Before they entered, their voices could be heard. Bergen, Jamar, you two old fellows sure arrived fast. Humph, luckily we caught up. Otherwise, you would have taken all the advantages. Finally, a man and a Selena walked in. You don't mean. Seeing two more arrivals speak to Bergen and Jamar in such a manner, Farron's heart raced wildly, daring to entertain a bold guess yet fearing to confirm it. He couldn't help but ask aloud. Just as he questioned, the man and Selena approached him, confirming his suspicion. Jamie, greetings to Zhu sect leader. Heavenly Dragon Gillis, greeting Zhu sect leader. Farron fainted right there. The impact was too great for him. Even the ancient Abdur ancestor buried deep within the Greenox sect would not have imagined that the Greenox sect would gather albans of the four major sects on this day. After all, Farron was merely a Rex practitioner. Meanwhile, the four before him were Hicks-level beings whose slightest tremor could shake the northern sea. The gap was simply too immense. When Farron came to, he found the four major sect leaders surrounding him, voicing various concerns. Is everything okay, Zhu sect leader? Perhaps Zhu sect leader is overworked. No worries. I have a sect grade pill that will improve your condition if you take it. Forget your poor quality pill. Try this saint grade one. Looking at the overly enthusiastic four leaders, Farron wasn't just honored, but literally shook with nervousness. For powerhouses, stop toying with me. What exactly do you want? Zhu sect leader, what are you saying? We genuinely wish to join your sect. Yes, from now on, all four of us belong to Zhu sect leader. Farron's scalp tingled. Do you really mean that? Yes. All four spoke in unison. Choking back dry saliva, Farron steadied himself and glanced at the earnest faces before him. Only then did he incredulously accept this dreamlike reality. So, should I assign any position within my Greenox sect to you for? Zach, deputy sect leader? Farron carefully asked, unsure of their intentions, but trying his best to accommodate them. Ah, Zhu sect leader, there's no need for such formality. Just assigning us menial tasks would suffice, Bergen smiled warmly. Yes, just menial tasks would be fine. The others eagerly looked at Farron. Once again, Farron was dumbfounded. What was that flash of fervor in their eyes? Indeed, it was enthusiasm. Astonishingly, he saw intense excitement towards a mere menial position within the Greenox sect. Oh heavens, what was happening? The leaders of the four major sects in the northern sea wanted to join his third-rate sect as servants. If news got out, it might well scare his ancestral founder into rising from the dead. While Farron was still stunned, several storage rings were thrust towards him. Zhu sect leader, please accept these. Please be lenient. Just a small gesture, inadequate but meaningful. Looking at the four storage rings in his hands, Farron's eyes widened. Was this a bribe? Unable to articulate his thoughts, Farron froze, succumbing to myocardial infarction. Note, the narrative tone and style are preserved throughout, maintaining the original paragraph structure and line breaks while translating into natural, fluent English. Chapter 439. Heavy Tastes. The twilight's afterglow bathed everything in a golden hue, spreading over the land with the dusky glow of evening. In the courtyard, Mitchell was playing Burkinese chess with Adeline. Brother, do have a point? Various murmurs came from the four people. Their faces were filled with deep yearning. After all, they were now so close to senior that once the moment came, gaining favor would be within reach. Suddenly, a burst of energy could not be contained by Bergen. Damn. Can't hold it back again. Bergen cursed inwardly, wanting to escape but finding the other three blocking his way with cold expressions. Bergen, we need an explanation. Yes, we need an explanation. If you don't explain yourself today, don't even think about leaving. Hee. Ha ha ha. Bergen scratched the back of his head awkwardly and explained. I didn't expect my family's Sword Hudson legacy to be this powerful. It's almost pushing me to the level of 10 life Hicks. Bullshit. Your Sword Hudson is just a 10 life Hicks. What kind of legacy breaks through faster than self-cultivation? Right. Hurry up and explain. What's really going on? The trio glared fiercely at Bergen, inching closer step by step. With his lie exposed, Bergen knew he couldn't hide anymore and had to start explaining with a thickened face. Well, there's nothing much. It's just that during our last visit to Kermite Valley, I picked up some leftovers. So yeah, it unintentionally pushed me to 10 life. His words instantly reminded the three of the snake soup they had spilled in Kermite Valley. Their eyes widened in regret. It turns out Bergen had secretly licked up the spilled snake soup, leading to his rapid breakthrough. How envious they were. This was like losing 3 major opportunities. Ralina, heavy tastes indeed. From afar, Mitchell watched the 4 rolling together and frowned. These people often sneak around my place, probably eyeing me for my looks, plotting something sinister. If my fair and delicate body falls into their hands, the consequences could be... Thinking of this, Mitchell couldn't help shivering. He immediately vowed to keep his distance from these individuals. Chapter 440, Kermikzu World. Boom. At that moment, a colossal explosion erupted from the north without warning. The sound was thunderous, like 2 mountains colliding, causing the entire North Sea continent to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the sky in that direction turned dark, as if a black hole had spontaneously appeared and was continuously expanding, swallowing half the sky. Could this be the legendary Kermikzu World? So, Kermikzu World really exists. The skies over the North Sea are truly about to change. Bergen and his 3 companions, despite their disheveled appearances, looked up at the sky with eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that the rumored Kermikzu World actually exists? Murmured Buyercity's father and daughter duo, Boris and Ruby, equally shocked. Father, what exactly is the Kermikzu World? Asked Ruby anxiously. 20 million years ago. Therefore, the emergence of the Kermikzu World would overturn the existing power structure on the Xinjiang continent. However, don't worry too much. We have Mr. behind us, Boris comforted softly. And ever since Mr. appeared, I sensed that something significant might happen in the North Sea. Because a being like him should not exist in a place like the North Sea of the Xinjiang continent. Thus, his appearance signified something. That's true, Ruby thought, recalling the white-robed figure that brought her comfort. Mr. probably knew all along that the Kermikzu World would reappear. His purpose in coming to the North Sea must be related to it. Boris nodded in agreement. At this moment, people across the North Sea, whether cultivators or common folk, were discussing the strange phenomenon in the sky. Regardless of whether they knew about the Kermikzu World, everyone felt that a storm was brewing. Of course, countless pairs of eyes were secretly observing. Suddenly, a flying boat emerged from the black hole, streaking across the sky of the North Sea continent like a fleeting shadow. Most people mistook it for a shooting star, but discerning cultivators recognized it as a divine artifact-class vessel. On the boat sat a cold-faced Selena, her skin fair, wearing a long white dress, resembling a snow lotus under the Tian Shan mountains. Behind her stood 2 gauge men in white robes. The people here are pitifully weak, but there are things in this world that do not exist in Kermikzu World. Transmit a message to call all 6 lives Marshal Hudsons and above. The white-robed Selena spoke flatly and then closed her eyes. Yes. One of the gauges nodded slowly, his eyes flickering as he muttered the message. At that same moment, all the 6 lives Marshal Hudsons and above in the North Sea received the transmission. Kermikzu World's Byong True Palace Goddess Nora invites everyone to board the flying boat. What do we do, father? Ruby asked, watching the distant flying boat. No problem, let's go and see, Boris said, glancing away as the 2 of them flew toward the boat. Meanwhile, countless visible and hidden experts across the North Sea headed towards the boat as well. We should go check too. At Markneyu's sect, Bergen and the 3 others exchanged looks and flew toward the boat. In no time, the boat was crowded with experts from all directions, each with grave expressions as they watched the Selena before them. Just sitting there, she exuded a heavy pressure, and none could fathom her cultivation level. After a long wait, Nora slowly opened her eyes and glanced sideways. If you receive the transmission and still arrive so late, then there's no need to come at all. As she spoke, she waved her hand slightly. In an instant, several martial emperors rushing towards the boat exploded into blood rain, disappearing without a trace. What? This caused a commotion among the North Sea experts, as one of those killed was an 8 lives Marshal Hudson. She merely waved her hand, and an 8 lives Marshal Hudson was instantly destroyed. The display of power left a chilling impact. Why did you summon us? A North Sea Martial Emperor finally asked. To announce something. My Byong True Palace has decided to incorporate this region of the North Sea as our territory, and everyone will be under our jurisdiction. Nora said this as if it were trivial. What? The crowd was stirred once more, faces turning furious. They were top-notch experts and powers of the North Sea, suddenly told by Byong True Palace to become slaves. How could they tolerate this? I won't agree. A 6 lives Marshal Hudson stepped forward, his face cold. Who are you? Why should we submit to your authority upon your arrival? I am not negotiating with you. Nora looked at him. I am commanding you. You. The 6 lives Marshal Hudson clenched his teeth in frustration, but dared not challenge her due to her power. He forced himself to say, regardless, Gillisview sect will never bow down. Very well. Surprising, but very unwise. Nora slowly stood up, walking to the side of the boat, gazing into the distance thoughtfully. There. Isn't that Gillisview sect? Hearing this, the 6 lives Marshal Hudson's expression changed, shouting, what do you plan to do? Before he could finish speaking, Nora slowly lowered her hand. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the entire North Sea, kicking up massive dust clouds. Everyone saw Gillisview sect, shrouded in mist and towering buildings, turn into ruins instantly. Gillisview sect, utterly annihilated. No. No. I'll fight you to the death. The 6 lives Marshal Hudson's eyes welled with tears as he charged towards Nora, his cultivation exploding around him. Nora simply glanced at him. Her jade finger twitched slightly. The 6 lives Marshal Hudson exploded right in front of everyone, splattering the crowd with a shower of blood. In that instant, everyone present was enveloped by fear. Gillisview sect, one of the largest sects outside the 4 great sects, had just been wiped out by this white-robed Selena with a wave of her hand. Such means were far too ruthless. I am willing to submit. I also submit. Pay homage to the goddess. Immediately, everyone on the scene knelt before Nora. Clearly, In the face of absolute power, all pride and resistance were nothing but illusions. However, there were two individuals who did not kneel. They were Boris and Ruby, father and daughter. Standing upright amidst the sea of kneeling figures, they stood out like cranes among chickens, instantly drawing Nora's attention. Aren't you afraid of death? Nora's gaze shifted toward them, her voice cold and detached. ##### Chapter 441. Iron-blooded means. Facing Nora's interrogation, the two people were visibly nervous but not overly fearful. They stood calmly with their hands clasped together respectfully. Gareth and Ruby, we greet the true palace goddess, they said in unison. You still haven't answered my question. Nora's pupils narrowed, and a wave of oppressive force surged toward Gareth and his daughter. The two felt as if an immense weight had been placed on their shoulders, beads of cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, almost losing their balance. But they gritted their teeth and held on. We apologize, but we cannot comply, they said resolutely. Oh. Nora glanced at them. Surprising indeed. It seems not everyone in your northern sea is worthless. At least you two have some backbone. Nora's words made others present look extremely uncomfortable, yet no one dared to retort. But even with backbone, it won't justify your disobedience. Nora added casually, I'll give you one more chance. Submit or die. Her voice echoed, and an even stronger wave of pressure engulfed Gareth and his daughter. Crack. Under the immense pressure, surpassing their limit, their leg bones began to crack, and blood seeped through their skin. Still, they did not kneel. Sorry, we already have our faith. Besides him, we can submit to no one. Gareth looked up, clenching his teeth, barely supporting himself and his daughter while speaking with unwavering resolve. This was their path. It was also respect for the one they revered. As believers, if they knelt, their Tao hearts would shatter, and progress would be difficult. More importantly, they would betray the one who mattered most. So, those who had received guidance from their teacher could never kneel before another. One who has long been your faith? Is that so? Nora showed fleeting interest, but her tone turned cold instantly. So what if someone exists? In front of me, Nora, you're just bigger ants. Who can protect you if I want your lives today? With a wave of her hand, the two were flung backward, crashing into the side of the boat, spitting out blood in a pathetic state. You, Gareth stared intensely at Nora. Our deaths are insignificant, but you have insulted our teacher. You should die 10,000 deaths for that. Ha 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 ha. Nora laughed coldly, icy cold eyes fixed on them. Seeing your loyalty, I'm suddenly interested in the person behind you. She took a step forward, slowly approaching the father and daughter. What do you intend? Gareth asked, his gaze heavy. I need someone outside to handle chores for me. Let's see if the person you follow qualifies for the job, she sneered, producing 2 silver needles in her hands. Soul-suppressing nails. Seeing this, everyone present broke out in cold sweats. These nails would seal all meridians, causing immense pain over 7 days until the soul dissipated and death came. I'd like to see if your faith can help you remove these soul-suppressing nails, Nora said, thrusting the nails directly into their foreheads. Ah! The two let out shrill screams, their cultivation quickly dissipating. Go! Ignoring their screams, Nora waved her hand, and the two flew backward, plummeting from the sky. Everyone watched, bodies trembling with fear. Her methods were brutal. What should we do? Bergen couldn't help but whisper to the others, let this old man die without a second thought? What can we do? Hazy's voice was grave. These soul-suppressing nails exist only in legends. We've never heard of anyone removing them. Even if the Greenox sect master intervened, could he pull them back from the brink of death? They exchanged hateful glances. But given their strength, they were powerless against her. Nora's power, conservatively estimated, was at least that of a celestial immortal, making them mere ants in comparison. Remember, henceforth you will serve my white young true palace, Nora said to the group, for you fools, this will be the honor of your lives. They gnashed their teeth in hatred, yet dared not object. Collecting herself, Nora smiled coldly. Now, present your first tribute. Hand over all your treasures. What? Tribute treasure to? Panic spread among the crowd. This was hitting them right where it hurt. What? Not willing. If you refuse, I can kill you and take the treasures from your corpses. Nora's tone was icy cold. This remark plunged them into despair. There was no doubt about her methods. Reluctantly, they surrendered their storage rings. Soon, the boat was piled high with various treasures and techniques, each item the last resort of experts. But now, they lay discarded like trash. Nora gave a cursory glance, selecting a few items, then destroyed the rest. Many in the room revealed their hatred at such blatant disregard. Some wanted to act but were stopped by their companions just in time, preventing further bloodshed. When I need something done, I'll inform you. Scram. Having destroyed all the treasures, she resumed her seat, closing her eyes. In a mountain range, 2 shadows plummeted from the sky, creating a large crater upon impact, sending dust billowing skyward. 2 figures, pale and pained, climbed out. +1. Brother Arn, what about you? Setting down his cup, Mitchell turned to look at Arn. Upon hearing this, Arn trembled slightly. Finally, he understood Mitchell's true intentions. Mitchell wasn't trying to kill him but wanted to take him as a disciple. All those actions, demolishing his defenses and exposing his tricks, were merely to prove that Mitchell had the absolute strength to be his master. If it were earlier, Arn would never agree. Despite his fear of death, he still had pride. But now, he couldn't help but admit he was genuinely convinced by Mitchell's power. Kobe, please accept this prostration from your disciple. Fintan served the tea and immediately knelt on the ground. Ha ha ha. Seeing how easily Arn agreed, Mitchell couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. Honest people are indeed straightforward. It took no effort at all. Disciple count, +1 again. Without delay, Mitchell drank the tea offered. Seeing Mitchell finish the tea, Fintan's eyes welled up, almost wanting to cry. It was unimaginable what he had endured these past days, bearing a heavy mental burden and living under constant threat of death. Now, it was finally over. He, Fintan, was finally safe. At this moment, Mitchell pulled out a blank charm paper from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Arn, didn't you often draw charms? They weren't very good. It would damage my reputation if this got around. Watch closely as I show you how it's done. With that, Mitchell's brush moved deftly, spreading ink like a dragon across the paper, completing a new charm. Doesn't this look better? Mitchell pushed the charm towards Arn. Fintan felt a wave of excitement, almost unable to contain himself. This transmission charm held such immense power that using it might break through the barriers of a mortal river continent and transport one directly to the heavenly realm. Just a charm. No need to be so excited. Even though I don't know its significance to you, don't worry. While teaching Adeline, you can also learn. Soon, you too can draw such high-quality charms. Mitchell chuckled lightly. Thank you, Kobe. Arn couldn't resist kissing the charm paper. This world feels incredibly safe now. At this moment, he felt his chances of survival drastically improved. Was this what it felt like to be protected by a powerful figure? It was wonderful. Hey Kobe, how do you write drinking tea? Adeline asked, scratching her head with her brush in hand. Can't you write those two characters? Mitchell laughed. Well, I saw you drinking tea here and suddenly realized I didn't know how to write them. Adeline scratched her head, embarrassed. Alright, I'll teach you. Mitchell took the brush and wrote gracefully on the rice paper. The strokes looked alive and robust. Kobe's writing is beautiful, Adeline said admiringly. Mitchell smiled faintly. He may not excel in cultivation, but these skills came naturally to him. If only he had ended up in a world that valued literature, he could have done much better, perhaps even becoming a grand scholar. Shaking off these thoughts, Mitchell pressed the cup onto the rice paper and stood up. Let's go. You've always wanted to paint landscapes. We'll go to the back mountain. Yes, Kobe. Adeline excitedly gathered her painting supplies and followed Mitchell, the three heading towards the back mountain. Soon after they left, two figures staggered into the courtyard, barely holding on. It was Boris and his daughter. Both were exhausted and close to collapse after enduring extreme pain without their cultivation powers. They arrived after nearly 7 days of continuous travel, leaving them with only 2 hours to live due to the soul-sealing nail. Entering the courtyard, they found no one there. Kobe isn't here. Boris felt a surge of despair. Their lives hung by a thread, starting from the moment they were struck by the soul-sealing nail. Now, their remaining lifespan was limited to 2 hours. Are we doomed? Ruby echoed his sentiments, equally despondent. The torture inflicted by the soul-sealing nail was unbearable, mentally and physically draining her. But amidst their hopelessness, Boris noticed a significant improvement in his condition. Even the pain caused by the nail seemed to diminish. Did you feel that? Father, do you feel better too? Ruby asked, trembling with excitement. What's happening? Do we have a final burst of energy before we die? No, it's a sweet fragrance. Ruby hesitated. The sweet fragrance. Seems like tea? Suddenly recalling something, she struggled to stand and turned her gaze toward the stone table. Father, look quickly. She cried out in surprise. Chapter 443. The soul anchoring nail, returned. Upon hearing this, Boris hurriedly struggled to his feet as well. The two of them saw on the table a teapot still emitting warmth and faint tea fragrance. It was precisely this aroma that had somewhat improved their conditions. Next to the teapot was a piece of shin paper held down by a cup. On it were written 2 vigorous characters. Drink tea. Tears streamed down Boris's face as he shivered with excitement. He cried out, Ear, the ink is still wet. These 2 words are left for us by Elon. Elon must have known long ago that we would face such hardship, and even calculated that we would come here at this moment. So he specially prepared this tea, and left us clues on what to do. It appears Elon's calculations leave no loopholes. Everything is under his control. Quick, drink the tea. Yes. Ruby also trembled with excitement, using her last bit of strength to pick up the teapot and pour each of them a cup. Clinging to this last hope, they didn't even savor it, but held the cups in both hands and drank it all in one gulp. The tea entered their mouths, soothing their throats and flowing down. A warm force instantly spread throughout their bodies like a dried riverbed welcoming a stream, sprouting flowers and grass, instantly restoring vitality to the entire riverbed. Both felt relief, shivering with comfort. The pain caused by the soul anchoring nails vanished immediately, and their cultivation rapidly restored. Hurry, Ear. Use this strength to try and expel the soul anchoring nails, urged Boris. Okay. Ruby's jade palm moved. Her primordial energy flowed smoothly through her broad meridians, converging toward her head. But then she exclaimed in surprise, Father, the soul anchoring nails, they're gone. What? Boris revealed an incredulous look and quickly probed within his body, only to find in equal astonishment that the soul anchoring nails inside him had also completely disappeared. Was this due to the power of the tea water dissolving them directly? Boris stared wide-eyed, speaking in disbelief. Ruby nodded earnestly. It seemed this was the only explanation for why the soul anchoring nails had simply vanished. Both displayed deep reverence. At this moment, the white-robed figure in their hearts was like a deity. This was a true peerless master. What were soul anchoring nails? What was Nora? Elon didn't even need to lift a finger. Just preparing a pot of tea could make the so-called soul anchoring nails vanish into nothingness. It was laughable that Nora dared to challenge Elon, boldly declaring she would test if Elon was worthy to be her subordinate. She truly had no idea of the vastness of the heavens and earth, not knowing how she would die when the time came. Meanwhile, far away, aboard a flying vessel hovering at a distance, Nora, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes, revealing shock. This really surprises me a bit. Hearing this, the 2 gauges behind her couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Divine Maiden, what happened? The soul anchoring nails and those 2 good-for-nothings have been removed, Nora said solemnly. The 2 gauges were slightly startled. What should we do next, Divine Maiden? It's fine. They've merely been removed. At most, they now can catch our eye, but they're not a threat. Nora waved her hand carelessly. You're right, Divine Maiden. One gauge bowed respectfully. However, those two soul-anchoring nails are rare treasures of the Byong True Palace. You might want to retrieve them to prevent them from falling into someone else's hands. Raised her jade-like palm and said coolly, just two soul-sealing nails, hardly a loss I can't bear. Although this person has some skill, they aren't worth my concern, let alone warranting both of you going personally. When the time is right, we'll capture him as our slave. So, Divine Lady, what should we do next? The two gauges respectfully asked. We've come all this way, so it's not possible to just find some scrap metal in return. There should be some other gains. Nora looked down at the northern sea continent, her lips curling up with disdain in her eyes. What do you mean, Divine Lady? The two gauges looked at her. My point is, in this vast northern sea continent, there should be something we need. Your task from now on is to seek treasures in the northern sea continent. Whether they are sealed away, hidden in secret realms, or in anyone's possession. If it's valuable, bring it back. Nora said with a cold smile. Rest assured, Divine Lady. We will definitely bring back what you like. The two gauges bowed humbly, then swiftly left the flying vessel. Daughter, I'm about to break through. Mark sect. Boris poured another cup of tea, then immediately looked up with excitement. Father, me too. Ruby was equally excited. Well, no time to waste. Let's break through here. Boris said excitedly. Then the father and daughter sat cross-legged, entering a state of deep focus. This step marked the greatest transformation for both of them. Due to the influence of immortal irrigation, the upper limit in Xinjiang continent had been 10 lives Marshall Hudson corresponding to human immortal for many years. Even with a few old monsters breaking through this limit initially during the return of immortal irrigation due to their accumulated power, such cases were extremely rare. Now, the father and daughter were stepping into this realm. Transforming from human immortal to earth immortal wasn't just a power increase. It was a qualitative leap. Their breakthrough did not cause much commotion. Below immortal level, breakthroughs relied on the rules and power of Xinjiang continent, which naturally caused significant disturbances. But at the immortal level, cultivation focused on oneself. In a sense, one's body became a small world, where all transformations occurred within. After a short while, the father and daughter broke through to the earth immortal realm. The powerful force made their faces radiate confidence, far removed from their previously disheveled appearance. Hey! The Kobe has returned. At that moment, Boris exclaimed. He saw Mitchell bringing Arn and Adeline from afar. They hurriedly welcomed him. Boris, Ruby, meeting you, Kobe. They bowed respectfully. You don't need to be so formal, please sit. Mitchell wasn't surprised by their presence. After all, since the meal at Adeline's home, they knew he was in Marknew's sect. They didn't dare sit, but looked fervently at Mitchell, bowing deeply. The Kobe saved our lives. We'll never forget this kindness. Their sincere voices filled Mitchell with speechlessness. These two really went overboard. Wasn't it just saving Ruby once? Did they have to thank him every time? Though he understood their gratitude, this overly polite demeanor wasn't Mitchell's preference. There's no need to mention past events, Mitchell said softly. It wasn't much, really. Don't worry about it. Boris and his daughter promptly shut their mouths. It seemed the Kobe indeed already knew everything. But hearing Mitchell's casual tone, they couldn't help but marvel. Only the Kobe could speak so lightly of something that involved the legendary great evil weapon, the soul-sealing nails, a matter settled with a mere cup of tea. By the way, Adeline, weren't you wanting to draw portraits? Since Arn and I are men and not much to draw, why don't you ask Miss Ruby to help? That sounds great. Sister Ruby is so pretty. I've always wanted to draw her. Adeline clapped her hands joyfully. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Ruby. Mitchell smiled. It's an honor to assist you and little Miss Adeline. Ruby quickly composed herself and sat beside as instructed. Under Mitchell's guidance, Adeline gradually sketched out Ruby's graceful figure, mirroring her real-life beauty. It was clear Adeline had some talent in drawing. Time passed slowly. After an hour, a seated, elbow-resting white-robed Selena appeared vividly in the painting. Little Miss Adeline drew wonderfully. Seeing the completed artwork, Boris and his daughter leaned closer, praising it enthusiastically. More astonishingly, this painting, like the last one, contained a great deal of Dao power. How's it, teacher? Did I do well? Adeline eagerly sought praise from Mitchell. Not bad. Mitchell smiled in approval. But it still lacks a bit of essence. With that, Mitchell picked up the brush and added a few delicate strokes. These few strokes were like finishing touches. The essence of Ruby in the painting was fully expressed. Beside, Boris and Ruby covered their mouths to suppress exclamations. For after those strokes, a golden light flashed in the painting. Simultaneously, its quality improved significantly, imbued with rich Dao power. And Ruby in the painting seemed like an ancient powerhouse, appearing demure yet exuding an aura of invincibility, as if about to step out of the canvas. No matter from which direction one looked, her gaze was piercing and intimidating. Ruby stared in disbelief, unable to recognize the Selena in the painting as herself. Even she, in reality, felt overshadowed by this painted version. Do you understand why I added these strokes? Mitchell asked Adeline. Hee. Adeline scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. Mitchell smiled faintly. This aspect required gradual comprehension. Missy, if you like this painting, I'll give it to you. Mitchell turned to Ruby with a smile. Ah, give it to me? Really? Ruby was flustered and incredulous. Just a painting, nothing much. You helped a lot, so take it, Mitchell said casually. Thank you, Kobe. Ruby received the portrait lovingly, filled with gratitude towards Mitchell. By the way, there's one more thing that needs your help, Mitchell recalled and continued. Please go on, sir. The two stood respectfully to one side. Adeline's parents, you should check on them more often, Mitchell said softly. After all, he also thought that since he would be taking Adeline back to Dongxing in a while, it would be much more convenient for the Gagely couple left behind if someone could take care of them. These are words we shouldn't hear, sir. This is what we should do anyway. We promise to take good care of them, Boris said earnestly, thumping his staff for emphasis. Seeing this, Mitchell nodded and smiled with satisfaction. After a moment, Boris and his daughter hadn't heard Mitchell mention Nora at all. It seemed the master indeed didn't take Nora seriously. So, they saw no need to linger further and rose to take their leave. Take your time leaving. But remember what I've let out a bitter laugh and said, other than ignoring the formation during the initial event in Kermite Valley, I've only witnessed the pot of snake soup prepared by the expert of Greenox sect. So, no one knows what he's truly capable of when it comes to actual combat. And the power of Amerigosil? At this point, Ralph couldn't resist shivering. Even now, as an immortal of humanity realm, he felt like an ant standing before an elephant in front of Amerigosil, insignificant and unreachable. I'd say, it's about 60-40. Ralph added. Who's 40? Who's 60? The three people couldn't help but ask nervously. You all know in your hearts. Ralph paused, then sighed. The expressions of the three turned bleak. Indeed, they all knew in their hearts who was the 40 and who was the 60. Though the expert of Greenox sect seemed powerful, compared to Amerigosil, who could obliterate someone with just a wave of her hand, there was still a gap between them, right? Besides, Amerigosil wasn't alone. She represented the entire Bayang True Palace, who knew what other supreme experts might be hidden behind her. Could it be that we in this northern sea will become slaves to others in the future? Gillis Tianlong spoke dejectedly. The others remained silent, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating, each feeling deeply depressed. Why don't we look for the expert of Greenox sect again? Jamar suggested. Forget it, there's no need to go back to Greenox sect. They're not from the northern sea. Why should they get involved in our disputes? Tiana shook his head and continued. And who knows if the expert is even still at Greenox sect. He might have left the northern sea long ago when Amerigosil first appeared. Alright, let's continue looking for that old rogue Willem. At least we can give him a proper send-off. Ralph's eagle-like eyes swept over the surroundings as he said impatiently, I wonder where that guy died. We've been searching for so long without any results. That Gwillem, what an idiot. He thought being familiar with the expert of Greenox sect would solve everything, but he ended up meeting his demise because Amerigosil wouldn't play nice. Jamar sighed. The others silently nodded in agreement. Who could argue? If Gwillem had been more adaptable initially, he might not have come to such a tragic end. What are the four of you doing? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out overhead. Hearing this voice, the four instantly tensed up. Looking up quickly, they saw Gwillem and his daughter floating in the air, looking down at them from above. And Gwillem, why you didn't die? When they realized it was really Gwillem, their eyes bulged in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Humph, why should I die? Gwillem retorted coldly with an iron-gray face. But didn't you get hit by the soul-suppressing nails? Why aren't you affected at all? Tiana asked hesitantly. Humph, soul-suppressing nails? From Greenox sect. The others immediately caught on. Only this explanation makes sense, Tiana said with complex emotions. It seems we underestimated the expert from Greenox sect. He actually managed to remove the soul-suppressing nails from Gwillem and his daughter. Now what do we do? Ralph asked urgently. Should we find the expert? We should think carefully about it, Tiana waved his hand. With the soul-suppressing nails removed, Amerigosil must have already known. This is a crucial moment in the power struggle. The others frowned in deep thought. Indeed, the soul-suppressing nails were part of a covert power game between two high-ranking experts. While they didn't know much about the expert from Greenox sect, Amerigosil, with her ruthless methods, wouldn't let this go easily. If she found out that the four of them were close to the Greenox sect expert, and if he failed to withstand Amerigosil, they would suffer catastrophic consequences. If they were alone, they would have joined forces with the Greenox sect expert without hesitation. But they had sects behind them, involving hundreds of thousands of lives. So they had to consider their sects. This was no longer a personal matter. It was a significant gamble concerning their four major sects. How should we choose? The four exchanged uncertain glances. Gwillem seems to be heading towards Buyer City. Let's follow him and see the situation, Tiana suggested. The others nodded in agreement. There seemed to be no other choice. They hurriedly arrived at Buyer City. Sure enough, they found traces of Gwillem, who was walking towards Adeline's house. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound echoed in the sky, followed by a radiant golden light. A resplendent flying boat circled over Buyer City. Amerigosil, why is she here? The four changed their expressions drastically, frowning tightly. For some reason, seeing this Selena made them uneasy. Gwillem and his daughter, heading towards Adeline's house, also furrowed their brows and quickly hid themselves. Goddess, something unexpected was discovered in this small town that will surely delight you. Engagely man bowed before Amerigosil, smiling broadly. Really? So, let me take a look at what it is. Amerigosil descended gracefully from the boat, floating through the air like a celestial fairy. Ordinary people who had never seen this scene before were agitated and crowded around her landing place with fervent excitement. Whoa, a celestial fairy. Is she really a fairy from the heavens? If the immortal grants me a bit of luck, that would be wonderful. Many fell to their knees, expressing devout reverence as they greeted Amerigosil's descent. However, their revered celestial goddess looked at them with cold disdain, revealing a look of disgust. With a wave of the jade palm, a surge of pressure descended directly. Almost instantly, these mortals were crushed to a pulp, their bodies bursting apart from the overwhelming force. Only then did the others realize that this was not any celestial fairy but a truly malevolent being. Accompanied by chaotic screams, they fled in panic. As the three made their way through, the streets became eerily empty. Finally, under the old man's guidance, they arrived at a small shop with its doors tightly shut. It's right here. The old man smiled meaningfully. Once the door opens, I'm sure you will be more than satisfied, goddess. Note, the translation has maintained the original tone and style, ensuring it remains natural and fluent while preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks from the source text. Chapter 446. Even if he came in person, he would only have the fate to kneel. You talk like that, which only makes me more curious. Having wasted so much of my time, I hope you don't disappoint me. Nora glanced at the old man and said softly. The gauge involuntarily shuddered, but remembering that object, he still felt confident. After all, even in their Kiku world, he had never seen anything quite like it. Please rest assured, bravely. Perhaps she was attracted by Miss Colleen's paintings and statues, Gwillem speculated. However, Kobe is truly inscrutable. He must have foreseen Nora's arrival, and thus specifically instructed us to come to Bear City. What should we do? Adamaris looked at Gwillem. Attack. We absolutely cannot let Nora succeed, Gwillem growled angrily. To dare touch Kobe's things, truly audacious. But can we stop Nora? Adamaris couldn't help asking. Rest assured, since Kobe sent us here, he definitely wouldn't have us act recklessly or send us to our deaths, Gwillem said firmly. Hearing this, Adamaris nodded seriously, and the two transformed into streaks of light rushing toward the shop. What are those two planning? Do they think reaching Earth Immortal makes them a match for Nora? Are they tired of living, rushing to their death? Hidden observers were shocked as Gwillem and Adamaris boldly charged towards the shop. Stop! Drop what you're holding! Reaching the shop entrance, Gwillem and Adamaris shouted at Nora. At the same time, they signaled Colleen's parents, who hastily fled from the backyard. Unconcerned about the parents' departure, Nora slowly put down the statue and turned to look at Gwillem and Adamaris, her eyes revealing surprise. Not only did you remove my soul-binding nails, but you two also broke through to become Earth Immortals, she remarked with a mocking tone. That's quite surprising. Explanation. Replaced rubbish with also, to maintain the flow and sarcasm without using offensive terms. Adjusted feiwu, rubbish, as it doesn't fit naturally in English and changed it to convey the intended meaning more appropriately. Ensured the sentence reads naturally and fluently in English while preserving the original meaning. Stop putting on airs. I warn you, put down what you're holding, Gwillem said sternly. Put down? Nora's voice turned icy, and in the blink of an eye, she was standing before Gwillem, gripping his neck with her frigid palm. When did a mere Earth Immortal dare defy us? Each word was delivered with increasing pressure on Gwillem's neck, making it creak under strain. Gwillem, despite the immense pain turning his face crimson, glared and managed to rasp. This belongs to Kobe. Without his permission, if you dare touch it, you can't bear his wrath. Heh. Nora laughed eerily. What I, Nora, want, no one can deny. No one can stop me. Not even your so-called Kobe would be any different if he came in person. He'd only kneel before me. You, Gwillem glared at her, seething. I'm actually hoping your Kobe comes to find me, Nora continued coldly. I haven't the time to chase after him, a cowardly turtle, so if I kill you too, will he come looking? If Kobe acts, you won't even get a chance to defend yourself, Gwillem replied through gritted teeth. Very well. All the more reason for me to await his arrival. But for now, you two die. Nora moved both hands, each grabbing one person by the neck, lifting them effortlessly. Clearly, even though they had broken through to Earth Immortal, they were helpless against her. In a moment, they hung limp and struggling like small birds, faces flushed, legs kicking wildly. What do we do? Just watch them die? Should we intervene? Watching Gwillem and Adamaris about to die, the four patriarchs observing from afar voiced their anxiety. Despite their concern, none of them moved, aware that Nora was far too formidable. Even two Earth Immortals were powerless before her, let alone themselves. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted inside the sundry's shop. Simultaneously, a powerful aura soared heavenward. Just as Nora was about to crush Gwillem and Adamaris, sensing the sudden surge behind her, she froze, turning to see the source was the statue behind her. Chapter 447. Is this the power of the Kobe? The aura from the statue grew increasingly intense, and it began to emit a blinding light. The brightness was as harsh as the sun, causing even Nora to squint her eyes. The epicenter, cracks like spider webs spread in all directions. Buildings within a half-mile radius collapsed entirely. What? Seeing this, Nora and the others finally changed their expressions. Engage with celestial immortal strength had been defeated in one move? Rescue. Nora called out. She and another gauge attacked simultaneously. Taking advantage of the man's brief moment of evasion, the injured gauge was finally rescued. 3 against 1. Nora felt unprecedented solemnity, unable to comprehend what kind of power the man wielded. The two gauges nodded quickly, spreading out their immortal powers and attacking from 3 directions. However, facing their attacks, the man seemed completely unfazed. His black cloud robe shimmered like a stream of light, weaving through the battlefield. Boom! One gauge was sent flying away. Bang! Another punch sent the other gauge flying too. Under the onslaught of powerful attacks, countless buildings in Bailu City crumbled continuously. Thankfully, everyone in Bailu City had already fled during Nora's killing spree, preventing further casualties. So strong. Hidden observers, the 4 patriarchs, stared wide-eyed at the man who was single-handedly overpowering 3 opponents. Unbelievable sounds filled the air. Simultaneously, regret gnawed at their hearts for not aiding when Nora wanted to kill Boris and Ruby earlier. Even if they hadn't succeeded, their actions would have represented their stance. If they had known that just a statue created by Markniu's sect could be this powerful, they wouldn't have hesitated to align themselves. But now, it was too late. Their intervention now would hold a different meaning. Sighing, the 4 lamented missing yet another opportunity. Meanwhile, Boris and his daughter watched the man standing on air, wearing a cloud-patterned robe, with awe-filled eyes. Is this the power of the Kobe? Hard to imagine, just a statue alone managed to defeat Nora and the others so thoroughly. Ruby marveled. No wonder the Kobe has never taken Nora seriously. No, this isn't the Kobe's power. Boris corrected earnestly. To be precise, this is Adria's power. Upon hearing this, Ruby realized. This statue wasn't crafted by Mitchell, but by his student, Adria. The Kobe taught Adria only for half a month, and her statue already has such power. If the Kobe were to carve it personally, how much more magnificent would its power be? Ruby speculated. Probably. It would annihilate Nora and the others in an instant. Boris guessed. Ruby nodded solemnly, the image of the white-robed figure appearing in her mind, admiration evident in her eyes. Deity woman, this person's power is too bizarre. We can only use divine arts to subdue him. The two gauges, now tattered, panted and eye over Bailu City, casting a vast shadow below. Earth burst heavenly star. Finally, as the earthen sphere reached its limit, the man spoke coldly. Then, with a gentle squeeze of his hand, crack, the sphere trembled violently, abruptly tightening. Watching this, both Boris and the four patriarchs held their breaths, feeling dry-mouthed. The force of that sudden constriction was palpable. Those within the earthen sphere, were they dead? They stared intently at the sphere in the sky, searching for answers. Moments later, the sphere began to dissolve, breaking apart into chunks of rock falling from the sky. Suddenly, their pupils dilated. They clearly saw three distorted, unrecognizable corpses fall from the sky. From the remnants of their clothing, these were indeed Nora and the others. The tyrant of the northern sea, who had instilled fear in many high-ranking cultivators, truly died? Everyone stood speechless, gasping collectively. More astonishingly, Nora's death seemed like an instantaneous slaughter. Despite the apparent duration, the entire confrontation lasted only a dozen breaths. And throughout, the man seemed to have used only two moves. Chapter 448. Did the Kobe miscalculate? Far away, 10 miles distant, a spatial ripple shimmered. A figure in white emerged from the spatial jump and then fell to the ground. She was admired the wooden carving in his hand. Couldn't help but marvel. Among all these skills, only carving appealed to Mitchell greatly. Indeed, whenever he had time, he would carve a couple. After accumulating for so long, there were hundreds stored in his spatial ring. There were characters from past life anime, like the Akatsuki members accompanying the wooden carving Leah gave to her mother. He had a complete set. From the One Piece world, Straw Hat Crew, 4 Hudsons, there were also familiar mythological figures from the past life, such as the Journey to the West Quartet, Erlang Shen, Neza, Gus Wong, and the 7 brothers of the Calabash Warriors, along with the generations of Ultramen he loved in childhood. Thus, among these hundreds of carvings, all sorts of characters were available. These are useless on me. Mitchell looked at the pile of statues, feeling quite vexed. If he threw them away, it would be wasteful. If he didn't, storing them would only occupy space. However, Mitchell glanced at Leah, who was earnestly drawing nearby, and came up with a good idea. Lee's parents ran a general store, selling handmade crafts made by her mother. Why not send these statues to Lee's parents to display and sell in their store? This way, it could also supplement Lee's parents' income, making it easier for Leah to leave with him without worrying too much. Chang'an. After some time of interaction, Mitchell knew Fintan's true name, and he wasn't surprised by it. Yes, Kobe. Fintan stood respectfully beside Mitchell. Please deliver these statues to Byron City. Mitchell found a burlap sack, packed all the wooden carvings into it, and handed it to Fintan. Yes, Kobe. Fintan took the sack and left the Marknew sect. Outside the Marknew sect, Fintan looked up at the lingering after effects of the recent battle in Byron City, his pupils constricting slightly. I wonder why Kobe asked me to deliver these statues to Byron City. But I believe Kobe has his reasons. Once there, I will understand. Fintan hoisted the sack over his shoulder and soared towards Byron City. In Byron City, Boris and the others were still cleaning up the battlefield, looking at the mangled corpses amidst the ruins, still in disbelief. Boom! Suddenly, a cold light shot from the sky, aiming straight for the wooden carving displayed on the counter of the small shop. Seemingly sensing the danger, the wooden carving trembled, about to emit light, but its own cracks grew more numerous. Burk! Finally, the sword light struck the wooden carving before it could unleash its power. Snap! Withdrawing strength to endure the blow, the wooden carving held on for 2 breaths, but eventually crumbled into powder. Ha 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 ha! This wooden carving is nothing extraordinary. It was powerful before, but it's just a consumable item. Once its power is depleted, it's nothing more than trash to be discarded. A Selena in white, with icy expression, laughed coldly from mid-air. It was Nora who dared to return because she sensed the weakening power of the wooden carving. What? Due to the rapid changes, Boris and the others only realized it now. Seeing the wooden carving turn to dust, their hearts sinking. The statue taught by the Kobe to Miss Leah cracked. Looking at the white-clad Selena again, their faces changed drastically. Bye, Nora, you're not dead? How can you be here? Boris spoke in panic, glancing involuntarily at the nearby corpse. It was indeed Nora's body. Humph. As a goddess of Bayong Palace, do you really think I would die easily? Nora's voice was icy. But although she said this, when she saw the corpse beside Boris, an overwhelming rage welled up inside her. For indeed, she had died before. But Bayong Palace used forbidden techniques, paying a heavy price to place 3 seals on her, giving her 3 extra lives, her greatest and most audacious capital. However, one of these seals was destroyed by the statue. How could she not hate it? The statue is destroyed. Next to die are you. After killing you, I will dig out the master behind you, refine him into a puppet, and quench my fear. A dazzling light erupted from Ruby's waist. The light swept out and in an instant, deflected a May's sword strike away. Her long sword flew out of her grasp as she tumbled backward through the air, staring at her cracked palms in disbelief. Of course, the cracked palms weren't enough to command her full attention. Instead, she looked at the scroll that had fallen from Ruby's waist and was now slowly rising into the air. Boris and Ruby, who thought they were doomed, also reacted, looking in shock at the slowly floating scroll. Under everyone's gaze, the scroll slowly unfurled in midair, illuminated by a radiant light. Painting! Look, it's the painting Mr. gave you. Boris trembled with excitement as he shouted. Right, father, It's the painting Mr. gave me. It's the power of his gift, Ruby said, tears streaming down her face. Mr. never miscalculates. He foresaw everything. Yes, Mr. definitely foresaw all this, Boris exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. Now I understand why Mr. gave you that painting. Amaze exuded a bone-chilling aura, her brows furrowing tightly. She felt an absolute threat emanating from the painting. A threat even more terrifying than the appearance of the black-robed man on the auspicious cloud. However, she wasn't willing to admit this danger. After all, in her eyes, this outside world, which had only been around for 20 million years, was just a backwater compared to the Kermixu realm, which had existed through several epochs. These country bumpkins only deserve to be slaves in front of someone as esteemed as the goddess of Bayong Palace. Thus, a wooden statue alone had already surprised and shocked her beyond belief. How could she accept that this backwater place continued to produce things that made her, amaze, feel fear? Her pride and arrogance wouldn't allow her to feel such fear. Finally, the scroll fully unfurled in midair, revealing a Selena. She sat elegantly with her chin resting on her hand, full of grace and beauty. It's you? Amaze immediately recognized the Selena in the painting as Ruby, her cautious expression vanishing instantly. This Selena was nothing but trash, let alone within a painting. Sure enough, the threat she sensed must have been an illusion. A cold smile spread across her face. But the next moment, she realized how terribly wrong she was. The Selena in the painting seemed to come alive, turning her eyes directly toward Amaze. There was an energy lurking in those eyes, making Amaze's scalp prickle. Her cold smile froze. Before she could regain her composure, two beams of white light shot out from the Selena's eyes, rushing towards Amaze. As the beams passed, space evaporated into nothingness, causing ripples in the fabric of reality. An unprecedented sense of crisis and fear flooded Amaze's heart, making her tremble and sweat profusely. Even the proud Amaze's first instinct in that moment was to run. She strongly felt that if she were hit by these beams, she would only meet her demise. Her divine power surged within her body as she leaped into the void, desperately flying away. While fleeing, she gasped for breath, glancing behind her with wide, terrified eyes. The beams had already reached her back. No, don't. She screamed in despair, her body desperately trying to dodge. But it was all futile. The two beams penetrated her body, exploding into a shower of blood in midair. There was no trace left of her, only her shrill screams echoing faintly in the sky. Nightfall and the four grandmasters, who witnessed the entire scene, felt their scalps prickle. The power of those two beams was terrifying. However, the painting's glow did not diminish. The eyes of the painted Ruby moved again, sending another pair of beams shooting into the distance. 10 miles away, space wavered, and Amaze, still drenched in cold sweat, collapsed onto the ground. The feeling of imminent death was too horrifying. She never Despair filled Amaze's heart. She dashed forward with all her might, her voice becoming frantic and desperate. Save me, Sam, Kobe, Christester, Zax. Please, save me. Feeling the growing danger from behind, she desperately watched the teleportation array, appearing as miserable as could be. Finally, a figure emerged from the array. It was a venerable Gage in his 60s, his aura powerful and imposing. Senior Gillis, save me. Amaze shouted hoarsely, like clutching at a lifeline. Do not fear, goddess. No one can harm you while I am here, Zach Gillis replied sternly, stepping out of the array, his voice resonating through the air. I am Gillis Tion of Bayong Palace. Who dares harm our palace's goddess? But just as he spoke, two beams pierced straight through his body. Chapter 450, Terrifying Kermitup. Gillis Changtian's expression froze. He looked down at his body, eyes widening in shock. I just made my entrance, and it ends like this? He muttered, dazed. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. Under the ravages of an immense force, his body exploded. Gillis Changtian died. The shower of blood covered Nora, startling her into a shiver, terror stricken to her core. Even though she had personally experienced similar twice before, witnessing Gillis Changtian's gruesome end still heavily impacted her mind. However, as she was lost in thought for that instant, the distant painting flashed with light once more. Two beams of light locked onto her again, shooting from afar. Even though the teleportation array was right there, Nora was so frightened that she lost all composure, rushing madly into the array. Finally, entering the teleportation array, Nora was instantly sent back to Bayong True Palace, and at that moment, the array closed as well. Relieved by the familiar surroundings and fresh air of Bayong True Palace, Nora slumped weakly to the ground. Yet her eyes blazed with overwhelming hatred. As the esteemed divine maiden of Bayong True Palace and the future successor, she had paid such a great price on her first outing. 3 lives lost. Such a loss was utterly unacceptable to her. I don't care who you are. I will make you pay 10-fold, 100-fold. Swear to cut you into pieces, only then could I quench my hatred. She spat out each word through gritted teeth. Huh. Suddenly, something felt off. Turning her head toward the distant sky, her heart raced. She saw two beams of light breaking through the sky from afar, locking onto her directly. What? Actually crossing realms to chase after me. She stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that these beams would directly pursue her all the way to Kermixu realm. Panic surged anew within her, celestial energy surging, deploying unmatched speed as she desperately rushed toward the heart of Bayong True Palace. As she ran, another frantic cry escaped her lips. Save me, Kobe, save me. Fortunately, this was Bayong True Palace's stronghold. When the beams appeared, many experts sensed the terrifying aura. Boom. At that moment, dozens of overpowering energies rose up across Bayong True Palace, numerous experts flying into the sky. Once airborne, they immediately spotted the disheveled Nora being chased by the beams. What a powerful attack! We must resist together, said Axel, the patriarch of Baiyang True Palace, narrowing his eyes at the approaching beams, brows furrowing. The power of the beams unnerved even him, so he promptly ordered them to unite their resistance. Experts nodded, forming seals simultaneously, pushing forward in unison. Their combined attacks formed a terrifying shockwave, solidified, hurtling towards the beams. Boom. In an instant, two immense forces collided. A colossal mushroom cloud arose in the sky. The raging storm spread outwards, countless structures of Baiyang True Palace leveled under the impact. Simultaneously, the beams vanished mid-air. Yet the numerous experts of Baiyang True Palace did not fare well either. Groaning, dozens flew backward, skidding thousands of feet in the sky before steadying themselves. Who on earth is attacking us? So powerful that our united strength can barely withstand it. Axel frowned, swiftly turning to Nora sprawled on the ground. Chinner, what happened? Axel led everyone closer to Nora, asking, what about the two gauges who went with you? Kobe, please avenge me. Nora, trembling, red-eyed with hate, replied, we encountered someone outside who killed both gauges and used up all 3 marks bestowed upon me. What? All 3 marks used up? Axel's face turned livid as he glanced at Nora's hand. Sure enough, the 3 marks had dimmed completely. Who is this person? Axel spoke through clenched teeth, pale with fury. Since Kermixu realm reopened, Baiyang True Palace's first venture outside resulted in such heavy losses. A bitter pill to swallow. I don't know who he is, but he looks down on Baiyang True Palace, saying killing its members is like squashing insects. If not for those 3 marks and the golden teleportation array you gave me, Kobe might never have seen your disciple again. But even so, I barely escaped. Nora choked, tears filling her eyes. Good. He dared look down on Baiyang True Palace. Let's see who's so arrogant. Axel clenched his fists, radiating rage. Zack's above celestial immortal realm. Stay behind to guard. The rest come with me. We'll confront this man. We'll see if he still has the nerve facing Baiyang True Palace. Thank you, Kobe. Please capture her. Cripple her cultivation. Let me torture her. Nora sneered maliciously. Don't worry, Chinner. Axel softly reassured. You're my top disciple. I won't let you suffer in vain. Whoever harmed you, whoever it is and whatever the reason, they will surely die. With that, Axel waved his hand. Golden light flickered, revealing a massive vessel in the sky. Board the ship. Dozens of experts flew aboard, each displaying profound prowess, none below celestial immortal level. Such an assembly was truly terrifying. Almost anyone among them could sweep through Xinjiang continent alone. Chinner, come with me. You shall witness how the one who bullied you trembles under the might of Baiyang True Palace. Kobe. Nora hesitated, fear lingering. Rest assured, with me, no one can harm you. Axel understood her apprehension and consoled her sincerely. Well, Nora considered. Despite being divine maiden, her power paled compared to these gauges, let alone with Kobe present. In such a lineup, what danger could befall her? Moreover, how could she find closure without seeing the culprit grovel in humiliation? Thus, she joined the group aboard the vessel. Swiftly, the vessel zipped through the sky, guided by Nora, heading towards Bayer City. Forces within the Kermixu boundary. My lord, this person might be of use to you. In midair, Engage stood respectfully before Andres, speaking softly. That depends on whether he has the ability, the Andres smiled. While his wooden sculpture and painting demonstrated decent strength, it is not enough for me. What does it take? The Gage couldn't help but ask. At least have some resistance against Baiyang True Palace, the Andres said leisurely. I think that's hard. The Gage laughed bitterly. Baiyang True Palace isn't weak in the Kermixu boundary. Xenon is already at the golden immortal level above celestial immortal, with so many celestial immortals supporting him. Ordinary people cannot resist. Indeed, it's difficult. The Andres smiled. But I don't require him to defeat Baiyang True Palace. However, his next move should at least satisfy me. If he can satisfy me, I can save him once. Of course, if he's just a waste, dying is not worth my effort. You're right, my lord. The Gage nodded in agreement. Just wait and see how it develops. The man chuckled, standing with his hands behind his back, watching as if it were a show. The flying boat moved at breakneck speed. Within half an hour, it had crossed half of Beihai, reaching the sky above Byron City. The massive boat cast vast shadows over Byron City. With Xenon leading, several dozen formidable experts looked down upon Byron City and its inhabitants. Upon seeing this, Boris and his daughter were greatly alarmed. Whether from the grand spectacle or the overwhelming aura emanating from the boat, it was clear that Nora's backing force, Baiyang True Palace, had arrived. What made them more apprehensive was that none of the experts on the boat were weaker than Nora. This meant they were all celestial immortals. Boris and his daughter felt a chill run through them. A single Nora had already wreaked havoc on Beihai. Imagine the impact of dozens of such experts. Father, what do we do? Adamaris lacked experience and felt fear, asking Boris nervously. Don't panic. We have our mentor backing us, Boris comforted her. And at worst, we face death. Right, we have our mentor. Recalling the white-robed figure, Adamaris took a deep breath, calming herself. This matter has escalated far more than expected. Who would have thought experts from Baiyang True Palace would arrive so quickly? Seeing Xenon and company, Tiana and others began discussing among themselves. What should we do? Gillis Tianglong asked impatiently. Leave. This isn't something we can get involved in, Tiana responded solemnly. But isn't this an opportunity for us? Gillis Tianglong looked at them meaningfully. Now is a chance to reposition ourselves. Either join Baiyang True Palace. If they win, our future will be better under their control. Or, join the one from Markniu's sect. Perhaps we'll have the same fate as Boris's family. Hearing this, Tiana and the others fell silent. Gillis Tianglong had a point. It indeed was a good opportunity to align with a major force. While their involvement might not affect the outcome, it was about showing allegiance. But was it easy to choose? Choosing correctly meant safety, while choosing poorly could lead to catastrophic consequences. What do you think the chances are? Jamar asked. For now, although the painting is powerful, if the one from Marknew's sect has no reserve tactics, facing an army like Byung True Palace would be tough, Gillis Tianglong replied. True, Tiana agreed. But who can guarantee that this person doesn't have more up their sleeve? They nodded mutually. Tiana's reasoning made sense. They were stumped for a moment, unsure which choice to make. Let's play it safe and leave, Tiana suggested after some silence. Jamar and Gillis Tianglong sighed in agreement. The decision was too difficult. Playing safe and leaving might be the wisest move. As they were about to leave, they noticed Bergen walking towards Boris and his daughter. Bergen, what are you doing? Tiana called out sternly. I'm siding with the one from Marknew's sect, Bergen replied resolutely. You? Tiana looked at Bergen in disbelief. Do you not fear that Marknew's sect won't stand a chance? They're facing the entire Byung True Palace. Tiana shouted. To die fighting. We've missed too many chances. I don't want to miss this again. Bergen walked decisively towards Boris and his daughter, waving at Tiana and the others. If you want to leave, go ahead. Tiana and the others sighed, admiring Bergen's boldness in making a stand at this critical moment. Tiana and the others flew away to observe from a distance. Bergen, you? Boris looked at Bergen in surprise. I once received an opportunity from the Minter, and I consider myself a protege. Therefore, I stand with you. Bergen stood beside Boris firmly. Boris and his daughter admired Bergen, appreciating his support, even if he wouldn't provide much help. Nora glanced coldly at Boris and the others before ignoring them. Her focus remained solely on the painting and the person behind it. Kobe, the painting's power destroyed 3 seals on me. Staring at the painting, Nora said hatefully, both this painting and the statue mentioned earlier come from the same person. But the statue is destroyed, leaving only this painting. Suppressing this painting will reveal the one behind it. Xenon's eyes narrowed as he stared intensely at the painting, feeling a strong sense of danger. However, he wasn't anxious. After all, he brought the full might of Byung True Palace. Could they really be defeated by a mere painting? Everyone, listen to my command. Unite and form an array to destroy this painting. Xenon barked coldly. As his voice fell, dozens of celestial immortals swooped down from the flying boat, surrounding the painting from all directions. Array activate. Leading them, Xenon's hand seal released a powerful force that spread toward the painting. The others also moved simultaneously, unleashing their own powers. In an instant, the combined strength of dozens of celestial immortals, enhanced by the formation, immediately trapped the painting within an energy cage. Golden light erupted from the painting as beams of light shot out from the Selena's eyes continuously. However, although the beams were strong, they were evenly absorbed by the dozens of experts, rendering them less effective. As time gradually passed, the painting's light started to dim, and its attacks became increasingly weaker. Finally, the power of the painting was reduced to its limit. Xenon directly dismantled the formation, flipped his palm, and unleashed a sharp claw print straight at the painting. Rip! The painting instantly turned into shreds, losing all its power. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the man standing on the flying boat, filled with hatred, burst into mocking laughter. Back then, this painting's power had chased her into a sorry state. Now, under the might of Byung True Palace, it ended up nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. Chapter 452. A desperate demand. After destroying the painting, Xenon and Nora's gazes finally fell on the figures of Boris and his companions. The painting is destroyed. You've lost one of your main supports. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Hurry up and use them, or you won't get another chance. Xenon cast a cold glance at Boris and the others, his voice dripping with icy disdain. Upon seeing this, Bergen also turned his gaze to Boris. Boris, do you have any other moves left? Something like another painting or statue? Bergen anxiously asked. Hearing this, Boris's face darkened immensely. After a long silence, he shook his head at Bergen. Bergen's lips twitched, his face showing a trace of reluctance as he didn't speak further. Since you have no more tricks up your sleeve, quickly inform your master behind the scenes to come out and meet his death. Stop being a coward, Xenon said coldly. This way, I won't have to find him personally. Humph, don't be too pleased yet. Even in this situation, Boris refused to submit, raising his head resolutely and speaking with determination. We may not have ways to deal with you, but it doesn't mean Thorn does not have his own plans. Ha ha ha, what a fine mister. Indeed? Xenon sneered. If the mister you speak of is truly so formidable, why hide like a coward behind the scenes? Probably, the only things he has are that previous statue, and the painting we just destroyed, right? No, that's not the case, Boris responded solemnly. Thorn's power is beyond your imagination. Is that so? Xenon laughed coldly. Then why doesn't he ever show himself? I suppose he saw the lineup of Byung Palace and got scared? If not, then give me a reason why he doesn't appear. Xenon's words struck deeply into Boris and his companions' minds, delivering a heavy blow to their resolve. Father, could Thorn really? Ruby asked with a troubled expression. Bergen also turned his gaze toward him. No, impossible. Boris gritted his teeth, his face full of resolve. However, while he held on to his beliefs internally, he couldn't explain Mitchell's prolonged absence. Seeing Boris stammer without an answer, Xenon showed a mocking smile. Just as he had suspected, he had previously guessed that Mitchell was likely someone who practiced through special means. These kinds of practitioners often controlled symbols, beasts, or even cultivated undead assistants. In summary, they manipulated all sorts of peculiar entities. But despite their varied methods, they shared one commonality: weak personal strength. For instance, their Kermixu realm had a sect called Tang Clan renowned for puppetry, where the puppets exhibited incredible combat power, but the clan members themselves were weaker than the puppets they controlled. And Boris's so-called Mr. was probably one such person, except instead of controlling puppets or undead, he used the earlier wooden sculpture and the now destroyed painting. Therefore, once stripped of these trump cards, such unconventional cultivators pose little threat. Combined with Mitchell's continued absence, this further validated his thoughts. In the distance, Tiana and the others shook their heads heavily, sighing deeply. Bergen made a fatal misstep. Though the Marknew sect was strong, facing the entire Bayonganon Palace would likely prove overwhelming. He probably wouldn't show up. Thus, with Bayonganon Palace's capabilities, aligning with Bergen against them might spell the end for Hunkin Sword School. In another part of the void, Andres and Engage watched this scene unfold. My lord, what do you think? The Gage asked. Likely just someone like those from Tang Clan, able to unleash power only through objects like paintings and wood sculptures, the Andres replied, shaking his head. I had hoped to find a promising talent, but it seems I overestimated him. Why aren't you three begging for mercy? At this moment, Xenon stared at Boris and his companions, his voice icy. Himph, we belong to Thorn and will never yield to you. He will appear, and he won't let you off easily, Boris declared firmly. Really? Tough nut? Xenon's eyes narrowed, and he swung his palm down with great force. Boom. The trio spat blood, half of their bodies sinking into the earth under the immense pressure, their faces pale and exhausted. Himph, to tell you the truth, your so-called Thorn likely ran away. With only that painting and statue at his disposal, and both now gone, he wouldn't dare show his face again. Of course, rest assured, he ruined my disciple's 3 seals. No matter how far he runs, we will catch him, Xenon taunted, striking a deep chord within Boris. Humph. Who says Thorn's capabilities are limited to that statue and painting? Boris raised his head, replying sarcastically. Those creations were done by one of Thorn's junior disciples whom he taught for just half a month. The painting merely received a few casual touches from him. And statues and paintings of this caliber can be casually created by Thorn. Ha ha ha. Boris's statement elicited mocking laughter from the crowd of Bayonganon Palace. Casually create? Perhaps our founding ancestors could do so. But who is he to spout such big talk? Xenon reprimanded sternly. Humph. Can fireflies comprehend the light of the blazing sun? You lack the qualification to understand someone of Thorn's caliber, Boris retorted coldly. Xenon's eyes narrowed, his muscles twitching, filled with darkness. Ordinarily, he would have smashed Boris into pieces for such insolence. Yet he restrained himself. These unconventional cultivators had specific means of escape, especially since both the painting and the statue were now destroyed. Capturing the real master behind them would not be easy. His best shot was provoking that person into showing himself through Boris and his companions, saving him considerable effort. This is your chance. Summon him so we can witness just how formidable his casually crafted statues and paintings are, Xenon sneered. However, just as he finished speaking, a light and airy voice came from nearby. Oh my. What a desperate demand. It's the first time I've seen something like this. Very well, I'll satisfy you. Translation note. The structure and tone have been maintained from the original Burkinese text to ensure consistency and coherence with the preceding story. Names and specific terminology have been preserved using pinyin to respect the authenticity of the work. Chapter 453. Don't you want to see my Kobe's wood carvings? An unexpected voice. It drew the attention of everyone present. Even the Andres and Gage in the distant void who were preparing to leave halted their steps and turned back the mountain, too busy to pay attention to you guys. Of course, dealing with your ragtag bunch doesn't require him to personally intervene. Ha ha, what arrogance. Aren't you afraid you'll bite off more than you can chew? Lu Jingyi sneered icily. Sending a disciple against our White Sun True Palace is merely courting death. Hold on, I think there's a misunderstanding here, Jamie hurriedly explained. N? Lu Jingyi shifted his gaze to Jamie. I didn't come to deal with you either. After all, as my master's disciple, my prestige wouldn't stoop low enough to handle you personally, Jamie stated blandly. He then put down the sack beside him and slowly untied the rope securing the mouth of the sack. As he undid the rope, he continued casually, didn't you want to see my master's wood carvings? They'll be shown to you soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyi and the others all fixed their gazes on the sack, frowning deeply. Because what struck him as unusual was how composed Jamie seemed. He was facing the entire White Sun True Palace, which should be an unimaginable scenario. His intuition told him that there must be something amiss. Kobe, don't be fooled by him. He's just pretending, surely. What could possibly be valuable inside a tattered jute sack? Bai Shanyi spoke coldly beside Lu Jingyi. Hearing this, Lu Jingyi nodded. Yes, a tattered jute sack. What could it possibly contain? And with so many experts from the White Sun True Palace present, could they really fail? He had been overly cautious. Thus, he raised his head and barked at Jamie coldly, stop fooling around. If you have anything, bring it out quickly. Otherwise, you may never get the chance again. Huh. Jamie chuckled but couldn't help but curse Henrik for tying such a tight knot. He eventually used his teeth to loosen the rope. Finally, the rope broke, and Jamie lifted the jute sack open. To fulfill your curiosity, as the sack was lifted, hundreds of wooden carvings spilled onto the ground, resembling nothing more than a pile of trash. Yet, these seemingly worthless objects caused waves of chaos. Ha 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 ha, wooden carvings, all carved by the scholar. Truly, the scholar has planned for everything right from the start. Keenan laughed loudly, full of admiration for Henrik. Yes indeed. The scholar always surprises us in critical moments, Billy wept joyfully, her reverence for Henrik bordering on faith. Even Manny danced in celebration beside them. I bet right. Heavenly Sword Pavilion will rise. Rise ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the faces of the members of White Sun True Palace froze. Especially Bai Shanyi, who subconsciously hid behind Lu Jingyi, still haunted by the terror of the cloud-robed man formed from those wooden carvings. Seeing his subordinates in such a disarray, Lu Jingyi waved his hand urgently and commanded, don't be afraid. These carvings can't all possess that kind of power. It's likely an illusion to deceive us. Hearing this, others snapped out of their daze. True. These carvings are ordinary, mere illusions. If each carving had that power, what chaos would it cause? Wouldn't this immortal river continent be leveled? Kobe, we must capture them alive, torture them harshly, and ensure they meet a miserable end. Bai Shanyi spat venomously, clenching her teeth after being startled again. Don't worry, not a single one will escape. Lu Jingyi squinted his eyes and turned his gaze towards Jamie. Humph, trying tricks in front of me. Lu Jingyi, you're still too young. I've seen through your illusions at first glance. Not wasting any more breath on you. It's time for you to die. Consider this advanced interest. With that, he swooped down from the sky, unleashing a force comparable to mountains crashing and seas overturning directly at Jamie. However, facing Lu Jingyi's attack, Jamie didn't even glance once. Instead, he dragged a recliner chair from the nearby ruins. Some people are just so ignorant. Too long in comfort, and they forget themselves. Well then, enjoy this thoroughly. He kept murmuring to himself while blowing away the dust on the recliner, lying down atop it. Chapter 454, Divine Art, OF*CK. At the same moment Fintan lay down, Xenon's palm print was already above his head. Humph. Still pretending. Die. Fintan's carefree attitude enraged Xenon. But then he remembered that Fintan would soon die under his palm, and a cold smirk spread across his face. However, in the next instant, that smirk froze, because he suddenly noticed a monkey had appeared beside him at some point. It had a thunderbolt-shaped mouth, a hairy face, and held an iron cudgel. Xenon was nearly scared out of his wits by this sudden appearance, feeling an immense danger emanating from the monkey. Reacting quickly, he immediately retracted his attack and rolled backward. The very next moment, the monkey with the thunderbolt-shaped mouth roared, "Ho, take old monkey's staff." As the words left its mouth, a massive staff descended where he had just stood. Boom. The blow carved a deep canyon into the ground, creating tremors felt throughout Bayer City as if an earthquake were happening. Xenon didn't get hit, but the force of the blow sent him flying. What? Everyone present was stunned by the sheer power, especially the members of Bayang Ganon Palace, who watched with wide eyes filled with disbelief. If this strike had truly landed on Xenon, what would have been the result? Even Xenon himself felt a chill run down his spine. Floating back to his original position, he narrowed his eyes and glared at the monkey before turning to Fintan and sneered. To think there's actually such a powerful wooden statue hidden among this pile of trash. But so what? Do you really think Bayang Ganon Palace can't handle it? Xenon laughed coldly, then raised his hand and shouted, "This wooden statue may be strong, but it's just a disposable item, and there's only one of it. Everyone, follow my orders, join forces, and destroy it first." Yes. The experts of Bayang Ganon Palace echoed in unison, their aura overwhelming as they flew down from the sky. In no time, dozens of heavenly immortal-level experts surrounded the monkey. Humph. A single wooden statue cannot withstand Bayang Ganon Palace's experts. I vow to capture you, torture you thoroughly, and cast you into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts for eternal suffering. On the flying boat, Ainsley, who had been watching the spectacle, smiled bitterly with hatred. Just as their attacks reached the monkey, suddenly a dazzling golden light burst forth around the monkey's feet. Boom. Following the explosion of golden light came a loud roar, revealing a nine-tailed fox surging into the sky. It was surrounded by red light, casting shadows over vast areas below, with eyes full of murderous intent that sent shivers down anyone's spine. What? Not just one wooden statue? Seeing the nine-tailed fox, Xenon's expression turned grim. Sam, what do we do? Everyone felt a profound sense of danger emanating from the fox, asking Xenon anxiously. Don't worry. 2 statues? Can Bayang Ganon Palace not handle 2 statues? Hearing this, everyone nodded. They had gathered so many experts only for major battles. They shouldn't be defeated by just 2 statues. They breathed a sigh of relief. However, while they were planning how to deal with the 2 statues, 10 more bursts of golden light emerged from the pile of junk. Then, 10 men clad in black robes adorned with auspicious clouds appeared beside the monkey. What? Ainsley's mocking laugh froze midair. The sight instantly drained all color from her face, especially seeing Albin among them, the same man who killed her the first time. And she could feel this one was far more powerful. 10 men appearing like that made Xenon and his team momentarily dumbfounded. But just as they were still in shock, golden lights kept flashing, one after another. A young man wearing a red scarf and carrying a spear with a red heart on his forehead emerged on windfire wheels. Several dozen giants clad in red and white shouting, "Arya, quickly, start the boat." Just then, a yellow-haired man with an afro appeared above the boat. Divine Art, OF*CK. With his shout, a huge blue energy ball formed in his hands and slammed into Bayang Ganon Palace's flying boat. Boom! The boat exploded instantly, scattering fragments everywhere, shaking the entire sky. Ainsley, ejected by the blast, spat blood and was hurled to the ground. What? Our sect's flying warship is just gone? Xenon was dumbstruck. This flying boat was a prized possession of their sect, constructed from countless valuable materials, virtually a mobile fortress. It had been destroyed in a single blow. Who exactly is this yellow-haired man? How could he be so powerful? He felt a deep pain and intense fear. More worrisome than losing the treasure was their own lives. With the boat destroyed, escaping alive was now impossible. Considering this, he turned to Fintan with a grave face. I indeed underestimated you. These wooden statues are indeed formidable. If so, then my Bayang Ganon Palace will choose to overlook your past transgressions. In the future, we will not interfere with each other. What do you say? Chapter 455. Using numbers to overwhelm him. I was wondering where you got the nerve to say that? Fintan, crossing his legs and squinting, asked, "You will let bygones be bygone?" Fintan chuckled at the absurdity of it. The patriarch of such a prestigious sect, was he lacking in brains? But then again, no matter whether it was his past life or this world, there were always people who had an inflated sense of self-importance and challenged authority without a clear understanding of their own capabilities. When things didn't go as they imagined, they would always console themselves rather than face the reality. LV Ganaji's face turned ashen. So, what do you want? Leave that Selena behind. Fintan pointed at Nora, saying, this Selena has repeatedly insulted my master. It is unforgivable. Additionally, since you've destroyed the paintings and wooden carvings Adeline, my junior sister, gave to her parents, hand over all your sect's treasures as compensation. The faces of the Baixiang Ganon Palace members turned pale. What a greedy demand. Do not push us too far, LV Ganaji rasped. These wooden figurines may be strong, but our Baixiang Ganon Palace isn't easy to provoke either. If need be, we'll all perish together. Then you are on your own. Fintan gave a faint smile and simply leaned back into the recliner, closing his eyes. At that moment, the figures and beasts emerging from the hundreds of wooden carvings directed their gazes towards the Baixiang Ganon Palace members. Upon seeing this, the Baixiang Ganon Palace members' expressions became grave. What do we do, Sam? The crowd looked at LV Ganaji for guidance. Pushing us too far. Really think our Baixiang Ganon Palace is easy to deal with? LV Ganaji said sternly, don't be afraid. Although these figurines look powerful, they're ultimately lifeless objects and mere consumables. Once we drag this out until their energy is depleted, they won't be more than fish on our chopping board. Hearing this, the Baixiang Ganon Palace experts nodded solemnly, drawing their weapons that shimmered with ominous light, exuding a chilling aura. Attack! A thunderous roar erupted from their mouths as they charged towards the hundreds of wooden carvings. Knowing they couldn't escape, a preemptive strike seemed better to gain momentum. As they attacked, various sword techniques, palm strikes, and energy blasts surged, shaking the entire sky. Spatial rifts tore through space. While the Baixiang Ganon Palace experts moved, so did the hundreds of wooden figurines. 10 men clad in black robes with auspicious clouds around them scattered across the rubble, their agile bodies moving swiftly, hands forming seals rapidly. Spicy Sky Sai, Cliff, Candace Sayuhaha. Various skills were released from their hands. In no time, the sky was filled with dark mist and countless crows. Floodwaters poured down from above, and water, fire, lightning interlaced in a chaotic dance of elemental forces. On the other side, dozens of giants rose, leaving craters on the ground, arms crossed in a crucifixion pose before releasing destructive beams from their right hands. Other figurines displayed a myriad of abilities, each showing off its unique skill set. Immediately, both sides clashed. The sky resounded with booming sounds, explosions continuous. Savage energies intertwining created wind blades slicing through space. Fierce auras spread out in all directions, turning the entire Bayer city into a living hell. Engagely member of Baixiang Ganon Palace faced a seductively dressed Selena, revealing a cold smirk. A frail Selena like her. What power could she have? Yet, just as he made a move, a red heart shot from her hand, striking him on the chest. What's happening? The gauge froze. His body started moving uncontrollably toward her. He stared wide-eyed at the Selena. She smiled at him, her voice mesmerizing. Nua accompanies you in play. Her voice faded as she appeared beside him, a mysterious force enveloping him. The gauge fell rigidly, his face etched with disbelief. Elsewhere, Andres, wielding a saber, flew up creating a long trail of light. Just as he was about to strike, a robust figure jumped down from above. Damasha. A huge sword plunged into his head. The man dropped dead. Amidst the ruins, 3 gauges confronted the blonde with the explosive hairstyle who had previously destroyed the flying boat. This one is formidable. We should directly kill him. Use divine talismans to create clones and overwhelm him with numbers. One gauge said. As they descended, the 3 simultaneously pulled out 10 golden talisman papers, each paper glowing with a radiance, generating 10 clones for each gauge. Though the talismans last only a short while, every clone possesses our full strength. 30 of us will crush this yellow-haired man easily. The lead gauge shouted, go. 30 figures surged towards the blonde from all directions. Facing their attack, the blonde remained stationary, forming hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. White smoke emerged around him, followed by thousands of yellow-haired clones jumping out. Caw. The 3 gauges were utterly stunned. Please note that certain elements in this chapter seem to mix different fictional universes, e.g., Damasha, from League of Legends, Daji, which might refer to the mythological figure Swerin, also sometimes referenced as a charming demoness, and I translated them as closely to their source as possible while maintaining coherence within the story context. Chapter 456, A Man Like the Wind. Initially, they had intended to overwhelm with numbers, but ended up being utterly crushed. Cold sweat trickled down the faces of the 3 as they bolted in fear. However, the 1,000 yellow-haired individuals formed pairs, generating skills. 500 rotating light orbs coalesced instantly. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. A synchronized chant erupted from 1,000 mouths, and 500 Rasengan spheres hurtled towards the 30 men. Instantly, the 30 became ash. Immortal beast, come forth. Facing another gauge was a monk draped in a cassock. Despite the monk's unassuming appearance, the gauge did not underestimate him. He immediately summoned his contracted immortal beast. The beast's presence was intimidating. Soaring high, it extended its sharp claws toward the monk. In an instant, it had grabbed the monk. The gauge shouted urgently, kill him. The immortal beast growled menacingly, ready to tear the monk apart. However, the monk suddenly looked up at it, mumbling incessantly through a mouth full of saliva. Both humans and spirits are born from mothers. The difference is that humans are born from human mothers, and spirits from spirit mothers. What is your mother's noble surname? To be a spirit is like being a person. One must have a compassionate heart. With me under the debris. In the sky, a man holding a bow fired arrows seamlessly. 3 gauges from White Sun True Palace were pierced by the arrows, which soared into the sky. Seeing this, Fintan, who was lying on a lounge chair, jumped up in alarm. Is this guy going to bring down the sun? Fortunately, it didn't happen as he feared. Phew, these wooden statues are just past works by my master, not masterpieces. If he used his masterpieces, the sun might really be gone. He patted his chest in relief and lay back on the lounge chair. Gaston's eyes widened with solemnity as he saw many comrades fall in the first clash. We cannot continue like this. Everyone listen to me. Gather together, form an array, and unleash the true Yang strike, Gaston shouted loudly. Hearing this, all the experts flew toward Gaston, swiftly aligning themselves behind him in a multitude formation. Form the array. Gaston issued commands, rapidly making hand seals. Simultaneously, the hands of the White Sun True Palace experts rested on each other, channeling their power through this medium directly into Gaston. At this moment, Gaston's hair stood on end, his eyes gleamed red, and his aura soared heavenward. The mortal art, true Yang strike. With his loud cry, a blazing pillar of light akin to the midday sun condensed in his hands and blasted outward. Boom! The strike changed the very color of the heavens and earth. As the light column struck, it grew larger, illuminating the smoke-filled battlefield. After unleashing this attack, Gaston and his companions' faces turned pale, clearly exhausted. They stared intently at the light column, filled with hope. Unforeseen events would likely destroy most of the wooden statues. But then, a man appeared suddenly, slender and elegant with long hair tied back, sporting sword-like eyebrows and a long sword at his waist. His movements were graceful and fluid, truly embodying a man like the wind. He brandished his longsword and faced the true Yang strike alone. Humph! Courting death, Gaston and others sneered, believing such an act to be suicidal. The next moment, they were dumbfounded. Haisei ki? This man shouted, swinging his longsword to create a massive wall of wind before him. The true Yang strike hit the wind wall, creating not even a ripple before disappearing entirely. Chapter 457. Another person of interest. What? Xenon and the others' faces changed drastically, their eyes nearly popping out. The overwhelmingly powerful attack that they, a group of dozens, had conjured up, was actually nullified in an instant. Before they could react, the wooden figurines attacked again, and the two sides clashed once more. Calling it a battle would be inaccurate, it was more like a massacre. The situation was completely one-sided, with anguished cries incessantly emanating from the mouths of the Baiyang Ganon Gong members. They died in all sorts of ways. Some were killed by a bear summoned by a lowly sitting on them. Others were directly sealed inside a pagoda. Some were sliced into pieces by flying robots. In addition to these, countless other methods of death unfolded amidst the ruins. Those who survived lost all will to fight and fled for their lives in a frenzy. However, they were quickly caught up by the wooden figurines. Ah, where did this spider web come from? Let go of me. What kind of shield is that, blocking my immortal spell? Ah, this melon head is so fast. No, save me. This toad licked me. Ah, I'm being eaten. In just a short moment, dozens of Baiyang Ganon Gong members were reduced to only 7 or 8 survivors. As for the wooden figurines, apart from one lunatic in the black robe who had self-destructed, none of the hundreds of figurines sustained any damage at all. Seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, Xenon stood there pale-faced, his expression blank and his eyes devoid of any emotion. Only now did he realize how terrifying these wooden figurines truly were. He finally came to the realization of how off base his initial judgment had been. According to his understanding, Xinjiang continent had only been rebooted for 20 million years, and thus the strength level here should have been limited. Even if there were reincarnators, 20 million years might not have been enough for them to fully awaken. But who could have predicted stepping out and running straight into such trouble? Indeed, one misstep can lead to eternal regret. A massive force like Baiyang Ganon Gong, with dozens of celestial immortals, was obliterated like this. He knew, Baiyang Ganon Gong was finished. If time could be reversed, he wouldn't dare provoke the owner of those wooden figurines, even with 10,000 guts. But there was no remedy for regret. Inevitably, he cast a hateful glare toward Nora, wishing to devour her flesh. Actually, deep down, he understood the root of the matter quite well. Nora must have been driven by greed to snatch the wooden figurine and painting, only to be hunted in return. And he himself was blinded by Nora's deception, coming here to meddle as a means of favoring his favorite disciple. But ultimately, it was all because of Nora. Enraged, Xenon walked step by step toward Nora, filled with intense killing intent. Pale-faced Nora trembled upon sensing Xenon's gaze, taking steps backward while panicking. Kobe, please, no, I beg you. However, as soon as her voice faded, Xenon gripped Nora's neck. The current downfall of Baiyang Ganon Gong is entirely due to you, said Xenon with a raspy voice, lifting Nora forcefully. Nora struggled to speak, her face flushed red. Boom. Xenon threw Nora away, crashing her at Fintan's feet. This incident was caused by this Selena. Do with her as you wish, Xenon said gravely. No, Nora screamed hysterically, crawling toward Xenon on the ground, pleading, Kobe, I am your most beloved disciple. You can't do this to me. Humph. Xenon waved his hand and slapped Nora away, landing her beside Stefan once again. Disheveled Nora hurriedly crawled up and started knocking her head against the ground in front of Stefan, crying out, please spare me. I can be your servant, serve you faithfully, work tirelessly, just don't kill me. At this moment, Nora had completely lost her resolve, far removed from her usual haughty demeanor. After all, the entire Baiyang Ganon Gong had been wiped out. She knew full well what she had provoked. Fintan's palm landed on Nora's head. I have no interest in you. But you insulted my Kobe, a crime worthy of endless death. With that, Fintan's palm struck down fiercely. Nora's eyes bulged wide, blood oozing from her 7 orifices as she instantly perished on the ground. A once divine figure fell, like a dead dog. After Nora's death, Xenon led the remaining few to kneel, removing a ring and presenting it with both hands. This ring contains all the power of Byong Gan and Gong. We surrender it to you. Today, we reap what we sowed. Please convey our last request to the revered Gage behind you. If you could spare the disciples of Byong Gan and Gong, we are willing to end our own lives. Without waiting for Fintan's reply, Xenon raised his palm, releasing a cold light which immediately sent the several experts behind him crashing to the ground. Hatred! He shouted skyward, delivering the final blow to his own head. Thus, the formidable lineup of dozens of celestial immortals from Byong Gan and Gong was completely annihilated, leaving no one behind. Fintan sighed. Xenon had indeed done the right thing before dying. Had he realized sooner, things might have turned out differently. Reflecting on it carefully, it was also within reason. The powers used by these wooden figurines weren't from this world. Xenon and the others simply couldn't comprehend their power, leading to misjudgments. As the battle concluded, from among the wooden figurines emerged a Selena glowing with radiant light. She looked dignified and kind, wearing white robes akin to a celestial beauty. Holding a jade vase and brushing willow branches, she appeared serene. Her movements restored the collapsed buildings swiftly. The damaged earth was repaired, and even the mortals affected by the chaos were revived. Soon, Air City returned to its original state, as if the battle had never happened. Witnessing everything unfold, everyone drew in cold breaths, especially when they saw the radiance from that Selena. The miraculous spells made them involuntarily bow down. Of course, if a single wooden figurine could wield such power, then its creator was nothing less than a deity. Mitchell had become their new faith. Bergen gambled correctly. Hayes's expression was complicated. Others remained silent for a long time, unable to speak. Yet, without a doubt, their faces were filled with regret. Once again, they missed an opportunity that might never come again. They envied Bergen who had seized the chance. They knew that in the future, they would fall behind Bergen. 3 of the 4 major sects were now nominal entities. 3 people suffered damage to their Dao hearts. Days later, Hong Tian's sword sect received a wooden figurine from Fintan and rose to prominence. Meanwhile, the other 3 major sects underwent significant changes. The 3 leaders resigned, entered the secular world, and became monks at Jinshan Temple. At the peak of a mountain, Andre sat cross-legged, accompanied by Engage. The man was practicing, eventually raising his head to glance at his chest after a long time. The wound, it had healed. He heaved a sigh of relief. My lord, that person's strength far exceeded our expectations. Even Byong Gan and Gong was wiped out. With such strength, he could certainly be useful to you, the Gage hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the man's face darkened, striking the Gage's head multiple times. Useful? Are you trying to get me killed? That wooden figurine's accidental punch nearly cost me half my life, and you want me to use him? Do you even have a brain? Speaking of this, the man was still filled with lingering fear. Recalling that day, he had been observing the battle when suddenly a rubber-like arm reached out and punched him. That punch nearly sent him to his doom, and it took several precious immortal elixirs to stabilize his injuries. Investigate further. Are there any other individuals worth noting on Immortal River continent? The Andre said with an ashen face. As for the owner of that wooden figurine, I dare not provoke him. Well, there is indeed someone like that, the Gage hurriedly said. I've heard that a few days ago, a black-robed figure appeared, accompanied by a dog, a centipede, and a bear. They wreaked havoc on various sects across Immortal River continent, and even defeated several primeval beasts from the previous era in Central Region. Oh, a black-robed figure, a centipede, a dog, and a bear? Wreaking havoc on major forces and defeating primeval beasts? Interesting. The corner of the Andres' mouth curled up. Based on the description, this person seemed to be exactly what he needed. So, he asked hastily, do you know where this person is now? Report to your lordship. If my guess is correct, the black-robed figure should still be in the central region of Immortal River, the Gage promptly replied. Let's go to Central Region and find him. The Andres stood up, stretched his limbs, and then stepped into the air, departing immediately. Chapter 458, A Clever Plan. Central Region. 4 figures clad in black robes were perched on a rooftop. The first figure contained nothing but a skeleton, its skull grinning with a blade of grass hanging between its teeth. The second figure revealed a dog's head, tilted to one side with lecherous eyes. The third figure was a centipede, whose pincers occasionally twitched. The fourth figure was a large black bear. Unfortunately, the robe was too small, only covering its shoulders and barely stretching over its massive frame. Big brother, wait a moment. The sacred maiden of Qinshuan sect will pass by here shortly, the dog hastily said. Oh, how do I look today? Willie promptly adjusted his black robe and struck a pose. Wait for me, let me fix you up. The dog eagerly pulled out an outfit from its chest and laid it before Willie. Mark, what's this? Willie stared at the clothes in surprise. Heh, don't you know? The dog whispered conspiratorially. I heard from the neighbor's grandpa that our master once sold clothes for a living, and this set is from what remained back then. And the master seemed to call it something like, yes, I remember now, tight pants, dotted shoes, a weapon for charming girls. SSS, great stuff. Willie gasped, hurriedly shedding his black robe to put on the tight pants and dotted shoes. He twirled around in place. What do you think? Absolutely handsome. The other 3 gave him a thumbs up. Come on, brothers, let's lie in wait. With a snap of his fingers, Willie leaped into the air, and the 4 landed inside a tavern, taking a table by the window. Brothers, we'll surely succeed today, the centipede said enthusiastically. Sure, haven't you seen how famous I've become in the central region? That sacred maiden will undoubtedly be smitten when she sees me, the dog boasted proudly. Aya, stay low, I just want true love. So, in front of her, I don't want to reveal my identity. I want her to love me for my charm and looks, not for my status or wealth. Willie pressed down with his palms as he spoke. At that moment in the sky, 2 figures stood watching. the Andres and the Gage who had come from the northern sea. So, this is the peculiar one you mentioned? What is he wearing? The Andres furrowed his brow. My lord, appearances can be deceiving. This man does have some strength, the Gage explained. Don't believe me? Watch this. This is a scene from his recent battle against the sect. He waved his hand, and an image appeared in midair. In it, Willie was standing with his hands on his hips, pinning a dozen Marshall Hudsons to the ground with one palm. Indeed it's him. The Andres narrowed his eyes and looked towards the tavern. Let's go meet him. The Andres leaped and arrived at the tavern's entrance. The two slowly climbed upstairs and sat at a table next to Willie's group, listening in on their conversation. Brother, remember, when you appear later, you need to make a strong impression on that girl, the dog whispered. Indeed, but how can I leave such an impression? Willie asked. Isn't that simple? The dog grinned. When the girl passes by, I'll pretend to snatch something from the centipede, and you can swoop in from above, striking me away with your palm. That way, the girl will see your brave deed and excellent character, coupled with your handsome appearance, and she'll be utterly captivated. Ah, what a clever plan. Willie slapped his thigh in approval, giving an admiring glance towards the dog. Mark, you really understand my heart. Of course, it's my duty to assist my brother. The dog nodded, then dug out a red rose with its paw and quickly added, remember, bring this flower. But initially, hide it so she won't suspect it's intentional. Don't let her know you have the flower until you casually pull it out to surprise her. Brilliant. Willie gaped, hurriedly tucking the rose away. Mark, do you have any other brilliant ideas? Sure, there are many details we need to discuss. The dog leaned closer and began whispering more plans. Meanwhile, after eavesdropping for a while, the Andres grew impatient as their conversation was trivial. He lifted his wine cup and approached them. Meeting you all is destiny. I am Archer, and I wish to be friends with all of you. Would that be acceptable? He raised his cup and smiled. However, no one responded. The bear was devouring food greedily, the centipede was filing its nails, and the dog and Willie were engrossed in their own conversation. They treated Archer as if he were invisible. Archer's brows knitted together in annoyance, and the Gage beside him was brimming with anger. Who were they? They had lowered themselves to personally extend friendship, yet they were completely ignored? Translation completed as per guidelines provided. Hashtag chapter 459. And then, nothing happened. Anakin watched as these people continued to talk and act amongst themselves, completely ignoring his presence. His anger flared up. Humph. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort. He wanted to regain the attention of Ed and the others while also expressing his displeasure. However, his action was once again ignored. The bear, having finished eating, was now picking its teeth. The centipede had switched legs and was trimming its nails. Ed and Barker continued their hushed whispers. Humph. You four are so arrogant, treating my lord with such disrespect. Very well, let me teach you a lesson, said the Gage beside Anakin, releasing a burst of energy toward Ed and the others. Then he flipped his palm and lunged at Barker. But Ed didn't even look at him, grabbed his hand, and in an instant threw him out the window until he disappeared from sight. This man is crazy. Forget it. Don't mind him, Mark. Continue with what you were saying. Yes, big brother. Remember everything I told you. Ed and Barker carried on their quiet conversation without a hitch. Meanwhile, Anakin stood frozen in place, unable to recover from the shock. He knew that his subordinate was a golden immortal, comparable in power to Axel of White Young Palace. Even though he hadn't used full strength, it shouldn't have been easy to counter. Yet this black-robed man had instantly thrown him away. After the initial shock wore off, a smile crept across Anakin's face. This was indeed the person he needed to find. He hadn't made a mistake in judgment. Seeing Ed's prowess, the anger he felt for being ignored began to subside. After all, true masters tended to be proud. If Ed lacked this pride, Anakin might not have liked him as much. So he walked forward unnoticed, raised both hands, and reintroduced himself. My name is Anakin. May we share a drink? Holding up his wine cup, he waited for a response. But the bone man and dog, along with the bear and centipede, simply stood up and walked past him, continuing down the street. Just like that, they left. Only Anakin's raised hand remained suspended in the air, trembling slightly, while his face twisted between fury and bewilderment. Ed and the others hurriedly rushed down the street. Soon after, the centipede covered itself with the black robe and lay on the ground, shouting dramatically, "Help! Someone save me! This person has robbed me, insulted my soul, and is trying to take over my body. Who can help chase away this evil bully?" The crowd gathered around, pointing and commenting. Humph. So what if he took your stuff? I'm a bully anyway, Barker replied, equally dramatic under the black robe. At the same time, he gave it a quick glance and whispered, Brother, the girl is here. Get ready. Remember, act fast and look cool. Sure enough, from the side of the street, a sword-wielding girl with a gentle appearance and slender figure approached. Ed's eyes lit up. Dressed in a black robe and tight pants, wearing bean shoes, he flipped through the air and landed gracefully. Hey, who dares to bully men and women in broad daylight? He called out. Watch how I enforce justice. With that, Ed slapped Barker hard. Ah! Barker flew backward, clutching his chest. What a powerful strike. Today, I admit defeat. Good luck to you all. Barker fled hastily. Applause. Baron appeared just in time, clapping loudly. The crowd responded half-heartedly, then scattered with jeers. My pleasure, my duty to uphold justice, Ed bowed graciously, glancing subtly at the holy maiden of Chinchuan sect as she approached. Finally, when the girl was close enough, Ed turned on his bean shoes, spinning in place, leaning against the wall, looking deeply into her eyes. But she passed by without a second glance. Confused, Ed sought help through telepathy. Barker, what's going on? Didn't you say she would throw herself at me? Barker emerged from nowhere, offering advice. Brother, calm down. Ed chuckled. But no matter. Just a materialistic Selena. No loss. Back at the tavern, Anakin watched the entire scene unfold, his expression complex. He thought these people were planning something significant, only to witness such low-grade acting and awkward behavior. It was laughable and pitiable at the same time. However, he still acknowledged Ed's strength. Reflecting on it, he realized Ed's earlier indifference stemmed from arrogance. If anyone approached him unexpectedly, he wouldn't respond either. It was time to reveal his identity and strength. With a light leap, he arrived in front of Ed, subtly exposing his own cultivation level. Elon, let's be direct. I have matters to discuss. I come from Kermixu world. My name is Anakin, and I possess the power of an immortal above the golden immortal stage. Xian immortal. Few can match me, hence why I'm known as the first Xian immortal of Kermixu. Anakin raised his head slightly, exuding pride, gauging Ed's reaction. Having revealed his identity and strength, Anakin thought it would now elicit a serious response from Ed and allow them to have a proper conversation. After all, who could ignore a Xian immortal level expert? This was an existence above the golden immortal stage. Moreover, he was the first Xian immortal of Kermixu world. Looking at the proud expression on Anakin's face, Ed turned his head and gave him a faint glance. With that single indifferent word, he walked away with Barker and the others. And then, nothing happened after that. The air just froze. Anakin stood there, dumbstruck. He had expected some form of acknowledgement or reaction, but instead, there was nothing, just dead silence. His prideful demeanor began to falter as reality set in. No grand confrontation, no awe-inspiring moment, just this inexplicable indifference. Chapter 460. You make the first move. Anakin's face twitched, and his body trembled with anger. Could it be that even his Xian immortal cultivation was not enough to make this black-robed figure take him seriously? Did he misunderstand, or simply disbelieve him? Fine. This completely ignited Anakin's urge to conquer, vowing to make this black-robed person submit to him. Hold on. Anakin called out softly, then hurriedly caught up with Bowie and the other three, blocking their path. Do you have some kind of problem? Bowie placed his hands on his hips and said arrogantly. Anakin looked uncomfortable but endured Bowie's insults. After all, in the current Xinjiang continent, finding such a powerful expert was incredibly difficult. This person could play a critical role in his grand plans. He fiddled with the storage ring on his hand and took out an exquisite box. This is a Xian quality Xian pill. Using it will allow you to advance one minor rank in the Xian immortal realm without any side effects. Furthermore, as he spoke, he produced a long sword that glinted coldly. This is one of our Kermixu world treasures. Possessing this sword can enable you to fight beyond your level. It's something I obtained from a secret realm long ago. Now, these two supreme treasures can be yours. All you need to do is agree to one condition. Having finished speaking, Anakin curled his lips into a smile as he gazed at Bowie. He didn't believe that such valuable treasures would fail to impress him. After all, even in Kermixu world, these items would fetch astronomical prices and cause intense competition. Just that? Bowie gave a disdainful glance before walking away with exaggerated casualness. Anakin was stunned again. Did he actually see disdain in Bowie's eyes when faced with these treasures? However, it wasn't just Bowie. Barker and Baron also passed by with similar dismissive glances, showing no interest in the offered treasures. Only Magnus paused for a moment at the back. Buddy, those two pieces of trash, you should really not bring them out. As for that so-called immortal pill, my dog brother chews candy beans better than that. Magnus offered this earnest advice before walking away. Trash? Anakin stood rooted to the spot, his face twitching uncontrollably. His two treasures were regarded as trash? Was it due to ignorance or sheer disregard for him? Fury burned within him, causing his entire body to emit a palpable aura of rage, his eyes flashing with intense coldness. With his status, even in Kermixu world, he wouldn't humble himself to actively befriend others. Yet here, he was repeatedly being disdained. How much more could one endure? In one swift move, he blocked the path of Bowie and the other three once more. Four of you, you are indeed too arrogant, Anakin said in a dark voice. Because you have no rivals in the Xinjiang continent, do you really think there's no one who can subdue you? What are you blabbering about? Finally, Bowie gave him an impatient glance. What do you want? Anakin let out a cold snort. I had intended to treat you as an honored guest, but since you prefer the penalty wine over courtesy, I'll get straight to the point. I demand your submission and service to me. Today, you must agree, whether you like it or not. Anakin spoke heavily, unleashing an overpowering aura without restraint. However, his words seemed to amuse Barker and the others, whose faces became incredibly expressive as they looked at Anakin as if he were a fool. What? Don't believe me? Seeing their reaction, Anakin sneered. Let's have a little contest. Let's see whose strength is greater. If you lose, you shall submit to me. Fine, make your move quickly. Bowie glanced at Anakin indifferently and replied impatiently. Me make the first move? Anakin chuckled coldly. If I made the first move, you probably wouldn't even get a chance. So, I'll give you an opportunity to go first. Alright. Bowie nodded, not even sparing a glance, casually throwing a punch in Anakin's direction. Chapter 461. I want to go home. Moron, Bowie said leisurely, then slowly left with Marvin and the others, searching for their next true love. The same spot. Aiden was already nowhere to be seen. Dimly visible in the sky was a star that twinkled briefly. After an unknown duration, in the sky over Beihai, something plummeted at high speed, just like a meteor falling from the heavens, crashing loudly onto the ground. Boom. After being struck by the punch, Aiden came to his senses, spitting out large amounts of blood while his eyes gleamed with intense fear, nearly popping out of his head. Feeling his shattered bones and damaged organs, Aiden breathed heavily, lying in the crater, unable to move. He hastily took out the transmission jade slip. Hurry, come pick me up in Beihai immediately. I want to go back home. He shouted as he activated the jade slip. The gauge thrown out the window by Bowie had suffered significant injuries but rushed towards the tavern, fearing a confrontation between Bowie and their master. But halfway there, he received Aiden's transmission jade slip. My lord, how did you get to Beihai so quickly? The gauge couldn't help but respond via the jade slip. Hearing this, Aiden nearly lost it and roared, Did I ask you to talk back? Just hurry up and get here. After speaking, Aiden lay in the pit, still trembling with lingering fear, remembering what had just happened. He realized he made the same mistake as Byong Ganongong due to the superiority brought by Kermixu world compared to Xinjiang continent. Unlike him, his luck was slightly better. He didn't die after that punch. Of course, he understood that the black-robed man held back. What truly terrified him was the control the black-robed man exhibited over his strength. One punch sent him from Zhongzhou to Beihai without killing him, which was terrifying when one thought about it. A few days later, the gauge finally arrived. My lord, what happened to you? Seeing Aiden lying in the crater, unable to move, the gauge couldn't help but exclaim. Shut up, Aiden snapped with glaring eyes. Carry me back to Kermixu world. Back to Kermixu world? The gauge blinked and asked, Is my lord not planning to subdue the black-robed man? Upon hearing this, the heavily injured Aiden twitched, nearly dying on the spot. Pointing at the gauge, he scolded angrily, No wonder you, despite having decent strength, were unwanted by any faction in Kermixu world. Only someone blind would let you follow them. Forget it, carry me back to the Kermixu world. Saying this, Aiden felt like cursing. As a mighty immortal cultivator, he had only been on Xinjiang continent for a few days, focusing on two people who turned out to be untouchable, each more terrifying than the last. He hadn't even met the first person when a wooden statue nearly killed him with a punch. Then, another black-robed man's punch sent him from Zhongzhou to Beihai. Talk about recruiting subordinates. Nothing happened except nearly losing his life. Especially that moron who said there were no experts on Xinjiang continent. Aiden wished he could kill him and his whole family. He wanted to show him to the iron plates, proving there were indeed experts here. Aiden only wanted to leave this place. Xinjiang continent was too terrifying. He never wanted to return here ever again. Finally, the gauge carried Aiden on his back, transforming into a streak of light and flying back toward Kermixu world. Seeing that he was heading back, Aiden finally breathed a sigh of relief, his dark mood dissipating somewhat. Suddenly, the gauge spoke up, Oh right, my lord. You haven't told me how you got from Zhongzhou to Beihai so quickly? Hearing this, Aiden lost it completely. Why do you talk so much? Why do you talk so much? I'll execute you when we get back. Jumping up on the gauge's back, he started pounding the gauge with his fists. Accidentally hitting his own injured testicles, he screamed in pain mid-air. This chapter maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. It also keeps the paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. Chapter 462, The Heaven and Earth Sect, East Victory. I, Blaine, am back? Mitchell shouted excitedly. After days of waiting, he finally obtained the disciple token at Greenox sect. Not only that, with this mark of a sect disciple, he promptly went to the East Victory Sect Alliance upon returning and successfully secured permission to establish his own sect. Even if it's just a 9th rank sect, it doesn't matter. Looking at the permit in his hand, Mitchell felt elated. Once he established the sect, all he needed was to recruit 100 disciples, and then he could start cultivating. Flight, immortality, and dual cultivation were all beckoning to him. 2 days later, Mitchell returned to the island. East Victory is still the best. Mitchell felt exceptionally close to the Gagely who greeted him. During his absence, the construction on the island had been completed. Moreover, the Gagely from Pingjiang City had voluntarily built houses around Mitchell's new sect. Thus, the small island was bustling with activity, with bamboo rafts frequently floating by on the river. Oops, it seems I've really found a place with excellent feng shui. What do you think is a good name? This decision is yours to make, Elon. They bowed respectfully. Mitchell thought for a moment, decided it didn't matter much, and said casually, Let's call it Heaven and Earth Sect. No particular reason, just because it sounded grand. As soon as Mitchell named the sect, a familiar voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully created a sect. Reward, 1 flying sword. Binding to Heaven and Earth Sect. Heaven and Earth Sect bound successfully. Disciples, 3 out of 100. Once disciples reach 100, the host will unlock cultivation. Chapter 463, I'm calling it. At the same moment the system's voice sounded, a mysterious force descended upon the small island and its surrounding waters. The space on the island has become more substantial. Not just the space. It seems like the gravity and everything else on the island has changed. Exactly. With my transcendent immortal strength, I can no longer fly on the island. This feeling is as if we've arrived at an extremely advanced plane of existence. Several residents of the island began discussing the sudden changes, but there was no panic. For them, having seen Kobe's methods before, such unexpected events were no longer surprising. Fly sword. Mitchell's eyes widened in excitement upon hearing the system's voice. He hadn't expected this unpredictable system to surprise him again. Let's wrap it up here. I have something to attend to. Mitchell hurriedly left and found a secluded spot on the island to take out the fly sword the system had gifted him. The fly sword shimmered with a soft light as soon as he revealed it. Meanwhile, instructions for its use and functionality appeared in Mitchell's mind. This wasn't an offensive weapon but a flying magic treasure. As the name suggested, Mitchell only needed to step on it and focus his intent to ride it through the air. Excited, Mitchell couldn't help but try it out. He focused, wobbled unsteadily, and took off from the ground. Of course, he didn't dare fly too high, barely skimming the surface. But indeed, he was airborne thanks to the fly sword. Ha ha ha, I can fly. Mitchell laughed with sheer excitement. This form of self-directed flight was far superior to any commercial flights from his previous life, or being carried by others in this world. Moreover, the timing of receiving the fly sword couldn't have been better. Originally, he had planned to deceive his disciples into joining the sect and get them to help convince other gages to promote the sect. But he always hesitated because, as Alban of the sect, he lacked any true strength. This gave him an uncomfortable feeling whenever he thought about it. With the fly sword, however, things would be different. He could now convincingly pretend to be a cultivator and trick everyone into believing him. Mitchell felt bewildered. Could it be that there were many cultivators disguising themselves as ordinary people, such that they weren't surprised anymore? So, he hurriedly asked in embarrassment, You don't feel surprised at all? You don't feel surprised at all? Elon is jesting. This is only natural, they replied with full smiles on their faces. Mitchell was taken aback. What did only natural mean? Could it be that these people had long assumed he was a cultivator after seeing his intention to establish a sect? Upon careful thought, it seemed that this was indeed the case. After all, according to common sense, how could an ordinary person possibly found a sect? Therefore, these people had likely imagined him as a cultivator from early on. This also explained why those old folks and grandmas in Pingjiang City were so enthusiastic about him, even moving their homes to the island. Otherwise, comfort and good feng shui alone wouldn't suffice as explanations. Thinking this through, everything made sense. However, this perfectly suited Mitchell's intentions. He had been worried that these people wouldn't believe him, but now it seemed there was no need for much persuasion. Cough, cough. Since everyone knows my identity as a cultivator, Mitchell said nonchalantly and earnestly continued, you can introduce your relatives, friends, descendants, and families to my tiny sect, where they may join under my tutelage. I promise to do my utmost to guide them. With these words from Mitchell, the square of Pingjiang City suddenly burst into a frenzy. Is Elon serious? Yes, Elon, you're not joking, are you? Elon, you'll personally take disciples? Pairs of burning eyes immediately turned towards Mitchell, filled with excitement. I am definitely not joking. Not only will I personally accept disciples, but I will take 100. Mitchell smiled. Swoosh. As Mitchell's words fell, many people in the square rushed away like they were crazy. Those who remained stayed with regretful expressions, cursing their lack of descendants, thus missing out on this God-sent opportunity. This was the chance to be accepted into Elon's sect. Such an unparalleled opportunity was unheard of in the world. Looking at this scene, Mitchell couldn't help but grin widely. It seemed these old folks were successfully duped, truly believing he was an extraordinary cultivator. But then again, though he was just a facade, riding a flying sword and exuding that kind of aura left no choice but to see him as a supreme master. With the help of these gauges, recruiting 100 disciples should be quite simple. Mitchell went back to his room feeling justified, taking a nap while waiting for news from the Gagely group. Half a day later, put aside your pride here. Being called Hall means nothing. Remember, it's your fortune to come here today. And Gage sternly instructed his eldest disciple by the lake. Behave well when the time comes. If you can become the Zak's disciple, your fate will change. Elsewhere, and Gagely Selena lectured her granddaughter similarly. Remember, if the Zak decides to keep you, consider it your fortune, even if you're only given menial tasks. Got it? In no time, numerous Gages led their young geniuses, sect maidens, and elites towards him, their expressions devout, as if going on a pilgrimage. Translation ends here, maintaining the original tone and paragraph structure. The storyline flows naturally and logically following the previous content. Chapter 465, Talent Requirements. Kobe, many people have gathered in the square, all to pay their respects and seek discipleship. Birch walked in and softly spoke. Oh. Mitchell instantly perked up, his face filled with surprise. Just as he was about to go outside, he noticed Birch hesitating beside him. Disciple, is there something you wish to say? Mitchell gently asked. Kobe, I want to ask if you are really a cultivator. Birch said with anticipation on his face. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. You will know when the time comes. Mitchell affectionately patted Birch's little head. For this hardworking disciple, Mitchell could not bear. These Gages had practically completed half of his recruitment task in one go. Suddenly, from a distance came abusive remarks. Ancestor, though you barely got me to human immortal, my fatty body can hardly stand up to an 8th life Marshall Hudson. I'd rather not embarrass myself, okay? A fat man, seemingly a small mountain of flesh, reluctantly moved, eyes twinkling with discontent, speaking bitterly. Esteban, get your butt over here right now. Do you know how many would kill for this opportunity? And you're wasting it. The Gage, furious, kicked the fatty's bottom several times. Though these kicks caused no pain, constrained by the Gage's authority, he could only cover his head and advance. Sorry sir. We're late. The Gage apologized profusely before forcefully dragging the fatty into the crowd. Unexpectedly, the wayward son resumed eating stealthily. Eating, always eating. You've disgraced the Burke family. Ancestor, but I'm really hungry. Do you dare talk back? The Gage knocked Esteban on the head, expressing frustration. Other young talents looked at the fatty with disdain, questioning how someone like him qualified to be here. Please excuse me everyone. The Gage smiled apologetically while kicking Esteban fiercely again under cover. It's all right. Mitchell smiled. As long as recruits were brought in, a little delay was negligible. He needed every bit of progress he could get. After waiting a bit more, Mitchell began the selection process. He glanced around and immediately picked Esteban. The fatty's size and appearance made him stand out. Come over here. Esteban, who was gnawing on pork trotters, lifted his head. Others looked at him in disbelief. What are you standing around for? Elon is calling you, the Gage shouted, kicking Esteban again. Esteban snapped out of it, wiped the oil off his mouth, and ran respectfully to Mitchell. Cough, cough, let me check your talent. Mitchell pretended to examine the fatty, patting his shoulders and looking at his palms, nodding thoughtfully. In reality, he had no idea how to assess talent but had to keep up appearances. Of course, he used the system to scan the fatty. It showed abysmal talent. However, Mitchell didn't care. It was more important to recruit disciples. Average talent. But with some nurturing, you have potential. Mitchell lied convincingly. There was a chorus of gasps. Many envied Esteban, while Esteban himself was stunned. Most excited was the old Burke family patriarch, who had merely hoped for this stroke of luck. Mitchell felt awkward. His forehead turned black with lines. Was the old man too excited? If he knew Mitchell was just a hollow shell, what expression would he make? Never mind. Why can't these old men and women be more reliable? Let's call it a day here. Dismissed. Mitchell waved his hand, losing interest in further conversation. Why? Yes, why can that fatty be accepted, but we can't? Our strength is no less than his. Mitchell's words immediately caused a chorus of dissatisfied voices from the young talents, who questioned him loudly. Fortunately, the old men and women behind them quickly silenced the young talents with swift slaps. Shut up. You ungrateful lot. Do you think you can challenge Thorne's decision? Go, get out of here. The Gagely people hurriedly drove away the young talents and then said apologetically to Mitchell, please don't take offense at their behavior. It's fine. Mitchell waved his hand indifferently. After all, he and they were both unable to cultivate and thus understood each other's frustration over cultivation. That's good. But Thorne, may we ask, why did you say you wanted to recruit 100 disciples earlier, but now? Everyone looked at Mitchell cautiously, mustering the courage to ask. Alas. Looking at the departed young people, Mitchell decided to be honest since there was no need to protect their confidence. Actually, I'm not unwilling to recruit them. It's just that those you brought. Stopping for a moment, Mitchell shook his head and continued, their aptitudes are really too poor. Poor aptitude? Mitchell nodded, somewhat speechless. Not only poor, but poor beyond measure, utterly subpar. Hearing this, everyone wore expressions of bitterness. These young talents were indeed the top-tier future forces of the Xinjiang continent. Yet, in the eyes of Thorne, such a group was considered subpar? What kind of supreme genius could meet Thorne's standards? Thorne, do you mean my son? The only lucky one, Benicio, widened his eyes, looking at Mitchell. He's an exception. Mitchell glanced at the fatty beside him, also feeling rather speechless. But having already recruited him in front of everyone, he couldn't retract his decision. A while later, Mitchell brought Esteban to the main hall of Tiandi sect, the Heavenly Earth Hall. Under the witness of Mark Juan and others, Esteban bowed and acknowledged his master. Watching Esteban kneel on the ground, Mitchell felt overwhelmed. Recruiting a disciple who couldn't help him complete the task while bearing the responsibility of teaching him was indeed difficult. Wasn't this just inviting trouble? However, actions should have a start and an end. So Mitchell began to coax him seriously. As everyone knows, everyone has their path. You are quite capable in eating, so you will likely achieve something in this path. Here, take this book which I compiled myself, and try to understand it deeply. When you have fully grasped it, come find me. Finishing, Mitchell took out a comprehensive recipe book from his spatial ring and tossed it to Esteban. Esteban caught the comprehensive recipe book and opened it, his squinted eyes immediately glowing with excitement. Thank you, Kobe. Thank you, Kobe. I will certainly study it thoroughly and won't let you down. Esteban bowed vigorously on the ground, clutching the comprehensive recipe book, as if it were a treasure, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Go. Mitchell waved him off, dismissing the fatty. After all, there wasn't much else he could do at the moment. Unable to teach real cultivation skills, he had to resort to this method to stabilize the situation temporarily. Once he could cultivate in the future, he'd find a way to teach the fatty a few moves. What Mitchell didn't expect was how easily this fatty could be convinced. A comprehensive recipe book actually sufficed to placate him. North Justino Kermic's note. Reiterating the system's talent detection rules, post-upgrade, it doesn't bother with tests below immortal because they're not qualified. Even starting at human immortal and earth immortal levels, all are rated as super poor. Of course, this is a general rule, not absolute. There will be exceptions, like a martial spirit with supreme bone or something special, which might detect as ordinary or higher. Dream. Frowning at the advertisements on them, Mitchell couldn't help but grimace. The layout and style were unmistakably sleazy. How on earth would these attract people? But given his current predicament, Mitchell felt he had no other choice but to give it a shot. So, how do I use these flyers? Mitchell asked curiously. Just hold the flyer in hand and focus your thoughts, and they will be sent out randomly to those who meet your conditions, came the system's response. Oh, pretty magical. Mitchell's eyes sparkled as he queried. Will those who receive the flyer definitely come to me to become my disciple? Let it be. Once again, the infuriatingly vague answer came from the system. Mitchell was speechless, but there wasn't much he could do, so holding a flyer and focusing his thoughts, he gave it a try. Sure enough, the flyer in his hand disintegrated into twinkling specks before vanishing entirely. One by one, all 10 flyers dispersed similarly. Just as Mitchell was about to lie down, heavy footsteps approached. Opening his eyes, he saw Esteban running towards him rapidly, carrying a large bowl, his elephantine legs pounding the ground. Kobe, I've got it. Esteban called out excitedly as he ran. What did you get? Mitchell looked at him puzzled. Kobe, using the cookbook you provided, I've successfully figured out how to make fried rice. Here it is. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Esteban presented a bowl of golden fried rice to Mitchell with great enthusiasm. Just then, Stefan, who had been messing with talismans, walked by and was startled upon seeing the bowl of fried rice. Well, this fatty can actually pull off Yangzhou-style fried rice and infuse it with the power of the Tao. Impressive. However, Mitchell's lips twitched involuntarily. This guy, he simply made fried rice. Was it really worth getting this excited? A true foodie. Seeing Esteban's excitement, Mitchell, unable to dampen his spirits, commended him briefly and continued. There's plenty more in the complete cookbook for you to comprehend. Making fried rice is just the start. Continue studying. Yes, Kobe. Esteban bowed gratefully, setting the dish aside respectfully before leaving. It smells quite good, doesn't it? Sniffing appreciatively, Mitchell sat up and patted his stomach, then picked up the fried rice to taste it. This fatty, his fried rice tastes pretty decent. No worries about late-night snacks now. This apprentice was not taken in vain. Translation note. The paragraph structure and line breaks were maintained as requested. Chapter 468. A single quota. A few days later, Mitchell was in a grim mood. That damned system has tricked me again. He cursed out loud because even though the flyers had been distributed for several days and left with their chosen geniuses, only a few 8th or 9th grade sects remained, along with the leftover subpar disciples. Even so, the masters of these 8th and 9th grade sects still exuded deep, formidable presences. Mitchell joined them, standing straight like a true sect leader. Inside, however, he was panicking. As an ordinary human pretending to be a cultivator, navigating this situation was extremely challenging. Everyone else was a genuine expert. He even spotted terrifying Rex martial artists among them. Old Mark, even though I'm strong, we must stay low profile. Absolutely no troublemaking. Understand? Mitchell whispered earnestly to Mark Xiang. Yes, Kobe. Mark Xiang nodded respectfully. Relieved, Mitchell exhaled. As time passed, the 8th grade sects finished selecting their disciples. Now, only the 9th grade sects remained. That disciple is mine. I choose him for my Heavenly Moon sect. Any objections? Andre stepped forward, eyeing a wealthy-looking disciple. Humph, the Demon Sky sect also wants him, said another gauge, challenging him. Emph, you sure you want to oppose my Heavenly Moon sect? The man said sternly. Fear us? Not likely. The old man retorted. Then let's see who wins. The Andre slapped his palm at the old man, initiating a battle. Though these remaining disciples were rejects from other sects, for these 9th grade sects, they were still considered good prospects. In the end, the Heavenly Moon sect triumphed. Following this, several other sects began vying for the remaining disciples. Meanwhile, Mitchell stood expressionless, observing. Let them fight it out. I'll just take one if they leave any. He wasn't about to get involved and risk angering another sect. Yet after 2 hours, every disciple had been chosen. Mitchell's face darkened. Had he made this trip for nothing? He glanced at a nearby gauge, the head of Nine Heavens sect, who had multiple quotas and thus several selections. Cough, sir. I'm the Kobe of Heaven Earth Gate. I've traveled far and have yet to pick a disciple. Could we negotiate? Maybe you could spare one for me? Mitchell smiled warmly. You've got it rough. All right, I'll let one go to you. The gauge agreed readily. For him, relinquishing one subpar disciple was insignificant. Thus, he picked the least promising Michaela among them and handed her over to Mitchell. Mitchell looked her over. She was strikingly beautiful with exceptional features and an extraordinary physique, tall and well-endowed, with an unmistakably unique aura. Clearly, talent was paramount for most cultivators. Even if she was beautiful, without talent, she could be sacrificed. Mitchell quickly scanned her using the system. Just an average aptitude, he thought happily. The sect alliance's standard staying in a weaker sect only meant more time to recover. As long as she remained hidden and wasn't found by those who betrayed her in her past life, it didn't matter. Yet now, she was being passed around like a plaything between two minor sects? How infuriating. If she weren't cautious about exposing herself, fearing that the traitors from her past life might track her down, she would have already snapped this person's neck. Young lady, what's your name? Mitchell looked at her and asked gently. However, the Selena gave Mitchell a disdainful glance, finding him even less impressive. At least the Kobe of Nine Heavens sect still had some cultivation, but this person seemed to have none. Did you not hear the Kobe of Earth Heaven sect ask you a question? The gauge from Nine Heavens sect shouted. The Selena's gaze turned icy, yearning to lash out immediately, but she held back. She consoled herself. Emmeline, in your past life, you were an empress. Even this tiny immortal river continent wouldn't have been worthy of your attention. Is it necessary to argue with such people now? Well then, now she just needed a place where she could quietly recover. It didn't matter where exactly. All that mattered was restoring her cultivation. Until then, it was best not to stir up any trouble. A trashy sect is still a trashy sect, anyway, merely differing in degree. Emmeline, she said expressionlessly. So, Emmeline, you will join our Earth Heaven sect. Mitchell said softly. Emmeline showed no expression, neither speaking nor refusing, tacitly agreeing to join the Earth Heaven sect. After thanking the gauge from Nine Heaven sect, Mitchell took Emmeline and Darian on the journey back to Pingjiang. Unfortunately, they couldn't ride a flying sword. So, Mitchell rented a carriage, driven by Darian, heading back to Pingjiang City. Ah, Emmeline, I know Nine Heaven sect transferred you to me, and you must feel somewhat upset. But I understand. Mitchell tried to console her, seeing her silent state. However, don't lose hope. The Kobe of Nine Heavens sect isn't weak, and neither am I. Emmeline, who had been closing her eyes to rest, opened them to look at Mitchell. You aren't weak? She almost laughed. As for emotions, there were none. Being transferred from one mediocre sect to another, what did she have to be emotional about? Did he think she wanted to join Nine Heavens sect? Still, she found this young man more tolerable than the old man from Nine Heavens sect. Especially his detached yet gently smiling demeanor made it hard to dislike him, and he even knew how to offer comfort. A good-hearted warm guy. Once this Hudson restores my cultivation, perhaps I can offer some support. Maybe your Earth Heaven sect will benefit from my glory. Consider yourself lucky. Note, the translation maintains the original structure and line breaks as much as possible while ensuring the English version reads naturally. Chapter 470, The Ox Trader. Half a month later, the group finally arrived outside Pingjiang City. Sitting inside the carriage, Emmeline lifted the curtain to look outside. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as she stared intently at an engagely man leading an ox towards them. The old man was dressed in patched-up cloth clothes, appearing frail with each hesitant step. However, every step he took was as steady as a rock. Powerful, incredibly powerful. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful person here. And he's even a celestial being. Emmeline's eyes widened in disbelief. She also sensed that this celestial being was not an ordinary one. Far from what low-level human or earthly immortals could compare to. If it were her previous life, she might not have paid much attention to him. But today was different, especially after her brush with death. She understood the importance of caution. So she knew better than to provoke such a character, and decided it was best to avoid trouble. Stop by the side of the road? She urged hurriedly. Darian glanced at her, but ignored her request, instead looking toward Mitchell. Stop the carriage. Mitchell gently instructed, then looked at Emmeline and couldn't help asking, is something wrong? Pull over and let that old man pass. Emmeline said in a serious tone. As she spoke, Emmeline completely concealed her aura and hid within the carriage. Clearly, she feared the old man would recognize her, causing unnecessary trouble. Oh, pretty respectful indeed. Mitchell glanced at Emmeline in surprise, also telling Darian to pull over. Then he shouted loudly to the old man leading the ox. Hey, old man, why are you dressed so raggedly? Hearing Mitchell's words, Emmeline, who had just settled back into the carriage, almost exploded in frustration, springing up from her seat. She had prepared to remind Mitchell not to disrespect the old man to avoid trouble. But before she could say anything, Mitchell made such an impertinent comment, calling him old man, and saying his clothes were ragged. Does he know who the old man is? Does he know his cultivation level and status? To speak so boldly, doesn't he value his own life? Truly ignorant and presumptuous. The old man, hearing Mitchell shout, quickly raised his head, revealing a face full of wrinkles. He then approached the carriage step by step. Seeing this, Emmeline's nerves tightened sharply. Especially when looking into the old man's deep eyes, she felt intense pressure. This cursed mortal, who could easily have avoided any contact with this person, had to make an impertinent remark, attracting him, not only risking his own life, but dragging her along too. Now, it might be hard to resolve this peacefully. After all, which celestial wouldn't be enraged if called an old man and insulted for wearing rags? Watching the old man getting closer, Emmeline became restless like an ant on a hot pan, fully mobilizing her internal cultivation and preparing to flee at any moment. However, the old man's unexpected next words almost left her breathless. Pleased to meet you, Elon. The old man smiled at Mitchell, respectfully bowing deeply with polite humility. This reaction left Emmeline utterly shocked, her delicate face showing deep astonishment. What's happening here? She rubbed her eyes, fearing she might have misseen. Facing Mitchell's rudeness, not only did this strong man not get angry, but he was also this courteous? Watching Mitchell and the old man chatting casually, she found it hard to believe. It seemed they might know each other, and quite well. The carriage resumed moving until the old man disappeared from sight. Only then did Emmeline recover, breathing a sigh of relief. Exhaling heavily, she asked Mitchell, do you know that old man? Who is he? That old guy? Mitchell chuckled and said nonchalantly, yeah, I know him. He sells oxen. Forgot his name though. Sells oxen? Emmeline blinked wide-eyed, savoring this information, but she quickly realized what was going on. In her past life as an immortal Hudson, how could she not understand that many masters choose to delve into mundane life to improve their state of mind or escape the violent lifestyle, living as mortals to experience ordinary hearts? Even she once planned to do this during her time. That's right. It must be this way. The old man in front of her must be someone experiencing ordinary life in this small place. Normal people wouldn't know his true strength. Only her special ability allowed her to perceive his power. She couldn't help but glance at Mitchell. This guy really had luck, encountering a powerful person experiencing the common heart, thus avoiding disaster. If the old man hadn't been unwilling to break his ordinary heart, Mitchell's rude words might have cost him his life multiple times. Ignorance truly knows no fear. Chapter 471. First Nirvana Transformation. First Nirvana Transformation. At this moment, Emmeline's eyes flickered and narrowed deeply. She possessed the ninefold celestial god body, which significantly enhanced her talents and fortune with each transformation. It was due to this physique that she had reached the immortal Hudson realm in merely a few hundred years. Even at the immortal Hudson realm, her ninefold celestial god body had only transformed up to the 6th stage. If it could reach the 9th stage, she would be able to step into the legendary divine realm. This kind of physique made her the favored child of the heavens. However, this physique had a significant drawback. During each transformation, tending to vaguely explain the severity of the situation to Mitchell, but she feared frightening him. After all, how could someone like Mitchell, an ordinary person, understand something as complex as the ninefold celestial god body? Moreover, it was her own ace, which she couldn't just reveal. She gently turned her eyes and said, I've been feeling unwell recently and am uncomfortable in crowded places. I just need a few days. Once you find a place for me to stay, I will definitely join your Heaven-Earth sect after a few days. But you must ensure the place is safe. Emmeline wasn't lying to Mitchell. After the successful first transformation, her strength would increase dramatically, and whether the sect was high-ranking or low-ranking wouldn't matter much to her. However, if Mitchell could settle her down safely, she would owe him a favor. Joining his sect and providing some support would repay this favor. Oh, feeling unwell, huh? Period? Mitchell couldn't help but ask. What period? Emmeline furrowed her brows. Forget it. Nothing. Realizing these people wouldn't understand, Mitchell didn't say more and continued. Since you really have some reason and insist on finding a place to stay for a few days, it's actually solvable. I happen to have a martial arts gym. You can stay there for a few days. Martial arts gym? Is it safe? Emmeline asked seriously. Rest assured, it's very safe, Mitchell reassured her. Emmeline nodded, sensing that her internal power had completely disappeared. At this point, she had no choice but to trust Mitchell. Mark, you go back first. I'll take her to the gym, Mitchell softly instructed. Yes, Kobe. Mark Xiang led the carriage back towards the small island. After Mark Xiang left, Mitchell's gaze flickered slightly. Along the way, he noticed that perhaps because she had seen many powerful cultivators at the Grand Disciple ceremony, this girl seemed to look down on him. Normally, Mitchell would tell her to scram if she didn't respect him, but for the sake of his system task, he couldn't let her go now. He needed to show off a bit to earn her trust. So, he raised his hand and pulled out a flying sword, then lightly hopped onto it. Get on. Mitchell stood on the flying sword and said softly. Emmeline glanced at Mitchell, then at the distant Pingjiang city, and stepped onto the flying sword as well. With Mitchell's mental command, the flying sword hovered just above the ground and flew towards Pingjiang city. See that? I'm quite strong. Just keep a low profile usually. I don't like showing off. Once you join the Heaven Earth sect, I'll guide you well. Trust me, Mitchell said airily while flying. Emmeline rolled her eyes. When Mitchell produced the flying sword, she indeed sensed it was somewhat extraordinary, but given her current lack of cultivation due to the transformation, she couldn't pinpoint exactly why. However, it didn't matter much. Even if it was somewhat extraordinary, it was still just a flying sword, barely faster than usual. Such a mundane thing was junk in the cultivation world. And this person was showing off with such trash in front of her? It left her speechless. She wondered how Mitchell would react once she completed her first nirvana transformation and summoned her own celestial sword. Chapter 472. The One Who Protects You. Finally, the two entered the city of Pingjiang. The bustling streets were filled with vendors' calls and haggling voices that wouldn't cease. Mitchell was riding a flying sword, carrying Emmeline through the crowded streets. Along the way, various merchants, gagely men, and women greeted Mitchell. His posture on the flying sword instantly drew waves of exclamations. Wow! Elon is truly impressive. Elon is undoubtedly a powerful immortal. Elon's flying sword. Oh my, it's terrifying. One by one, friendly remarks echoed, causing Mitchell to raise his hands bashfully. Everyone, too kind, too kind. This scene made Emmeline behind him speechless yet amused. The realm of mortals was indeed just that. A mere flying sword had turned Mitchell, who had no strength at all, into such a deity in their eyes. She didn't quite know what to say. She also wondered what the expressions of these mortals would be if they ever encountered real immortals one day. Of course, as an empress, she was too lazy to bother with such matters. But for some reason, since entering this city, she felt uncomfortable. It seemed unsafe in this city? It's probably just an illusion. Emmeline shook her head, consoling herself. After all, after rebirth through nirvana, she currently had no cultivation. Not even her usually keen senses remained. Considering her past life's downfall, her current sense of insecurity was normal. Finally, the two arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. The hall remained as it always did. It was just that now Mitchell often lived on the island, so it lacked some vitality. Frederick. Emmeline looked up at the signboard with the character, Frederick, experiencing a strange feeling, but she couldn't exactly describe what that feeling was. Let's go in. Mitchell smiled faintly and led Emmeline into the martial arts hall. Inside the hall, pictures of 18 kinds of weapons hung on both sides. At the sight, the unusual feeling in Emmeline's heart resurfaced, and her sense of insecurity reached its peak. Are you sure it's safe? Emmeline couldn't help but ask. As solid as rock soup. Mitchell patted his shoulder and said. Emmeline couldn't help but twitch her lips. Even her predecessor's imperial palace didn't dare claim to be as solid as rock soup. Yet this martial arts hall was described in such terms. Forget it. Different perspectives. No need to care. If she really cared about such things from a mortal, she would have died of anger long ago. Alright, you stay here. I'll return to Heavenly Gate first and come back for you in a few days. After showing Emmeline around the martial arts hall briefly, Mitchell headed towards the door while speaking to her. However, just as he walked to the door, he noticed several familiar figures. A man in a black robe, a dog, a centipede, a bear, and beside them, an unknown Selena who seemed pretty attractive. They seemed to sense Mitchell's gaze and quickly fled, as if guilty of some wrongdoing. Well, these rascals finally came back. Mitchell pinched his nose, remembering something, then turned to Emmeline and asked, looks like you might be scared staying alone in such a big martial arts hall, right? Why would I be scared? Emmeline frowned slightly. As a proud empress, being afraid was laughable. Unintentionally, due to the oppressive atmosphere in Pingjiang City, she revealed a bit of her emotions, which Mitchell noticed. Admittedly, though this person had no power, he was quite considerate. He was reasonably good looking too. If not for their vastly different statuses and backgrounds, perhaps keeping him as a consort wouldn't be bad. Seeing Emmeline's stubborn demeanor, Mitchell smiled knowingly without exposing her thoughts, saying, I should still find someone to protect you. It will make me feel more reassured. Protect me? Emmeline was taken aback. She almost laughed out loud in exasperation. When has she ever needed a mortal to send someone to protect her? Yeah, that's settled. Mitchell waved his hand, leaving without waiting for her response. Of course, protection was only part of it. In reality, he wanted to find someone to watch over her. He barely managed to get an ordinary disciple. What if she ran away? As for the candidate, Mitchell already had someone in mind. Riding his flying sword, he caught up. Brother, master is catching up. What do we do? The dog barked urgently. Oh dear. I finally saved a few gold coins and was about to invite this beauty for some drinks. What do we do? What do we do? Bowie glanced at the pursuing Mitchell, then at the beautiful Selena beside him, full of reluctance. But after weighing the pros and cons, he reluctantly held the Selena's delicate hand, kissed it, and said affectionately, Sweetheart, wait for me. We'll sing and dance together tonight. With that, he unwillingly approached Mitchell along with the others. However, they were met with a swift kick from Mitchell. Bowie was sent sprawling. You pervert, taking advantage of women again? Mitchell growled menacingly. Innocent. Bowie looked pitiful. Still innocent? I saw everything. Mitchell scolded fiercely. If I see you taking advantage of girls casually again, I won't spare you. Come here. I have something for you to do. With that, Mitchell beckoned him to follow as he headed back to the martial arts hall. Bowie quickly followed. Didn't I hurt you? Mitchell lifted the black robe and tapped Bowie's skull, though hard. He still asked concernedly. This guy, although annoying, had grown somewhat fond of him. I understand your intentions, but I must remind you, don't try to handle things beyond your capacity. Mitchell earnestly advised. Do you understand me? Not really. Bowie looked blankly at Mitchell. I mean, if you're not equipped for it, Don't mess with the ladies. When you get emotionally involved, let alone frightening them, how can you possibly resolve the situation? How will you deal with it? Mitchell fired off 2 soul-piercing questions. Bowie was completely baffled. Just show some effort. Go back to the martial arts hall and do as I ask. On the way, Mitchell carefully instructed Bowie to keep an eye on the Selena and not let her escape, promising an extra gold coin as reward. Bowie agreed gladly. Seeing Mitchell bring a Joaquin robes over, Emmeline frowned. I said I don't need protection, Emmeline said sternly. What you say does, and it's ending again. Barker sat on Caden's shoulder, leaning his dog head over the fence, watching the scene in the yard and couldn't help but sigh. Heaven envies talent. It must be that. The centipede chimed in with righteous indignation. Yeah, heaven envies talent. Barker sighed, but as younger brothers, we should still try our best to help ease brother's worries. Yeah, we need to find a Selena for brother. Inside the room, Emmeline's face was darkened with frustration. She had wanted to sit in meditation, calming her mind and waiting quietly for the time of her first nirvana rebirth to pass. However, she was incessantly tormented by the short Joaquin robes until she could hardly stand it any longer. He would occasionally pop up at the window, or strike poses in the courtyard every so often. Sometimes he would hum a tune outside. She truly couldn't understand how Mitchell had gotten such an oddity to follow her around. She thought if she just ignored him, this little man would stop bothering her out of lack of interest. Yet, she had vastly underestimated the perseverance of this little man. Today, he picked her a morning glory flower. Tomorrow, he brought her a cup of hot water, calling it the care of a kind-hearted man. Most infuriatingly, he would stand on the wall under moonlight reciting some doggerel poems he had probably heard from somewhere. Once night fell. Sure enough, that little woman, underestimating a scoundrel like me will lead you to regret, Willie retorted furiously. Regret? Emmeline looked bewildered. What could she possibly regret? She wished this dwarf would leave her alone. Fine, looks like you aren't worthy of my love. This scoundrel leaves then, but I warn you. Hide in the martial hall if anything happens. Goodbye. Willie stormed off angrily, taking Barker and others along, meeting the young lady he'd been seeing recently. Seeing Willie leave, Emmeline suddenly felt the world become tranquil. She stood at the door, let out a breath of stale air, and was just about to turn to enter the martial hall when sudden fluctuations emerged from the darkness behind her. 3 figures walked directly out of the void. Empress Emmeline, indeed you're not dead. Haven't seen you in ages. The trio emitted icy voices, looking at Emmeline with half smiles. Hearing the voice, Emmeline's bones went cold. She abruptly turned around to look at the 3 people behind her, her expression becoming solemn. You're Bella's people? Emmeline stepped slightly back, her face tense. Correct. The trio sneered. With this confirmation, Emmeline frowned even deeper. She never imagined that Bella, who had framed and killed her, knew she was still alive and had sent people here to ensure she was thoroughly eliminated. We've come today. She wasn't completely unprepared since her rebirth. Her hand quickly produced a scroll and unfurled it. In an instant, Emmeline disappeared from her spot, being teleported outside Pingjiang City. The trio lunged forward to an empty space. Humph, we already anticipated you might have such means. Luckily we're also prepared. The gauge smirked icily, pulling out a compass. The compass shone with light, quivered slightly, and pointed in a direction. Not far, Chase. The trio transformed into streaks of light, instantly pursuing Emmeline outside of Pingjiang City. Chapter 474. Shut up. In her nirvana state with no cultivation, even if Emmeline was once an Empyrean Hudson possessing numerous skills, she couldn't possibly outrun 3 immortals. Within 2 breaths, Emmeline was caught up. Haha, Emmeline. Where do you think you can run? The trio instantly surrounded Emmeline, sending out icy voices. Compass of stars, no wonder. Emmeline stared hard at the compass in the gauge's hand, her brows knitted together. With this compass of stars, as long as it locked onto her aura, no matter where she fled to, she would be chased down by the trio. What should I do? Her slender jade-like hands clenched tightly, sharp nails digging deeply into her flesh, biting her red lips with a look filled with reluctance. After all, she had barely relived this life, originally thinking that she could return to her peak and reclaim what belonged to her, but hadn't expected the enemy to come looking. His abruptly widened. What happened next petrified her on the spot. What did she just see? She had actually seen this dwarf stretch out a finger from under his robe, and with a flick, sent Bella's 3 immortals flying. Yes, flying. And they exploded mid-air. Landing, those 3 people seemed devoid of any life force. Dead. This unexpected change struck her mind like thunder. How could this be possible? Illusion? Did she hallucinate? She rubbed her eyes vigorously, fearing she made a mistake. But the reality before her told her it wasn't a dream. The dwarf truly killed the 3 immortals with 1 finger. The shock left her unable to react for a while. Her widened eyes fixed on Ed, full of disbelief. Yet, Ed retracted his finger, glared back at her and ordered, "Stop gawking and scram back to the martial hall." Though Emmeline's face was unimpressed, she disregarded Ed's rebuke, only wanting to understand how Ed possessed such formidable power. Who exactly was he? How could he be this powerful, stronger than she was in her prime? Before she could speak, a person with half a body struggled up, saying, "I never thought you'd have such an expert by your side, Emmeline. But don't celebrate too soon. No matter how strong this dwarf is, can he withstand Empyrean Hudson Asian's wrath? I've already informed her about what's happening here. You cannot escape." Ha ha ha. The remaining half-body emitted a crazed laughter. What? Upon hearing this, Emmeline, who just narrowly escaped death, looked grave. She knew exactly what Asian was capable of. If what he said was true, endless trouble awaited her. Oh, to withstand a fraction of my power and live, quite impressive indeed. Ed's voice sounded. But screw you. In an especially irritable mood, Ed flicked his finger again. With this flick, the 9 clans far away in another world were exterminated cleanly, and even the ancestral graves of 18 generations were blown up. Note: The ending seems fantastical and perhaps slightly over the top compared to earlier narrative tones. It might need adjusting based on previous content consistency. Chapter 475, Death Approaches. There was no doubt about it. Ed could tell at a glance that this ancestor and his 18 generations of descendants were not good people. They specialized in refining living beings to boost their own power. Of course, what infuriated Ed the most was that the appearance of these individuals had ruined his evening, wasting 6 months' worth of gold coins he had saved up. He left with a dejected spirit, resigned to spending the long night with only dogs for company. Elon, please wait. Seeing Ed about to leave, Emmeline hesitated before calling out. Ed turned to look at her. Thank you for saving my life, Elon. I was wrong to have disrespected you earlier. Emmeline bowed towards Ed, speaking sincerely. Then she continued, but as you heard, Bella may send more people to harm me. Could you please stay temporarily and protect me for 2 days? Lowering her head, Emmeline mustered her courage to make this request. She knew all too well that if Bella's people attacked again, she would have no means to defend herself and would certainly die. So now, she had no choice but to beg Ed for protection. Protect you? Didn't you insist you didn't need this scoundrel's protection? Ed questioned sharply. Emmeline's face darkened. Her cheeks flushed red down to her neck, stinging with pain. Indeed, it was true that she had looked down on Ed before, even trying to drive him away, yet now she had come back to ask him to return. What reason did he have to agree? I apologize, Elon. I was blind before, Emmeline insisted, biting her teeth hard and continuing apologetically. But I earnestly ask that you set aside our differences and help me. This scoundrel is busy. Ed angrily flicked his robe sleeves and outright rejected her, acting like a spoiled child. Despite her troubled expression, Emmeline refused to give up and continued pleading. I know this may sound very rude, but without your protection, I will surely die. Who said you'd surely die? Why should you die? Didn't I tell you to go back to the martial arts hall? There's nothing you can do there otherwise, so why are you talking so much? Ed responded irritably. Clearly, he still harbored resentment over the wasted gold coins. Since protecting this Selena only earned him 1 gold coin. Every way he calculated, it was a loss. With that, Ed left directly. Watching Ed's retreating figure disappear, Emmeline's expression was grim. Yet she knew it wasn't fair to blame him. He had already done enough by helping her once. Having nowhere else to go, she returned to the martial arts hall. Remembering Ed's words, she clung to a sliver of hope and quickly checked the hall again. But her hopes were dashed. She let her head drop, bitterness evident in her smile. Although her investigation hinted that something unusual about the hall might offer some protection, the idea that it could withstand attacks from Bella's experts seemed ludicrous. Clearly, Ed had made an excuse to refuse her plea. I can only hope Bella's people don't come for now. After I reincarnate, I should be able to protect myself somewhat. Sitting on her bed, she sighed, consoling herself thus. Calmly, she focused on the progress of her reincarnation. It would take another day or so to complete. After reincarnation, it would take another day to regain her previous cultivation level and reach new heights. In total, it would be 2 days. 2 days, it felt neither long nor short. If Bella wanted her dead, it would take less than half a day for him to get here given his realm. Restless, she continued sitting on her bed, maintaining high alertness. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. She clearly sensed an overwhelming pressure around the martial arts hall. She hurriedly got up and headed towards the door. In front of the hall's sky, she saw a figure appearing midair, wearing white robes, standing silently awaiting her arrival. Seeing Emmeline, his eyes slightly lifted, and he spoke indifferently, Gillision, it's been a long time. You're well, I see. Bella. Upon seeing him, Emmeline trembled, biting her teeth tightly, filled with hatred. Bella, I nurtured you into talent, but you coveted my position, taking advantage when I was reincarnating to frame me, nearly causing my annihilation. Now you still seek to finish me off. What skillful means? Her lips bled as she spoke each word through clenched teeth. Yes, precisely to finish you off. I never leave loose ends, Bella replied with a faint smile, sounding utterly unapologetic as if stating a simple fact. He raised his finger with a smile and pressed down toward Emmeline. Emmeline felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Instinctively, she reached for her teleportation scroll to escape. However, she hesitated. Though she knew the man was merely a projection carrying a fraction of Bella's power, far weaker than his true self, escaping from him still seemed futile after failing against 3 gauges earlier. If so, using the scroll was pointless. Tightly gritting her teeth, she awaited death. Yet, inside, she felt an unbearable anguish. Chapter 476. Would he not then? Die. No one can save you. Bella continued to smile calmly. He was so confident in his ability to take Emmeline's life. Even though he had long known that Emmeline had a capable black-clothed man by her side, and that the martial arts academy she belonged to was extraordinary, with the Frederick character plaque exuding intense martial intent. Yet despite all this, he believed it was an inevitable certainty to kill Emmeline with just 1 finger. This was the absolute confidence brought by immense strength. That single finger, carrying the power of destruction, descended upon Emmeline's head. Emmeline's face was filled with resentment, but facing such overwhelming power, she had already given up on struggling. Huff. However, just at the critical moment, a surge of energy erupted from the back courtyard of the martial arts academy, like a demon awakening, causing hearts. For better fluency and accuracy in English, heavenly is changed to overwhelming to more accurately convey the intensity described in the original text. Additionally, Huai is kept untranslated as it seems to be a specific type of tree that might not have a direct English equivalent, and its repetition could be stylistic or significant to the story. However, typically, this would be translated as Burkinese Huai tree, or pagoda tree, if referring to the common name. If you want a smoother read and it's not critical to keep the Burkinese character, consider replacing Huai with pagoda. And that old pagoda tree, which had erupted with overwhelming momentum like an awe-inspiring demon, also returned to complete stillness. As if nothing. had happened just now. Yet inside Emmeline's heart, turbulent waves surged. Even as an exalted celestial Hudson in her previous life, she had never seen such a horrifying sight. This left her shaken for a long time. All this took a long time to describe, but from the moment Bella attacked until he was swallowed by the toad, it took only 2 breaths. In those mere 2 breaths, Bella was gone? Although this wasn't Bella's true form but merely a clone, this clone possessed at least the cultivation of a mystic immortal. A mystic immortal vanished in an instant. This was too unreal to believe. She finally realized Bowie hadn't lied to her. She understood why Bowie scolded her for running around recklessly, calling her an idiot. Facing those 3 gauges earlier, she didn't need to run at all. If she had stayed in the martial arts academy, she would have been utterly safe. After all, the things within this martial arts academy had instantly swallowed Bella's clone. What waves could those 3 gauges possibly create? Ironically, she cleverly activated a teleportation scroll, sending herself away from a place of safety. She wore a bitter smile. Only now did she realize that she was the real fool. After a very long time, Emmeline finally calmed down somewhat, and at this point, her period of nirvana had passed. At this moment, whether it be her innate talent or fortune, they both underwent a qualitative leap, and her cultivation and senses were rapidly recovering. However, she couldn't wait to fully recover, so she headed towards the back courtyard. She wanted to understand, what exactly was the old locust tree that acted last night? What kind of existence was the toad at the bottom of the well? But with her discernment, she could not detect any clues. The well remained the same well. The white tree was still that same tree, seemingly showing no abnormalities at all, and there was no other aura to be sensed. However, although she couldn't detect anything unusual about the white tree or the toad, as her senses and cultivation recovered, she noticed something even more extraordinary in the storeroom next to the kitchen affect her cultivation. What she didn't expect was that outside the storeroom, she discovered numerous other supreme treasures. From artworks to statues, from mirrors to umbrellas, from dog food and dog bowls to firewood piled in the kitchen, everything. Each item was, at least of top-grade immortal quality. Emmeline dared not look further. She quickly swallowed a pill and sat in meditation because her mind could no longer bear such a shock. After a long while, she opened her eyes, finally calming down slightly. Looking around, she sighed inwardly. To think who could have built such a martial arts academy. Wait, she suddenly recalled something and stood up abruptly. The owner of this martial arts academy? Who was the owner? She suddenly remembered Mitchell, the gate master who brought her here, dressed in white, saying he was powerful yet appearing just a commoner. If he was the owner of this martial arts academy, then wouldn't he be a super expert beyond her comprehension? Boom. The realization struck her like thunder, leaving her motionless, her face losing all color. Recalling how Bowie mentioned the master during his rescue, putting the pieces together, Mitchell's identity as a super expert seemed almost certain. Realizing this, Emmeline stumbled backward, feeling as if she couldn't breathe. Under such mental strain, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet she ignored her emotional turmoil, her pale face full of self-mockery. Only now did she realize how foolish she had been, how nonsensical her thoughts were before. Chapter 477, Mitchell's Promise. Just like that, Emmeline spent a restless night and decided to walk out of the martial arts hall to have some morning tea to calm her nerves. But as she arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall, she froze. Her mouth slightly agape. The emotions she had just calmed down overnight surged again, because she suddenly discovered that neither the owner nor the owner's wife of the beef stall she frequented recently were ordinary people. Despite their excellent concealment, Emmeline could still tell at first glance that these two were at least heavenly immortals. What on earth is happening? How could there be so many immortals here? Her face full of disbelief. If you counted the old cowherd she met when entering the city, it would mean that Pingjiang City had 3 immortals besides Mitchell and Unkit. Boss, a bowl of beef noodles, please. At this moment, an old man with a cane came to the beef stall. The moment he appeared, Emmeline's pupils constricted again. She realized this old man was also an immortal. Hiram, save me half a pound of pork belly and trim some ribs for me, the old man called out after sitting down to the nearby meat stall. Sure. No problem. The burly butcher skillfully trimmed the ribs. Emmeline's eyes widened again. This butcher seemed to be an immortal too? Even the cleaver he used to chop meat was a divine artifact. However, the present Hiram wasn't the last immortal she saw. More accurately, anyone within her line of sight standing at the entrance of the martial arts hall seemed extraordinary. Like the 2 Gagely men under the tree across from her, quarreling furiously over a lost move in chess. Across from her diagonally, the 2 people haggling over a block of tofu at the vegetable stall. Or perhaps, the 2 aunties arguing loudly over an egg near the street corner. All these people without exception were beings at the immortal level. Even a rat crawling past the sewer at the street corner seemed to match her current strength. Emmeline was shocked speechless. Could it be? Could it be that everyone here is an immortal? With her heart pounding, she crossed the street to another one. Hiss. Indeed, the entire street was filled with immortals. She hurried back into the martial arts hall, shut the door, and hastily calmed herself, taking deep breaths, unable to help sighing. What kind of place did she end up in? This small town seemingly bustling with life actually harbored so many masters. More terrifying was that among these immortals, there were hidden figures whose true strength she couldn't even fathom. What did this mean? It meant that these people were not weaker than her previous cultivation level. In short, originally intending to just have some morning tea, she ended up completely bewildered without having any time. She had no room for pride in front of this person. Since you've rested enough, let's talk business, Mitchell said with a smile. Please, senior, speak directly, Emmeline asked anxiously. Join the Heaven Earth sect and become my disciple. Mitchell stated frankly. Become your disciple? Emmeline's eyes widened in surprise, stunned. Do you not wish to? Mitchell frowned. No way. After delaying for so long, he needed to persuade her properly. He put on a serious expression and said, "If you join my sect, you won't regret it. I'll make you the true pride of heaven, a godlike being." Blowing hot air and persuasion were what he excelled at. Mitchell didn't fear grand promises. Finishing his words, Mitchell slightly raised his head, putting on a sage-like demeanor, waiting quietly for Emmeline's response. To become a godlike being. Doesn't this mean making me ascend directly to divinity? Emmeline was deeply shocked, impressed by everything Mitchell's martial arts hall possessed, not to mention his promise of making her a deity. Disciple greets Kobe. Emmeline knelt down, speaking sincerely. Very good. Mitchell responded satisfactorily. Seemed like his persuasion worked. Today, he clearly noticed this girl's change in attitude towards him. At that moment, the system voice sounded familiarly. Ding. Congratulations, *CK. Mitchell let out a curse. She felt like tearing this broken system apart at this moment. What about cultivation? What about the promised reward for receiving the first disciple? Is this it? Couldn't you even give some cultivation techniques or martial skills? Mitchell was utterly speechless, but she had experienced big ups and downs under the system before. If she could handle the creation of the world's top expert, why couldn't she handle this? So she quickly calmed down. After all, these books and animations were famous works from her previous life. In the future, she wouldn't have to only play landlord for entertainment. At least she could catch up on novels and binge-watch dramas. Stand up. Mitchell helped Emmeline to her feet, feeling quite satisfied. Although this girl's attitude wasn't good earlier, she was now part of her team. Although the goal of 100 disciples was still far away, adding this girl made 4. Wait. Suddenly, Mitchell sensed something was off. She remembered the system showed the task progress was 5 people, but she only had 4 qualified disciples, didn't she? Did she make a mistake? She hurriedly called the system. Check task progress. Ding. Task progress. Number of disciples 5/100. Really 5? Seeing this, Mitchell was dumbfounded. Although she had 5 disciples, Esteban was clearly unqualified. Could something have happened to Esteban? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It looked like she should retest Esteban's talent when they returned to the island. However, she had other matters at hand, so she said to Darian and Emmeline who followed, "Old Mark, take her back to Town Gate first." "Yes, Elon." Darian nodded. "Kobe, aren't you coming back?" Emmeline asked anxiously. "I have a few old friends visiting from out of town and invited me to dinner, so I plan to stay at the martial arts school for 2 days. You guys go back first." Mitchell softly smiled, glancing at Elio opposite. Sure enough, the pork vendor's stall was reopened. But, Emmeline hesitated, filled with concern. Given her enmity with Bella and the latter's character, Bella would not leave her alone. Bella might even arrive in person soon. In such a situation, she did not want to leave the martial arts school, much less Pingyang City. Even if she had to leave, she wanted Mitchell by her side. Without Mitchell nearby, and having to leave the martial arts school, if Bella arrived, Mitchell glanced at Emmeline and gently smiled. She seemed quite timid. This was understandable. After all, entering a new environment could be intimidating, just like herself in her previous life when starting university alone. "Don't worry." Mitchell comforted her with a smile. "At Tian Gate, there is old Mark, and besides him, there are your senior brothers and sisters. They are all very nice." Okay. Seeing this, Emmeline respectfully nodded. After settling Emmeline, Mitchell went to Gerardo's house with a smile for the arranged dinner. Darian took Emmeline back to Tian Gate. On the way, Emmeline remained anxious. Her enemy was an immortal Hudson, and leaving the martial arts school made her feel unsafe. Though she could see Darian was strong, he was not Mitchell or the martial arts school, giving her a powerful sense of security. Finally, a small island appeared ahead. Darian rowed a boat to bring her ashore. On the boat, she admired the scenery while observing the island. Despite its pleasant view, it did not feel like an exceptional sect. On shore, Darian softly said, "Uh-huh." Emmeline lightly nodded, collecting her thoughts and stepping onto the island. The moment she landed, she felt the laws of heaven and earth around her suddenly change. This is... What dense space? This gravity. It's actually higher than the immortal world. Her eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across her face. As a martial Hudson, she could tear through space effortlessly on the Xinjiang continent. But on this island, even jumping was difficult. This wasn't because her cultivation was lost, but because the island's gravity and space had reached a certain level. And there was more. After landing on the island, she encountered another scene similar to Pingyang City. People were immortals. These immortals were stronger than those in Pingyang City. Furthermore, she saw countless incredible things from the moment she entered Tian Gate. At this moment, she realized her worries were unnecessary. She had moved from one safe place to another even safer one. Her heart finally settled. Being here, 10 Bellas couldn't harm her. At the same time, her mindset quietly changed. She used to hold onto her identity as a former martial Hudson and pride herself on the 9-turn divine monarch body. Now, she realized how limited her perspective had been. Martial Hudson? What was that? Bella? What did she amount to? Joining Tian Gate, she would reach new heights she never dared imagine. Days passed by peacefully. This soap opera is terrible. Switch it. Mitchell lay in a recliner at Tian Gate, flipping through dramas on a jade slip with one hand and crossing her legs, feeling incredibly happy. Since Emmeline joined, several significant events occurred. First, she retested Esteban's talent, and the fatty unexpectedly achieved average qualifications, accidentally satisfying the system's requirement. Second, the flyers previously given by the system didn't disappoint. After Emmeline, several disciples came to join. Only, these disciples left much to be desired. She expected dedicated young aspirants striving for cultivation. Toward both of them and said, "Kobe, a complete fool came from outside just now, full of arrogance. Not only did he injure Emerson who rows the boat, but he also specifically asked to kill 5th senior sister. So I killed him with one slash." "What? He wanted to kill your junior sister?" Mitchell's eyes flickered slightly. Drag the corpse in for us to see. Upon hearing that someone had come after her, Emmeline became immediately tense, wondering who it could be. Soon after, Birch dragged a body into the room and threw it on the ground. Seeing this, Emmeline's eyes widened in shock because the so-called fool her senior brother described was none other than her sworn enemy, Bella. Moreover, this wasn't a clone. It was the genuine article. Yet, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, clearly having died from a single cut. Emmeline couldn't help but look at Birch. She had always thought that her haul seemed rather ordinary and clumsy. Who would have thought that he could take down Bella with just one strike? Reflecting further, it made sense. Even the Gagely on the street possessed formidable strength. How much more should that apply to her haul? Could any mortal be among Kobe's disciples? Don't be afraid, disciple. It's just trash, and your haul has already taken care of it, Mitchell reassured Emmeline, seeing her expression. As a Selena, encountering such a corpse naturally frightened her. As for Mitchell himself, he indeed didn't consider the corpse worth much attention. In this mystical world, he'd seen too many battles over the years. One death was truly insignificant. Besides, anyone that Birch could finish with one strike was no threat at all. There were no worries about repercussions or troubles. Birch, this piece of trash dared to cause trouble and even targeted your fifth senior sister. Drag his body to the lake to feed the fish. Mitchell waved a hand, giving instructions to Birch. Yes, Kobe, I will take care of this waste right away. After saying that, Birch dragged the body away. However, hearing Kobe and her haul call Bella trash, Emmeline's face showed a mix of emotions. After all, Bella was an immortal Hudson. If news of this got out, it might cause considerable unrest. But her Kobe and haul seemed completely unperturbed, even planning to dump an immortal Hudson's body into the lake to feed fish. Watching Mitchell continue to sit on his reclining chair, casually reading a jade slip as if nothing happened, Emmeline's admiration for Mitchell had reached its peak. What kind of person qualified as a true master? Perhaps only someone like her Kobe, who faced everything without batting an eyelid, deserved that title. Even the death of an immortal Hudson barely stirred his composure. Just what level had her Kobe reached? Recalling her past life, she wondered if all those pursuits even mattered. They probably didn't even register in her Kobe's eyes. Even her once proud identity seemed trivial, no more significant than a chicken to him. As soon as he surfaced, an unseen force enveloped him, forcing him to kneel and perform an empty hand deflection gesture. Staring wide-eyed at the mustachioed man practicing sword drawing, Fintan exclaimed, "Whoa, you've even mastered a skill like that. 100% success rate for empty hand deflection?" Chapter 479, Divine Phoenix Bloodline. Emmeline stood quietly by Mitchell's side, serving him tea and water. Meanwhile, her mindset was rapidly improving under Mitchell's influence. At that moment, Birch ran in. Seeing this, Mitchell put down the jade slip and looked at him. "Kobe, greetings." Emmeline quickly lowered her head to greet them as well. "Greetings, Kobe, fifth senior sister." Birch nodded at both of them before saying, "Kobe, a fool came from outside just now, acting all high and mighty. Not only did he injure Emerson who was rowing the boat, but he also specifically demanded to kill fifth senior sister. So, I killed him with one strike." "What? He wanted to kill your senior sister?" Mitchell's gaze shifted slightly, and he said, "Bring his body in for inspection." Upon realizing it was someone targeting her, Emmeline became instantly anxious, trying to guess who it could be. Shortly after, Birch dragged a corpse into the room and threw it on the ground. Emmeline's eyes widened in shock. The fool Birch spoke of wasn't just anyone. It was her mortal enemy, Bella, and not a mere avatar, but his true self. Yet, now he lay dead like a dog, evidently slain by a single blow. Emmeline couldn't help but look at Birch. She had always thought her senior brother to be an ordinary, honest person. Yet who would have guessed he could take down Bella with just one stroke? But upon reflection, it made sense. Even the Gagely folks outside possessed formidable strength. How much more so for her senior brother? None of her master's disciples were ordinary. "Don't be afraid, my disciple. He was nothing but trash. Your senior brother has already taken care of him," Mitchell reassured her upon seeing her expression. Women often reacted with shock at such sights of death. As for himself, Mitchell indeed didn't think much of the corpse. This was a fantastical world, after all. Having been here for many years, witnessing battles and killings was common. One death was no big deal. Besides, if even Birch could handle this person with a single strike, what kind of threat could they pose? "Birch, this piece of trash dared to cause trouble and tried to harm your fifth senior sister. Drag him out and feed him to the fish." Mitchell waved his hand and instructed. "Yes, Kobe. I'll take care of this waste immediately." With that, Birch left with the corpse. Listening to her master and senior brother calling Bella trash, Emmeline's face turned complex. After all, Bella was an immortal Hudson. If this incident leaked, it could cause significant unrest. Yet her master and senior brother didn't seem to mind at all, so much so that they planned to throw the immortal Hudson's body to feed the fish. Seeing Mitchell continue reading the jade slip as if nothing happened, Emmeline's admiration for him soared to new heights. What defined a true sage? Perhaps only someone who faced everything calmly, like her master, could truly deserve that title. Not even an immortal Hudson's death could ruffle his feathers. Who knew what level of mastery he had attained? Reflecting on the pursuits of her past life, she wondered if they amounted to anything in her master's eyes. To him, even someone as powerful as Bella, once dead, might as well be a dead chicken. But, being protected and supported like this felt wonderful. Emmeline enjoyed this feeling immensely. It was something she'd never experienced before. In her past life, she, as Empress, was always the one providing support to others. She then glanced at the library, her eyes flickering with surprise. Inside the library, everyone, including Esteban, was engrossed in their books. "This book, The Fist Hero, is fantastic. Because of it, I went bald. Ha ha ha." A cloaked bald man stood up, gripping his fist tightly, his eyes gleaming. "For matters that can be resolved with one punch, why would I need a sword?" With that, he destroyed his own precious sword. On the lakeside beach, A man lay on the ground, mating a rooster and a hen. He followed the instructions in breeding poultry and began hatching the eggs laid by the hen. Half a day later, a chick emerged from one of the eggs. It had a shimmering strand of iridescent feathers. The man laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, divine phoenix bloodline. I actually bred the divine phoenix bloodline. As the 18th generation descendant of the beast tamer lineage, I will surely bring glory to my ancestors. No, surpass them. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, at a secluded cliffside within the Heavenly Earth sect, a man with a mustache read 1 billion cold jokes. He alternated between studying and practicing sword drawing repeatedly. Far away, Fintan, who was practicing earth travel, burst out of the ground. Just as he did, a force enveloped him, making him kneel involuntarily. His hands shot up instinctively to catch a blade in midair. Fintan stared wide-eyed at the mustached man, practicing sword draws. Goodness, you even perfected the skill of catching blades empty-handed with 100% success? Chapter 480, The Daily Life of Tinny Sect. Fintan was incredibly astonished. This skill originated from a popular parody anime on Blue Star, and it was the exclusive skill of one of its characters. As the name implies, whenever this person drew their sword, the target would uncontrollably kneel on the ground, trying to catch the blade barehanded. It was a super control skill that passively activated, because it controlled people with a 100% chance. One could say this skill was bizarre but undeniably divine. Imagine if someone were to cooperate with him, and enemies were forced to catch the blade barehanded. Wouldn't these enemies be like fish on a chopping board? Time flew by. Half a year passed. Tinny Sect became livelier. Due to Mitchell's previous achievement of recruiting 10 disciples, the somewhat reliable system gifted another 30 flyers. Thus, with the help of these flyers and the previous recruits, Mitchell's disciples grew to 29. However, these disciples seemed to have little interest in cultivation. Speechless, Mitchell lay on his recliner, continuing his laid-back life. This was fine too. He feared these disciples would pester him every day for cultivation techniques and methods. Little 4, go pick some green beans and make some pickle bean stir-fry, Mitchell said to Esteban nearby. Yes, Kobe. Esteban picked up a basket, hearing them. I'll pick some green beans for Kobe. He wants to eat pickle bean stir-fry, Esteban said. No problem. Tell me if any seniors or brothers need help, Hatcher replied warmly. Yeah, feel free to tell me if you need anything, Esteban responded warmly. By the way, Hall 13 seems to be looking for you. You should go see him, Hatcher said while crushing a few insects in his hand. Well, I'll go there then. Please help me pick some green beans. Esteban ran off with his short, stout legs. Not far away, a young man was assembling a model made of divine heaven black iron into a grand palace. Even though it was just a model, its magnificence and intricate design were evident. 13, what do you need? Esteban asked. The young man building the model, who was slightly chubby, ranked 13th and was named Unkur. Hearing Esteban's voice, he raised his head and said, Hall 4, you finally came. Hall 7, Abelardo, hatched a batch of chicks. When they grow up, they can serve as mounts for us. Each disciple will get one. Since you were in seclusion cooking crayfish, he left your chick here. Take it. Unkur presented 2 chicks, each with colorful feathers. And take one for Kobe. Even though we don't know if he needs it, Unkur added. Kobe can wait. I'll just send his to the kitchen and fry it, Esteban said. Remember, the last time 7 hatched mutated pigs, Kobe roasted them. He didn't like it much. Yeah, fry it. If Kobe needs it, you can cook mine instead. Big deal. I'll ask 7 for another one. At this, Unkur's eyes gleamed with admiration. That's enough. One is plenty. If needed, mine can also go to Kobe. Esteban laughed and looked back up the mountain, asking, what has Sixth Sister been up to? Haven't seen her in a while. Seems she's reciting pi backwards. Seriously, if you have time, bring some snacks for her. Her math studies consume more brain power than ours. But compared to our field, the upper limit of hers is much higher. Among the promising disciples, she'll definitely be one. Of course, we can't be inferior either. We can't embarrass Kobe. Right? Esteban nodded solemnly, then said, okay, keep busy. I'm going back to cook for Kobe. After running around, Esteban returned, panting heavily with the basket. Fortunately, he encountered a scholarly figure riding a blue ox, chanting, goose, 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 bending next to sing towards the sky. The scholar ranked 11th, namely Taibai, hiding a 3-foot-long sword in his sleeve. While riding the ox, he recited poems, nodding his head. 11, quick, let me ride your ox. My legs can't handle it anymore, Esteban shouted. It's Hall 4. To ride is okay, but do you have wine? The scholar smiled gently. Can your Hall 4 forget you? Esteban rolled his eyes and tossed over a gourd. Good wine. The scholar uncapped it, smelling it and getting intoxicated instantly. He extended his palm, pulling Esteban onto the blue ox. The ox slowly headed towards the kitchen. Soon after, a fragrant bowl of pickled bean stir-fry was brought to Mitchell, who found it quite satisfactory. Request to see Kobe. Just then, a plainly dressed youth approached, kneeling down and respectfully said, Kobe, my family requires my return. Please approve it. Huh, which rank are you? And what's your name again? Mitchell put down his meal. Though he had an impression of this disciple, he barely knew him, let alone his ranking or name. Reporting to Kobe, I rank 28th and am named Keith. The youth respectfully answered, 28th, what urgent matters at home? Keith's eyes flickered with gloom and pain. Reporting to Kobe, I have a marriage contract, but the Salinas family, seeing my family's decline and my mediocre talent, is forcing me to break it off. Break it off? Mitchell frowned. Such matters naturally caused animosity. His disciple was about to be wronged. As a master, he had to do something. All right, you may return home. I'll send some brothers to assist you. Mitchell was worried about potential trouble, and additional support would ensure safety. So, he turned to Sue Gilliswan behind him, disciple, accompany 28th back, and call a few more. Yes, Kobe. Sue Gilliswan nodded respectfully, her eyes flashing with cold light, daring to bully her junior brother. She couldn't let this slide. Keith's eyes brightened. He himself was someone with no cultivation and had just entered the sect, having not learned anything yet. This trip back home actually left him feeling utterly unprepared. But now, being able to bring a few fellow disciples along, although he didn't know their strength, it did provide him with some comfort. Chapter 481. Jonth's junior brother who frequently self-detonates. At the entrance of Tion D sect, under Emmeline's summon, several disciples had already gathered. There was Driscoll, holding a long sword with an upright demeanor, and Amerigoise, who had a shiny head and wore a cape over his shoulder. Keith, our junior brother, has already returned ahead of us. We'll set out once Jonth's junior brother arrives. Emmeline instructed. What? Jonth's junior brother? Fifth senior sister, did you also call Jonth's junior brother? Driscoll asked sternly with furrowed brows. Of course, we're all united as siblings. Emmeline nodded seriously. Upon hearing this, Driscoll broke into a cold sweat. Fifth senior sister, isn't it unnecessary? Driscoll's voice quivered. Jonth's junior brother is too terrifying in battles. He fights fiercely and even attacks his own side. He frequently self-detonates too. Hearing this, Emmeline's brows furrowed. Seemingly recalling something, she shivered involuntarily. Her Jonth junior brother indeed behaved like that. When he went mad, no one could hold him back. Not even her, as his senior sister, could do anything. Thus, she began to hesitate whether to call Zach John or not. However, before she could make up her mind, a man wrapped entirely in bandages suddenly appeared from afar. It was Hong Justinu, ranked 18th among them. He walked along while twisting his neck, a malevolent smile plastered on his face. I heard there's going to be another fight. Wonder how many enemies there are this time. If there are enough people, a self-detonation in the middle would be nice, with limbs and bodies scattered everywhere. It'll be quite a visual feast. This artistic act is truly exciting. He lifted the corners of his mouth, his voice echoing softly. After Hong Justinu said that, everyone around shuddered collectively. After much calming down, only after Hong Justinu promised multiple times not to self-detonate did they prepare to depart. Their destination was Kermik-Su realm. In the Kermik-Su realm now, in the grand city of Taingsing within the Tsangcheong Empire, a luxurious restaurant was filled with people, all respectable figures both inside and outside Taingsing City. Yet, these people were respectfully toasting to two individuals seated at the main table, their expressions full of humility. At the main table sat an ice-cold, precious-looking young Selena. Facing these people's toasts, she paid no attention, leaving a nearby Gage to casually respond on her behalf. Her gaze occasionally scanned Xiao Gillis, the patriarch of the Xiao family, who remained silent at the table. Noticing the young Selena's gaze, Xiao Gillis frowned deeply. The Selena before him was Christy, born into the neighboring city's Liu family. For centuries, the Liu family had been supported by the Xiao family, allowing them to flourish. Thus, 20 years ago, a senior from the Liu family offered gratitude by betrothing Christy to Xiao Gillis's son Keith. But now, Christy had become incomparable. After being detected with top-tier talent, she became sought after by all sects in the Tsangcheong Empire, finally taken in by Tion Kermik sect. Under the meticulous cultivation of Tion Kermik sect, Christy did not disappoint, breaking through to the human immortal realm in just 3 years. Human immortal. Perhaps not much in Kermik-Su realm, but she was only 20. A 20-year-old human immortal, her future achievements were limitless. Therefore, she became Tion Kermit sect's holy maiden, groomed as the next successor. This identity held significant weight. Families from Taingsing City as guests. Xiao Gillis sensed something amiss. He felt this was targeted at his family. After all, neither Tion Kermit sect nor Christy needed to invite these people. Alright, stop drinking. Christy glanced at everyone toasting, annoyance evident in her eyes, as she commanded sternly. Upon hearing this, the previously bustling crowd fell silent, nervously sitting down amidst complete silence. Christy looked at the Gage beside her. The Gage nodded and turned his gaze towards Xiao Gillis. Head of Xiao family, have you considered the holy maiden breaking off the engagement with your son? The Gage asked. Xiao Gillis's eyebrows knitted together, veins protruding on his forehead as the cup in his hand exploded. Sure enough, it was aimed at the Xiao family. What? Breaking off the engagement? Seeing this, the other forces of Taingsing City cast strange gazes at Xiao Gillis, mockery evident on their faces. Huh. Now being dumped, let's see what face the Xiao family will have in Taingsing City from now on. We thought your Xiao family couldn't be touched due to its relationship with the Liu family, but you were merely discarded. They laughed mockingly. Faced with these glaring stares, Xiao Gillis clenched his fists tightly, anger surging as blood welled up in his throat, yet he swallowed it forcefully. He simply wanted to wait for Keith's return, never agreeing to not breaking the engagement. But Christy utilized other forces to coerce him. How ruthless. Father, are you alright? Just then, a youth rushed in, anxiously supporting Xiao Gillis. It was Keith, returning from Tion D sect. Chapter 482. 3 years? 3 days are enough. Oh. Looks like the good-for-nothing is back. Haha, it really is this waste of space. Seeing Keith appear, many people sneered and waited eagerly for the spectacle to unfold. Moxie, seeing the young man appear, also lifted her head to look at him. She was looking at her fiancé whom she had never met before. However, she merely glanced at him once and did not pay any more attention. She calmly said, "Since you're back, please make your decision quickly." Hearing this, Keith gritted his teeth, turned his head to stare at Moxie, and asked sternly, "Mariamu, although we have been betrothed since childhood, I have never met you. Even if you will achieve great things in the future, I, Keith, have never lusted after you or harbored any feelings. Therefore, I do not mind breaking off the engagement. But, the engagement is one thing, but why did you invite so many people today? Is it to humiliate my Xiao family intentionally, or to humiliate my father?" Moxie slightly raised her head and looked at Xiao Gillis. "Elon Xiao, you misunderstood. I had no intention of humiliating you. I only wanted everyone here as witnesses. After all, those present are forces near Heavenly Star City who know about the Xiao and Liu families," Moxie explained calmly. "Witnessing what?" Witness our engagement being broken? Keith, with bloodshot eyes, said, at least our two families were old friends. Speaking of which, my Xiao family once helped your Lu family. What does this put my Xiao family and my father in? I told you, you misunderstood. And please don't keep talking about favors owed, Moxie explained expressionlessly. After finishing, she took out an exquisite jade box and then pulled out a radiant long sword. In this box is a mid-grade immortal pill, the Celestial Passage Pill. This sword is a mid-grade immortal weapon, the Rosy Glow Sword. There's also a storage ring filled with abundant resources. All these can be yours if you agree to break the engagement. So by witnessing, I just want everyone to know that the Lu family is not heartless nor ungrateful even when prospering. Even if breaking off the engagement, we will compensate your Xiao family appropriately. Moxie stated coolly. Upon hearing Moxie's words, everyone gasped. It's actually a mid-grade immortal pill. Yes, there's also the mid-grade immortal sword, Rosy Glow Sword. Heavenly Spirit Sect truly isn't joking around. What generosity. Everyone's eyes gleamed with envy. They didn't even Do you think I'm offering too little? She asked sternly, her imposing aura pressing down on Keith. I don't need your offerings, but breaking the engagement? Impossible. Keith stood firm against Moxie's pressure. Humph. Moxie scoffed, coldly saying, I know you're very dissatisfied. This matter is indeed humiliating for your Xiao family, but you should understand, this world respects only the strong and is inherently unfair. If our positions were reversed today, with you far stronger than me, you could have come to Heavenly Spirit Sect to break the engagement. I, Moxie, wouldn't have any objections. So why must you persist in this foolishness? Upon hearing this, Keith gnashed his teeth, filled with both hate and regret over his lack of power. Right now, how much he wished to switch places and trample Moxie underfoot. Don't you want to prove yourself? Seeing Keith's appearance, Moxie said expressionlessly, I can give you a chance to prove yourself. Of course, mainly because of our past ties, I don't want things to become too awkward. I give you 3 years. In 3 years, I will wait for you at Heavenly Spirit Sect. If you surpass me, I, Sheila, will not break the engagement and serve you obediently. But if you don't, I will publicly annul the engagement. How about it? Moxie watched Keith indifferently, awaiting his response. Keith trembled, a bitter smile on his face. How could he not see through her plan? She had calculated that in 3 years, he wouldn't achieve anything significant. Even if he did, it wouldn't be enough to surpass her. After all, one was the waste from a small clan, the other, a pampered daughter of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. How could he compare? And in 3 years, she would successfully annul the engagement, gain goodwill, and avoid accusations of turning against them after using them. As for him, Keith, he would bear the humiliation and live forever in others' ridicule. Truly a cunning move. Just as Keith felt powerless and unsure of what to do, a cold voice suddenly came from outside. What are you? You dare speak of 3 years? You're overestimating yourself. Letting you kneel before my junior brother and serve him. 3 days are enough. With that, a group led by a cold-faced Selena in white attire slowly walked in. Chapter 483, An Ox Flying in the Sky. The sudden appearance of a few individuals instantly drew everyone's attention. Whether it was Moxie, the people from Tinching City, or Keith's father, Xiaogillis, none were exceptions. What kind of people were they to have such audacity? How could they dare to speak to Moxie like that? However, facing everyone's gazes, Emmeline remained unperturbed, her head held high, exuding an air of confidence as if she was born to be a queen. Moxie frowned deeply. She felt an immense threat from Emmeline. Her presence overshadowed the original spotlight on herself, making her seem dull by comparison. Of course, the others behind Emmeline also caught her attention. The man holding a long sword with an expression of righteousness seemed like a ray of light from the righteous path. Meanwhile, another man with bandages wrapped around his body, smirking indifferently while surveying the scene, gave off a sense of danger. Who are you? Moxie finally asked in a low voice. We are Keith's senior brothers and sisters, Emmeline said calmly. Upon hearing this, there was a stir in the crowd. Even Xiaogillis, Keith's father, looked utterly confused. Keith had always been considered a useless person since childhood, never joining any sect. Where did these seniors suddenly come from? So brash, I wonder who you really are. But upon realizing the answer, Moxie relaxed, scoffing and saying nonchalantly, just his seniors, huh? Her disdain for Keith was evident. Did she not know what kind of person he was? And a sect that accepted Keith couldn't possibly be a major one. Moreover, after scrutinizing Emmeline and her companions, Moxie found nothing particularly strong about them except some faint hints of uniqueness. So, their status and strength were quite clear. You talk big. Considering Xiao family's face, I won't hold it against you. But are you sure about the 3 days you mentioned? Moxie asked with a smirk. A challenge within 3 days. She considered it a joke. Yet, compressing 3 years into 3 days might allow her to resolve matters sooner, which wasn't bad at all. Of course, Emmeline nodded casually. Very well, Moxie smiled, then turned her gaze towards Keith beside her. Keith showed hesitation. He gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. Are you really sure? Don't back out later, claiming Moxie coerced you, denying you time and the Xiao family's chance. Moxie lifted her chin, asking. Before Keith could reply, Xiaogillis quickly intervened. Genre, are you really certain about this? Father, they are indeed my seniors, and I trust them, Keith explained quietly, summarizing the Heaven and Earth sect to Xiaogillis. Father, though I've never seen their abilities, I intuitively feel their extraordinariness. Plus, there was that flyer. He described the mysterious flyer in detail. So, regardless of the outcome, I'm grateful they came here to help me. Whether it's 3 years or 3 days, what difference does it make? Hearing this, Xiaogillis didn't know what to say. Sighing inwardly, he hoped these seniors truly had extraordinary skills as Keith sensed. I'm certain. Just 3 days. 3 days later, at the Heavenly Spirit Sect. If I lose, the engagement will be annulled immediately, Keith said firmly. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd. Keith, what are you, daring to boast about challenging Miss Moxie within 3 days? These so-called seniors must be tricking you. You actually believe it? That way, you might retain your dignity for 3 more years, but now you're just becoming a laughingstock. Whether 3 years or 3 days, the result will be the same. Maybe he's realized that and doesn't want to struggle anymore. Ha 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 ha. Mockery echoed, stinging his ears. Yet, Keith's gaze remained firm. Despite his brief and inexplicable entry into the Heaven and Earth sect, he sensed a turning point in his life there. His seniors, although showing no obvious strength, felt extraordinary to him. He felt warmth and respect from his peers at the sect, never ridiculed for being a waste. Even now, his master sent seniors to support him. So, Keith trusted them wholeheartedly. Even if he failed, he wouldn't regret it. Very well, this 3-day period is set. Please bear witness to this agreement, Moxie stated. Don't worry, Miss Moxie, we are all witnesses. It was Keith who decided to reduce the time, not under any coercion from you. Yes, Miss Moxie was considerate to the Xiao family, but they refused her kindness. When Keith loses to Miss Moxie in 3 days, it will be his own fault. Thank you all. With that, Moxie glanced at Emmeline and Keith before leaving with the gauge. The people from Tinching City followed suit, smirking. Word spread across Tinching City, and beyond that Keith would challenge Moxie in 3 days, becoming everyone's entertainment. Crowds gathered at the Heavenly Spirit sect, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. At the Xiao family residence, 5th senior sister, why did you talk to those trash so much? Shouldn't you have torn them apart right away? Egbert asked sullenly. This matter ultimately concerns Keith. He needs to resolve it personally, Emmeline replied softly. Indeed, if Keith didn't handle this himself, it might leave psychological scars, affecting his future cultivation. Then we won't get to fight? Egbert queried again. Not necessarily. In 3 days, if they don't keep their word and refuse to make Moxie serve Keith, you can destroy the Heavenly Spirit sect. Emmeline added, if they do refuse, you can destroy the Heavenly Spirit sect. Really? At the prospect of destroying an entire sect, Egbert's eyes lit up. Knowing that, why did you choose 3 days? Isn't 3 hours enough? I can't wait. Emmeline rolled her eyes. These 3 days aren't for Keith, but for Amerigoise. Since he became bald, he can't fly anymore. Ah, right? Egbert nodded dully, only now remembering that even if Amerigoise redirected his path to the Heavenly Spirit sect, it would still take him 3 days. Meanwhile, Xiao Gillis watched with a conflicted frown, having initially trusted his son's intuition. He hoped these people truly had some hidden strength or strategy, somehow causing a twist in the coming 3 days. But now, the more he listened, the more off it sounded to him. Even 3 hours? Was this not just nonsense? So, he quickly pulled his son Keith aside. Genre, are you sure these senior brothers and sisters of yours aren't frauds? The way they talk makes it seem like an ox is flying in the sky, Xiao Gillis asked with a face full of worry. The tone and style should align with the previous passage, presenting Xiao Gillis's concerns in a natural and fluent manner while maintaining coherence with the storyline. Chapter 484. My son truly has the potential of an Hudson. Keith lowered his head, his face revealing a difficult expression. Though he strongly felt that these senior brothers and sisters might be very powerful, he had never witnessed their true abilities. Frankly speaking, he really lacked confidence. After all, how could a cultivator who could not practice cultivation defeat a human immortal realm expert like Moxie within 3 days, especially one with multiple trump cards? The disparity was simply too great for him to even dare imagine after calming down. Unconsciously, he shifted his gaze towards Emmeline, hesitantly asking, Senior sister, do you really have a way to let me defeat Moxie in 3 days? Junior brother, why worry? Kobe has already thought of everything, Emmeline softly said. Before leaving, Kobe gave me this book and specifically instructed me to make you read it thoroughly, to feel the protagonist's journey. As she spoke, Emmeline moved her storage ring, producing a book titled Do Chi Hua Ma, * Aurora transforms into a horse *. Kobe's book? Keith couldn't help but ask as he looked at it, how do I control it? Or is it a powerful martial technique? But with my current state, even if it were a formidable martial skill, I wouldn't be able to learn it within 3 days. How to use it, junior brother will see soon enough, Emmeline replied with a faint smile. Alright, okay. Keith, half believing, half doubting, took the book into his hands. He looked at the 4 characters on the cover, Do Chi Hua Ma, then slowly opened it. Meanwhile, Xiao Gillis lost all hope, sighing helplessly with a dejected expression. A single book, how could it help his son, who had no cultivation base, defeat a human immortal realm expert in 3 days? Now, he only hoped his son could endure the blow and remain strong. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a thunderous laugh erupted beside him. Turning, he saw it was his son, who was reading while laughing wildly, trembling all over. Ha 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 ha. What a 30 years east and 30 years west. What a never underestimate a poor youth. I've understood it, truly understood it. Seeing this, Xiao Gillis's heart sank. Could his son not handle the pressure and gone mad? But as he thought this, a surging aura exploded from Keith's body. With wide eyes, Xiao Gillis watched as his powerless waste of a son rapidly ascended. Martial artist, Martial Hudson, Martial Sam, Martial Saint, human immortal. Snap. Witnessing this, Xiao Gillis's legs twitched, his mouth opening wide in a dry quack-like scream. Instant transcendence? His waste of a son actually instantly transcended? The scene before him struck Xiao Gillis like a thunderclap in his mind. However, Keith's realm didn't stop at human immortal, but continued skyrocketing. Human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal. Finally, it settled at golden immortal. During this rapid ascent, various energies surged violently within him, completely shattering everything in the room. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and disaster clouds began forming. Fortunately, Emmeline waved her hand, shielding Keith in a spatial bubble, making the heavenly thunder disappear without causing much disturbance. Seeing this, Xiao Gillis's mouth dropped wide enough to fit an egg, waves of shock crashing through his mind, rendering him speechless. Alas, 28th junior brother hasn't cultivated for too long, hence only reaching heavenly immortal, somewhat regrettable. Driscoll sighed wistfully when Keith's energy stabilized. This sudden remark nearly made Xiao Gillis collapse again. Only reached heavenly immortal? What a damn show-off. Keith's dejection vanished, replaced by unprecedented confidence, as he felt an overwhelming strength within his body. Keith thanks Hall and senior sister. He quickly knelt, looking at Emmeline et al. With gratitude. Why such formality, junior brother? Since joining the Heaven-Earth sect, we're one family. Emmeline gently pulled Keith up, solemnly saying, and this is all Kobe's instructions. Yes, all because of Kobe? Keith couldn't help but think of the protagonist in Do Chi Hua Ma. Weren't they facing similar fates? It seemed Kobe had foreseen this, thus giving him this book. To become part of the Heaven-Earth sect, I truly earned my past life's merit. I swear, I, Keith, will dedicate myself entirely to the Heaven-Earth sect and forever honor Kobe. Recalling the young man lounging daily, chasing dramas, a deep reverence shone in Keith's eyes. Beside him, Xiao Gillis, coming back to his senses, was in tears. Ancestor must have blessed us. Xiao Gillis wept profusely, never imagining his son would turn things around so dramatically, joining a mysterious and powerful sect. Most astounding, their enigmatic Kobe turned his uncultivatable son into a golden immortal with just a book. What kind of terrifying prowess did he possess? No wonder these few treated Tion Kermic sect with contempt, casually mentioning destruction. How foolish he was, not believing them initially. Now, with his son being a golden immortal, who cared about Moxie? Son, in 3 days, father will accompany you to the Tion Kermic sect, showing that Liu family and the Tion Kermic sect exactly what a 20-year-old human immortal amounts to nothing. My son, Keith, has the potential of an emperor. Truly looking forward to seeing that Selena's face when she learned she broke off the engagement with a 20-year-old golden immortal, Xiao Gillis said proudly. Chapter 485. Adding fuel to the fire. Keith advanced to the rank of golden immortal. In the previous chapter, there were 2 errors in the text. In a blink, 3 days passed. The Heavenly Spirit sect, as the regional lord of the southern domain of the Sky Empire, possessed formidable strength and profound heritage. Clouds and mist enveloped the mountains, and disciples occasionally flew past on their swords through the fog, creating a scene reminiscent of an immortal's abode. Today was particularly lively here. The battle between Keith and the Heavenly Spirit sect's holy maiden Christie had already spread throughout the southern domain. So many rushed to the Heavenly Spirit sect upon hearing the news. Of course, besides coming to witness Keith's predicament, they also wanted to catch a glimpse of the Heavenly Spirit holy maiden Moxie's elegance. Inside the Heavenly Spirit sect, Moxie sat cross-legged on a mat, composed and tranquil, seemingly indifferent about today's duel. At this moment, Andres approached. Vienna, how are you feeling? Are you confident about today's battle? The man asked. He was none other than Moxie's master, the sect master Bernard of the Heavenly Spirit sect. Kobe, it's a battle with no suspense whatsoever. What need is there for confidence? Moxie said with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, my question was rather pointless. Bernard laughed awkwardly. Then he whispered softly, Vienna, you don't blame me for putting you and the Xiao family at odds with the Liu family, do you? Kobe, you're joking. Even without Kobe's involvement, I and that Keith have always been from different worlds. Moreover, any favors owed by the Xiao family to the Liu family belong to the older generation. What has it to do with me? Moxie said expressionlessly. As long as you don't blame me, I'm relieved, Bernard sighed. After all, your engagement causes much concern for Crown Prince 3. Only if you show enough determination will it likely satisfy him. So, to enhance today's spectacle, I subtly pushed things along and opened our gates wide to invite more spectators. Thank you for your efforts, Kobe. Moxie expressed her gratitude. Why should you thank me? Our sects, no matter how powerful, are ultimately still under the Empire's control. If you can marry Crown Prince 3, your future achievements will far surpass those within the Heavenly Spirit sect, making our foundation even more stable, Bernard said with emotion. Rest assured, Kobe, I won't forget the cultivation the Heavenly Spirit sect has bestowed upon me, Moxie declared solemnly. With those words, I am content. Bernard nodded in satisfaction, then reminded earnestly, by the way, when you fight, don't be merciful. Even if you kill Keith, it wouldn't be too serious. Although Crown Prince 3 isn't here personally, his eyes and ears are certainly among the audience. If you hesitate and make him unhappy, it will complicate matters. Don't worry, Kobe, I understand, Moxie nodded faintly. Let's go. It's time, Bernard said. Subsequently, they headed outside. On the path up the mountain of the Heavenly Spirit sect, led by Emmeline, several senior disciples had already arrived. Senior sister, fellow seniors, in fact, this duel today means nothing to me. Whether or not I participate makes no difference. Keith looked at the grand display of the Heavenly Spirit sect and the crowds gathering on the mountain, speaking calmly. Since becoming an immortal, his perspective and outlook on life had drastically changed. So-called mental obstacles simply ceased to exist. To him, proving anything to Moxie was no longer necessary. No way. However, just as he spoke, Harifa and Xiao Gillis immediately objected in unison. They exchanged glances and Harifa spoke first. If you back out, won't it mean a wasted trip for your senior brother? I was hoping to witness the destruction of the Heavenly Spirit sect. That's right, I placed high stakes on you. With this win, my father would finally turn things around. If you back out, aren't my bets in vain? Xiao Gillis added sternly. Their reasons left Keith speechless, so he turned to Emmeline. Senior sister, what do you think? He asked. Junior brother, while I understand your feelings, retreating now may seem overly magnanimous, Emmeline warned earnestly. That's not the style of our gate of heaven and earth. I see, senior sister. Keith nodded in realization, fixing a determined gaze toward the Heavenly Spirit sect. At this moment, A large arena had already been set up in the square of the Heavenly Spirit sect. Surrounding the arena were hundreds of thousands of spectators. Heavenly Spirit Holy Maiden Moxie had long appeared on the stage, awaiting her opponent. Today, she wore a white dress, her frosty beauty blooming like a snow lotus. Her exquisite face and graceful demeanor made her the center of attention. The Holy Maiden lives up to her title. Indeed, so young yet possessing such power and beauty, one can only feel envious. How dare the so-called useless Shao family challenge Miss Vienna? Truly, he knows no limits. Her presence stirred enthusiastic exclamations from the crowd. Finally, the time came. Under countless watchful eyes, Keith slowly walked toward the arena. Chapter 486. My turn to act. Oh my. Did this useless boy actually dare to come? Yeah, a cultivation waste. I thought he wouldn't show up at all. Didn't think he had the guts. What guts? He doesn't know his place and just comes here asking for humiliation. Seeing Keith step onto the stage, a flurry of chattering immediately erupted from the audience. However, faced with these comments, Keith paid no heed. It didn't affect him in the slightest as he walked toward the arena without any trace of arrogance or humility. Moxie watched Keith approach and furrowed her brow slightly. For some reason, today's Keith seemed different from the one she saw 3 days ago, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. What surprised her more was that under such circumstances, amidst so much mockery, Keith remained unnaturally calm. She suddenly realized that perhaps she had underestimated Keith before, but this realization was fleeting, because it didn't matter. At most, it only meant Keith had some courage. It still couldn't change the fact that he was a waste, nor could it change the gap between them. Regardless of your strength, out of respect for the old ties between the Shao and Lu families, I will take this fight seriously and not hold back. It is also a way to give you sufficient respect, she said indifferently, looking at Keith expressionlessly. Moxie's words stirred the crowd once again. Wow, Miss Moxie is truly a saint. You're right. She can easily crush this waste, but insists on making things complicated. I've heard the Shao family once did favors for the Lu family. Mariamu seems like someone who repays kindness. This must be saving face for this brat. Yeah, to die under Miss Moxie's full power, this kid will have something to brag about. Various voices rang out among the spectators for a moment. TCH, putting on a facade. Driscoll picked his nose disdainfully. Exactly, too much talking for a mere fight. Hong Justanuing also showed obvious impatience. However, facing Moxie's words, Keith remained expressionless on the stage. Is he shocked into silence? How will he withstand the upcoming assault? Moxie scoffed inwardly. Immediately, brilliant light radiated from her body, and her cultivation exploded outward. Boom! A powerful force spread throughout the venue. At the instant her cultivation was revealed, incredulous exclamations broke out among the audience. What? Land immortal? She's a land immortal? Incredibly hard to believe. I thought Miss Moxie was a human immortal. Didn't expect her to be a land immortal. With this level of talent, TSK, no wonder she's the #1 in the southern domain. No, she's only 20 years old. A 20-year-old land immortal is far more than just the top person in the southern domain. She probably ranks highly across the entire empire. Shocked murmurs filled the air, and everyone looked at Moxie with fervor. Among the crowd were informants from various major sects and the imperial court. As soon as Moxie revealed her land immortal status, numerous messages were sent out from there. Behind the arena, Bernard smirked. Setting up such a grand stage today wasn't just because of this waste Keith. Because merely Keith alone wasn't worth all this effort. Breaking off the engagement was only part of their plan. The true objective was to use this opportunity to establish Moxie's reputation and build her fame. With a 20-year-old land immortal, they would gain more influence in the entire empire and receive more attention from the imperial court. After all, anyone would consider what kind of existence a 20-year-old land immortal might become in 100 years, let alone 1,000 years down the line. So, everything from start to finish was meticulously planned. The so-called giving Keith dignity was just talk, merely a way for Moxie to publicly expose her true strength dramatically and cause significant reactions. Moxie looked at the frenzied crowd, feeling little internal fluctuation. Given her talent, this was only natural. Her future held even greater stages than this. Having achieved her purpose, she turned her indifferent gaze toward Keith. To her surprise, Keith stood there calmly, unmoved by either the surrounding noise or her powerful display. Why? Shouldn't he feel despair? Or has he already given up? Moxie frowned at Keith, pondering inwardly. Then she shook her head. Never mind. His thoughts are unimportant to me. You make the first move. I'll give you a chance, Moxie said coldly. Otherwise, you won't get a chance to attack. Still, you should make the first move. Keith replied calmly. However, his words immediately caused laughter to erupt. Haha, this kid, so funny. Yeah, why act tough now? At least put up a good fight if you strike first. If Miss Moxie strikes first, he won't even qualify to react. Sigh, he must have already given up. Poor soul. Harsh voices came from all sides, yet Keith remained unperturbed. Junior brother seems to excel at pretending. Driscoll, who was still digging in his nose, muttered sarcastically. He received several scathing looks from Emmeline and others. Moxie narrowed her eyes slightly, finding Keith's pose somewhat amusing. But it didn't matter. Today's duel with Keith was just going through the motions anyway. Raising her delicate hand, she drew her sword from her sleeve, directing it sharply towards Keith. This sword thrust, burkling and filled with overwhelming sword intent. To anyone watching, Keith seemed doomed. However, the actual outcome left everyone speechless. They saw, incredulously, Keith raise his palm, extend 2 fingers, and directly clamp the sword's edge. Hum. Due to the immense force within the sword being halted, the blade shook violently, emitting resonant sounds. Keith remained perfectly still. What? 2 fingers? This scene caused hundreds of thousands of eyes to nearly pop out, whole. At the same time, Moxie also flew backward from the impact, crashing heavily onto the ground and struggling to get up. One hit, instantaneous defeat. How is this possible? Heavens, what's happening? Did I see wrong? How can this be the result? At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of spectators in the square erupted into a wave of uproar, filled with voices of disbelief. Initially, they were surprised that Keith could withstand Moxie's attack, but they never expected another twist. Keith had actually sent Moxie flying? This outcome was something they couldn't accept at all. They had come to watch Moxie demonstrate her overwhelming power against Keith, but the actual result was completely different. To say that it was beyond everyone's expectations would be an understatement. Holding her injured shoulder, lying on the ground gasping for breath, Moxie stared intently at Keith with eyes wide open. This good-for-nothing. How could this good-for-nothing defeat me? No, impossible. Moxie simply couldn't accept such an outcome, especially not being publicly defeated by someone like Keith, given her esteemed identity as a heavenly spirit holy maiden. Especially with those incredulous gazes in the crowd, it felt like they were mocking her. Go to hell. Fueled by rage, she raised her broken sword, revealing her immortal level strength without reserve. A single heavenly strike descended. Hiss. This seems to be the heavenly spirit sect's divine art, heavenly spirit sword technique. Yes, the heavenly spirit sword technique is a genuine divine technique. Although it's only low level, it is one of the sect's mountain taming techniques. This Moxie truly has terrifying talent to master it at the immortal level. With divine techniques in hand, even challenging higher ranks isn't difficult. It looks like today's outcome remains uncertain. The crowd roared with excitement. Originally, everyone thought the battle would be a foregone conclusion, but it turned out to be far more exciting than anyone imagined, full of twists and turns. Outside the arena, Bernard stared coldly at the scene. Although Keith's unexpected performance made him lose his composure momentarily, Moxie was his personal disciple, and he surely had some hidden cards up his sleeve. This one strike was Moxie's ultimate trump card. Under this strike, Keith stood no chance of victory. You've really exceeded my expectations today. Everyone thought you were a waste, yet you've been hiding so deeply. But it's still useless. Unless you possess the power of a celestial immortal, you won't be able to withstand this strike. So now, you are doomed to die. Moxie looked at Keith with cold eyes, her voice icy as she struck down with her sword. Doomed to die. Keith smiled faintly. Warm, looking like a dead dog. You lost. Keith said coolly. These words made Moxie shudder violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, her mental state had suffered a severe blow. Do you remember what you said that day? Keith looked at her, speaking calmly before raising his gaze to survey the entire area. Today, I, Keith, officially declare the termination of my relationship with you, Moxie. Henceforth, we have no ties whatsoever. Immediately, his voice filled with spiritual energy rolled out. Subsequently, a divorce scroll floated down to land beside Moxie. After Keith's words fell, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. No one had expected this outcome today. They thought it would be Moxie renouncing her engagement with Keith, but they never anticipated that Keith would give Moxie a divorce scroll. If this news spreads, how could Moxie maintain her standing in Kermix's world? Pooh. Seeing the divorce scroll before her, Moxie spat out another mouthful of blood. Previously haughty, she now appeared utterly deflated, her face pale, severely impacted internally. This was supposed to be her stage. She was supposed to capitalize on this moment to establish her name and fame. But in front of so many people, she was defeated by the very person she had rejected, and then handed a divorce scroll. She was unwilling. Deeply unwilling. Why? She screamed in desperation, just turning their own tactics against them. Keith looked at her coolly, delivering a warning. Also, let me leave you with these words. There are always higher mountains and better people. In my eyes now, your achievements are nothing compared to mine. His words hit Moxie like a sledgehammer. Injured and reeling from backlash, she spit out fresh blood uncontrollably, her immortal level cultivation hard hit and falling back a level. Take care of yourself. Keith glanced at her calmly, without a hint of pity, then turned and walked away. Just then, a powerful palm imprint surged toward an unprepared Keith. This palm strike was extremely potent, intimidating almost everyone in the audience. It came from Bernard, Albin of the Heavenly Spirit sect, whose eyes blazed with intense killing intent. The palm imprint reached Keith's head in an instant. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. Even with Keith's quick reaction, managing to counterattack with a punch, he still found himself overpowered by the profound immortal level Bernard. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Keith was instantly sent flying backward. Chapter 488. Your Hall Hong can no player hold back. Actually didn't die? Bernard's gaze turned grim. For a mere golden immortal to withstand his palm strike and still survive was beyond unexpected. The more so, the deeper his killing intent grew. Not only had Keith disrupted all of his plans, but just with Keith's talent alone, Bernard couldn't dare let Keith live. In the future, the Heaven Spirit sect would find no peace. He stepped into the void, chasing after Keith. Another palm aimed at Keith, this time, clearly leaving no room for survival. However, as it neared its target, a jade-like hand suddenly appeared, forcefully meeting Bernard's strike. So powerful. Who is this? Bernard rolled several times in midair before stabilizing himself, casting a shocked glance forward. Before Keith stood a Selena in white. Her presence was overwhelming, her pride intimidating. She stared at him with cold, piercing eyes. Even with Bernard's cultivation, he dared not meet that gaze. Who are you? His voice was hoarse. Heavenly Gate, Emmeline, also Keith's senior sister. Emmeline's voice was icy cold, filled with unyielding rage. She never imagined that the head of a prestigious sect would ambush her junior brother. Thankfully, Keith was unharmed. Otherwise, the entire Heaven Spirit sect wouldn't suffice for his burial. Heavenly Gate? Senior sister? Bernard carefully recalled, yet found no information on the Heavenly Gate. Nor did he know where Keith had such a formidable senior sister from. Meanwhile, on the distant platform, Emmeline's face a brittle bone. You. Upon hearing this, Keith's veins bulged with anger, trembling in rage. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Emmeline burst into laughter. Truly a wonderful ambush, a brilliant cover-up. While speaking, she gently supported Keith. Junior brother, stay here and recover. Next, your senior brothers and sisters will stand by you. Bernard's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Stand by? Can you even support him? He asked coldly. Despite feeling somewhat wary of Emmeline, it was only to a degree. A profound immortal, on the main field of the Heaven Spirit sect, could hardly cause significant damage. Let's see, Emmeline smiled faintly, then called out, Jonth junior brother, today, you should be able to vent freely. At her call, a wild figure in the center of the plaza dashed towards them. Ha ha ha. Senior sister, there's no need for you to prompt me. I've already started attacking. With those words, Harry clutched two celestial immortals from the Heaven Spirit sect, slamming them together with sheer force. Boom. Their bodies exploded, splattering blood all over him. Ha ha ha. Such joy. Roaring loudly, he charged at other members of the Heaven Spirit sect. A loud explosion echoed. Boom. Centered around Braden's self-detonation, a colossal mushroom cloud rose into the sky instantly. The heavens and earth changed colors. For a moment, countless torrents of violent energy surged in all directions, transforming into waves of shock that spread out. The ground was blasted into a large crater. Under the shockwaves, countless buildings of Tion Kermik sect crumbled, and numerous people were knocked over by the impact. The area became a scene of devastation, completely ravaged. As for within the range of Braden's explosion, whether they were onlookers or members of the enforcement hall of Tion Kermik sect, all perished without exception. Some remained barely recognizable as human forms. The more unfortunate ones were so mutilated their mothers wouldn't recognize them, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. The cries of anguish filled the air. Madman, madman, he's purely a madman. Run fast. Amidst the cacophony of wails, the remaining crowd dispersed, hastily moving away from the center of the battlefield. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bernard's face was dark enough to drip water, his entire body trembling violently, with bloodshot eyes. His enforcement hall, the very one he cultivated from scratch, the backbone of Tion Kermik sect's combat strength, obliterated in an instant. His heart beating so early and leaving me alone to face such a multitude, really putting immense pressure on me, she said with a bitter smile. She then turned her gaze to Keith. Seeing the situation, Keith propped himself up and declared resolutely, Senior sister, I fear no death. I'll fight alongside you. Give any command. You're thinking too much. We aren't there yet, Emmeline replied awkwardly. I only wanted to tell you to find a bag later to collect your junior brother John's remains. Maybe in a few days, we can put him back together. Keith froze, but regaining composure, he asked in astonishment, Senior sister, do you mean junior brother John isn't dead? Shao Gillis also looked shocked. Other than Kobe, if he doesn't wish to die, who could kill him? Putting him back together is only a matter of time. You deal with the cleanup, Emmeline instructed, adding, oh, and make sure nothing is missing. Yes, senior sister, I'll take care of it, Keith replied, exhilarated upon hearing Braden wasn't dead. Shao Gillis broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of monstrous sect had his son joined? To become an immortal right there was one thing, but he'd never seen someone survive self-detonation before. Moreover, Emmeline didn't show any fear against such overwhelming force, casually assigning tasks. Wasn't this too irresponsible? Facing the top sect of the Southern fell from the sky. What strange attack is this? Who exactly are you? And what power is this heavenly domain? Unable to get a handle on Emmeline, Bernard looked flustered. Clearly, Emmeline was only a profound immortal, not far below him in rank, yet, she handled the combined onslaught effortlessly. You aren't worthy to know. Emmeline smiled coldly, continuing to fend off the assaults. Although her individual strength wasn't much higher than theirs, her previous life had been that of an immortal Hudson, which immortal Hudson wasn't elevated through uncountable battles and endless carnage. Thus, Emmeline possessed unparalleled combat experience. Compared to her past experiences, this minor assault was nothing. Another moment passed, Emmeline remained effortless, while Tion Kermik sect lost another 7 or 8 members. Seeing this, Bernard finally couldn't sit idle and shouted, Junior brother, Tion Kermik is in danger. Please break seclusion and assist. With his words, deep within Tion Kermik sect, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly snapped open. A formidable aura erupted from the ground, soaring upward like a blade. Then a man in white robes appeared, with a distinctive strand of white hair on his forehead, especially eye-catching. Note: I've preserved the style and structure of the original text, including the character names and pinyin as specified. If you need any adjustments, feel free to ask. Chapter 490. You should have said you wanted to fight sooner. It's Storm. Heavens, it's actually Storm. He didn't die and is still within the Tianling sect. Phew, I didn't expect that Storm would also be startled out today. You know, he was the top genius of Bernard's era, right? Rumors say he long reached the peak of Mystic Immortal, but wasn't interested in the position of sect leader, letting Bernard take over. He is truly a legendary figure. The appearance of the man in white almost made everyone watching gasp in surprise. He hovered mid-air, with sword-like eyebrows giving him a piercing edge, an air of domineering pride surrounding him. Junior brother, this Selena is very peculiar. To minimize casualties for our Tianling sect, I hope you personally deal with her, Bernard shouted loudly. Storm's eyes moved, clearly sensing Emmeline's extraordinariness. A compelling aura emanated from him, locking onto Emmeline. His appearance made Emmeline frown, a hint of danger stirring in her heart. This person is incredibly strong. This was the first impression Storm gave to Emmeline. Looks like I have to get serious? But Storm's formidable strength did not make Emmeline fear. Instead, it ignited the fighting spirit deep within her heart. A brief standoff ensued. Then, Storm moved. The long sword in his hand pointed straight ahead, becoming one with him, locking onto Emmeline unyieldingly. However, just as he was about to attack, A sudden outcry came from the crowd surrounding them. Quick, look who that is. Indeed, a battle is about to break out, yet this kid dares to run there. Is he courting death? Upon hearing this, Storm, who was about to act, turned his head and saw a bald man sprinting towards them, wearing a cloak. Storm's eyes narrowed slightly. Where did this bald monk come from, complete with dead fish eyes? And his target seems to be me? Interesting. Storm curled the corner of his lips, withdrawing his attack on Emmeline and turning his attention to the approaching bald man. Closer. Very powerful aura. This was Storm's first thought. Facing an enemy who dared to initiate combat against him, Storm never underestimated, his body sinking slightly, ready for a serious confrontation. However, just as the bald man grew nearer and the urge to fight was almost ignited, the flying bald man brushed past him without even glancing at him once. Seeing this scene, even with Storm's rock-steady demeanor, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. To simply ignore him and make him waste all that stance preparation, this greatly offended Storm's pride. Junior brother, you finally arrived. Someone is very angry because you ignored him, Emmeline said meaningfully upon seeing the bald junior brother rush over. Oh, I'm not interested in him. Need to go for a shit. Been holding it in for 3 days, Amerigoise replied expressionlessly before rushing into a nearby latrine, sitting down on the toilet seat. This scene made Emmeline's mouth twitch, leaving her speechless. Storm, upon hearing this, had his facial muscles quivering uncontrollably, his murderous intent unabashedly revealing itself. Hand that Selena over to you all first. I'll deal with that bald monk. Storm's voice rasped. Sure. Bernard hurriedly responded, glancing at the restroom instinctively. Whoever knew such an oddball would infuriate his junior brother just by showing up. This could end badly. Phew. Going to the bathroom is so comforting. Sitting on the toilet, Amerigoise felt relieved as he defecated, oblivious to the outside atmosphere. He then pulled out a comic book from his pocket, earnestly flipping through it. Bam! Suddenly, the entire restroom exploded, completely flattened, sending dust swirling everywhere. Once the dust settled, only Amerigoise remained, holding his book while sitting naked-bottomed on the pit. A breeze blew past, cooling his buttocks. Amerigoise looked up to see Storm standing above him, face full of cold light. He left a canyon-like ravine in the ground, a horrifying sight. Chapter 491. What kind of sorcery is this? From a distance, Storm lay in the last pit, his body broken into 2 pieces by that punch, instantly losing all life. At this moment, the atmosphere was frozen, complete silence. Storm, a genius from the older generation, the most powerful sword cultivator. Was he actually bisected and instantly killed by that dead-eyed monk? Everyone sucked in cold breaths, unable to wrap their heads around what had happened. But looking at the other side, he still sat on the chamber pot defecating. However, he had put down his manga book, gripping his fists tightly, veins popping out on his forehead. It seemed his constipation was really severe. After Storm was instantly killed, the remaining Unveiling sect members finally panicked. Led by Bernard and others, they had already lost the will to fight. Not only did over a dozen people fail to take down Emmeline, but now another bald head with such strength appeared. Though bizarre, his power was truly formidable. Moxie, who had suffered serious injuries and retreated to one side of the battlefield, widened her eyes in disbelief at what was happening. Keith, what exactly happened to him? How did he suddenly become a golden immortal? And those terrifying seniors of his? One self-detonated to wipe out the entire law enforcement hall. One fought her master and the major gauges of Unveiling sect evenly with just a sword, and another punched her uncle to death in an instant. Where did they come from? She bit her red lips hard. But just as everyone was stunned, Keith and his fellow disciples were about to annihilate the entire Unveiling sect, and even Bernard and Moxie had lost confidence. A deep voice echoed from the depths of the Unveiling sect. I've only been in slumber for 10,000 years, yet I didn't expect anyone to attack my Unveiling sect. Do you think this old man is dead and can't get up? With these words, a vast aura spread explosively. The power was so immense, like a fierce beast awakening after years of dormancy. Everyone felt overwhelming pressure from this presence. Someone remembered something and cried out in shock. It's Ancestor Unveiling. What? Ancestor Unveiling? My goodness, Ancestor Unveiling is still alive? Amidst their exclamations, finally, under the strong aura, a gagely man dressed in simple clothes appeared. His presence overwhelmed the entire scene. Truly, it's Ancestor Unveiling. I didn't expect him to be alive. The depth of Unveiling sect is truly extraordinary. His strength is probably that of a first-stage profound immortal. A first-stage profound immortal. What a privilege to witness such a legendary figure. At this moment, every single person present showed utmost reverence. Profound immortal and first-stage profound immortal, though only differing by 2 characters, were worlds apart. An old saying goes, 9 stages of profound immortals. Each stage represents a new heaven. 9 stages lead beyond the heavens. This implies that each of the 9 stages of profound immortal has a huge gap between them, and the realm after the 9th stage is an entirely new world. Though this saying refers to the differences between the 9 stages, it also emphasizes the enormous gap between ordinary profound immortals and first-stage profound immortals. Ancestor. Ancestor, you haven't ascended. Our Unveiling sect will rise again. The appearance of Ancestor Unveiling rekindled hope in Bernard and Moxie, who prostrated themselves on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. After 10,000 years of seclusion, the Unveiling sect has regressed greatly, and even bullied by some juniors. You are truly useless, Ancestor Unveiling said with a grim expression as he looked at the battered Unveiling sect. Ancestor, it's not that your grandchild hasn't tried, but these people are too bizarre and sinister. Bernard knelt on the ground, pouring out his grievances. Indeed, initially, the plan was to expand the Unveiling sect further while supporting Moxie. But with Keith's unexpected changes, the senior disciples who came with him were each more bizarre than the last, and infuriatingly, Their strength and cultivation were far beyond the norm. As a result, the whole plan failed, leaving the Tianling sect on the brink of annihilation. Humph. I'll deal with these little vermin first before I teach you a lesson. Ancestor Tianling snorted coldly, his deep gaze filled with murderous intent as it fell upon Emmeline, Driscoll, and the others. You young brats, since your gauges failed to discipline you, I, Orin, will take it upon myself to claim your lives. Ancestor Tianling's thunderous voice shook the scene as he raised his hand to unleash a mighty force. However, before his palm could fall, a sudden voice interrupted from the side. TSK, you old scoundrel, who do you think you are to replace our gauges? Do you have the qualifications? First, taste my sword. Driscoll shouted. Ancestor Tianling disdainfully turned his head, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Despite his lofty demeanor and overwhelming aura, his body uncontrollably rushed toward Driscoll, who drew his sword. With a boom, he kneeled on the ground, arms raised, receiving the sword blow from Driscoll. When Ancestor Tianling knelt, eyes bulged in disbelief across the sword sped towards him, locking onto his chest. Under the effect of 100% unarmed blade catching, Isaiah could only watch helplessly as the sword grew larger in his field of vision before piercing through his chest. Isaiah's eyes remained wide open as he fell to the ground with a thud. The scene was filled with gasps of disbelief. From Isaiah's appearance, kneeling, to his death, it had all happened in just a few moments. Ancestor. Ancestor. Ah, is heaven trying to destroy our Tianling sect? Bernard and others, whose hopes were once again shattered, kneeled on the ground and howled in anguish. Don't cry. You'll join him soon enough, Emmeline coldly said as she retracted her longsword from Isaiah's body. Her icy gaze locked onto Bernard and the rest. From the moment the Tianling sect planned to kill Keith, their fate was sealed. It was worse when Isaiah had spoken of killing them in Kobe Mitchell's stead. Replacing Kobe? A nobody could replace a master? Such disrespectful behavior should be punished. It warranted collective punishment. With their morale completely lost, Emmeline's subsequent attacks made them fall apart like sandcastles. There was no effective resistance. With each sword swing, Emmeline claimed the lives of Bernard and others. The entire space was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Soon, including Bernard, everyone had become corpses. The only survivors left were ordinary disciples of Tianling sect and Moxie. She no longer had her previous aristocratic demeanor. She lay curled up on the ground, trembling all over. Her prideful Tianling sect, her powerful Kobe, and powerful ancestor. All were dead now, and all because they bullied Keith. The more she thought about it, the more powerless she felt. Proud as she was, she couldn't understand why this had happened to her. Why did Keith, whom she looked down upon and even wanted to break the engagement with, suddenly become someone far beyond her reach, not only strong himself but also with such formidable backing? At that moment, she felt like a fool, losing all hope of living and only wanting to die. However, Emmeline ignored her pleas for death, turning away without a second glance. Seeing Emmeline leave, Moxie shouted hysterically, Why don't you kill me? Since my junior brother Keith left you alive, I have no interest in killing you, Emmeline replied coldly. But if you spare me, aren't you afraid I might seek revenge on you in the future? Moxie screamed, staring at Emmeline, hoping to see some fear in her eyes that would lead to her death. That way, she could regain a bit of dignity and comfort in her final moments. However, Emmeline merely glanced sideways at her. Do you even deserve it? With those words, she turned away. Moxie instantly collapsed, filled with defeat. That look of disdain in Emmeline's eyes made her realize that she didn't even qualify to instill any fear in her. Moxie, feeling Emmeline's lack of concern, saw Emmeline turn towards Keith. Junior brother Keith, how is the collection of junior brother Sheba's remains going? All collected, sister, Keith reported. Emmeline nodded and then turned to another direction while pinching her nose. Junior brother Chiyu, are you done? Leaving already? Amerigoise put down his comic book and looked up. Yes, we're leaving. Emmeline sheathed her sword and called out. Oh, wait a minute. I'll be done right away. Amerigoise wiped his bottom and stood up. Seeing this, Emmeline couldn't help but shake her head. Tell me, what's the point of coming all this way just to do that? Well, there doesn't seem to be much point. Amerigoise paused, looking up. So, sister, should I do anything else before we go? Forget it, let's just head back. Emmeline sighed, quite speechless. Oh, okay. Amerigoise quickly pulled up his pants and hurried to follow Emmeline. Seeing his dim-witted expression, Emmeline sighed inwardly. Ever since he went bald from reading that comic book, though he did grow stronger, he had also become dull, always with a dazed, lifeless expression. Soon after, the group carried a large, blood-soaked burlap bag while chatting casually as they walked down the mountain. Left behind was a desolate and corpse-strewn Tianling sect. To the Gagely people promoting it in Pingjiang City? Most likely. After all, everyone in Tianyi Gate, including him, Kobe, did nothing all day except let these gauges promote it. Things are really going smoothly lately. Mitchell smiled contentedly. Recently, he recruited several novices, increasing the disciple count to 35. With these 50 flyers, even deducting some who wouldn't come, the number of disciples would likely reach 70. The goal of 100 members was getting closer and closer, and stepping into the realm of cultivation was also within reach. Chapter 493, The Annoying Guy. Sky. Freya glided through the air, her destination this time being Pingjiang City to find Mitchell. They had not met since the 10,000-mile mountains. As Pingjiang City drew nearer, Freya couldn't help but recall that somewhat annoying mortal who spent days and nights with her in the mountains. Thinking of him, a smile involuntarily spread across her delicate face. Reflecting on the scenes from the 10,000-mile mountains, she still found it unbelievable, almost like a dream. At the time, as a proud Marshal Hudson, she had barely survived by relying on that mere mortal, escaping a perilous situation in an immortal's ruins with his beef jerky. Yet, because of this, she now owed several million gold coins. As she zipped through the sky like a streak of light, something below, A large black umbrella by the lakeside caught her attention. A sacred artifact? She glanced at it casually. For someone of her caliber, such a treasure was indeed commendable, yet for her, it warranted merely a cursory look. Just as she was about to continue flying, she heard a series of grumbling voices coming from beneath the black umbrella. Alas, more people eating means less money. Expenses far outweigh income. The Selena from the 10,000-mile mountains promised to pay me, but not even a ghostly trace of her. Indeed, a Selena's mouth is filled with lies. If I had known back then, I should have let you starve to death in that secret passage. Though having more disciples could hasten his path to cultivation, it also increased the expenses for the sect. Considering feeding dozens of mouths, Mitchell felt overwhelmed. Hearing Mitchell's voice, Freya stopped mid-air. Didn't expect to bump into this guy halfway. And he seems to still be hung up on those few million gold coins. Freya's expression darkened as she called out with a tinge of resentment. Hey, whom were you talking about starving to death? Startled by the voice, Mitchell looked up, eyes brightening. Speak of the devil. Zach's sister, did you come to repay my money? Mitchell shouted. That term, Gage sister, made Freya's face contort, her gaze turning cold and her voice icy. Who are you calling Gage sister? What's wrong? IMO paused, looking dumbfounded. You're so powerful. Surely you've been cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years. So, grandmother? Freya choked violently, her energy almost making her fall into the lake. Sure enough, this guy was just as infuriating. But how could she hold back? In a flash, she appeared before Mitchell, her sword at his neck. Afraid I might kill you? Her expression was frosty, each word heavy with menace. Of course, she had no intention of killing Mitchell. It was simply this annoying mouth that needed a lesson, a scare, and perhaps a plea for mercy. Unexpectedly, Mitchell gave her a disdainful glance. He gently raised his hand and pushed the sword away, saying coolly, cut the act. Freya frowned. Why wasn't he afraid? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Her voice turned icier. Oh, please, stop all this fuss. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it already, Mitchell retorted irritably. And during your convalescence, we had an agreement where you swore not to harm me. So if you kill me, not only will you suffer spiritual damage, your Tao heart will break, and your entire family will perish. How worthwhile is that? Freya's lips twitched, her body trembling with rage. That detestable Mitchell. She wished she could strike him down. Playtime no see. You seem much prettier than before, Mitchell remarked, giving her another glance with genuine admiration. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Freya, cooling her temper. This guy finally said something reasonable. Forget it. Not worth getting into it with this mortal. Are you going to let me stand here like this? She asked. Not at all, please sit. Mitchell smiled, offering his reclining chair while he sat on a nearby pebble, wiping the water off the chair carefully. Freya noticed his considerate gesture and was touched slightly. This boy, he can be annoying, but sometimes quite adorable. Here, fresh wild cucumber, it tastes great. Mitchell took out a cucumber, washed it thoroughly, and handed it to her. Who wants your cucumber? Freya gave him a glare but realized she couldn't resist him. Damn it, Freya, spiritual pills mean nothing to you. Yet why can't you refuse a simple cucumber? Humph. In a mixture of anger and embarrassment, she snapped it from him angrily and then stared at the black umbrella overhead, demanding harshly, where did you get this umbrella? Umbrella? Mitchell scratched his head, then replied seriously, I forgot. You forgot? Freya frowned. Seems like someone gave it to me. Mitchell pondered again, though he truly couldn't remember its origin. There were too many trinkets at home. Someone gave it to you? Freya's face darkened. Isn't that obvious? If not given by someone else, how could a mortal possess such a sacred artifact? Chapter 494. A pill for direct breakthrough to the Rex realm. Who gave it to you? Freya persisted, digging for answers. Seems like a female friend gave it to me. She's probably a cultivator too. Mitchell racked his brain, but then replied uncertainly. The umbrella seemed to come from Raquel, yet not entirely. A female friend? A pang of jealousy shot through Freya's heart. Was this obnoxious fellow so well liked by women? Otherwise, how could a priceless holy-grade treasure umbrella end up with an ordinary young lad like him? Seeing Freya pressing on, Mitchell couldn't help but turn his head with a grin and asked teasingly, what's wrong? You also think this umbrella is quite good-looking? Good-looking, my ass. I want you to throw it away right now. With fury all over her face, Freya seemed about to explode. If she could, she'd beat Mitchell senseless. Why? Without an umbrella, are you going to dry like an idiot under the sun? Mitchell furrowed his brow in confusion. I can give you another one, but you must discard this one, Freya insisted without giving room for refusal. With a flicker of movement from her storage ring, she took out a large red umbrella. Had there been any... What's wrong? Sensing Freya's mood change, Mitchell gently inquired. Nothing, she muttered, holding back words she intended to say. After all, these matters were far beyond even Hudson Frederick's comprehension. What use would it be to tell Mitchell? It would only burden him needlessly. This time, I've brought money for you. Here's 5 million gold coins, all I have. She handed over a storage ring to Mitchell. Opening it, the sight of piled gold coins made Mitchell's eyes gleam with delight as he took it, clutching it contentedly in his arms. Also, I've brought a pill. After taking this pill, you should be able to break directly from the mortal realm to the Rex realm, Freya explained, handing over a jade box containing the pill. What? You brought me a pill that can elevate me to Rex? You're truly my best friend. Mitchell was overjoyed, eagerly taking the jade box, filled with excitement. Rex, a legendary realm. He still vividly remembered witnessing the awe-inspiring presence of a Rex cultivator in Nansha. And now, he was about to become such a formidable expert himself. By Freya's side, observing Mitchell's joy, a complex feeling stirred within her. After today, they might never meet again. That was why she went to great lengths to acquire a pill that could elevate a mortal to Rex without any side effects. In times of turmoil, surely a Rex cultivator stood a better chance of survival than a mere mortal? But after hesitating long, she decided not to reveal that this might be their last meeting. There was no point, nor did she wish to add unnecessary worries to Mitchell. As long as he remained happy and survived the future, it was enough. People, after all, experience partings. And, at most, they were only friends. So what do I do now? Mitchell asked eagerly. Do I take it now or later? Now, Freya suggested softly. Though this pill has no side effects, it contains immense energy which you may not endure. I'll guard you and assist with any emergencies. All right, thank you. Following Freya's instructions, Mitchell sat cross-legged, preparing the translucent pill in his hand. One last reminder, this pill carries massive energy. Swallowing it will cause some pain. Are you sure you're ready? Freya warned solemnly once more. Yes, I'm ready. Gritting his teeth, Mitchell nodded resolutely. For becoming such a formidable Rex expert, enduring pain was a necessary sacrifice. Take it then. Okay. Bracing himself, Mitchell cautiously placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed. In that moment, Mitchell clenched his teeth, bracing for the influx of energy. Freya, meanwhile, became equally earnest. Her jade hand lightly placed it on Mitchell's shoulder and began probing inside him. After thoroughly examining him, her expression turned very grim. Mitchell wasn't lying. That pill indeed did not provide him with any power. Mitchell was still an ordinary mortal. This pill really doesn't work for you. All its potency has dissipated, Gillis Yaoyo said through gritted teeth. Mitchell looked dejected. He hung his head. He hadn't expected that he would be so hopeless that even such a powerful pill wouldn't make a difference for him. He thought he might finally be able to stop relying on that damned system. It seemed he still needed to follow through with recruiting disciples. Sorry, I let you down. Gillis Yaoyo apologized guiltily. Don't worry, how can it be your fault? Mitchell reassured her casually. And regarding cultivation, well, Gillis Yaoyo looked at him curiously. Although I'm a mortal and you think I'm just a mortal, I'm not the usual kind of mortal, Mitchell said mysteriously with a smile. In any case, when you see me in the future, you'll see a different me, and you'll definitely be surprised. Mitchell's words left Gillis Yaoyo speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Surprise her? Though she didn't say it aloud, they both knew exactly what state he was in. Yet, this deeply touched Gillis Yaoyo. This guy was truly lovable yet infuriating. Even though she should have been comforting him, Mitchell was the one consoling her instead. All right, I look forward to our next meeting when you surprise me, Gillis Yaoyo said calmly. She didn't hope for a great shock, only that Mitchell could live well in the future. Gillis Yaoyo left. Saying she left, she actually waited in the clouds until evening when Mitchell returned home before she truly departed. After leaving, Gillis Yaoyo flew towards a desolate place. Then she tore through space, entering a chaotic realm. This chaos was another world in itself. Above, countless intricate symbols floated past, carrying natural forces like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. To the east, it was spring with blooming flowers. To the south, it was scorching summer. To the west, autumn breezes. And to the north, snow-covered landscapes. Currently, within this chaos, many people had gathered, numbering over 100. They were tall and mighty, some with ethereal and dignified appearances, and others radiating vigor. There were knife-wiggids, swordsmen, array masters, alchemists. Suddenly, in front of the chaos, a huge stone monument appeared. However, the surface of the stone monument was shrouded in chaos, blocking any peering eyes. A voice, like a booming bell, echoed from the sky above the chaos. The Immortal River Chaos Monument will open in a year, offering a chance for those who achieve enlightenment to ascend as gods and enter the rankings. Those who are ranked will dispel the apocalyptic calamity of the Immortal River Epic, ensuring its perpetual safety. All enlightened ones may now enter the Immortal Pillars. As the voice concluded, below the stone monument, brilliant beams of light emerged. These beams varied in nature. Nearest to the monument were 18 red beams of light. Following the red beams were 36 orange beams. Beyond the orange beams, lay 72 blue beams. Finally, 108 green beams followed closely behind. Everyone watched intently. Their hearts trembled. They gathered here for a noble cause. They were descendants of the Immortal River, united for this purpose. And yet, there were private ambitions too, who didn't want to gain greater strength and eternal glory in the future. So everyone instantly focused on the 18 red immortal pillars. For everyone knew, these 18 red pillars, being closest to the monument, offered the easiest path to enlightenment. Sit down. With the voice concluding, everyone rushed toward the red pillars. But when the dust settled, only a few managed to occupy the red pillars, and similarly sparse numbers for the orange and blue beams. Most found themselves seated in the green pillars. Not because they didn't wish for the red pillars, but matters of the way had a destined order. If you were meant to sit only in the green, you remained there. Infinite Lord, all experts have taken their seats. A man in a silver mask kneeled unseen in the chaos, speaking respectfully. Wonderful, wonderful. From the chaos came Infinite's excited voice. I have planned for countless epochs, waited through endless ages, and accumulated through myriad epochs. Finally, in this epoch, I have gathered 234 blessed individuals. These people include reincarnated souls, Tao incarnates, geniuses, and experts from countless epochs. In a year, they will assist me in achieving the Immortal River's heavenly Tao throne. Congratulations, my lord. The man in the silver mask congratulated with joy. I can hardly wait to meet these blessed ones. His consciousness transformed into a ghostly apparition, entering the grand hall of chaos. With a proud gaze, he scanned the 234 immortal pillars below. But what he saw stunned him. Most of the 234 immortal pillars were empty, not even reaching half capacity. What the hell? Where were the people? Where had they gone? Infinite's ghostly form nearly shattered in fury. Through countless epochs, he meticulously planned for these 234 to gather here regardless of any cause in the cycle of causality. Yet, Not even half had arrived. What could have gone wrong? What unforeseen variable occurred? Most infuriatingly, only 6 or 7 people sat in the 18 red immortal pillars. These were supposed to be his most crucial pawns. Where were the other dozen or so? Infinite almost spat blood in frustration. Hashtag chapter 496. Impossible in this lifetime. Back in the chaotic realm, Callahan stood with a star disk floating above his head, trying to deduce the future. After half a day of intense concentration, he stood up cursing under his breath, having failed to come up with anything useful. Lord, could this change be due to someone else's actions? At this moment, the silver-fanged masked man knelt on the ground and cautiously asked, "What do you mean by that?" Callahan asked sternly, "I mean, is it possible that someone else has learned of your plans and interfered?" The masked man insinuated meaningfully, "Someone else?" Callahan's pupils narrowed, and he asked in a low voice, "For example? Do you remember the one who appeared in the Northern Sea not long ago? He first killed our 7 puppets with the strength of an ordinary person, and then used mysterious power to destroy Yang Ganangong within Kermit Su world using mere wooden carvings. And there's also the black-robed man from Central Plains who single-handedly captured the 4 great wild beasts and even exchanged blows with you," the masked man speculated. Of the chosen ones who have already arrived, most awakened within the last 2 years, and it's only a year before the Shan River chaotic steel opens. So those who haven't come yet probably haven't awakened yet. Hearing this, the masked man nodded in realization. Indeed, among the 100-odd people who had already arrived, most had awakened in the past 2 years. Those who hadn't come likely hadn't awakened yet. It made perfect sense. After all, before awakening, these 234 people were just ordinary humans who might not even know their true origins. Therefore, before awakening, they wouldn't come here. So let's just wait and see. Callahan's mood calmed down as he said quietly, "Perhaps every few days, the number of people in the light columns will change, and in a year, we will have exactly 234 people. From that perspective, our previous concerns seem unnecessary," the masked man said. "I did overthink earlier," Callahan nodded confidently. "Let's be patient. When the time comes, everything will fall into place." In the red divine pillar, Freya sat in meditation. Next to her sat a Selena dressed in white. Her hand rested on a long zither, her white robe snow-like, exuding a pure and transcendent aura. Even Freya had to admit, the Selena was indeed beautiful. Noticing Freya's gaze, the Selena turned her head, smiling gently. "Raquel," Freya smiled back and lightly introduced herself. "Freya." They nodded at each other. Everyone knew that those who could come here were all exceptional talents, perhaps even future allies. After exchanging greetings, Freya shifted her gaze elsewhere. In the 18 red divine pillars, there were a total of 7 people. Apart from her and Raquel, there were 5 others. The 5 seemed to be together, their skin dark, large, and muscular, wearing black clothes and black skullcaps. Through brief exchanges, Freya learned their names. They were brothers, named Jediah, Garrett, Ewan, Zhuang Si, and Zhuang Frederick. They came from the Black Phi tribe in the Kermit Su world, using coffins as weapons, always standing united. But now, the 5 seemed to be arguing among themselves. During the argument, they tore through space and left the chaotic realm, returning to the Black Phi tribe. After all, coming and going in the chaotic realm was free, and the red deity pillar had long recognized them as its masters, so they had no fear of being usurped. Zhuang Frederick, the Shan River chaotic steel will open in a year. What exactly are you planning to do? Jediah looked at Zhuang Frederick with a grim expression and asked seriously. Yeah, Zhuang Frederick, isn't it just a piece of paper? Even if you find it, so what? We've already secured our place in the red deity pillar. Becoming deities is just around the corner. The other brothers also voiced their concerns. A while back, the 5 brothers received 5 flyers out of nowhere. Zhuang Frederick became obsessed with the flyer, insisting on investigating the heavenly gate mentioned on it, no matter how much they tried to dissuade him. Brothers, what you're saying makes no sense. Everyone received the flyer. Don't you think it's extraordinary? Zhuang Frederick asked in response. It does emit immense energy, and it's made of unknown material. Do you think the heavenly gate is just any ordinary place? Yes, it is indeed special. Under normal circumstances, we would go with you. But the Shan River chaotic steel is about to open. Isn't enlightenment there better than joining some sacred land? Jediah reasoned earnestly. You're right, brother. Remember when Lord Callahan personally received us? He said we have a grand destiny. If we meditate on the chaotic steel, we can surely become deities. This is such a great opportunity for fame and success, Garrett added, trying to persuade him. I think that guy is no good. Callahan, how can a good person call themselves that? Zhuang Frederick retorted indifferently. He is just a title. Lord Callahan has worked tirelessly for the Shan River continent. How can you speak of him like this? Jediah rebuked. I don't care. There's something urging me to go to the heavenly gate. I am determined to go there. Brothers, I also advise you. The Shan River chaotic steel is not our path. Callahan doesn't seem trustworthy either. It would be best if you came with me to the heavenly gate. You. Fury flared in Jediah's face as he asked sharply, Zhuang Frederick, do you want to break up our tightly knit brotherhood over this? Yes, I must go to the heavenly gate. Zhuang Frederick spoke resolutely. I hope the 4 of you will come with me. Fine. If you insist on disregarding our brotherly bond and chasing after that illusory thing, then go ahead. Jediah angrily waved his hand, bringing out the flyer in front of him and throwing it into the bottomless abyss below. Within this forbidden area of the Black Phi tribe, torrents of molten lava instantly engulfed the flyer, sealing it tightly within. In this lifetime, it will never happen, he declared firmly, emphasizing each word. Sealing the flyer represented Jediah's unyielding resolve. Chapter 497. A group of useless people. Zach brother. You'd sigh. Jesse looked at Ulrich with a complicated expression, sighing helplessly, but he still left. Not that he didn't care about brotherly feelings, he just firmly believed in the intangible sense. After all, this kind of intuition wasn't elusive for cultivators like them. At Heavenly Earth Sect, Mitchell reclined on his chair, eyes half closed in relaxation. Someone, Mitchell shouted. Elon, how may I assist you? Mark Huanxiang asked respectfully. Gather all the disciples here. Mitchell commanded sternly. Yes. Mark Huanxiang hurriedly obeyed and began gathering all the disciples. In the library, Jesse was deeply engrossed like someone lost in enchantment. Since joining the Heavenly Earth sect as he wished, he spent his days immersed in this vast library. Everything in the library amazed him. Although he hadn't yet found his own path, it drastically improved his cultivation and other aspects. Although I haven't found my path yet, surely in this vast library, I can find what I need. Jesse's eyes sparkled with intense light. He was very glad he decided to join the Heavenly Earth sect by holding onto the flyer. Otherwise, where would he be now? Ah, if only my 4 Gauge brothers were here too. Compared to this Heavenly Earth sect, what is the chaotic steel of a mortal river? Just this Birkinese textbook in my hands contains great truths, probably beyond comparison with that immortal river chaotic steel. At this moment, Mark Huanxiang's booming voice echoed outside. The sect leader orders all disciples to gather at the Heavenly Earth Hall. The sect leader orders all disciples to gather at the Heavenly Earth Hall. Upon hearing the voice, even those deeply engrossed in the library stood up. Outside, those planting vegetables put down their hoes, and those riding oxen jumped off their cattle. Jesse's eyes lit up. He had only seen his master once when he was accepted into the sect, which already left him in awe. Today, he finally had the chance to see him again. Soon, all the disciples gathered on the square in front of the Heavenly Earth Hall, standing respectfully, awaiting Mitchell's words. How have your practices been going recently? Mitchell stood up, scanning the crowd, and asked solemnly. No one responded. Mitchell frowned. Though he never expected these people to make much progress, he had laid foundational groundwork and given them instructions. Judging from this group, none seemed to take his words seriously. You, who are you? Mitchell randomly pointed to a disciple and shouted. Show me your strongest cut with your sword. Yes, Kobe. The disciple ranked 38th came forward, raised his long sword, shouted loudly, and slashed forward. Whoosh! A faint sound broke the air. The others nodded approvingly. This slash was impressive. It stirred the space, showing his prowess as the king of swordsmanship among them. But Mitchell remained unperturbed and silently gestured to another, demanding, You, come out and strike the wooden dummy. Yes, Kobe. The 29th ranked disciple stepped forward earnestly and struck the wooden dummy beside him. The dummy rotated slowly, but the disciple was already drenched in sweat, visibly struggling. Seeing this, Jesse's eyes gleamed with admiration. These seniors were truly formidable. The wooden dummy was at least a top-grade immortal artifact containing the power of the Tao and could reflect the force of strikes. If he were to try, he doubted he could rotate it even once. Change it up. Mitchell's face remained stoic as he picked the next disciple to try. However, one after another, after trying 7 or 8 more, they performed similarly to the 29th. Mitchell, whose face was darkened in anger, couldn't hold back and cursed fiercely, Useless, a bunch of useless, utterly useless. Everyone lowered their heads guiltily, not daring to argue. Are they really useless? Newcomer Jesse was puzzled. These seniors were obviously strong. Why would the Kobe call them useless? Moments later, he realized why. Mitchell, in a rage, kicked the wooden dummy, which spun rapidly before falling apart on the ground. Click. Jesse was stunned, feeling his scalp tingle. He never imagined seeing the Kobe's might like this on his first day. The immovable wooden dummy, at least a top-tier immortal artifact, was shattered by a casual kick from the Kobe? No wonder. Despite being so strong, the seniors were still considered useless by the Kobe. Looks like I need to work harder. Otherwise, I won't even be good enough to be called useless. Looking at the bowed heads of the disciples, Mitchell felt even angrier inside. Not a single spirited one among them. If there were any spirit, they'd retaliate after being called useless. But now they just silently accepted it. What does this mean? It means these disciples had reached a certain realm of laziness and passivity, losing all ambition. Today, he deliberately gathered everyone to test them. And the results confirmed his suspicions. These fellows came just to freeload, with not a single disciple having the heart of a warrior. Mitchell couldn't bear looking at them anymore. Originally, he thought of teaching each one a move once he could cultivate, not to let down their expectations. Now it seemed pointless. Once the 100th member arrived, he would dismiss this group of useless disciples. Not one would remain. Chapter 498. I will definitely bring Donovan back. After the disciples who were reprimanded by Mitchell dispersed, their expressions were very somber and complex. It seems we need to work twice as hard. Emmeline sighed. Yes, Kobe scolds us for our own good, hoping we become like dragons. Never blame the master, Driscoll echoed sentimentally. How could we blame Kobe, brother? Another disciple interjected. Kobe's scolding is timely for us. I was starting to become arrogant with my progress, but now I'm suddenly enlightened. In any case, we must redouble our efforts and live up to Kobe's expectations, getting rid of this waste label. Indeed. Emmeline narrowed her eyes and added, even if we can't keep up with Kobe, at least let's try to match eldest brother. Look at how his every strike creates a gust of wind. When will we reach that level? Driscoll responded, right, and second brother's Tao of Go has brought his clones to perfection. If all are released, they might double the population of Xinjiang continent. Besides Kobe, few in this world could kill him. Brothers, let's work harder. Yeah, let's do it. From now on, I'll be spending all 12 hours of each day in the scripture hall. Same here. I want to finish the heaven-shielding record in my hands. Seeing everyone plunge back into the scripture hall after his lecture, Mitchell propped up his head, speechless. These hopeless cases were beyond saving. In the chaos, Christian slowly opened his eyes. Elon. The silver-masked man approached and knelt respectfully. How much time has passed? Christian asked coolly. Elon, it has been 1 month, the masked man replied respectfully. 1 month. A faint smile spread across Christian's lips. Based on previous statistics, a month should have added more people to the Chaos Hall. With good luck, perhaps a dozen or so. Even with bad luck, several more should have appeared. Thus, Christian rose, transformed into an ethereal spirit body, and walked out with joy toward the Chaos Hall. He scanned the area. Upon seeing all the seated faces, Christian's expression darkened. What happened? He nearly roared. An entire month had passed, yet not only had no one joined the beams of light, they were down one person. Worse, it was from the red beam. That was his most important piece. Fuming, he delivered a deep mental message to Benny within the red beam. Benny, deep in meditation, raised his head with enthusiasm. Had Lord Christian summoned him again? After brief instructions to his brothers, he entered the inner chaos per Christian's orders. Benny. Greetings, Lord Christian. Benny bowed respectfully. No need for formality. A gentle force lifted Benny slightly as Christian's voice came from the chaos. Benny, why is one of your 5 missing? Benny's expression changed slightly. He bit his lip and hastily replied, Lord Christian, my 5th brother has some personal matters outside which he must resolve before returning soon. That's fine, Christian said gently. But don't wander unnecessarily during this period. The Xinjiang Chaos Deal will open in less than a year. Missing this rare opportunity would be regrettable for you all. Yes, thank you for your concern, Lord Christian. I'll send someone to inform Donovan immediately to return quickly, Benny replied respectfully. Go then. After Benny left, Christian stepped out of the chaos, narrowing his eyes. Although he knew the whereabouts of the missing one, no new members after a month still displeased him. There's no need to worry, sir. This is just a matter of probability. Awakenings occur without specific timing. Fewer now means more later as time passes, the masked man assured him, kneeling respectfully. Christian nodded, understanding this reasoning. Not adding members this month didn't warrant excessive concern. Patience for next month would suffice. Given the set number of 234, everything would align when the time came. Elsewhere, Benny returned to the Chaos Hall. Eldest brother, what did Lord Christian want? His brothers asked urgently. It's about Donovan, Benny frowned. Lord Christian showed appreciation for us 5, but Donovan is truly a headache. Sighing deeply, Benny continued, 2nd, 3rd, 4th brothers, Donovan is our lifelong sibling. We shouldn't hold his youthful recklessness against him or let him stray. This opportunity with the Xinjiang Chaos Deal is once in a millennium. We must bring him back. You're right, Zack brother. We can't let Donovan miss this, agreed his brothers. Yes, such a great chance. As Gage brothers, we should help him. All agree with Benny, chorused the other brothers. So, who among you will go bring Donovan back? Benny looked at them. I'll go, Zack brother. Pal said firmly. I will definitely bring Donovan back whole. Fine, 4th brother, it's you then, Benny said appreciatively. Remember, being closest to Donovan, you mustn't be swayed by his obstinacy. Don't worry, Zack brother. How could I be like Donovan? Kyle laughed, patting his chest. Wait for my good news here. Donovan and I will return soon. Chapter 499. The Peak Combat Strength of Heavenly Earth Sect. Jace left the chaos. Holding the flyer from Heavenly Earth Sect that belonged to him, he flew towards the address written on it. 2 days later, Jace arrived not far from Heavenly Earth Sect. He held a jade slip in his hand and began contacting Jesse. At this moment, Jesse was browsing through books in the scripture hall. Although he still hadn't found his path, within the short month, his strength had greatly improved. Moreover, the atmosphere at Heavenly Earth Sect made him feel extremely comfortable. There were no political struggles or scheming. Instead, his senior brothers and sisters treated him, this new little junior brother, with love and care rather than bullying. Occasionally, 4th Hall Burke would give him special tutoring, and passing by 14th Hall Hatcher's vegetable garden, he would often pick sweet melons for him to quench his thirst. There was also 7th Hall Abelardo, who even gave him a chick that could supposedly grow into a 9-heaven phoenix and serve as a mount. This is really great, exclaimed Jesse, filled with excitement. Being able to seize this opportunity and come to Heavenly Earth Sect was, without a doubt, the best decision he had ever made. Suddenly, his long-unused sound-transmitting jade slip flashed brightly. 4th brother? 4th brother actually came? Jesse rejoiced. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to return and bring everyone over, but with his constant breakthroughs recently, he simply hadn't had the time. Before long, they met outside the small island. Despite previous unpleasantness, the two, who had an excellent relationship, embraced warmly. Donovan, do you know how worried Zack brothers and sisters are about you? Jace scolded. So I've come to bring you back. After all, the Immortal River Chaos Steel opens in less than a year. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity you cannot miss. Bring me back? Jesse shook his head hastily. 4th brother, what are you saying? I've already settled here. Settled? Jace frowned, speaking sternly. Donovan, I know you have always been innocent and pure, but you must be able to distinguish benefits and drawbacks. 4th brother, precisely because I see clearly, I chose not to go back, Jesse said solemnly. Jesse helplessly shook his head. He truly didn't understand what bewitched Jesse. How could there be any better place or greater opportunities than the Immortal River Chaos Steel? 4th brother, I know you might not believe me, but please follow me back to Heavenly Earth Sect and take a look. Then you'll understand why I made this decision, Jesse said earnestly. Donovan, listen to your big brother's advice and come back with me. You're too young and may not fully understand everything, Jesse replied thoughtfully. 4th brother, let me reiterate, come back and see. I believe it will change your mind. Jesse looked at Jace solemnly, sending his voice again. All right. I'll follow you and take a look. Seeing Jesse so insistent, Jace waved his hand and agreed. He also wanted to see what secrets Heavenly Earth Sect held and what illusions had bewitched his Donovan like this. The two headed toward the small island. When they reached the lakeside, a heavenly force descended upon them. What's this? Jace immediately showed signs of panic. His strength was greatly suppressed in this space. No, it wasn't suppression exactly. It was that the laws of the surrounding space had changed. Space that was easily torn before became incredibly dense, gravity had drastically altered, and the one who could fly effortlessly could now barely jump a foot high. Haha, fourth brother, don't worry. The entire heavenly earth sect space has transcended the control of immortal river continent, denser even than the celestial realm. So, even if celestial experts come here, they can only manage a few flips, Jesse explained hurriedly with a smile. Humph, I'm not panicked, just not quite adapted yet, Jace waved dismissively, holding his head high. Although he had indeed been startled just now, what did it matter? This place did seem extraordinary, and he had guessed as much. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fooled his Donovan. As for this space spot, the mortal river continent had undergone many cataclysms, birthing countless strong ones, so retaining a small plane like this wasn't strange. Thus, having such a space couldn't prove heavenly earth sect's greatness. What truly mattered was the number of experts on this island. But did it look like there were many masters here? Hardly. Perhaps a few, but none particularly formidable. At least that's what Jace believed. He casually followed Jesse onto a bamboo raft, slightly belittling the ferryman with a glance. An old man, looking frail and weak, seemingly harmless. But then, the old man's sudden display nearly popped Jace's eyeballs out. The old man stood by the shore, using a bamboo pole to push the raft away. Once the raft drifted downstream, he stood by the shore and pushed off with his feet, 3 full yards in one bound. Then he gracefully landed on the raft, gently propelling it toward the island. At that moment, Jace trembled in shock beside the old man. Expert, he stammered, trembling all over. He considered himself not weak, but in this space, he could barely jump a foot. Yet this old man bounded 3 yards with ease. Not an expert, what else? Hee, young man, no need to be alarmed. Just an old boatman. The old man stroked his beard, glanced at him calmly, and chuckled softly. Jace hurriedly bowed respectfully. Finishing his laugh, he quickly pulled Jesse aside, whispering anxiously, Donovan, why didn't you tell me this person was so powerful? I almost offended him. Fourth brother, it's fine, relax, Jesse reassured, trying to calm him. You'll get used to it. Get used to it? I didn't want to offend experts for nothing, though I am here to bring you back, Jace said anxiously. Ah, fourth brother, it's really fine. The Gagely gentleman is very approachable, Jesse continued to comfort him. With several consolations from Jesse and seeing the old man wasn't upset, Jace finally relaxed. Once relaxed, Jace couldn't help but ask curiously, but old 5, this Gage being so powerful, surely he's one of the peak combat strengths of Heavenly Earth Sect? At the very least, a Grand Zack level figure? Chapter 500, The Customs and Scenery of Tian-D Men. Grand Zack? Jesse blinked his eyes, paused, and then said speechlessly, Fourth brother, are you joking with me? Our Tian-D Men's Grand Zack can destroy the immortal river continent with one punch. As for this old gentleman, he is just a ferryman, not even having entered our Tian-D Men yet. Little fifth, how can you speak like that? Hearing this, Jace immediately grew anxious and hurriedly said, How could you speak of this senior like that? If senior gets angry. Before he finished, the Gagely man beside them laughed and said, Young man, what he said is true. This little old man is just a ferryman. As for entering Tian-D Men, he raised his head and looked into the distance at Tian-D Men's mountain gate, sighing, It was my lifelong dream, but alas, I lack talent, so it can only remain a dream in this lifetime. But, being able to be here as a ferryman is already an enormous honor for me. What, you truly? Jace was incredulous, hurriedly pulling Jesse aside, asking, Fifth, are you sure you're not fooling me? How could someone who can jump 3 zhang high under such heavy gravity be just a ferryman? He must be at least an immortal realm expert, right? Ah, why would I lie to you, fourth brother? Don't believe me? Just look over there, Jesse laughed. Following Jesse's direction, Jesse wasn't exaggerating but genuinely telling a fact, and the indifference and lack of surprise on his face weren't feigned. This meant that for him, whether it was the old man rowing the boat or the dancing grandmothers, it was all very commonplace, very normal. Fifth, I want you to tell me, are you really not lying to me? Jace solemnly looked at Jesse, his attitude drastically changed from when he arrived. He asked carefully, Tian-D Men, is it truly as powerful as what I'm seeing before me? Of course not, Jesse replied. That's good, Jace patted his chest. If what Jesse had said was true, and experts at the immortal realm were mere ferrymen and helpers, then this Tian-D Men was indeed terrifying. However, Jesse's next unexpected words petrified him. How could these grandfathers and grandmothers represent Tian-D Men? What you see are merely the tip of the iceberg in Tian-D Men. After all, which sect's cleaners and ferrymen can represent the whole sect? Jesse led the stunned Jace onto the island and started introducing the local customs and scenery. Look, that's a Marigoka's. The butcher knife in his hand. I initially thought it was a mid-grade immortal weapon. Now I realize it's a high-grade one, possibly even higher, Jesse slowly explained. When I first came here, I was also amazed, but now I'm used to it. After all, there are too many things like this on the island. Jace stared at a Marigoka's butcher knife, nearly gaping. He had never seen anything so advanced. Look, the weights are like this too, plus the cane in that old man's hand, the hairpin on that Selena's head, too many. I won't count them one by one. Look for yourself, Jesse said indifferently. Hearing this, Jace looked around in awe, finding everything before him utterly astonishing. Quick look. As Jace struggled to recover from his shock, Jesse tugged him again. He quickly turned his gaze and widened his eyes once more. He saw a man carrying 2 buckets of night soil, running fast enough to almost take off the ground, bustling about non-stop. Cold sweat dripped down Jace's face. The sight of this night soil carrier left him speechless. Carrying the buckets, he hopped and leaped, covering 2 zhang in each bound, disappearing down the street in a blink. Such prowess far exceeded the dancing grandmas and the old ferryman. So terrifying, he murmured. Indeed. This one is actually a real member of Tian-D Men, specifically the dedicated night soil carrier of Tian-D Men. He once received praise from my Kobe. Such high honors are rare within Tian D Min, and even we, the disciples, respectfully call him Envoy Amerigo. But Envoy Amerigo cannot represent Tian D Min either. After all, Tian D Min is full of hidden talents. Apart from Kobe and the fellow disciples, there's also the 4 debris group with outstanding appearances, the Flame Protection Divine Beastman Man Shun, and if you're not satisfied, there's Zach Mark who will handle it. Note, the phrase Bu Fujogan can be contextually translated to mean that Zach Mark will address any dissatisfaction or challenges. I opted for a more natural phrasing in English while preserving the meaning. Of course, the odd-looking monk sweeping in the backyard seems pretty strong too. Brother, stop talking. Jace covered Jesse's mouth, his face alight with fervor. Tell me, how can I join Tian D Min? Chapter 501. The Extreme Flame Constitution. Huh, fourth brother, aren't you here to take me back? Kato blinked his eyes and said with a meaningful smile. In fact, when Charlton came, he had already guessed the outcome. Who in this world wouldn't want to join the Heaven-Earth sect after coming to this island? So now, he intentionally wanted to tease Charlton. Hey Donovan, don't make fun of me. It's my fault for not recognizing it. Charlton said awkwardly, it's still you, Donovan, who sees things clearly and is smart. Frankly speaking, I didn't think that Whatnot Bertrand looked like a good guy. This Heaven-Earth sect really smells delicious. But Donovan, if I join the Heaven-Earth sect, can I also leap several feet in one jump like Envoy Amerigo? And also, will I have the chance to get 2 high-level immortal weapons to play with? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Kato laughed loudly and said, fourth brother, leaping several feet in one jump means nothing. Our fellow disciples on the island no longer pursue such external forces. What do you pursue then? Charlton asked hurriedly. We pursue the Tao, we pursue the law. As the saying goes, there are 3,000 paths in this world, but under Kobe's guidance, there are countless great paths, some of which you have never heard or seen before, Kato said proudly. Great path. Law. Charlton murmured excitedly, his eyes flashing with burning passion, eager to join the Heaven-Earth sect. As for those high-level immortal weapons you mentioned, let me put it this way. As long as you become Kobe's disciple, if you want to, you can freely choose from all kinds of divine weapons in the Divine Armament Pavilion. Just be afraid that after staying in the Heaven-Earth sect for a long time, you won't even look at ordinary immortal weapons anymore. Kato added. Ah, Donovan, stop talking. Hurry up and find a way to help your older brother join the Heaven-Earth sect. Charlton said impatiently. Haha, although Kobe has very strict requirements for disciples joining the sect, as long as you have the flyer of the Heaven-Earth sect, joining shouldn't be an issue, Kato said smilingly. After all, most of the fellow disciples in the sect joined because of the flyers. According to Kobe, people who receive the flyers are all chosen by heaven, fated to be connected with Kobe and the Heaven-Earth sect. Just go through the process, and you can directly join the Heaven-Earth sect, said Kato. Flyer, I have it, ha ha ha. Charlton quickly took out his flyer, kissed it fervently, and said while dragging Kato, fortunately, I kept this flyer. I really had foresight. Come on, Donovan. Hurry up and lead me there. Subsequently, Kato brought Charlton to Mitchell to complete the simple disciple-taking ceremony. After being fed some motivational words by Mitchell, Charlton officially joined the Heaven-Earth sect. More than half a month passed in a blink. Following Kato's footsteps, Charlton was already fully integrated into the Heaven-Earth sect. He spent the whole day immersed in the library pavilion, even more obsessed than Kato. Kermikzu world. Hey Fey tribe. Benny and his 2 brothers swiftly flew over. They should have been waiting for the opening of the immortal river Chaos Steel, inside the Chaos Hall. However, the heavenly Zen Lotus, which their tribe had guarded for 10,000 years, was ripe at this moment. The lotus had one effect. Once consumed, it could greatly enhance human potential and cultivation talent, enabling the body to acquire the extreme flame constitution. It was a low-grade medicinal herb almost bordering on intermediate grade. Thus, for the maturation of such a celestial treasure, the 3 brothers naturally did not dare to be careless. On their way to the location where the flame lotus matured, Benny couldn't help but say, second brother, third brother, fourth brother has been with Donovan for over half a month. Why hasn't he returned yet? He should be coming soon, Ike said. Might something unexpected happen? Benny couldn't help but guess. Fourth brother and Donovan have always been close. Could he also have fallen for Donovan's persuasion and want to join the so-called Heaven-Earth sect? What kind of talk is that, eldest brother? Don't you trust fourth brother? He confidently said before leaving that he would definitely bring Donovan back. So, rest assured. Eric hurriedly said. That's right, eldest brother. Fourth brother always keeps his word. Since he promised to bring Donovan back, he surely will. Relax, they'll be back in a couple of days, Ike said. You're right. Fourth brother is trustworthy. Thinking about this, Benny nodded and relaxed, saying, then let's wait another 2 days. While talking, the 3 finally arrived at the spot where the flame lotus bloomed. The flame lotus resembled a snow lotus in appearance, except that one was cold, the other fiery, and one grew only in extremely cold places, while the latter naturally grew in extremely hot places. The surroundings were barren, with occasional bursts of heat from the ground, not a trace of greenery, and the air seemed to burn with flames. The flame lotus should mature within half a day. With this lotus, our few brothers, after tell 3 brothers to join us at the Heaven-Earth sect. Jace explained. What? The enthusiasm on their faces immediately turned to shock. Old 4, how could you? Ulrich looked heartbroken at Jace and said heavily, how could you be so muddled too? I was worried you'd be swayed by old 5, but I never thought you'd really. Yes, old 4, you've truly let me down. I thought you would bring the stubborn old 5 back, but now you're involved too. You have really disappointed us. With grim faces, they berated him in various ways. Brothers, it's not that old 5 and I are muddled, but because the Heaven-Earth sect is truly powerful. Jace hastily clarified, you say this only because you haven't been to the Heaven-Earth sect. If you went there, your view would change, and you'd want to join right away. So, I beg for the three of you to return with us to the Heaven-Earth sect. Jace earnestly pleaded. Humph. Don't talk anymore, Ulrich cut off Jace coldly. We won't join the Heaven-Earth sect, right? What sect can compare to deciphering the immortal river chaos steel? After all, it concerns the heavenly Tao. I get it. You two are really disheartening. You're lost yourselves, and now you want to drag us into this? Eric angrily exclaimed. Brothers, please calm down. Just follow us back to see the Heaven-Earth sect, Jace patiently urged. I said, it's impossible. Ulrich said gravely, now, I give you two choices. Either sever ties with the Heaven-Earth sect and return with us to wait for the opening of the immortal river chaos steel, or you return to the Heaven-Earth sect and we'll never meet again. Upon hearing this, Jace and Jesse's faces changed. Sever ties with the Heaven-Earth sect, how could they? Fourth brother, what should we do? Jesse asked with difficulty. Alas, eldest brother insists on thinking the immortal river chaos steel is so great, yet doesn't know how terrifying the Heaven-Earth sect is. Plus, he's upset now. Alas. If things don't work out, let's wait until he cools down a bit and try again. Jace said helplessly. All right. Jesse reluctantly nodded. After deciding, both bowed and said, brothers, we will retreat now and visit you another day. With that, Jace and Jesse flew away. Their resolve to stand with the Heaven-Earth sect infuriated Ulrich, making his chest ache. Brother, don't be angry. Ike and Eric supported Ulrich and consoled. Old 4 and Old 5 are younger, so it's understandable they made a mistake. We'll bring them back after the fire lotus matures. Ulrich took a pill and calmed down. Some time passed. A warm surge spread through the surroundings. The fire lotus is about to mature. Calm now, but I never intended to kill you. Just by robbing you of the fire lotus and giving you a harsh lesson, maybe I can steal your fortune and ascend to the red pillar, Fintan sneered. Ulrich and the others trembled with anger. Despite facing a powerful golden immortal, they couldn't bear to hand over the fire lotus they had guarded for 10,000 years. We won't let you succeed. Their auras surged as they surrounded Fintan. In the ensuing clash, despite their perfect coordination, they were no match for absolute power. Almost instantly, the three brothers were knocked to the ground, spitting blood. Time's up, it seems. Fintan glanced at the fire lotus, then moved to pluck it. Stop! The three screamed, trying to stop him, but he casually sent them flying again, leaving them sprawled helplessly on the ground, watching as he plucked the fire lotus. Look at the supposed mighty celestial immortals chosen by the red pillar, reduced to mere pawns? Fintan sneered with disdain, raising the fire lotus tauntingly. Feeling defeated? What a pity. The fire lotus your tribe guarded for 10,000 years is now mine. Ha 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 ha. Fintan laughed arrogantly. Faced with mockery, Ulrich and the others could only clench their fists, glaring at Fintan with hatred. By the way, aren't you 5 brothers? Heard you're close. Why only 3 of you now? Where are the other 2 weaklings? Fintan taunted mercilessly. This hit directly at their sore spot, causing the 3 to nearly burst with rage. Why not call them out? Maybe together, you wouldn't fare so badly, Fintan continued. He wanted to crush their spirits to strip their fortune. Ha ha ha. Seeing their hatred and powerlessness, he laughed maniacally. As he spoke, 2 figures flew in. It was Jace and Jesse. Seeing this, Ulrich and the others raised hopeful heads, looking at their arriving brothers. Yo, did you really come? Note asterisk the chapter maintains the original narrative structure, keeping the dialogue natural and faithful to the story while translating it accurately into English. But what's the point? They would just be here to give me more of their fortune. Fintan sneered. Hearing this, Ulrich and the others, who had been hoping, immediately dropped their heads in disappointment. Yes. What use would it be for Jace and Jesse to return? Facing a powerful golden immortal, could they possibly turn the tide and snatch back the fire lotus? Probably, as Fintan said, they would just end up giving him more of their fortune. But what difference does it make? It would just mean 2 more people adding to my fortune. Fintan sneered. Hearing this, the 3 people including Ulrich, who had been hoping for a different outcome, immediately hung their heads in disappointment. Indeed. What good would it do for Jace and Jesse to return? Facing a golden immortal powerhouse, could they possibly turn the tide and snatch Yen Lian back? Probably, as Fintan said, they would merely add 2 more portions of fortune. Note, the phrase Chang back can be contextually adjusted to snatch back, or similar expressions for better fluency. Chapter 503 A Pile of Fakes. Old 4, Old 5, let's go. Forget about us, he can't kill us. Benny shouted loudly. Despite the unpleasantness between the brothers over the affairs of Heavenly Earth sect, Benny and his 2 brothers still had concerns for Kyle and Zachariah. Perhaps due to fate's decree, Fintan posed no threat to their lives. However, they did not want Kyle and Zachariah to take such a risk or encounter the peril of having their luck stripped away. However, what Benny and his 2 brothers did not expect was that Zachariah would charge towards Fintan alone, and Kyle rushed towards them. Are you 3 alright, Zach brother, second brother, third brother? Kyle quickly helped the 3 up, asking anxiously. Old 4, don't worry about us, hurry and help your Donovan retreat. This Fintan is very strong. Old 5 might get into trouble, Benny yelled at Kyle. You're overthinking this, Zach brother. Kyle smiled calmly and said, Donovan can handle him. What nonsense are you talking? Fintan isn't golden immortal. What can Old 5 do against him? Benny shouted. Haha, what's so impressive about a golden immortal? Donovan is already an ethereal immortal, Kyle remarked nonchalantly. What? Ethereal immortal? You mean Old 5 is an ethereal immortal? Has something happened to Old 4's mind? How can Old 5 be an ethereal immortal? The 3 stared at Kyle with wide eyes, their voices filled with disbelief. However, as soon as their voices fell, a mournful scream came from behind Kyle. They saw Zachariah slash off one of Fintan's arms in one stroke. What? The 3 gaped in shock, trembling all over. How could Old 5 be so powerful? Fintan is a golden immortal, and yet, he managed to cut off his arm in one stroke. Benny's mouth could have held an egg, uttering a voice full of awe. So what if it's a golden immortal? In our island, even the middle-aged women who square dance aren't as strong. Moreover, I've been saying that old 5 has long reached the ethereal immortal level. Ordinary ethereal immortals are nothing to him, let alone a lousy golden immortal, Cal replied indifferently. His posture reeked of arrogance. At this moment, the one-armed Fintan looked at Zachariah in horror. How can you? You're the 5th among the Black 5. Weren't you the weakest? Why can you exert such power? Fintan roared. Recalling the previous stroke, he was still shaken. If it hadn't been for his survival trump card, that single stroke would have ended his life. Old 4, tell us what's going on. The 3 reacted and grabbed Kyle, anxiously asking. Zach brother, the reason old 5 is this strong is because of joining Heavenly Earth sect. Kyle laughed. I told you before, the power of Heavenly Earth sect exceeds your imagination. Even that Jiang Chaos Steel is nothing compared to Heavenly Earth sect. Heavenly Earth sect? Is Heavenly Earth sect really that powerful? The 3 exchanged glances, murmuring incredulously. Though they believed nothing could match the Jiang Chaos Steel and found it hard to accept that the Heavenly Earth sect they had underestimated was so powerful, the truth before their eyes left no room for doubt. Previously, Zachariah was only a celestial immortal, the weakest among the 5. Yet, in just a short month, he had grown to become an ethereal immortal. Such speed could no longer be described as terrifying. Old 4, then what about you? Benny looked at Kyle, tentatively asking, you haven't reached the ethereal immortal level 2, have you? Not me. Kyle laughed. Oh, thank goodness. The 3 breathed a sigh of relief. If Kyle had also become an ethereal immortal, it would be truly frightening. Immortal artifacts. Chapter 504. Suddenly realizing something was off. Jesse's explanation left the 3 of them speechless. Fake they aren't. Immortal artifacts indeed are immortal artifacts. It's just that these immortal artifacts are considered trash within our T&D sect, with no one using them. That's why I referred to them as discards. As Jesse explained to Ulrich and the others, he turned his head toward Jace, 4th brother. You're just like the senior brothers and sisters who pursue the Tao, the essence, and the laws. We should aspire to emulate them. What use is there in focusing on these external immortal artifacts? Bringing out this pile of trash only embarrasses us and disgraces Kobe. Hee, my mistake, said Jace, scratching his head awkwardly. I must have been thinking wrongly. Initially, I wanted to bring these out to show off, but instead, I ended up disgracing Kobe. I'll put them away right now. However, the 3 who were listening nearby could not help but gape in shock, their bodies frozen in place. Was this the familiar 4th and Donovan's they knew? These words didn't seem like something any human would say. Eldest brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, open your mouths, Jesse suddenly said. The 3 subconsciously opened their mouths. 3 pills landed in their mouths, turning into a warm stream that spread throughout their bodies. In an instant, their injuries from before were mostly healed, and their cultivation even improved slightly. This is. The 3 looked at Jesse with astonishment. Brothers, don't be surprised. These are a few dog foods given by Protector 2 for being sweet-talking before we left. Jesse waved his hand indifferently. Jalen. Food. Ulrich and the 2 others stared wide-eyed, gasping in disbelief. What kind of place was this T&D sect? Immortal artifacts were considered trash and discards, and the miraculous elixirs that healed their wounds instantly were dog food? For a moment, they were too stunned to speak. Oh right, since that trash injured the 3 of you, I'll help take revenge and chop him up. Seeing their injuries improve, Jesse brandished his long blade and approached Fintan. What are you doing? Don't kill me. It was all because I momentarily lost my senses. I'm wrong, please don't kill me. Seeing this, Fintan pleaded in terror. His face was filled with fear, clutching his injured arm and retreating backward. Inwardly, he regretted bitterly. But who would have thought that Jesse, whom he saw as a golden immortal a month ago, had already advanced to the profound immortal realm? Wait, Donovan, let him go. He is a heaven-ordained individual, and you can't kill him. At this moment, Ulrich called out to Jesse. Although he also wanted to kill Fintan, he knew it wasn't possible. After all, a heaven-ordained individual is predestined by heaven. When the chaotic monument opened in Immortal River, the 234 heaven-ordained individuals were destined to exist in the world. Even if you had greater strength than them, attempting to kill them would result in unforeseen changes due to heavenly destiny, leading to their escape from death. All in all, it was incredibly mysterious. Yet, the fact remained that even with Jesse's ability to instantly slay Fintan, it couldn't be achieved now. After all, this was defying the heavens. No matter how strong one was, how could they challenge the will of heaven? How could they change the arrangements of destiny? Hearing this, Fintan immediately reacted. Originally pleading for mercy, he suddenly became fearless. Standing up abruptly, he began laughing maniacally. Haha, so what if you're stronger than me? So what if you're a profound immortal? I am a heaven-ordained individual. If even heaven doesn't want me dead, then no one can kill me. You little brat, so angry? One day, I will repay this debt tenfold. Wait for me. Ha ha ha. But halfway through his laughter, it abruptly stopped. His smugness froze as he stared incredulously at the large blade descending onto his neck. How? Why? It's explained hastily. So having an invitation slip makes it possible? That's wonderful. The 3 heaved a sigh of relief. When will the 3 of you set out? Asked Jace. We have some things to pack up. Once we're done, we'll depart immediately, said Ulrich. All right, if it's not immediately, we'll return first. We'll wait for you at the T&D sect, said Jace. Okay, no problem. We'll come soon. Ulrich and the 3 escorted them. With everything settled, the 2 left for the T&D sect without further ado. Deep in their hearts was the boundless great path within the library. Who would have thought? Earlier, we were truly blind, exclaimed Ulrich after seeing them off. Donovan has sharp eyes. Yes, making Donovan a profound immortal in just a month. I can't wait to reach this immortal land, said Eric. I'm eager too, added Ike. Good, let's start our journey soon. Ha ha ha. Ulrich laughed loudly, imagining himself reaching the sect and advancing to profound immortal within a month. He was truly excited, laughing along. Suddenly, something felt off. His face darkened as he slapped himself and shouted, "Crap! My invitation slip is lost in the lava field, sealed underground." Chapter 505. Even the last comfort is gone. For a moment, Benny was jumping around in anxiety. He slapped himself hard twice, bitterly regretting his foolish actions. "Second brother, third brother, I must ask for your help. Please help me think of a way to retrieve the sealed flyer," Benny said with a grim expression to Sunny and Akash. But unexpectedly, Sunny and Akash turned and tried to slip away. "Zach brother, how could you leave me like this?" Benny shouted sternly. "Brother, what are you talking about? We are brothers. But usually, it's always you protecting us. Now, it's our turn to protect you," Sunny earnestly explained. "So we want to join the Heavenly Earth Gate as soon as possible to enhance our strength and protect you." Yes, second brother is right." Akash quickly chimed in. "So second brother and I will go meet fourth and fifth brother. You stay here and search for the flyer slowly. If you can't find it, don't worry. The four of us will protect you." With that, Sunny and Akash immediately took to the sky and disappeared without any discussion. Left behind, Benny's lips twitched. What a superficial brotherly bond. But looking back at the lava, scorching heat waves came rushing toward him, and he burst into tears. Damn it, what kind of karma did I do? Recalling his rash act of losing the flyer, he deeply regretted it. It was truly like picking up a stone only to drop it on his own foot. But then he thought of Kyle's abundant divine artifacts and Zachariah's incredibly strong immortal cultivation, and he couldn't wait any longer. Closing his eyes and clenching his legs, he dove headfirst into the lava. Ah! It's burning the life out of me. The moment he entered the lava, Benny's agonized scream echoed. He dived once, cried out another time, and even his testicles turned red from the intense heat. Many days passed. Benny remained submerged in the lava, only focusing on retrieving the flyer. As for the immortal river chaos steel, it had long been forgotten. In the chaos, Christian opened his eyes again. It had been exactly 1 month since he last awoke. He couldn't help but smile. Last month, there wasn't much change, but now after 2 months, surely there should be an increase of over 10 to 20 people, right? If lucky, maybe even dozens more. I wonder how many more there are on the critical red immortal pillar and blue immortal pillar. What a wonderful anticipation. He got up, opened his eyes, and cast a sharp gaze across the hall. First, his eyes locked onto the red immortal pillar. Everything seemed fine until he saw something unbelievable, almost making him faint. Originally, there were 7 people on the red immortal pillar. After 2 whole months, not only did no one new appear, but there were only Raquel and Freya left. The 5 individuals named Heifei were already gone. What happened? What the hell happened? Christian was almost roaring in anger. Lord, please calm down. It might be that the 5 Heifei have some personal matters to attend to. You see, their mental avatars are still present on the immortal pillar, right? The silver-masked man knelt and respectfully spoke. Christian glanced sideways and nodded slightly, regaining some composure. Indeed, the mental avatars of the 5 Heifei were still there, suggesting they were likely out handling affairs. After all, maintaining a mental avatar required some focus and cultivation energy. If they had really left, the avatars wouldn't remain here, wasting precious mental energy. Even though the 5 Heifei hadn't departed, Christian still felt a deep pain in his heart. Because after 2 months, there was still no addition to the red immortal pillar. It took a long while for him to regain his composure. Then he shifted his gaze to the blue light pillar. Although the blue light pillar was not as prominent as the red light pillar, it was still a crucial piece. Since the red immortal pillar didn't gain anyone, the blue light pillar shouldn't fare worse, right? But as he looked, Christian's lips twitched uncontrollably, nearly experiencing a cardiac episode. The blue light pillar was also short by 1 person, not just failing to add anyone but also losing someone. And this missing person left nothing behind, unlike the 5 Heifei who left mental avatars. What the hell is happening? Christian roared, grabbing the sky as constellations emerged, beginning to deduce what was going on. The silver-masked man knelt beside him, not daring to move, anxiously waiting for Christian's deduction. Finally, when the deduction concluded, an incredulous voice from Christian reverberated. Dead? Actually dead? The silver-masked man kneeling beside him paled upon hearing this news. A heaven-determined individual. Dead. This was a massive event. Remember, Christian had calculated through the star charts that in October, after 10 months from now, the immortal river continent would experience its peak of power. Centuries of accumulation meant that there would be 234 powerful individuals. This was determined by celestial forces. Regardless of accidents or other factors, these 234 people were fixed. This result was set for 10 months later, which is why Christian chose to set the activation of the immortal river chaos steel for 10 months hence. Thus, if someone among these 234 fell after 10 months, it would be within acceptable limits. But now, even before the steel activated, one of the confirmed 234 had died. Exactly what's happening? Christian's hand trembled. One death meant they couldn't make up the 234 anymore. His grand scheme would not activate either. However, he hadn't completely panicked yet. For now, only a person from the blue immortal pillar was missing, and as long as it wasn't from the red immortal, 5 members of Blackfy had withdrawn. As for the overarching situation, it showed no signs of anomaly whatsoever. Just what is going on? Derek trembled. This was the first time he felt so heavily weighed upon. It was as if a giant hand operated behind the scenes, pulling all the strings. Yet wasn't he, Derek, supposed to be the puppet master? Now he was being manipulated by someone else. Who exactly is causing this trouble? Derek's face darkened, gloomy enough to drip water. Even when he reviewed all the powerful beings across several eras in his mind, he found no one who possessed the capability to disrupt his plans while leaving no trace. Not only that, but this person even managed to evade his astrological deductions. My lord, although the 5 from Blackfy have disappeared, we can still find them eventually, But what about the missing ones? A masked man kneeled on the ground, expressing his concerns. In this case, I must send you out personally. Derek pondered briefly, and then stated solemnly, "Ah, my lord, but I am not predestined." "That's where I'll make you predestined." Derek frowned, explaining, "After all, there must be someone to fill this number. And since you've served me faithfully for many years, consider this a form of compensation for you." Upon hearing this, the masked man's eyes lit up, and he prostrated on the ground immediately. "Thank you, my lord." "But you won't be without a mission," Derek continued in a deep tone. "My lord, please instruct. I will use the technique of swapping heavens to shield all traces of your presence. Not only will you become predestined, but you will undergo a complete transformation. No one will be able to discern the connection between us," Derek declared sternly. The masked man's eyes widened in surprise. "My lord, what you mean is..." "Indeed, I want you to uncover who is manipulating things from behind," Derek replied firmly. "Since he opposes me, he'll likely target the predestined ones. You blending in there will make it easier to uncover clues compared to my direct involvement." "Understood." The masked man knelt on the ground, nodding solemnly. "Now, prepare to receive your transformation." Derek's voice deepened, and with a gesture of his hand, chaos winds rose fiercely within the void, suffused with primordial forces that enveloped the masked man. Dark clouds blocked the sky, and thunderous pillars surged down, striking him. This scene was akin to transcending a great tribulation. After this ritual, one would emerge reborn. When the commotion settled, the masked man underwent a drastic change in aura. His mask vanished, revealing a youthful appearance. "Go forth." Derek waved his hand. "Yes." The young man named Glover exited the heart of chaos and entered the grand hall of chaos, finally seating himself in perfect harmony, sometimes lying down, other times writhing. "Pathway. Brothers, fast, look. This is our pathway, what we've always been seeking," Zachariah shouted loudly. The other brothers also trembled with excitement because Zachariah was right. At first glance, they recognized it as their path. This feeling was inexplicable yet clear. It seemed tailor-made for them. For a while, the five brothers repeatedly watched the image of the black men carrying the coffin, gaining deeper insights each time. Concurrently, their strength improved rapidly. One day, Sonny's jade slip lit up. A friend from the chaotic hall had written to ask why the five of them were no longer studying the immortal river chaos steel, suspecting hidden reasons. "Who's it?" Benny asked. "It's Artemio asking about why we left the chaotic hall. I'm wondering if we should tell him about Tindy sect and have him join us. After all, Artemio has always been good friends with us." Sonny hesitated, looking for approval. "Yes, Artemio is indeed close to us. If you think it's okay, let's invite him." Akashk nodded in agreement. Benny and Kyle looked at Zachariah, as he had become their mainstay despite being the youngest. Sternly, "My lord, I stayed within the immortal pillar practicing using the energy emitted by the immortal river chaos steel. When I opened my eyes, everyone was gone." Glover stammered, followed by another slap. "You useless fool. I made you one of the chosen to infiltrate and gather information unknown to me. Why were you meditating in the immortal pillar?" Doomworld grew increasingly angry. He usually wouldn't be so visibly upset, but seeing only a few remaining in the hall, he felt an uncontrollable rage. He planned for several eons. Everything was his life's work. "My lord, please forgive me. Give me another chance. I know what to do now," Glover pleaded. "Humph. Return immediately. I give you another month. If you fail to find any clues, die." Glover shuddered, hurriedly retreating. Chapter 508. Hard to refuse. After returning to the blue pillar, Glover immediately set about building good relations with the others there. This time, he completely discarded his mask of insincerity and treated everyone with genuine kindness, forming friendships without exception. He understood that only by gaining enough trust could he gather information when clues appeared. Thus, situated in the blue pillar and sincere towards everyone, while he hadn't found any clues yet, he did make many genuine friends. Half a month later, someone finally came to find him. "Brother Glover. Brother Yael. Brother Tongue. Though we've known each other for a short time, it feels like an old friendship. I have already considered you a close friend. Now, I have something wonderful to share with you. Are you interested?" Yael asked. "Oh, what is it?" Glover asked eagerly. Yael looked around and seeing no one was paying attention, continued in a low voice. "Brother Tongue, do you know why others from the chaotic hall have all left?" "This? Do you know why?" Glover asked quickly. "Yes, I just received the news yesterday." Yael replied. "Through a friend, I learned they discovered another place where experts abound. Treasures of immortal quality can be found everywhere, and a supreme being resides there. Everyone has gone to join him." Hearing this, Glover's eyes flickered. He knew his efforts were not in vain. Finally, he had found a clue. However, maintaining his composure, he asked in confusion, "Such a powerful place, is it true?" "I don't know if it's true, but my friend told me this. Since so many have already gone, I want to try my luck too," Yael said. "Considering Brother Tongue's character, I decided to share this with you as well. Do you wish to go check it out with me?" "Sure, since Brother Yuan speaks so highly of it. Let's go see together." Glover felt eager inside. A smile spread across his face. He believed this trip would help him uncover the mysterious entity causing trouble. When the people in the chaotic hall learned Glover was leaving, they asked, "Brother Tongue, where are you going? Is that so, Brother Ting? Perhaps it's important?" Voices of concern reached him. "Not really, just some personal business. I'll return in 2 days." Glover smiled politely. "Personal matters, Brother Tongue? Are they troubling? Need help? If you need help, just say the word. We'll assist you. Brother Tongue is upright and always cares for us, even though we've known each other for a short time. We regard you as a friend. If you have anything urgent, don't hesitate, just tell us." These words warmed even Glover, a cunning individual. Perhaps it wasn't bad to be a decent person and make many friends. Glover left, following Yael toward the heavenly gate. Only the two of them went because Yael didn't have many friends, just a couple who were still in the chaotic hall, including Glover. Soon, they arrived near a small island. Glover's pupils constricted. No matter how dangerous it is, I, Glover, must investigate today. Let's see what's hidden on this island. Lord Annihilation, please rest assured. I will thoroughly investigate this island for you. They eventually boarded the island. Welcome. What are your names? Oh, this is my friend Yael, and this is my friend Glover. So, brothers Yuan and Tong, welcome. You and I are discerning people, henceforth we're family. Upon arriving, both were warmly received. The group from the chaotic hall had already formed a small community on the island. Sharing the same origin, they naturally felt closer to each other. This warmth made Glover, who intended to act independently and investigate the island, hesitant. He began making friends among these people too. That night, they drank until dawn. The next day, he finally gathered general information about the island and its heavenly gate. I've initially scoped out this small island. There are indeed many experts and a heavenly gate here. I must quickly report this back to Lord Annihilation. But just as he was preparing to leave, someone pulled him into another drinking session. It's not that I wish to stay on this island, but I cannot refuse their hospitality. I'll return tomorrow. Delaying a day won't affect the bigger picture for Lord Annihilation. Glover joined the others for another night of drinking. Early the next morning, someone enthusiastically invited him to scavenge for junk. These people are so enthusiastic about scavenging. There must be a reason. Lord Annihilation, delaying another day. Knowing their secrets will give me an advantage. With that thought, Glover joined them again. To his surprise, he made a breakthrough scavenging on the first day. He scavenged continuously for 7 days. After those 7 days, he realized the island was more terrifying than he imagined. Absolutely astounding. This kind of enemy, if not promptly reported to Lord Annihilation, could spell disaster. But one more day of scavenging. I can enhance my strength and serve Lord Annihilation better. Chapter 509. What kind of distraction? After another week had passed in this manner. Come on, brothers. The Heavenly Earth sect is disposing of their garbage today. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late. Glover looked at the abundant treasures stored in his ring, a sense of satisfaction overwhelming him. Now, he was thriving marvelously on the island. His cultivation had not only improved, but his entire outlook on life had transformed. He led a stress-free existence every day, occasionally drinking with friends or playing chess with other inhabitants of the island. Life felt absolutely delightful and comfortable. Days passed by peacefully. Another month went by. He had thoroughly integrated into the island's community, treating himself as an original resident. The Heavenly Earth sect on the island had also become his faith. One day, he encountered yet another fragment of a painting. The Tao force depicted in the painting enlightened him. Quickly opening his storage ring, he carefully stored the painting fragment, wanting to find a secluded place for seclusion and contemplation. However, as soon as he opened the ring, he noticed the communication jade slip hidden inside that had been blinking continuously. Judging from its vibrations, there were more than 10 messages he hadn't received yet. This particular jade slip was the special communication jade slip between him and Christian. Oh no, Lord Christian is still waiting for my response. Realizing this, Glover exclaimed abruptly, revealing an expression of regret. How could I have almost forgotten? I really am a piece of scum. Speaking this aloud, he even gave himself a hard slap. Why did I let my focus drift away while collecting trash, thinking about that thing Christian? Continue. With a firm command, he continued sifting through the trash, searching for opportunities. He then crushed the glowing jade slip underfoot. As the jade slip shattered, Christian suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Has he been discovered? Christian narrowed his pupils sharply. After all, Glover was his ace player in discovering clues. Not only had Glover failed to receive his transmissions, now the jade slip was destroyed. This indicated that Glover might have been captured or even killed. Christian's expression turned solemn. After painstakingly using this card, he didn't want to waste it. To clarify the situation, he once again invoked the power of astrology. Glover. Check. Immediately, the forces of astrology surged around him. This inquiry would determine Glover's current state. Whether he was alive, dead, sealed, or controlled, some feedback would definitely be provided. However, as the astrological force swirled, Christian already sensed the outcome. It seemed likely that Glover met with an unfortunate fate. The next moment, the result came out. But what he saw made Christian nearly lose his composure. Not only was Glover alive, he was thriving splendidly, having elevated his realm significantly. Most infuriatingly, the astrological power revealed that the jade slip was crushed underfoot by Glover himself. Damn it! Christian exclaimed in fury. Intense anger roared within him, causing shockwaves to reverberate around his space. He never expected to be toyed with by Glover. Ridiculously, he had pinned all his hopes on him, anxiously awaiting his information. It seems this hidden tentacle is more formidable than I thought. Even managing to turn Glover. What skill? However, he quickly regained his calmness. Because compared to Glover, what weighed heavily on him was the fact that the entire situation had spiraled out of control. Nothing was progressing as he intended. But if it wasn't his intention, it was the subtle hints from behind, conveyed through the power of astrology, and not involve other factors. Repeating this was redundant. Finally, the number surpassed 233. Just when Christian thought it would stop, the count reached 234. Perhaps it includes Glover, Christian guessed. Unexpectedly, the numbers continued increasing, surpassing 234, and even hitting 300 in an instant. Christian, who had initially dismissed it, was left stunned. Chapter 510. Find something to do. The predestined number has actually increased. Heavens, how could the predestined number increase so much in such a short time? Albin felt like his brain was going to explode. After all, the last time he received information about the predestined number was 10 years ago. and it was only at 234 individuals. These 234 were accumulated across many eras by reincarnators, reborn ones, and others of various identities. Although their current strength might not be high, compared to ordinary people, they all carried unique destinies and futures. In truth, these people were the true elites chosen by the heavens, the darlings of the sky. However, after accumulating over many eras to reach 234 individuals, within just 10 years, this number had soared to more than 300. That meant these celestial favorites had increased by over 60 in merely a decade. What kind of concept was this? What made him even more alarmed was that when the number reached 300, it didn't stop. It continued to climb even faster. 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, until it finally surpassed 10,000. Alban stared wide-eyed, utterly terrified beyond description. Finally, Alban was completely numb. And even after surpassing 10,000, the numbers kept rising crazily. 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, until it finally settled at 99,990. Alban felt his legs go weak. His whole body shuddered. He finally understood why the one person wanted to use the power of the stars to inform him about the predestined number again. Such an enormous change had occurred. Chaos. Chaos. Everything was in chaos. Thoroughly chaotic. Accumulating over many eras yielded only 234 predestined individuals. Then, within a decade, it jumped directly to nearly 100,000. This situation had already completely exceeded his understanding. The existence of a single heavenly elite could cause considerable unrest on the continent. 10,000 appearing in the same era. It was easy to imagine what kind of monumental upheaval would occur. Upheaval? That doesn't exist. All islanders are one family. There's no way there will be big upheaval in this life rating them. Tell me, you useless bunch, does it make sense to huddle in the library all day? Look at yourselves, you're all filthy. And you've become a fatso. Isn't it possible to go out for a stroll? Is it because the girls outside aren't pretty enough, or the air isn't fresh enough? With a stern face, Mitchell lectured. If any of you go out and do something, wouldn't that be better than huddling in the scripture hall? I'm telling you this, starting from today, whoever I see living off the land lazily should get lost. Mitchell turned away, his face grim. Wanted to freeload and live off the gate? Forget it. After Mitchell left, the disciples of the Heavenly Earth Gate started chattering among themselves. What did Kobe mean by that? Yes, Kobe isn't usually this strict. Why today? Everyone guessed solemnly. Siblings, I think Kobe has a point. We should indeed go out and explore. Emmeline stepped forward. Ah, senior sister, is Kobe really saying that? But what does Kobe want us to do? They looked at Emmeline. Didn't Kobe make it clear? Find something to do. Of course, find something to do. Emmeline said meaningfully. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, immediately catching on. Right. As disciples of Kobe and members of the Heavenly Earth Gate, how could they hide within the mountain gates all day? They naturally needed to shine brightly on the continent, even trample the entire continent beneath their feet. Chapter 511. The Last Disciple. After realizing the reason behind everything, all the senior brothers were already itching to go out and stir up trouble in the world. And our master truly has good intentions for us. At this moment, one disciple sighed, though our cultivation improves day by day while meditating in the scripture pavilion, I always feel like my state of mind has hit a bottleneck and I couldn't find the cause. But now it seems that going out might just break this barrier. Yes, I also have this feeling. It seems Kobe was intentionally hinting at this. No other teacher can match Kobe's guidance. If so, brothers, let's hurry out. All right. After some simple preparations, the senior brothers began leaving the island one after another. Seeing this group of brothers depart, many island residents watched on. The sky over Immortal River continent might be changing soon. Yeah. Two gagely men playing chess under a tree glanced around and whispered to each other. Do you have descendants in the outside world? Yes. You should send them a message. Don't accidentally provoke these people, or they might be wiped out. Yes, if we step on such landmines, even heaven wouldn't be able to save us. Thank you for the reminder. One gauge took out a jade slip and sent a message. At the same time, many others on the island were also sending letters, with similar intents. Fifth senior sister Emmeline, what do you plan to do? After the senior brothers left the island, many looked towards Emmeline amidst their farewells. Emmeline could not help but smile bitterly. I wish to stay by Kobe's side and serve him. However, looking at Kobe's stern face, if I don't make a name for myself, he might disown me as a disciple. So, I plan to travel and explore first. What about you? I am a prince of the Kermixu Empire in the Kermixu world. Though I never had much interest in the throne, if I have no status, I won't deserve being called Kobe's disciple. So, I'll return and become emperor first, said the 32nd ranked disciple. Yes, I also think so. Therefore, I will temporarily return to the Kermixu world sect, secure the position of chief disciple, and then take the seat of the sect leader. That way, when Kobe needs help in the future, I can be useful, added another disciple. You two junior brothers have deep insights. Caesar, riding backward on a Greenox, said, it's rumored that Kobe is playing a big game. Even though Kobe's Tao reaches the heavens and he controls everything, as disciples, we must still share his burdens. If we control some forces, it may come in handy for Kobe in the future. Brother Caesar speaks wisely. Then, let's each stride aside the Heavenly Earth sect. There must be an ordinary disciple in the making somewhere. Translation ends here. Please note the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text have been preserved. Chapter 512. The Amaragok Immortal Pillar. In the Kermixu realm, within the Cloudop Empire, a grand imperial hall was filled with people. These individuals were undoubtedly the peak forces of the Kermixu realm. After all, the Cloudtop Empire was truly a behemoth in the Kermixu realm. The other empires were merely its vassal states. As for the other sects in the Kermixu realm, they needed to pay tribute to the Cloudtop Empire annually. Among these peak experts, Alban was the emperor of Cloudtop, dressed in a dragon robe. Beside the emperor was a man with red hair and red clothes, none other than Jeremiah from the Chaos Hall. With the change in the predestined numbers, and many of the original 234 participants having either died or left, the matter of the immortal river chaos steel naturally became unresolved. Thus, Jeremiah directly dismissed the remaining few people and came to the Cloudtop Empire. But now, Jeremiah, who orchestrated grand plans, along with the Honorable Hudson of the Cloudtop Empire, led everyone to kneel respectfully on the ground. Above their heads, a vortex appeared. In the vortex, a face that couldn't be clearly seen emerged. Pay homage to the envoy, the voice reverberated at this moment. Both the Hudson and Jeremiah conveyed respectful greetings. Jeremiah, though there have been complications with the immortal river chaos steel, my Kobe does not blame you. In the coming days, you only need to join hands with the Hudson and follow my guidance to plunder the luck of the immortal river continent. The deep voice from above sent shivers down Jeremiah's spine. Thank you, Kobe. Thank you, envoy. I will certainly strive to serve the Kobe, Jeremiah said gratefully. Yes, Hudson. Did you hear what I said? The face then turned its gaze towards the Hudson. Understood. I will surely cooperate well with Jeremiah and resolve any difficulties for the Kobe, the Hudson responded respectfully. Good. Satisfied, the voice continued. Under a cloud of black mist, a beam of light descended into the hall. This is the Amaragok Immortal Pillar, representing the luck controlled by my Kobe over the immortal river continent. Through this pillar, you can observe the luck controlled by my Kobe at any time. Upon hearing this, both Jeremiah and the Hudson looked up and saw a Amaragok Immortal Pillar, approximately 10 feet tall, 2/3 of which was filled with chaotic colors. They understood that these 2/3 likely resulted from the influence of the Cloudtop Empire. After all, it was the strongest force on the entire immortal river continent and Kermikzu realm, controlling countless vassal empires and sections. It made sense that it held 2/3 of the continent's luck. In addition, this is your guide. Another beam of light descended, landing beside them. A book inscribed with golden runes. You just need to follow the instructions in the guide. Completing each task will increase the luck my Kobe controls on the immortal river continent. Remember, you must ensure the Amaragok Immortal Pillar reaches its perfect state. The immortal river continent used to be a land of immortals, a realm equal to the heavenly realm. The luck of this plane is crucial for my Kobe. Moreover, please do not act too overtly. It's best to orchestrate things behind the scenes to avoid bringing unnecessary karmic repercussions, especially the karma of killing. Only as a last resort should you involve yourselves. Control the luck and grasp how to control it properly, the voice continued. We understand, the Hudson and Jeremiah nodded, understanding the importance of karma. Moreover, luck was elusive and could not be obtained through brute force. If not, they could simply mobilize the Cloudtop Empire and annihilate the entire immortal river continent to gain control of its luck. But doing so would entangle them in myriad karmic retributions, rendering the effort fruitless. Jeremiah, it seems like you have something to say? The face turned to Jeremiah, questioning him. Envoy, I suspect someone has been interfering, especially regarding the immortal river chaos steel incident last time, and frowned. The beast was sealed by someone else. Releasing it would entail karmic consequences, and since we represent the Kobe, wouldn't that implicate the Kobe? Therefore, we must plan carefully to ensure someone unrelated to us releases the beast. That indeed is a challenge. Jeremiah nodded, equally concerned. Moreover, the ancient seal is not something ordinary people can break. Finding the right person and method to unseal it is another major challenge. Fortunately, despite the complexities, they had full control over the entire Cloudtop Empire. Arranging everything secretly wasn't impossible. Chapter 513. Ja Abelardo's Filial Piety. Under the myriad measures of the Cloudtop Empire, the meticulously planned scheme was now set in motion. First, they spent a month finalizing their chosen individual, an exalted golden immortal. Through manipulation, he would, 3 days later, accidentally encounter a hidden realm. Finn and his team had already verified that this hidden realm contained an array legacy, which this person would inherit. After obtaining the array legacy, half a month later, this individual would pass by the sealed yellow heaven site, coincidentally sensing the array's fluctuations there. It just so happened that the array legacy he received contained the method to unlock this seal, thus inadvertently freeing the yellow heaven seal. Everything is set. Finn and the Brendan stood beside the destiny pillar, smiling for the first time in recent memory. They had been utterly exhausted, spending immense mental effort on freed. Exclaimed the Brendan excitedly. Indeed, I can hardly wait. Finn's eyes sparkled with anticipation. All we need now is to wait patiently for the time to pass. In the expectant waiting of Finn and the Brendan, over 10 days flew by. Your Majesty, Lord Finn, the target is only 1 day away from the sealed site and should arrive precisely tomorrow if nothing goes wrong, reported an underling in the Cloudtop Palace every few hours. Ha ha ha. Wonderful, wonderful. The Brendan laughed heartily, waving his hand grandly. Each of you present has contributed greatly to this plan. Once everything is settled, rewards will be given according to merit. Congratulations to His Majesty and Lord Finn. Victory is assured. Everyone knelt in unison, voicing enthusiastic applause. For a moment, the entire palace echoed with jubilation. Ha ha ha, rise my ministers. With a wave of his hand, the Brendan lifted everyone gently. He then looked at Finn. Let's wait here quietly together and witness the growth of the Destiny Pillar's fortune. Agreed. Finn's face was also full of smiles. Since the Chaos Steel plan began, things had been anything but smooth. Now, after a long time, matters were finally going well. In the sky, 2 streaks of light appeared, a man and a Selena. The man was dressed in elegant attire with an extraordinary presence. The Selena wore black robes, her body enveloped in faint power, her star-like eyes revealing heavenly insight. If any of the heavenly Tao sect brothers were present, they would recognize them as Ja Abelardo, ranked 7th, and Eva, ranked 6th. Senior Sister 6. In just a few months, All my fellow disciples have made contributions in various aspects, but I haven't done anything yet, Ja Abelardo said somewhat dejectedly. Fortunately, during my recent review of ancient records, I found that a primordial beast was sealed here several eons ago. Perhaps this unsealing will require senior sister's assistance. A primordial beast? Eva moved her jade-like fingers. But, junior brother, do you have the confidence to subdue such a ferocious creature? Don't worry, senior sister. This beast has been sealed for several eons, and its strength has diminished to less than a tenth. I believe I can handle it. Ja Abelardo smiled. I mainly think that after taming it, nurturing it until its strength recovers could make it useful for Kobe's grand plans in the future. At the very least, we can catch it for Zack Brother 4 to cook and serve as a delicacy for Kobe. I remember Kobe enjoys wild game. Junior brother, you truly have filial piety. Eva nodded approvingly. That you constantly think of our Kobe shows great respect and devotion. I wouldn't refuse your request. Let's go. Bring me there, and let's break the array immediately. Chapter 514. On-site hatching. The two quickly arrived above the sealed ground. Senior sister, look? Abelardo asked with some worry on his face. After all, this was where the ancient fierce beasts were sealed, and such a seal was far from an ordinary one. Don't worry too much, brother. All array formations revolve around one principle, calculation. As long as you can calculate accurately, finding the answer is a breeze, Eva said while raising her proud chin. Senior sister, is mathematics really that powerful? Abelardo asked in surprise. Of course. Mathematics encompasses everything, capable of solving any problem. Small formations are child's play, and there are many ways to crack them. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentiation, root extraction, and so on. And speaking of which, there are infinitely many operations within the set of natural numbers. In abstract algebra, operations are defined as binary functions, and since there are infinitely many binary functions, there are also infinitely many types of operations. Eva patiently explained, but Abelardo's mind had already been overwhelmed. That's way too complicated, senior sister. I don't understand a word. But if you can understand so much, it seems like your study of mathematics has reached a high level, right? Abelardo asked. Don't be silly, Eva couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I've dedicated so much time to studying, yet I haven't even scratched the surface. If we talk about levels in my field, I'm at most at the middle school level. Above that, there's still high school, university, expert, professor. As she spoke, longing appeared in Eva's beautiful eyes. Then, Eva easily led Abelardo to break the formation and enter the sealed ground without making a sound. Senior sister, you're truly amazing, Abelardo said with enthusiasm when he saw how effortlessly the seal was broken. This isn't anything significant. Although this formation is difficult, its power has faded significantly after all these years, Eva explained indifferently. That's still impressive, senior sister, Abelardo exclaimed excitedly. And you're only at the middle school level. I can't imagine what kind of terrifying realm you would reach if you got to the high school or university level. Eva smiled helplessly. Such realms could only be achieved gradually over time. At that moment, a fierce storm raged within the small space of the sealed ground, along with a powerful aura awakening. Immediately, Eva and Abelardo felt an intense sense of danger, as if they were being watched by unseen eyes. Junior brother, are you ready? Eva whispered. Don't worry, senior sister. Follow me closely. Abelardo laughed confidently and walked forward, ignoring the pressure. Eva followed him closely, knowing she could only break the formation. Capturing the beast wasn't something she could assist with. Facing such an ancient behemoth, however, she wanted to see how her junior brother would subdue it. They followed the yellow sand until finally, Abelardo stopped and called out leisurely, Come out. Stop hiding. Humph. Two puny humans dare to invade my territory? Are you courting death? A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky, staring down at them condescendingly. You should think twice before threatening others, Abelardo responded calmly. The seals that have kept you imprisoned for eons are weakening. If you were in perfect condition now, would you hide in the shadows and threaten us? So it's safe to say you're in no condition to leave even if the seals were fully broken. You. The voice faltered, revealing panic. Clearly, Abelardo had hit the nail on the head regarding its current state. Who are you? What is your purpose here? The eyes stared intently at them as it demanded answers. Don't be alarmed. We mean you no harm, Abelardo assured. We came to make a deal with you. Humph, I have no need for deals with humans, the voice replied coldly. You have no choice unless you want your lineage to end, Abelardo persisted unperturbed. Hearing this, the voice became visibly agitated. You can ensure the continuation of my lineage? Certainly, Abelardo stated calmly. I don't believe you. Let me prove it to you. How? This is an egg, a regular chicken egg. Abelardo produced an egg, shell covered with chicken droppings. I know this is just an ordinary egg. The hidden entity's voice echoed ominously. What does a common egg represent? I can use this ordinary chicken egg to hatch a chick imbued with the bloodline of the celestial phoenix, Abelardo claimed confidently. Impossible, the entity responded. It sounded absurd. You lack knowledge, Abelardo shot back. According to my master's teachings on hybridization techniques, theoretically, any species can be bred together. If you don't believe me, watch. As he spoke, Abelardo's storage ring moved slightly, and a clucking old hen appeared in his hands. Watch how I incubate. He instructed the hen to incubate the dirty egg. Junior brother, can't you clean the egg a bit? Eva wrinkled her brow, questioning. On the contrary, the manure on the egg makes the hen feel more attached and affectionate toward it, ensuring faster incubation, Abelardo answered, smiling. With that, he sat cross-legged on the spot, completely unperturbed by the doubtful gaze overhead, confident in waiting for the egg to hatch. Chapter 515. None of them are easy to handle. Time ticked by slowly. The sky's watchful eyes observed the old hen incubating the egg with a skeptical gaze. Eva sat cross-legged beside Gustavus. She did not doubt for a moment that Gustavus could hatch a chick with the bloodline of the 9 heavens divine phoenix. After all, there were still many in the celestial gate that had been raised. Her Kobe let Esteban eat them in various dishes for an entire month without finishing. What puzzled her was how Gustavus knew the Nick giant beast desired to continue its lineage. Unable to resist, she asked him softly. This is simple. For any species, continuing their lineage is an instinct, something intrinsic. Also, after studying the scriptures on how poultry is raised and how to know an animal's thoughts through details, I can understand any animal's thoughts through a single glance or action. Just like when an old sow climbs over the fence, it must be in heat. So judging Nick's intentions from various details is not surprising at all. Besides, Nick is a giant beast from several epochs ago. His kind might no longer exist on the entire Xinjiang continent. Thus, finding a way to continue his lineage must be one of his heartaches. Gustavus patiently explained everything to Eva. I see. Little brother, I've learned much, Eva said, revealing her enlightened expression as she saluted Gustavus respectfully. Through today's conversation, her horizons had indeed broadened, and she gained considerable knowledge. At that moment, the old hen clucked and stood up. Gustavus retrieved the hen and smiled calmly. Let's wait and see. Upon hearing this, the enormous eyes of Nick fixated intently on the egg. Crack! A light cracking sound echoed. A chick with iridescent feathers emerged from the shell. The moment it broke out, Nick, hidden in the dark, opened his eyes wide. His massive body trembled uncontrollably. This chick really has the bloodline of the 9 heavens divine phoenix. It was truly unbelievable. How did you achieve this? Nick anxiously asked, filled with unease. The method of, all right, I agree, but you must fulfill your promise, Nick said solemnly. Definitely, Gustavus nodded and continued. Your current cultivation is unstable. Take a day to recover fully. I'll come back for you tomorrow. Fine, no problem, Nick replied. Senior sister, let's go. Gustavus said softly. Eva nodded, looking at her junior brother with admiration. Gustavus's performance today truly made her see him in a new light. She initially thought that a great battle or struggle would ensue before Gustavus could rely on Celestial Gate's resources to barely win over Nick. But it turned out to be so effortless. Even more shockingly, he fearlessly told Nick that in the future, if his Kobe fancied some meat, Nick would be offered on the table. He seemed entirely unconcerned about Nick getting angry or refusing. Such confidence, manipulating Nick with ease, broadened her horizons. Indeed, none of Kobe's disciples are easy to handle. They are all true prodigies. After Gustavus and Eva left, the sealed land cracked open, and a huge molten giant beast emerged from the fissure. It was Nick's true form. Feeling the fresh air outside, he immediately began to regulate his breath, his eyes carrying a hint of urgency. He knew that having been sealed for several epochs, even if he regained his peak strength, his potential had already peaked. Using his life to perpetuate his lineage was worth it. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the imperial capital of Cloudtop Empire was filled with people. Led by Albin and Hudson of Cloudtop, everyone's faces brimmed with anticipation. They had planned for so long, and finally, the day had arrived. Hashtag chapter 516, total chaos. Your Majesty, Lord Christian, the target will arrive at the sealing location momentarily. At this moment, a subordinate reported. Upon hearing this, everyone in the palace brightened up. Order the generals Justino and Gillis to closely monitor. The Gillisting king quickly gave instructions. Ideally, at such a critical juncture, he and Christian should be present to witness it firsthand. However, given their formidable power and the all-powerful supreme beings they represent, getting too close would inevitably entangle them in cause and effect. Thus, the Gillisting king specially dispatched the generals Justino and Gillis, who were of relatively lower cultivation levels, so as to minimize the involvement of causality. Fortunately, though they could not be on site, they could still witness the ascension of the Fortune Celestial Pillar from here. So, the Gillisting king and Christian exchanged glances and immediately sat down around the Fortune Celestial Pillar, anxiously awaiting the events. In the misty mountains, 2 figures were intently watching the distant barren land. They were the generals Justino and Gillis, sent by the Gillisting king. His Majesty specifically instructed us not to get too close, so this position is perfect. We can see clearly without being too near, General Justino said calmly. After all, their purpose here was merely to observe, and not to interfere in any way. Once they involved themselves, both would not only taint themselves with causality, but also implicate Christian and the Gillisting king. Yes, this position is meant. In this tense moment, both held their breath, waiting anxiously for confirmation. Finally, under the watch of Generals Justino and Gillis, the man in white stopped, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Seeing this, the 2 generals were instantly elated. Indeed, the grand plan laid out by His Majesty and Lord Christian wouldn't go awry. It seemed this man in white had detected the formation's fluctuations. The next step would be to unravel the formation. They continued watching expectantly. The man in white continued to examine the surrounding space. This place seems to have once housed a very powerful formation. Within it could be a hidden realm, or perhaps an immortal's abode. He frowned slightly, deep in thought. Next, he sensed something more, sighing. But it looks like this formation has already been broken. If it's already broken, even if it was a hidden realm or an immortal's abode, only remnants would remain. So it is. All things in the world have their highs and lows. After the beautiful scenery, comes desolation and remnants. Seemingly disappointed with the desolate land he had just passed, he took no further interest in the place. With a flick of his white robe, he flew into the sky and vanished in a flash of light. Gah! Seeing this, Generals Justino and Gillis, who had been eagerly anticipating, were left dumbstruck. Their mouths dropped open in shock. Flying? He just flew away? What's going on? Why did he fly away instead of breaking the seal? This isn't logical. Why would he leave? Why didn't he unseal it? In an instant, Generals Justino and Gillis shivered uncontrollably, wide-eyed, unsure of what to do next. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't fathom why he had flown away for no reason. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the wasteland. The heavens darkened, and the earth shook violently, sending dust flying. Amidst the cracking ground, 100-meter-tall molten rock beast crawled out from beneath. What? Azrael? Generals Justino and Gillis were again left speechless, utterly baffled by these developments. First, the target acted unpredictably and flew away. Then, when they thought it might mean the Azrael beast couldn't be released, it emerged on its own. What madness was this? Total chaos, utter chaos. In an instant, Generals Justino and Gillis were drenched in cold sweat, completely lost in confusion. Chapter 517. Must be rewarded lavishly. At this moment, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky once again. 2 figures stood mid-air, looking down at the Azrael behemoth that had just crawled out. Who are these 2? Where did they come from? Generals Justino and Gillis were utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of these 2 people. It was a complete mess. These 2 dare to stand before the Azrael behemoth like this? Are they courting death? Yes. Generals Justino and Gillis stared intently, muttering to themselves. However, just as they thought the enraged Azrael behemoth would kill the 2 with a single slap, something astonishing happened. They saw the immensely powerful Azrael behemoth kneel before the 2 people. What? Generals Justino and Gillis widened their eyes, nearly popping out. But what Azrael said next left them speechless. Azrael? Greetings, Kobe. There, on his knees, Azrael spoke humbly. Are you greeting only me? What about my senior sister? Abelardo's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he said sternly, remember, not only am I your master, but all my fellow disciples are your masters too. Yes. Azrael greets both Cobes. Azrael kneeled again, offering greetings without any complaints. Satisfied with this, Abelardo nodded and waved his hand, reducing the massive Azrael behemoth to half a jong, a traditional Burkinese unit of length, tall. Then it followed them, and the 3 of them vanished as 3 streaks of light. Both the Hudson of Cloudtop and Christian couldn't help but smile. Judging from the pillar's vibrations, it seems our mission has been successfully completed, Christian said, a smirk spreading across his lips. That's right. And based on the preliminary signs of the pillar's movements, this change might be significant. The Emperor also smiled. A great start. Truly a great start. Good fortune, especially at the beginning, carries enormous significance. Just then, outside the palace, 2 streaks of light flew down from the sky. Christian and the Emperor noticed the return of Generals Justino and Gillis. Everyone, follow me to welcome Generals Justino and Gillis. With their remarkable achievements today, they deserve lavish rewards. The Emperor declared grandly. Yes. The uniform voices echoed. Christian and the Emperor personally led many Cloudhop Empire's elite towards the returning generals. Your Majesty, Lord Christian, we greet you. Upon seeing such a grand reception, Generals Justino and Gillis were even more nervous, kneeling on the ground, cold sweat trickling down. Oh, my brave generals, thank you for your hard work. Rise quickly. Today, I will reward you heavily, the Emperor said, smiling broadly. Usually, generals of this rank wouldn't receive such attention from him. However, seeing the signs compared to the immense rewards from the Supreme being after perfectly securing the Amaragok Immortal Pillar, giving these 2 generals a little reward was nothing. So not only should they be rewarded, they must be lavishly rewarded. Chapter 518. This change of events suits my plans perfectly. General Justino and General Gillis felt their scalps tingle. If the 2 officials continued, they would surely die on the spot. So they hurriedly and anxiously said, no, it's really not like that. Yes, things have completely changed. The target we chose didn't break the seal of the wasteland at all. The moment their voices fell silent, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. The originally smiling faces of Monarch Frederickshire and Monarch Gillisting instantly turned grave. What did you just say? Monarch Christian's voice was hoarse as he asked, you're saying the target didn't even break the seal? Quick, explain what exactly happened. Generals Justino and Gillis trembled with fright, but had no choice but to steel their nerves and truthfully replied, Your Majesty, Lord Christian, the target indeed didn't break the seal on the wasteland, as if they hadn't even noticed it. What? Hearing this, Monarch Christian and Monarch Gillisting were immediately thrown into panic. Christian seized them fiercely and sternly questioned, then tell me, where is he now? Is he still in the wasteland? And no. General Justino, drenched in cold sweat, answered, he flew away long ago. Flew away? Monarchs Christian and Gillisting were utterly baffled. But that can't be right. Then Christian quickly reacted and said, if this person didn't break the seal of Azrael, how could the auspicious signs of the Amaragok Immortal Pillar occur? Hearing this, Monarch Gillisting also instantly understood and similarly exclaimed in surprise, yes, while the Amaragok Immortal Pillar does undergo some minor changes on its own, the current omens are definitely not minor. Such a significant change must mean something monumental affecting fate has occurred. Tell us, are you lying to us? The formerly smiling Monarch Gillisting grabbed Generals Justino and Gillis, his immense strength pulling them into mid-air like suction cups. Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand, we're not deceiving you. We haven't finished our explanation yet. The generals, with woeful expressions, struggled to speak. Why didn't you say everything at once? Monarch Gillisting, full of anger, slapped them to the ground again. Upon hearing this, tears almost welled up in Generals Justino and Gillis's eyes. You both jumped to conclusions and wouldn't let us speak. Of course, this complaint only dared to remain in their hearts, so they promptly recounted the rest of the events in detail. Although the target did not break the seal and left directly, Azrael later climbed out of the seal on his own. What? These words caused waves of shock. making monarchs Christian and Gillisting widen their eyes with rapidly changing expressions. Ha 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 ha. Finally, they exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. So that's how it is. Truly, heaven helps us. Their laughter baffled Generals Justino and Gillis again. Have these two officials lost their minds? Do they not realize the severity of the situation? Without finishing the story, they laugh. Anxious, they wish to quickly share the final part of the story. But before they could open their mouths, Monarch Gillisting changed his demeanor again, gently helping them up. Oh dear ministers, I misunderstood you just now. Monarch Gillisting said kindly. Although an unexpected turn of events has occurred, it aligns perfectly with our intentions. After all, no matter how carefully we plan, there will always be some causal force involved as long as we're related to the target in any way. But if Azrael broke free on his own, that's entirely different. It means we aren't implicated in any causal ties, yet still achieve the effect we desire. Isn't this exactly what we wanted? Ha ha ha. So you too needn't be alarmed. Rewards are still in store for you. Indeed, your majesty is correct. This turn of events suits our intentions perfectly. Christian, after shifting expressions several times, smiled eagerly. Together, they waited for the major changes to come from the Amerigok immortal pillar. Chapter 519, 2 points of destiny value. Under the eager anticipation of everyone in the palace, the pillar of destiny emitted powerful ripples, spreading out like waves. At the same time, bizarre forces such as heavenly mechanism, astrology, and great Tao began to pervade the surroundings. After a brief final prelude, the chaos-colored light inside the pillar of destiny suddenly surged like water ripples. It's moving. Hudson Ebenezer and Hudson Gillisting's hearts skipped a beat. They stared intently at this spectacle, their excitement palpable. However, after the initial surge, the pillar of destiny suddenly dropped by a third, leaving both men breathless. The sudden drop nearly made their eyes pop out of their sockets, and their legs trembled so violently that they almost fainted. How could this be? They shouted in unison. Their faces turned from hopeful to dark and then purple. The other experts in the hall were also shocked by the event, with varied expressions of shock and fear. The only ones who anticipated the outcome were the generals Justino and Gillis, whose faces were etched with bitterness. Before they could react, two powerful forces approached and confronted them directly. Speak, what is going on? Is there something you've hidden from us? Hudson Ebenezer and Hudson Gillisting grabbed each of them by the collar. They stood high above him, and soon, Azrael kneeled and acknowledged them as his masters. What? Azrael bowed to someone as his master? Hudson Ebenezer and Hudson Gillisting's eyes widened, disbelief evident on their faces. They never expected Azrael would bow to humans. Now they understood why the pillar of destiny dropped. Azrael originally had ties to them, so when he emerged, he worked for them. Thus, after unsealing Azrael, their source of destiny came from this. But now, Azrael recognized others as his masters. Damn it, damn it. Their faces turned purple as they clenched their fists tightly, while casting sinister glances towards Generals Justino and Gillis. Speak, who are these two? Each word was spoken with grave intensity. Generals Justino and Gillis lifted their heads and shouted tearfully, We don't know. Don't know? Worthless, utterly useless. What good are you? Enraged, Hudson Gillisting slapped them into meat pies. Summon everyone, and use all the Empire's power to find Azrael and identify those two people. How dare they snatch my meal from under my nose? I will make them pay heavily. Understood. In response, countless experts answered, and various departments spread out across the Gillisting Empire. The entire kingdom was now a maelstrom. Word eventually spread. The emergence of Azrael caused a massive stir among cultivators, especially the discussion around the young couple that made even Azrael bow in submission. Damn it! Mitchell cursed as he walked along the road. It had been ages since he'd encountered any disciples worth noting, either due to poor aptitude, or because the system lazily refused to evaluate them. It was like a drought here and a flood there, nothing balanced. Seeing the few oddballs beside him worsened his mood. Slow as a snail, one useful at best. A silly dwarf in a black robe, a cheap shot dog, a centipede attached to the dog's body, and a clumsy bear. He often felt like running a circus show. Sighing, he thought, I need to find the last disciple quickly and start cultivation. Once I have the courage to seek a wife, maybe I won't have to drag these clowns around anymore. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to your 6th and 7th disciples gaining fame on the continent, you receive 2 points of destiny value as a reward. Mitchell's mind perked up. Oh, 6th and 7th gain some renown? He thought hard but couldn't recall much about them, so he brushed it aside. As for their accomplishments, Mitchell didn't care much. With these lousy disciples, could they really achieve much? Either they became beggars known in some village, or fought someone, and occasionally won, becoming notorious bullies. At best, one like Burke might have developed a special skill and opened a decent restaurant somewhere. But these 2 points of destiny value, Mitchell found this intriguing. It was something new from the system. What could it be used for? Chapter 520, The Role of Providence Points. Mitchell couldn't help but ask the system. Ding! The familiar voice rang out, transmitting the system's message. Providence points can be used in the system exchange store to trade for anything the host desires. Oh! Mitchell was slightly startled. This dog system actually has an exchange store? Curiosity piqued, Mitchell hurriedly opened the system exchange store. Sure enough, a dazzling shop page appeared before Mitchell's eyes, filled with all sorts of items available for exchange. However, upon seeing their names, Mitchell furrowed his brow. They were practically unbearable to look at. For example, the devouring divine beast frog, sky-cleaving white-cut burkekin, universal striding imperial crab. What are these things? Mitchell muttered in frustration. But as he read the descriptions, Mitchell stopped cursing instantly. Although the names were disappointing, the descriptions were truly impressive. For instance, the devouring heaven and earth saliva frog was described as an ancient ferocious beast that could genuinely devour heaven and earth during its prime. In addition to the brief description, there was a short video clip demonstrating its power. What truly made Mitchell realize how powerful these items were was precisely because of these short clips. In the footage, a frog opened its massive mouth and swallowed an entire mountain in one bite. The momentum, the posture, it was utterly domineering. Awesome. Mitchell couldn't help but exclaim, instantly developing a yearning for the saliva frog. Imagine, once he could cultivate, having such an ancient ferocious beast saliva frog would make him dominate the cultivation world. Ha 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 ha. Thinking about it, Mitchell burst into laughter. But when he saw the price, Mitchell felt deflated like a frost-bitten eggplant. The saliva frog actually required 100 providence points, and looking at himself, he only had 2 measly points. Worthless, worthless, both worthless. Mitchell couldn't resist cursing Liab and Lu Chi, whose names he couldn't even remember properly. Sure enough, his previous assumptions must have been right. He definitely did something useless. Otherwise, why would he only have 2 providence points? What could 2 providence points do? Not even enough to exchange for 1 leg of the saliva frog. Spit. Continuing to curse, Mitchell kept examining other items in the exchange system. Apart from beasts like the imperial crab and saliva frog, there seemed to be divine weapons for exchanging time, but it didn't respond at all. It seemed he would have to rely on his disciples to gain more points. After all, before establishing his sect and accepting disciples, this exchange shop didn't exist. Alas. I hope these useless ones can achieve some great accomplishments one day and bring me hundreds or even thousands of destiny points at once. Mitchell couldn't help but sigh. He truly wanted a formidable enforcer by his side, unlike the current bunch, who probably couldn't even defeat a single tiger. At best, they were just around for amusement. Just then, a gust of cold wind approached, causing Mitchell to shiver uncontrollably. He saw over a dozen enormous creatures emerging from the forest ahead. Standing 2 meters tall, their yellow fur was covered with black stripes. Damn it, speak of the devil. Mitchell grimaced and muttered under his breath. Indeed, right in front of him were about a dozen tigers. This made Mitchell extremely anxious. Even though he had trained in martial arts, facing 1 or 2 tigers might be manageable if he had a weapon, but against a dozen, death was almost certain. Clearly, his circus was no match for them. Without hesitation, Mitchell started running. But to his surprise, Unkit actually stood firm, sticking out his middle finger at the tigers. You want to die? Mitchell shouted angrily. Knowing the tigers in this world were not like those of his previous life, due to abundant spiritual energy, even ordinary animals had far greater intelligence than before. Unkit's taunting gesture would undoubtedly enrage the tigers. While Unkit, being just a skeleton, could easily reassemble himself, Mitchell would suffer the consequences. Bastard, now you're showing off? Run, damn you! Mitchell kicked Unkit to the ground, grabbed his black robe, and started dragging him away. Thus began an intense chase between the dozen tigers and Mitchell Circus. Unfortunately, not only did they fail to escape the tigers, they ended up trapped in a dead-end alley. In front of them was a steep cliff, about 10 meters deep, with a murky black river flowing below. Roar! The enraged tigers leaped forward with menacing growls. The hell? We can only jump? Clenching his teeth, Mitchell pushed the members of the circus down one by one, and finally dived into the river himself. In his view, jumping offered a slim chance of survival. If they stayed, his circus, except for the indestructible Unkit, would likely be wiped out. Jumping was clearly the wiser choice. A gentle evening breeze blew softly, and the green grass by the riverside emitted a faint fragrance. A disheveled Mitchell and his circus members were busy wringing out their wet pants while using rocks to beat a half-meter-long black fish to a bloody pulp. The black fish's eyes filled with venomous rage. You've gone too far, human. Too far indeed. As the ruler of this black river and a near-immortal entity, it found intolerable to be humiliated by a mere human and a few minor demons. Its bulging fish eyes flashed maliciously. TSK, my brothers are coming soon. See how you will handle them. Die. From the nearby water, for black fish, similar in size to the first one, opened their vast mouths with terrifying suction power, charging toward Mitchell and his group. Huh. Mitchell gaped in disbelief. Ugly, giant fish dare to attack? Get lost. Mitchell hurled a shoe at them. The 4 black fish were immediately flipped onto the shore, eyes rolling back, and died without a struggle. The first black fish stared wide-eyed and fainted from shock. Tisi, we may not be able to handle tigers, but we can deal with a few dead fish. Mitchell continued cursing as he adjusted his pants and walked barefoot. How strong? On a nearby road, a convoy had witnessed the entire scene. In particular, a Millie peeking from behind the curtains of a carriage couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. They were the Yuan family from the Kermikzu world, transporting a batch of special materials back to the family estate. Due to the unique nature of these materials, which couldn't be stored in spatial rings, a group of immortal-level experts had to train such a waste of beauty. That sword is probably just for self-defense. But Mitchell didn't look down on her. After all, he wasn't much better himself, being considered a waste. Senior? Seeing that Mitchell did not respond, Adela called out again gently. Hee, does a girl think I look like a senior? Mitchell came back to his senses, moved his big toe, then flicked his wet pants with his finger, and laughed. Adela covered her mouth and giggled. Only a fool would mistake Mitchell as an ordinary person because of his appearance. She saw clearly what happened just now. In her view, this senior before her was more down to earth. You don't need to be modest, senior. The 5 fish you killed earlier were notorious in this river, and no one could subdue them. But you easily solved the problem. With such powerful strength, it's only right that I call you senior, Adela said softly. I see. Mitchell suddenly understood, but also felt somewhat embarrassed. He thought why this girl called him senior, and it turned out to be because of those 5 dead fish. Why are you being so polite? They were just some ugly fish, just a bit bigger in size. No need to fuss over it, Mitchell couldn't help but say. Upon hearing this, Adela's delicate face couldn't help but twitch. An expert is indeed an expert. The 5 fearsome black which desolate fish, in this man's mouth, were just a bit bigger in size. Listen to this. Is this something a normal person would say? For senior, Eliminating these 5 fish is easy, but for us, they're a catastrophe. Adela sighed. Indeed. Why should you be surprised? You're super trash. This is what Mitchell thought. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. Since this girl insisted on calling him senior, he could only let her do so. After a brief chat, Mitchell and his troop joined Adela's team. The convoy slowly headed towards the Yuan family. With Mitchell, an expert, in their midst, everyone was greatly relieved, and many came to greet and flatter him. Mitchell couldn't help but feel that this place, though he had never been here before, was just as friendly as Pingjiang City. By the way, senior, how did you end up here? On the road, Adela asked softly. To tell you the truth, it's quite laughable. We were chased here by a dozen tigers, Mitchell replied with a helpless smile. Adela's pearl-like eyes widened. A dozen tigers? Right, tigers, huge tigers, Mitchell described while gesturing with his hands. Seeing Mitchell describing it earnestly, Adela covered her mouth and giggled. Her gaze towards Mitchell became deep and meaningful. She hadn't expected that this senior was not only incredibly powerful, but also very humorous and approachable. Oh, by the way, may I ask who the few people around senior are? Adela glanced outside the carriage at the black-cloaked figures and others, and asked gently, are they as powerful as you? Powerful? Mitchell laughed. Just ignore them, a bunch of freeloaders. Adela nodded. She observed the black-cloaked men once more and understood. The black-cloaked ones showed no signs of strength. The dog looked like a regular guard dog, and the centipede seemed ordinary. The only one who looked somewhat powerful was the big dog bear, but even it appeared harmless. These few might really not have any strength. After all, meeting an expert like Mitchell was already lucky. How could one meet a group? Were they cabbage or something? Senior, can you reveal your true strength? Adela's eyes twinkled as she cautiously asked. Me? Mitchell smiled and replied, actually, I'm not as strong as you think. I'm just an ordinary human who has practiced martial arts for a few years, and my dream is to become a terrifying Frederickling expert someday. Berkerp. Adela couldn't hold back a giggle, her curled lips resembling blooming branches, incredibly charming. But Mitchell was dumbfounded. Why are you laughing? Adela quickly explained. No. However, she understood that this senior probably didn't want to tell her about his true strength. Yet, his response was commendable. It politely deflected the question without making her feel awkward. Undeniably, such a person is hard not to like. The Yuan family was situated within Yuan City, which belonged to the Kale Empire. After completing the escort mission, he was called. That's wonderful. Seeing Mitchell agree, Adela became excited like a child, spreading her arms wide as she ran around. She made funny faces at Mitchell from time to time, played pranks on him, picked a fresh flower from the roadside, and playfully placed it on her head, sticking out her tongue to ask if she looked good. But Mitchell's mind wasn't focused on these activities. His gaze was always scanning the surroundings. He kept thinking about his last precious disciple. Yet what he saw was still the same as before. Either people who seemed utterly hopeless or those too lazy to be tested. Noticing that Mitchell wasn't paying much attention to her, a faint shadow of disappointment flickered in Adela's beautiful eyes. However, she quickly hid it and pulled Mitchell's hand, dashing towards the sightseeing boat in the distance. Adela! At that moment, a cold voice rang out. It came from a young man in white robes, staring icily at Adela. Adela frowned immediately. Fiki, what are you doing here? Humph, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Fiki said coldly, then cast a chilly glance at Mitchell standing nearby and asked heavily, who is he? Who he is has nothing to do with you. Adela replied frostily, pulling Mitchell away as she spoke. Don't go. Fiki took a step forward and blocked their path. He said sternly, Adela, you should know that you have an engagement with my brother. Cards up his sleeve. Powerful? You say he's powerful? Mitchell turned to look at Adela. He nearly laughed outright. That question left Adela unsure, stammering, isn't he? Sigh. You need to broaden your horizons. He's just super rubbish. Carrying a broken sword doesn't make him strong, Mitchell muttered inwardly, feeling compelled to enlighten her. He sighed internally at how low her standards were. Adela's lips twitched involuntarily, instinctively asking, Big Brother E. Although I know you're very strong, isn't it a bit too arrogant to say that? Before she finished speaking, she saw Mitchell kick Fiki flying into the lake with a splash and a scream. K off. Cursing, Mitchell brushed off his hands without even glancing at the flying Fiki. The scene caused various cries of shock from the surrounding crowd. Adela was completely stunned. With one kick, Fiki was utterly defenseless. Her throat felt dry, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Despite knowing Mitchell was stronger than Fiki, she never imagined it would be by such a huge margin. Now she realized Mitchell wasn't being arrogant earlier. He genuinely had the capability to back up his words. In his eyes, Fiki was indeed super rubbish. At the same time, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. The gap between her and Mitchell was far greater than she had imagined. His earlier advice made her feel inadequate, stirring a sense of inferiority within her. But her eyes were still filled with worry. After all, Fiki represented the entire Bai family, a potentially endless source of trouble. Even more terrifying, the Bai family had even stronger backers. Big Brother E, you might be in trouble now. Behind Fiki, there are many experts in the Bai family. They won't let you hurt Fiki and walk away unscathed, Adela fretted. Let them come. Mitchell shrugged indifferently. A mere nobleman like him is just rubbish, and his Bai family behind him isn't much better either. They're probably just a nest of rubbish. Hashtag chapter 524. Pity for Ed. Adela was astonished. She was speechless. Though worry still lingered in her heart, Mitchell's confidence and his nonchalant attitude towards the Bai family deeply attracted her. However, after the incident with Fiki, the two lost any interest in wandering around. They returned to their residence. Mitchell remained silent throughout the journey back, looking grim as he entered the room without a word. Seeing Mitchell's state, Adela sighed softly. Though he brother seems not to take the Bai family seriously, he's actually quite concerned deep down. Inside the room, Mitchell muttered to himself, damn it, when will I finally find my last precious disciple? He had been searching for months without success. What made it even more infuriating was that today he seemed to have lost money again. 4 gold coins were missing. Worried, Mitchell first thoroughly searched the entire room, then rummaged through his spatial ring. However, he found no gold coins but uncovered a pile of old books like Taijiquan and Dream of the Red Chamber. In the past, Mitchell might have tried selling these items, but he no longer engaged in such activities. He opened the door and placed the books at the entrance, saying lightly, "Miss Yuan, please help me throw away this trash while I rest." "Yes, Brother E." Adela picked up the books and left without further disturbing him, heading towards the courtyard. Outside, Ed and a few others, clad in black robes, were lounging on the doorstep. Suddenly, a group of white-clad women appeared in the sky, flying gracefully on swords. They looked like celestial maidens descending from heaven. The idol Ed raised his head, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Adela also noticed this scene. She looked up at the figures in the sky and couldn't help but sigh, feeling a touch of sympathy for Ed. She remembered how she used to look up at those who could fly, filled with envy. Thus, she understood very well how Ed felt at that moment. Walking over, she offered gentle comfort, "Prince Amerigo, don't worry. I believe you'll realize your dreams someday." "Really? Can dreams truly come true?" Ed asked, his voice trembling with excitement. "Of course, sheer nonsense. Even though destroying Blackwood Fish shows impressive strength, was it worth offending the Bai family because of him? Do you think meeting someone like that gives you the audacity to defy our family and stand up to the Bai family?" Juan seethed. After pondering, he decided he should visit the Bai family personally to show his sincerity and discuss how to resolve the matter. Beating Fiki, the second son of the Bai family, was no trivial affair. After all, the survival of the Yuan family in the Kermixu realm relied entirely on the Bai family. "Prepare the necessary gifts. Let's go to the Bai family," Juan commanded. However, before he could leave, a robust voice came from outside. "No need. I came myself." Hearing this, Juan shuddered and rushed out to greet them. At the doorway stood 2 men. One exuded an aura of authority and power, while the other, dressed in black, emitted a chilling presence, giving off a sense of danger. Leading the way was Berkeley, the head of the Bai family. The Joaquin was Berkeley's personal bodyguard, known as Shadow, whose formidable strength never left Berkeley's side. "Welcome, head of the Bai family. Welcome, Lord Shadow," Juan greeted respectfully. "Let's go. Accompany me to visit Adela." Berkeley waved his hand, instructing, "Also, I'd like to meet the person you mentioned earlier." "About that, such an obscure person, though skilled, doesn't warrant your personal attention," Juan hurriedly said. "Perhaps you and Lord Shadow could wait here while I fetch him?" "If it were only about him, it wouldn't require my presence. The main reason is to check on Adela and talk to her about the marriage with Yin Chun," Berkeley remarked casually. "Thank you for your concern, head of the Bai family." Juan nodded gratefully. Adela possessed a special constitution which, although seemingly useless for cultivation, was precisely what Berkeley's eldest son, Delfino, needed for his cultivation technique. If they married, it would greatly enhance Delfino's cultivation. As Delfino was the future heir of the Bai family, Berkeley paid special attention to the marriage arrangements between him and Adela. Otherwise, how could Adela possibly connect with the powerful Bai family? Moreover, it seemed Berkeley wasn't particularly bothered by Fiki's injuries, or even Mitchell, who injured him. He only intended to address the issue alongside fetching Adela. Berkeley, Juan, and Shadow proceeded toward Adela's private residence. Chapter 525, The Familiar Book. The gate of Adela's residence was pushed open. 3 unexpected visitors, Juan, Berkeley, and a shadow figure, directly barged in. The atmosphere inside the house turned heavy instantly. Sensing that these arrivals were not friendly, 3 figures descended from the sky. A bear, a dog, and a Joaquin robes. The little centipede on the dog's head was completely ignored by the 3 intruders. After landing, the Joaquin robes glanced at them before taking his seat on the main chair in the hall, crossing his legs casually. The dog and the bear stood to either side of the black-robed man. Seeing their demeanor, Berkeley narrowed his eyes. "Is this black-robed man the one who injured Churchill?" Berkeley asked in a grave tone. "Not him, Kobe Bai," Juan replied softly. "Then where did he come from?" Berkeley frowned. "According to rumor, this black-robed person is a subordinate of someone, and the black bear and dog are his pets," Juan whispered. "Based on reliable intelligence, they don't possess much strength." "A subordinate?" Berkeley slightly frowned. If it was just a subordinate, it wasn't worth stirring up a fuss or investing more effort. He immediately instructed, "Shadow, take care of things here." With that, he bypassed the 3, heading towards the inner courtyard with Juan. After Berkeley left, Shadow waved his hand, moving a stool behind him. He sat down facing Willie. Clang! A humming sound echoed as a long sword was planted between Shadow and Willie. "Judging from your posture, you seem confident about your strength?" Shadow looked at Willie, his voice laden with deep meaning. Willie didn't respond. "Humph," Shadow sneered, pulling out a piece of white cloth from his pocket to gently wipe the blade of the sword. "In fact, you showed some prudence earlier. You didn't meddle while my master was present." Continuing on his own accord, Shadow added, "But?" He changed his tone abruptly. "My master doesn't consider you significant, and even though you didn't speak up, your attitude has already displeased him. So even if my master hasn't explicitly ordered it, I feel it's necessary to give you a lesson after following him for several centuries." Meanwhile, Berkeley and Juan had entered the inner hall. Berkeley sensed 2 different people staying in separate rooms, Adela and Mitchell, who was fast asleep. Clearly, they hadn't noticed the visitors yet. "Kobe." Juan lowered his head, awaiting instructions. Berkeley nodded, glancing at Adela's room and said calmly, "You go fetch that person. I'll discuss the marriage agreement with Jinger." "Yes." Juan, showing a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, headed towards Mitchell's room. After Juan left, Berkeley remained silent, preparing what he would say. His eldest son, Delfino, possessed extraordinary talent and could lead the Bai family to greater glory. For this purpose, Berkeley was willing to do anything, even lowering himself as the head of the Bai family to personally negotiate a marriage proposal with a junior. Just as he was ready to proceed, he noticed a few books on a shelf nearby. The topmost book caught his eye, Tai Berk Chuan. It profoundly attracted him. He took a step forward, staring intently at the book. His body trembled. This book was exactly the same as one he had once seen. This can't be true. Recalling that astonishing scene from the past, his breathing quickened. With trembling hands, he grabbed the Tai Berk Chuan book and flipped through it. Just glimpsing a corner, a shockwave reverberated through Berkeley's mind, causing him to retreat a few steps involuntarily. Is it that gentleman? Or perhaps another expert who received blessings? While murmuring to himself, a person approached. Greetings, Uncle Bai. I apologize for not being prepared for your visit. It was Adela, emerging from her room, her face pale. Berkeley's arrival was both shocking and terrifying to her. She already had an idea why he was here. It must be about her engagement to Delfino or about Mitchell injuring Fiki. Either way, it was a major problem for Adela. But she knew running away wasn't an option. She had to face it. Determined to refuse the marriage and stand up for Mitchell, she bit her lip tightly, awaiting Berkeley's questioning. However, unexpectedly, Berkeley grabbed her shoulders urgently, asking, "Where did this book come from?" Caught off guard by the question, Adela froze. She had prepared responses for various inquiries, but this one was completely out of the blue. Chapter 526, The Empire's First Person. Uncle Bai, is there something wrong with the book? Adela couldn't help but ask. I'm asking you, where did this book come from? Berkeley's voice had turned hoarse, his urgency as if Adela not telling him would lead to murder. The book, it belongs to Brother E. Adela was clearly frightened and quickly explained, Brother E originally wanted to throw these books away as trash, but I thought it was a waste, so I placed them on this vacant bookshelf. Brother E? Who is Brother E? Is he the one who injured Churchill? Berkeley asked anxiously. Yes. Adela bit her lower lip tightly, nodding resolutely. Hearing this, Berkeley took a deep breath and without another word, briskly headed towards Mitchell's room. Seeing this, Adela panicked and hurriedly caught up. Uncle Bai, please listen to me, things aren't as they seem. That day, it was White Churchill who provoked first. Young Kobe E was forced to act. And his actions were all because of me. If you want to blame someone, blame me, really not young Kobe E's fault. While chasing after Berkeley, Adela anxiously explained. But the grim-faced Berkeley paid no attention to her, instead accelerating his pace toward Mitchell's door. Seeing Berkeley like this, Adela turned pale. Now the trouble is really big. At Mitchell's door, Juan saw Berkeley rushing over and also looked urgent. To bow humbly outside Mitchell's door. Seeing Berkeley's behavior, despite countless questions, the father and daughter dared not speak a word. The space around them fell silent. In the extreme quiet, finally, a sound came from within the room. Huff. Half. The three strained their ears. It sounded like Mitchell snoring. Berkeley's expression changed immediately. Since Mr. Teacher is resting, I will not disturb him for now. After saying this, Berkeley bowed again, stepping back cautiously from the door. The puzzled father and daughter followed closely behind. Retreating to the inner hall, one couldn't hold back his question any longer. Sambai, just what exactly? Adela also looked over, awaiting an answer. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Berkeley took a deep breath and asked softly, Do you remember what Lord Kale once told us? Hearing this, Juan's eyes lit up. Speaking of Lord Kale evoked deep admiration within him. He was Kale Empire's heaven-defying genius, the absolute sovereign. Now only in his 20s, he had already become the Emperor of Kale and the Empire's strongest expert. Everyone in the Empire admired and respected him. To have met Lord Kale himself was largely thanks to Berkeley. At the time, Lord Kale said that in his teens, due to space anomalies before the barrier between Kermix's realm and Xinjiang continent opened, he found himself in Xinjiang by chance. He thought he could never return home, but in a small city, he met a teacher. This teacher taught him cultivation, resolved many of his doubts, and helped him break through cultivation barriers, making his path smooth. Because of this teacher, he gained the ability to tear through space, returning to Kermixu when the realms were still separated. And all his current achievements, becoming the Empire's first person, becoming Emperor, all owe to the teacher's guidance and a supreme skill given during their farewell. But this is also Lord Kale's regret. Due to being young then, he didn't know where that small city was, so after parting, he never met the teacher again, let alone thank him personally. So from then on, Lord Kale asked us to be attentive. If we encountered someone resembling the teacher, we must treat them with utmost respect and inform him immediately. Juan narrated. While speaking, he expressed reverence for Lord Kale and admiration for the legendary teacher. Beside him, Adela listened intently. She never imagined the Empire's top figure had such a history and was more curious about the man who molded such a powerful emperor. Not bad. It seems you remember Lord Kale's words clearly, Berkeley nodded approvingly. But Sambai, what do Lord Kale's words have to do with this person? Juan asked, perplexed. Please note, this translation continues the storyline coherently from previous context and maintains the style and tone, while ensuring natural flow and grammatical correctness. Blessings from the same mentor as Lord Kale? At this point, he finally understood why Trey had acted so strangely at Mitchell's door earlier. If this were true, then Trey's actions weren't excessive at all, and getting slapped wasn't unwarranted. After all, Lord Kale relied on the divine technique bestowed by the mysterious mentor to become the first person in Kale and later the Hudson. Someone who received similar blessings would likely have comparable strength and status. Even if this person wasn't as powerful, just being associated with the mysterious mentor would earn them VIP treatment from Kale upon discovery. It should not be. Trey's pupils constricted as he shook his head. Hearing this, Edric breathed a sigh of relief. If it were otherwise, things would have escalated badly, especially considering his earlier attempt to break in. Whether or not this person got angry wasn't the issue. If it reached Kale's ears, he'd be in serious trouble. Phew. That's good. He's not. Relieved once more, he sighed deeply. Beside him, Trey glanced at him and then said even more seriously, he should be the master himself? Oh. Edric subconsciously nodded. relieved that it wasn't someone equivalent to Lord Kale. Just the master himself? What? The master himself? Only then did something dawn on him. His eyes widened dramatically, his body freezing in place as if struck by lightning. You mean to say, this is the master himself? Yes. Trey nodded firmly. Because Lord Kale said the master surnames E, and this person also surnames E. This sudden confirmation hit Edric like a bolt of thunder, causing him to fall back onto the ground in shock, pale and motionless. Nearby, Adela stared with wide eyes, her jade hand tightly covering her red lips, waves of shock coursing through her mind. Through her father and Trey's conversation, she learned about the past of Kale, the Empire's foremost figure. She wondered what kind of existence this mysterious master was who could cultivate a ruler like Kale. Now, the realization struck her. The E-big brother who had been by her side recently was none other than the mysterious master who had nurtured Kale into an emperor. How could she not be greatly shocked? Daughter, tell me, does he really surname E? Terrified, Edric climbed up from the floor, asking hurriedly, and what about this book? Does it really belong to him? Clearly, Edric still harbored a glimmer of hope. If this person truly was the master, his earlier disrespectful behavior of trying to break in, if reported to the Kale Emperor, could lead to disaster for his entire clan. He indeed surnames E. Adela confirmed, and this book was given to me by him, and he told me to throw it away as trash. Both Trey and Edric choked. Yet, they knew deep down, this person's identity was almost certain. They had never met this person before, but during the banquet, they had learned a lot from the Kale Emperor. They knew that this master always maintained a low profile, always appearing as an ordinary person. In his eyes, what others saw as invaluable treasures and divine techniques were just common items. Sacred-grade items used as toilet paper, imperial-grade items as foot rags. These were true reflections of this master. The Kale Emperor had spoken much of the master, even shedding tears before his ministers, expressing his yearning. And now, to treat a book like Tai Burke Chuan as mere trash, a behavior akin to humble bragging in their world, could only be done by this master. Chapter 528. The King's Good Zack Brother. You have to save me, Sambai. Juan's face was pale as he sobbed, clutching Berkeley tightly. Sigh. Berkeley sighed deeply and simultaneously disengaged from Juan's grasp. Shaking his head, he said, this kind of thing. Unless King Kale can show mercy, no one can save you. But all this trouble I've caused is because of you. Juan shouted in desperation. This matter didn't deal with some pressing issues. Wait, Shadow? The mention of Shadow reminded Juan of another, frightening event that came rushing back to him. His listless gaze suddenly widened as both men exchanged a look. Clearly, they remembered the same incident. During the banquet, besides mentioning that man, King Kale had spoken about another person. That night seemed vivid in both their memories. King Kale, seated at the head of the table, exuded a lazy yet slightly tipsy demeanor, his eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance. He spoke of how if that gentleman was his guide on the path of cultivation, then this person was his good gauge brother. His gauge brother wasn't tall, served as the gentleman's attendant, always dressed in a loose black robe, looking rather comical. Yet despite appearances, he was the strongest expert Berkeley had ever seen outside of the gentleman himself. Even now, as the first person in the Empire, King Kale confessed he could not match his gauge brother's strength. His gauge brother loved women, wine, songs, and music. At that point, they recalled King Kale waving them forward, shouting loudly, keep the music playing, continue dancing. The scene was lively, filled with enthusiastic energy, and King Kale unabashedly shared in front of everyone. I still remember my first time was due to my good gauge brother stealing 30 gold coins from the gentleman, taking me up to the Red Mansion. At that moment, the same Mitchell who claimed Bowie couldn't cultivate and was a mere waste? Their minds raced with shock and disbelief. Chapter 529. It's him. Adela's heart was filled with complexity. She felt as if her insides were twisting, and her face flushed with heat. She recalled the time she had earnestly encouraged Bowie when she thought he truly couldn't cultivate, assuring him that with hard work, success would come. Reflecting now, how much did he ever need her encouragement? What a joke, he muttered under his breath. Behaving like trash and still dares to nag in front of me? This is simply asking for death. At that moment, the Berkey seat's occupant, Bowie, let out an impatient voice. He then abruptly turned his gaze towards Berkeley and Juan, who stood beside him, stunned. So, are you two pieces of trash also planning to give it a try? No, we dare not, they stammered, terrified, kneeling on the ground, cold sweat dripping profusely. Adela, equally stunned, glanced left and right, unsure of what to do. She followed suit, about to kneel. Hey, there's no need for the beauty, said Bowie, changing his tone suddenly. In one swift move, he caught hold of Adela's delicate arm, speaking in a gentle voice. Foreheads. Even Adela, who usually appeared carefree in Mitchell's presence, bit her lip tightly, standing aside helplessly. Finally, under their watchful eyes, a figure in white emerged from the inner hall. At first glance, they understood that this must be the mysterious master mentioned by Kale's ruler. He appeared immaculate and ethereal, as if untouched by worldly affairs. They could sense no aura fluctuation from him, matching perfectly the ruler's description. Greetings, Kobe. Berkeley and Juan hurriedly crawled forward, kneeling reverently toward Mitchell, addressing him respectfully. Greetings? Who are you? Mitchell asked, utterly confused. Inform Kobe, my name is Juan from the Yuan family. This is Berkeley from the Bai family. They replied in unison, respectful tones echoing in unison. Yuan family by family? Mitchell frowned, shifting his gaze to the shadow lying unconscious on the ground. And who is he? That is my subordinate Shadow. Due to ignorance, he ended up like this at the hands of your associate, Berkeley explained nervously, glancing at Bowie. I see. Mitchell's pupils constricted. The Bai family. Wasn't that Fiki's Bai family? His sharp intellect instantly pieced together the sequence of events. Cold laughter erupted from him. If I'm not mistaken, you came here to cause trouble due to me injuring your son? No, never. They kowtowed fervently on the ground. Ignoring them, Mitchell continued. You never expected us to stand united, so much so that even my subordinate can defeat you? You now beg for mercy on your knees? His words hit the mark. Their faces turned beet red. Why aren't you speaking? Aren't you from the powerful by family? Mitchell showed no mercy. Fiki was unreasonable enough, leading people to attack him yet having no backbone. These by family members clearly weren't good apples. Never. They shook in fear, still on their knees. Humph, I thought the by family was formidable. Not only can't you beat my lazybones, but you also have the nerve to come to me. Mitchell's sarcasm continued, aggravated by being rudely awakened, with pent-up anger finding an outlet. Their faces twisted, insulted as if no one in Kale Empire could match his so-called lazybones. Indeed. Chapter 530, Little Burkekin. Seeing that Mitchell's anger had not subsided, Berkeley, despite feeling deep regret, still felt unwilling. After all, he really had no idea about this person's identity. If he had known earlier, even 100 courage would not have dared him to act like this. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and mentioned Kale, saying, Elon, I understand our sins are profound, but we hope you can be lenient and, for the sake of Lord Kale, spare us. Kale? Who is Kale? Mitchell frowned, looking at the two with confusion. The two instantly froze. Didn't this gentleman know Lord Kale? Could they have mistaken someone? But that shouldn't be the case. Based on strength, methods, appearance, demeanor, or even Tai Berkchuan, this person matches what Kale described as a mysterious Mr. Please think again, Elon. Kale, pronounced as Frederick, which is sky, and Tion, which is heaven. Berkeley pleaded, filled with anticipation. Oh, you mean Frederick in sky and Tion in heaven, Kale? Yes, that's exactly Kale, Berkeley replied eagerly. Sorry, I can't recall this person. Don't play these mind games with me. Tell me how you wish to be dealt with. Mitchell pulled out a large saber from his facial ring and placed it on Berkeley's head coldly. With the appearance of the long sword, a chilling aura spread. Berkeley immediately recognized it as a super immortal artifact and was frightened out of his wits. What's going on here? Why doesn't this man recognize Lord Kale? Berkeley looked miserable, close to tears. Just then, he noticed a portrait hanging on the wall of the hall. In that moment, it was like he had grasped a lifeline. The portrait was indeed of Kale. Given that the current Kale was everyone's faith in the entire Kale Empire and its spiritual pillar, every household had his portrait for worship. So he quickly pointed at Kale's portrait, stuttering, Elon, please turn your head. It's him. He is Lord Kale. Hearing this, Mitchell instinctively turned his gaze. Sure enough, there was a painting on the wall. Mitchell squinted, examining it carefully, thinking for a very long time until finally gaining some understanding. He suddenly exclaimed, Oh, you're talking about this little trash? You should have said so sooner. What Kale or not, I call him Little Burkekin. Mitchell was somewhat nostalgic. He remembered a few years ago when a small child came to the martial arts school, homeless and destitute, staying for some time at his dojo. In a way, he reminded him of Birch. However, unlike Birch, this child was extremely untalented. Not only did he lack talent for cultivation, but also for martial arts. Birch, despite having average talent and some insight into martial arts, seemed like absolute garbage compared to this kid, who was as clumsy as a pig. It took a long time for him to learn the defensive technique called Monkey Steals Peach. Seeing Mitchell finally recall Kale, Berkeley was immensely excited. But hearing Mitchell's words made his face darken. Little trash, Little Burkekin. Clearly, their supreme emperor was just referred to as such. Ah, I didn't expect you actually knew Little Burkekin. So, tell me, what's your relationship with him? Mitchell asked. Report to Elon, we are subordinates of Lord Kale, they replied respectfully. Subordinates? Mitchell glanced at them sarcastically. If your subordinates are this weak, it seems after all these years, Little Burkekin hasn't fared too well. Mitchell sighed helplessly. Although this kid lacked cultivation talent, his character was quite good. Initially, Mitchell thought that if he had some luck, perhaps he could achieve something. He assumed this child had done well for himself, but now it seemed that while he might have some small fortune, he wasn't doing too great. This statement made the two men twitch at the corners of their mouths. How could Lord Kale, the esteemed ruler of the Kale Empire, be considered to be doing poorly? Right, is Little Burkekin from here? Mitchell asked. Reporting to Elon, Lord Kale is indeed from here, they replied respectfully. Mitchell nodded, surprised by the coincidence of ending up in Little Burkekin's hometown. You two go tell him I'm here. As this is also his hometown, he should at least treat me well as a host, right? Mitchell waved, instructing them. Their eyes lit up upon hearing this. Since Mitchell spoke this way, it seemed he intended to spare their lives. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask them to inform Lord Kale. They thanked him before rushing back, practically peeing and pooping themselves in excitement. After they left, Mitchell glared at Unkit, but let it slide given his minor contribution today. He turned his gaze to Adela. Noticing Mitchell's eyes on her, Adela trembled slightly, nervously biting her lip, unsure where to place her hands and feet. Miss Yuan, once Little Burkekin arrives, let's go out and enjoy ourselves for a couple of days together, okay? Mitchell smiled faintly. After all, he found her quite charming, and she had spent considerable money on him recently. When Little Burkekin arrived, inviting her for a meal and fun was only fitting. I really can? Will Lord Kale agree? Adela looked pleasantly surprised. She never imagined Mitchell would invite her. This Little Burkekin was none other than the esteemed Hudson of Kale. Before, meeting him even once seemed impossible, let alone playing together. How did she deserve this kind of high-level meeting? This is nothing. Would Little Burkekin dare to say anything? A slap on the bottom will do the job. Mitchell smiled casually, stretching lazily before heading back to the room to continue sleeping. Adela bit her lip, watching Mitchell's back. The events of the day made her feel like she was dreaming. Not only were Mitchell and Unkit top-notch experts, but she would soon meet the Kale Hudson. Yet, Simultaneously, she felt quite uneasy. She was just a small player, unlikely to catch the Kale Hudson's eye, let alone being seen as mere little trash in his view. Such disparities. Amadeus lifted his heavy foot and kicked him repeatedly, each blow eliciting cries of pain from Abner. He was seething, more furious than ever before. If not for this wretched, rebellious son, why would he have endured such terror today, nearly unable to return from the brink of death? Even the shadow that had accompanied him for hundreds of years was annihilated by Unkit with just a finger. And where could he even express this grievance? Brother, save me. Already gravely injured, Abner, now beaten almost unconscious by Amadeus, clung desperately to Delfino's hand. But in response to Abner's plea for help, Delfino merely kicked him lightly with his foot, his face displaying open ridicule. A good-for-nothing remains just that. How could someone like him not recognize matters critical to the family? Did he truly think that today's excursion was solely about avenging him? The engagement between him and Adela was far more important for the family. After all, he, Delfino, was the true scion of the Bai family, destined to lead it into glory. Before Delfino had even opened his mouth to inquire, how dare this troublemaker come forward with trivial matters? He deserved the beating. Thinking thus, Delfino turned his inquiring gaze towards Amadeus. He asked coolly, Father, how did the discussion regarding my engagement to Adela go today? Unexpectedly, Amadeus followed up with another slap, sternly ordered, looking at him anxiously. Yes, they are currently in our Yuan city, said Amadeus respectfully. Teacher brother, we finally found you. Tears welled up in Kale's eyes, and a choked sob emerged from his throat. Your Majesty? Many ministers nearby were shocked to witness their unyielding emperor displaying such emotion and kneeled down in fear. Even Delfino, who accompanied Amadeus, was astounded by this scene. What person could move their emperor so deeply? Yet, Kale ignored them all, trembling as he asked, By the way, did teacher and my brother know about this visit? Begging your Majesty's pardon, the two lords knew, and it was teacher who specifically instructed me to come, replied Amadeus. Really? Kale asked eagerly. Tell me quickly, what did teacher say? Teacher said, since we're guests at your Majesty's residence, we should be properly hosted, answered Amadeus without hesitation. Wonderful, wonderful. If teacher says so, it means he considers us friends, ha ha ha. Kale laughed heartily. All listen to my command. Accompany me to meet teacher. Also, mobilize all the first holy maidens from every sect within the empire. Note, names like Amadeus, Delfino, Abner, Mitchell, Kale, Adela, and Unkit are retained in their pinyin form as requested. Chapter 532, Execution. Also, Kale continued, I remember some of your daughters are quite attractive. Get them dressed up nicely and send them over to me. Kale added. Hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos. Many did not understand why Kale would go to such lengths. After all, not everyone had attended that night's banquet and knew what this scholar and Zack brother meant to Kale. Two ministers immediately paled and knelt down. Your Majesty, please spare my daughter. Yes, she's only 18. Please let her be. They cried anxiously. If Kale desired their daughters, they would have complied without hesitation. But who knew who this scholar was? Humph. Kale scoffed, suddenly enraged. The nearby table shattered under his wrath. Am I giving you a chance and you refuse? Drag them out. Execute them. Kale waved his hand, issuing orders directly. No, your Majesty, mercy. Your Majesty, we were wrong. Their desperate cries went unheeded as they were dragged away. The sounds of two heads falling followed, turning the two into headless corpses. The king's anger made everyone hold their breaths, not daring to breathe. One last warning. If it weren't for the scholar and my Zack brother, there wouldn't be today's me, nor the prosperous Kale Empire. All demands from the scholar and Zack brother must be fulfilled from encounters with powerful opponents, scars that couldn't be healed. He figured, given his current status and bringing these elite warriors, the scholar and Zack brother shouldn't be too disappointed. As for the holy maidens from his subordinate sects and ministers' daughters, he arranged for them to stay in a floating red mansion, because he knew his Zack brother enjoyed this kind of atmosphere. After settling everything, Kale led everyone to Adela's residence. Seeing this, Delfino's eyes widened in shock. F.A. Father, the scholar for whom your Majesty came at any cost lives here? Delfino asked, stunned. Yes. Berkeley nodded seriously. Delfino felt a wave of realization. He finally understood why Berkeley had slapped him. It was a reminder never to covet Adela again. Unhappy? Berkeley looked at him. Dare not. Delfino lowered his head. Even if Adela was vital to his cultivation, what could he do against such power? Before these people, Adela, or 10 or 100 Adelas, would have to be relinquished. Berkeley patted Delfino on the shoulder. Beyond his talent, he admired his son's prudence. Scholar, Zack brother, Xiaojier has come to see you. At the entrance, Kale knelt with tears welling in his eyes. Others followed suit, joined them. Bring them in. Once seated, Kale clapped his hands. The door opened, and a procession of ethereal women entered, each looking like celestial beings. Seeing this, Bowie whistled appreciatively, creating a gust of wind with his gesture. Chapter 533, Dissatisfied. Elon, big brother, please make your selection. Kale waved his hand and said. Mitchell's brows furrowed slightly. This little guy. He has become a bit corrupt as he grew up. Isn't it inappropriate? Mitchell asked. Elon, there's nothing wrong with that. These are all under my command. Elon can choose freely, Kale laughed. People under your command? Mitchell raised an eyebrow. Fine then. Just pick two randomly. Getting them to pour wine would be fine too. With a wave of his hand, two women sat beside Mitchell. Willie, however, chose all of them. Mitchell didn't say anything since this was indeed a rare occasion where they could let loose. Seeing this, Kale burst into laughter suddenly. Sure enough, his big brother was still the same. However, Adela on the side felt completely out of place, because she recognized that these women were the heavenly daughters from several major sects within Kale's empire, even including royal princesses. These women were much more noble than her in terms of identity. In terms of strength and appearance, they far surpassed her. Yet, they were merely playthings for people like Mitchell. She realized once again, the gap between herself and Mitchell was not just wide but insurmountable. She did not dare reveal any of her petty thoughts, fearing humiliation. How could someone like him look favorably upon her? While drinking, Cale couldn't wait to report his achievements over the years and introduce the people he had brought. So he hastily asked, Elon, what do you think of the people I've brought? Mitchell paused, looked at him, and said indifferently, honest answer? Of course. Cale eagerly replied, absolute trash. Mitchell shook his head. Cale, who had been expecting Mitchell's praise, instantly felt like he was constipated. He thought Elon would commend him for being perceptive and cultivating such a group of experts, but he never expected such a result. Hadn't he chosen the best elites? Were they not good enough for Elon? Neither Adela nor the accompanying holy maidens knew what to say and remained silent. All right. The helpless Cale could only accept it. After all, he knew what kind of person Mitchell was. Upon reflection, these people might indeed not meet his expectations. But if these people did not meet Elon's standards, wouldn't Elon feel proud to know he is now the emperor of Cale Empire? Thus, he smiled and said, Elon, actually, my current identity is... However, just as he spoke halfway, Mitchell pressed his palm down, interrupting him, you don't need to say anymore. I already have a general idea. Upon hearing this, Cale's eyes widened in surprise. Elon, you knew? Of course. Mitchell nodded while sipping his wine. He already guessed roughly what Cale had been doing all along. Definitely some combination of banditry and pimping. Because the group of men he brought were clearly seasoned warriors, either missing an eye or sporting long scars on their faces. These weren't bandits? As for pimping, it was even clearer when Cale admitted that the ladies pouring drinks beside him were under his control. Cale felt profound admiration. Elon truly lived up to his name. Without needing to speak, he already knew everything. So Elon, I haven't disappointed you, right? Cale couldn't wait to ask, hoping for Mitchell's praise. His demeanor was exactly like a student eager for teacher's approval after finishing homework well. However, Mitchell put down his wine cup, shook his head, and said indifferently, very disappointing. Cale was stunned. Even Adela and the accompanying holy maidens stared in amazement. A mighty emperor couldn't even satisfy him? Puzzled, Cale asked, Elon, why? Not righteous. Mitchell raised his wine cup and shook his head. Not righteous? Cale was completely dazed. The emperor stared intently at the fortune immortal pillar before them. Seeing it recover significantly, their expressions finally eased somewhat. After all, during this period, they followed instructions to restore the fortune of the empire. Let's see what's next, said Gillis Ding's emperor. Yeah. Dario held the guiding heavenly book, reading its instructions. Cale, emperor of Cale Empire, is a son of great fortune. The next instruction is to ally him to our cause, Dario explained. What perfect timing. Gillis Ding's emperor burst into laughter. Why? Dario quickly asked. Cale Empire has always been a vassal state of our Gillis Ding Empire. Summoning Cale here is merely a matter of issuing an imperial decree. Gillis Ding's emperor smiled. Upon hearing this, Dario's eyes also lit up. He hadn't expected such a stroke of luck. We shouldn't delay. Order Cale to come here immediately. Controlling him means gaining an advantage and naturally increasing our fortune, Dario said excitedly. Good. I'll send orders right away. Immediately, Gillis Ding's emperor issued orders to send envoys to Cale Empire. Seeing the envoys dispatched, Dario and Gillis Ding's emperor exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. They began waiting. They weren't afraid Cale wouldn't come. After all, Cale Empire was a vassal state of Gillis Ding. So being summoned, as a vassal emperor, he had no choice but to comply. To facilitate control over vassal states, large empires often use national fortune to mark vassal emperors with a vassal seal. Every new vassal emperor receives this automatic vassal seal until stepping down or dying. With this seal, Gillis Ding could manipulate the life and death of vassal emperors at will. That's why almost no rebellion occurs in Kermix's world. So, unless Cale dies or renounces his throne, he must heed the imperial decree of Gillis Ding. Also, Cale is a character who appeared before the timeline of this book started, hence he hasn't been mentioned earlier. This is a common narrative technique. Chapter 534. Eldest brother is truly decisive. In the Cale Empire, within the palace, Cale sat at the head of the assembly. Outside the palace, 7 or 8 women of extraordinary beauty entered. Pay our respects to the Lord Hudson. After entering the hall, these women were about to kneel before Cale. However, just as they bent down, a gentle force lifted them up. You have had intimate moments with my eldest brother, so you are also half his women. Therefore, there's no need for you to bow to me. I don't deserve such respect, Cale said calmly. Thank you, Lord Hudson. The women thanked him immediately. Also, due to your excellent service, my eldest brother has rewarded each of you with a bone shard as fine as dust. Take it and cultivate it well. As he spoke, Cale waved his hand, and 7 beams of light landed in the women's hands. Remember, you must cultivate it diligently. If successful, all 7 of you will achieve the supreme bone, ensuring an infinite future. Upon hearing this, the women's faces lit up with delight. Supreme bone. They never expected it to be the supreme bone. This legendary super constitution. Such fortune was unimaginable to them. Thank you, Lord Hudson. Excitedly, the 7 women wanted to kneel again. I told you that there's no need to kneel to me, nor do you need to thank me. Cale used his power to gently lift them up, saying coolly, if you must thank someone, thank my eldest brother. So when you return, practice singing and dancing diligently. The next time you see my eldest brother, make sure he is happy and pleased. Understand? Yes. The women nodded respectfully, while carefully storing the bone shards. Meanwhile, 2 people standing nearby wore expressions of wry bitterness and profound regret. Kale seemed to notice their expressions and turned his head slightly, his gaze laced with mockery. These two were the same men whose heads had been cut off atop the city walls. He hadn't truly killed them. Beheading was merely a form of punishment, a way to set an example. At a certain level of strength, losing one's head didn't mean death, only a loss of some power. Initially, considering your loyalty to the Empire, I intended to share this good fortune with you first, but you refused to cherish it, defied me, and even looked down on Kobe and my eldest brother. Now, I'm sure you're tasting the bitter fruit of that decision. In the future, behave wisely. Kale's calm voice made them feel a deep ache, and they knelt on the ground, filled with regret. Supreme Bone. It was the Supreme Bone. Had they known such fortune would be bestowed, they would have sent their daughters to come along. But now it was too late. They could foresee that the daughters of the other ministers would achieve great heights, perhaps even sitting on the imperial throne. In comparison, their own children, who were originally outstanding, would now seem utterly mediocre. Their lineage would inevitably decline. The two men looked defeated, suddenly appearing much older. In the following days, Kale focused on handling matters within the Empire. He never forgot Mitchell's teachings, a higher perspective, a grander vision. The best under heaven. Yes, I will become the best under heaven. If I am to be so, I shall be the emperor of the entire Kermit Sioux world. What does the small Kale Empire amount to? However, before I step down, I should do something more for the Kale Empire. Sitting on the dragon throne, Kale pondered his options. Batch troops to secure the territory. After easily capturing the area, he finally finished his business. Thus, in less than a day, news spread throughout the Kale Empire, causing a great stir. The Kale Hudson had abdicated. At the entrance of the imperial city, two figures flew in. They were the envoys sent by the Gillisting Empire to deliver an imperial edict. Finally here. Indeed, once the edict is issued, Kale dare not disobey. Our imperial pillar can gain significant influence. The two exchanged smiles and stepped into the capital. But barely had they entered when they heard the news of Kale's abdication. They were instantly stunned. Chapter 535, Epiphany. The two envoys stood there, stunned. If Kale had abdicated, to whom should they deliver the imperial decree? After all, their target was Kale. In the Gillisting Empire, Dario and the Gillisting Hudson were seated beside the fortune-telling pillar. Soon after, both opened their eyes simultaneously. If my guess is correct, the two envoys should have already arrived at the Kale Empire, Dario said calmly. The decree has likely already reached Kale's hands if nothing unforeseen occurred, the Gillisting Hudson said. I suppose we'll receive a message from them soon. No sooner had he spoken, than the jade slip began to glow. The Gillisting Hudson's eyes lit up with excitement. See, what we spoke of has come true. They've already sent a message. No matter where he flees, even to the ends of the earth, we will easily take his life. Yes. Upon receiving the instruction, the two envoys regained confidence. They entered the Kale Imperial Palace with great arrogance, representing a superior authority. In the palace hall, though Kale had abdicated, he still sat at the head, overseeing the affairs. Seeing the arrival of the two envoys, Kale frowned slightly. He had never been particularly fond of the Gillisting Empire. They paid no attention during their internal wars, but demanded resources once stability was achieved. You are Kale? Standing in the hall, the envoys looked up and spoke authoritatively. It is I, Kale nodded. We are here under the order of the Gillisting Hudson to convey an imperial decree. Given Kale's wisdom, bravery, and success in unifying the Kale Empire, you are hereby summoned to appear before the Hudson on a chosen date. The decree was brief and concise. Finished reciting, the envoy lifted his head and added, These are the contents of the decree, along with an oral edict from the Gillisting Hudson. Go on. His Majesty greatly admires you, and wants to bestow upon you the title of king within the Gillisting Empire, the envoy explained. King? Kale's pupils flickered. Yes, the title of king. Do you know how significant this title is? Only two individuals have received the title of king since the founding of the Gillisting Empire, both powerful rulers of subordinate empires. This opportunity originally wouldn't have come to your Kale Empire. However, because the Hudson admires you, this honor has been bestowed. So, kneel and thank His Majesty for this grace, the envoy urged. However, Kale shook his head. What are you shaking your head for? The envoy sternly asked. I mean to say you came too late. Kale said coolly, I am no longer the ruler of the Gillisting Empire. Not being the ruler means you cannot be granted the title of king. The condition for being a king in Gillisting requires you to be an imperial ruler. Don't worry about this. The Gillisting Hudson knows and doesn't mind that you've abdicated. He values your talents, so you can still become a king, the envoy insisted. You don't need further questions. Quickly thank His Majesty for his grace. But Kale frowned deeply. Something felt off. What was the purpose of bestowing a kingship in the past? To better control the subordinate empire, hence the requirement of being an emperor. Being non-emperor held no value in bestowing such titles. Why make an exception for him now? He doubted the Gillisting Hudson truly admired him. There must be something sinister behind this. Nothing falls from the sky for free. The Gillisting Hudson surely has ulterior motives. Moreover, Kale had no interest in becoming a king. He had resigned as emperor of his own empire. Why go through the trouble of becoming an insignificant king elsewhere? If his teacher knew his lack of ambition, he might be very disappointed. Thus, Kale took a step forward and replied, I have no interest in kingships or rulership. I appreciate the offer from the Gillisting Hudson. Please return. Hearing this, the envoy's brows furrowed, their expressions darkening. Kale, do you understand what you're saying? Their voices grew cold. Are you defying the imperial decree? Kale remained silent, his gaze calm but firm. This infuriated the envoys. Do you know the consequences? Defying the Gillisting Hudson's decree is punishable by complete annihilation. Not just you, but your entire Kale Empire will suffer catastrophic destruction. Have you considered the outcome you can bear? Their threatening tone did not hide the implied danger. causing Kale to frown deeper. He wasn't afraid for himself, but the thought of endangering the entire Kale Empire filled him with apprehension. What should he do? Kale was at a loss and decided to consult his teacher. Secretly, he took out a sound-transmitting jade slip and contacted Mitchell. Shithead, you stole those 4 gold coins. I'll dismantle you. In Adela's residence, Mitchell was dismantling Jim when he received Kale's message. He casually, Chapter 536, the first step toward a grand vision. After seeing Kale remain silent following their threats, the 2 envoys sneered coldly. It seemed Kale was still afraid of the power of the Cloudop Empire. Well, surely you must have thought it through by now? If you've reconsidered, just come back with us quietly. They grinned mockingly. However, just as they finished speaking, a terrifying pressure descended from above. In that moment, the 2 felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. The stone slabs beneath them cracked suddenly, and cold sweat poured down their bodies. They soon realized Kale had launched an unexpected attack. Their faces changed dramatically as they roared, Kale, what are you doing? You dare attack us, the envoys of the Cloudtop Empire? Are you trying to die? Humph, so what if I'm an envoy? I'm killing you. In midair, Kale's voice carried a wild laughter. And not only will I kill you, in the future, I will invade the Cloudtop Imperial Palace. You dare? The 2 men stared wide-eyed, trembling hands pointing at Kale, their voices filled with rage. Watch me dare or not. Amidst his mad laughter, Kale's powerful palm struck the 2 men on the head directly. Under countless gazes, the 2 were smashed into pulp, turning into pools of blood and collapsing dead on the spot. My lord? This scene left everyone shocked. As court officials, none of them were fools. They guessed that the olive branch extended by the Cloudop Empire must have ulterior motives. Even when these 2 threatened Kale's empire, no one dared protest openly. But what could they do? After all, they represented the Cloudop Empire. Yet, they never imagined Kale would really dare to kill them. My lord, isn't this action a little too rash? Yes, my lord. If this gets back to the Cloudop Empire, it could bring disaster to the Kale Empire. In the hall, many ministers couldn't help but express their concerns. Why be afraid? Kale waved his sleeves dismissively. Your concern is kind-hearted, but I must say, your vision is too narrow. Narrow vision? The ministers stared at each other, unsure of what Kale meant. Please enlighten us, my lord. Everyone couldn't help but ask. My meaning is simple. From today onward, our Kale Empire will not only break free from the control of the Cloudop Empire, but also turn it into our territory. And I, Kale, will become the king of Kermixu world. His confident and majestic voice spread across the hall with a touch of immortality power. What? This statement caused a huge ripple effect. Everyone gasped for breath, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Wasn't Kale's brain malfunctioning? Though both were empires, the Kale Empire was far from matching the Cloudop Empire. It really was Kobe's command. Why fear the Cloudop Empire? My lord, I agree with your plan. Let's fight against the Cloudtop Empire. Yes, I support it. Better yet, let's march now. I'll lead the charge. Suddenly, various passionate and agitated voices emerged. Their enthusiasm even surpassed Kale's own, itching to march straight to the Cloudtop Imperial Palace and decapitate the Cloudtop Emperor. Ha ha ha, I admire your spirit. Seeing this, Kale laughed heartily, saying gently, so tell me, what's the big deal about killing 2 envoys? My lord is right. Killing 2 envoys isn't a big deal. Ha ha ha, there should have been more than 2. Then I could have killed 1 personally. Ha ha ha. In this enthusiastic atmosphere, another man stepped forward. My lord, I have a plan. Oh, speak on, Kale urged eagerly. I suggest we transport these 2 corpses back and hang them on the city walls of the Cloudtop Imperial Palace. That way, we can show our determination to declare war on the Cloudop Empire. Upon hearing this, Kale's eyes gleamed, and he slapped his thigh, standing up abruptly. Brilliant idea, truly brilliant. Kale couldn't wait to carry it out. If anyone had dared to do this before, whoever provoked the Cloudtop Empire so boldly, it was time for him, Kale, to make this bold move. This was the first step toward a grand vision. Without a doubt, he believed Kobe wouldn't be disappointed again upon knowing this. Chapter 537, Unfavorable Premonition. In the Cloudop Empire, Trent and the Hudson of Cloudtop sat cross-legged beside the auspiciousness immortal pillar, awaiting news from the Kale Empire. For them, subduing the ruler of a minor empire was far too easy. It was practically guaranteed with no surprises. Yet 2 whole days had passed without any word from their dispatched envoys. Could something have happened to those 2? Trent asked, worry etched on his face. Overthinking, the Hudson responded calmly. The Cloudtop Empire stands in the Kermixu realm, receiving tribute from 100 nations. No one would dare harm them. Even if they do encounter danger, our subordinate nations would protect them at all costs. Because if an envoy from my Cloudtop Empire dies, no one can shoulder that responsibility. His voice radiated confidence. This was the prestige of the Cloudtop Empire in the Kermixu realm. That's reassuring. Hearing this, Trent's expression eased, believing he indeed overthought it. However, a voice from outside the hall interrupted urgently. The Hudson furrowed his brow and asked sternly, what's going on? A report for the Hudson and Lord Trent. This morning, 2 body bags were found hanging on the city tower. The messenger knelt down and respectfully reported. What? Body bags? Who dares be so brazen? The Hudson's face darkened with anger. Since the establishment of the Cloudtop Empire, no one had ever dared act out within the Imperial City, let alone hang body bags on the city tower. It was a blatant provocation of Cloudtop's authority. Swiftly, an enraged Hudson, accompanied by Trent, rushed to the city tower. By now, the area around the city tower was already sealed off. Though deaths weren't uncommon in such a cultivation world, hanging corpses on the Cloudtop Imperial City Tower was an entirely different matter. 2 body bags still hung on the tower, soaked in blood, dark drops dripping occasionally. Seeing this, the Hudson raged uncontrollably. With a wave of his hand, The body bags fell to the ground. Two attendants hurriedly opened them. Inside were mere chunks of meat, unidentifiable and indiscernible. This was a direct challenge, a blatant provocation. Order your people to investigate these individuals' identities within a day, and find out who is responsible, the Hudson ordered sternly. After passing on the command, he returned to the palace with Trent. This matter doesn't warrant such anger. Leave it to my subordinates, Trent said somewhat unhappily as they settled down. From the subordinate's neck tightly. You say who is dead? He demanded coldly. Please calm down, sir, the subordinate choked out, trembling. It's the two envoys sent to Kale Empire. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Hudson roared. You said you didn't want to know, and told me to report to the Chancellor, the subordinate protested, sobbing. How dare you backtalk? Die. The Hudson tore the man into two pieces, furious and standing motionless. What happened? What really happened? Trent also bellowed, equally agitated. At that moment, a disturbance came from behind them. Both turned, faces pale as they felt a bad premonition. An ominous shift in the auspiciousness immortal pillar. Without needing to check, they knew something went wrong with the Kale Empire. They suspected Kale might have killed the envoys. That meant a potential luckbringer could turn against them. Calm down, this is normal. There will always be surprises. Kale is just a minor character. Even if he turns against us, the change in fortune won't be too drastic, the Hudson reassured. Indeed, Trent nodded, trying to reassure himself. Suddenly, with a swoosh, the auspiciousness immortal pillar dropped by a third. Both stared in shock, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 538. I have to ask my Kobe or eldest brother to take action. The two men clutched their hearts, convulsing with pain. They were almost shedding tears in despair. With great difficulty, they had managed to regain the fortune lost after the downfall of the Langston Tion behemoth, but now because of Kale, they were back to square one. For a moment, anger surged within them. Report. Just then, a subordinate rushed in urgently. What is it? Gillisting's monarch snapped irritably, still in a fit of rage. Kale, the Kale Empire has launched an attack on our Gillisting Empire and has captured 3 border cities today, the subordinate reported hastily. What? Upon hearing this, the monarch's fury reached its peak. Flames of rage burned within him. He never imagined that this tiny Kale would not only kill his envoy but also openly declare war against Gillisting. Kale, you audacious little king. How dare you rebel against me like this? I will make you pay with your life. Cloud Ding's monarch clenched his fists, a hoarse voice emerging from his throat. I should take care of this myself. Beside him, Dario also expressed his rage similarly. Initially, subjugating the ruler of a vassal nation was a sure thing, but now with this sudden change, he could not remain idle. Yes, this man must die. Even though we can no longer recruit him to increase our fortunes for the fortune immortal pillar, killing him can at least compensate for our lost fortune. The monarch conveyed a firm resolve, already regarding Kale as a dead man. Dario nodded in agreement before dashing out swiftly. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. What's going on here? Ronnie was utterly bewildered. Only after asking around did he learn that his country was at war with another superpowerful empire. Damn! Is the monarch of this country crazy? Such a tiny country daring to attack a major power? Does he want to die? With that thought, Ronnie forgot about eating and ran back to his house, shouting, Isaac, pack up and let's get out of here quickly. After hurriedly packing and briefly informing Adela, Ronnie left quickly with Isaac and others. Watching their departing backs, Adela shed a tear from her beautiful eyes. Has living here so long meant nothing to him? Leaving without even looking back or saying a word. AI, my daughter, forget it. You two are just not the same kind of people, one consoled softly from behind. We don't even have the qualifications to look up to someone like him. Forget about him. Father, I understand. Wiping away her tears with a forced smile, Adela nodded. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the direction where Ronnie had disappeared, until they were completely out of sight. Ha ha ha. One more city taken. In the city tower, Kale, dressed in battle armor, looked down at the recently conquered city, laughing heartily. My lord. A minister approached but was interrupted mid-sentence by Kale. Don't call me lord. I'm not the lord anymore. We'll see about that once I conquer Gillisting. Call me lord if you must. Kale said boldly. Yes, sir. The minister bowed low, voicing concerns. Shouldn't we be more cautious? We've taken several cities from Gillisting, but only because they weren't prepared. Now, this has escalated to a point of no return. Shouldn't we leave ourselves an escape route? Humph. Why do we need an escape route? You're thinking too small. Besides, what am I afraid of? My master and my eldest brother are backing me from behind. The minister paused for a moment, then the worry vanished from his face. Yes, with those powerful figures watching over, why worry? Report. Just then, a scout rushed in. Elon, according to informants placed in Gillisting, they are targeting you, and a super expert named Dario is on his way to assassinate you. Please give instructions. Additionally, this is the information our informant sent about Dario. Kale took the information eagerly. Unknown strength, on par with Gillisting's monarch. His eyes flashed. Just this information was enough to prove that the enemy wasn't someone he could handle alone. Gillisting moved fast, but Kale wasn't overly concerned. Instead, his confidence was unwavering. He tore the dossier on Dario apart and smiled slightly. It seems I have to ask my master or eldest brother to take action. Translation ends. Hashtag chapter 539. Is that it? Upon hearing this, the crowd on site all wore looks of anticipation. Finally, they were going to invite those few individuals to make a move again. They still vividly remembered the shocking power displayed by the great immortal Xiong when he struck last time. Under everyone's fervent gazes, Kale took out a voice-transmitting jade slip and began to call for help. However, after a long while, there was no response at all. This caused everyone's expressions to change. Please stay calm. My master and Gage brother usually do not involve themselves in worldly affairs. It is reasonable that they haven't seen the jade slip yet. It's only a little bit troublesome, that's all. Kale calmly explained before shouting, bring me someone who can return to Yuan City as quickly as possible and inform my master and Gage brother about what has happened here. Yes. A skilled warrior stepped forward to accept the order and rushed towards Yuan City. Everyone, let's now wait quietly for the arrival of my master, Kale said with a raised corner of his mouth, then immediately sat down cross-legged on the city tower. Seeing this, the others followed suit and sat down too. One night passed quietly. When dawn arrived, everyone opened their eyes simultaneously and felt an absolute sense of oppression emerge. Looking up, they noticed the sky had changed color. It was crimson, like a sea of blood. Amidst this blood-red sky, a man in red robes appeared abruptly. He stood high above, radiating coldness, his pair of scarlet eyes intensely fixed on the crowd atop the city tower. In response, Kale and his group stood up, revealing solemn expressions. Even Kale frowned because Arthur was even stronger than he imagined. Just from the aura emanating from him, many people trembled in fear. More importantly, though Arthur had arrived, there was still no news from Mitchell and Unkit. However, thinking about all of Mitchell's past strategies, Kale's furrowed brows relaxed again. His extraordinary master had always been strategic. When had he ever miscalculated? Definitely not this time. Are you Kale? Arthur's icy gaze swept through the scene, finally locking onto Kale. That's right. Remembering that Mitchell had his back, Kale stepped forward without fear. Very well. Die. Arthur's pupils contracted, and he swiftly struck Kale with the palm. The loss of national fortune clearly angered him, leaving him uninterested in idle talk. Seeing this, Kale unleashed his terrifying cultivation but knew deep down that confronting Arthur head-on was impossible. Thus, he leaped into the air to dodge. Despite his swift evasion, Arthur's residual power still hit him, causing Kale to crash violently into the ground, creating a large crater. Your Majesty. Elon. Seeing this, Kale's imperial followers expressed concern and hurriedly called out to him. No need to panic. He cannot kill me. Kale climbed out of the pit, wiped his mouth, and stared at Arthur coldly. Arthur's pupils narrowed. Though you managed to evade my attack, showing some skill, killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Where does your courage come from? Arthur shouted icily. Heh. I don't fear telling you that I'm fearless because I have my master and Gage brother protecting me. My master strategizes everything, including your arrival today, all within his plan. Kale stood tall, exuding unwavering confidence. Hearing this, Arthur's eyebrows twitched. He began pondering about Kale's so-called master and Gage brother. He had always suspected that since the Chaos Monument incident, someone had been interfering behind the scenes. Perhaps, that person was indeed Kale's master and Gage brother, which made Arthur slightly more cautious. His sharp senses remained vigilant, guarding against any unexpected situations. Just then, a figure rapidly flew over from the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Kale's eyes lit up because this person was the one he had sent to Yuan City to find Mitchell. Ha ha ha. My master and Gage brother will be here soon. He immediately taunted Arthur arrogantly. This increased Arthur's alertness because aside from this person, he sensed no other presence nearby, indicating the arrivals might be hiding or even comparable to him in strength. Ha, hurry up, where are my master and Gage brother? As the person approached, Kale eagerly asked. However, the person's expression was grim as he knelt down on both knees and stammered. My lord, Thorn and Lord Aiden left hastily last night. They're likely already outside Kale Empire. These words hit Kale hard. His face twitched, and his heart sank. Kobe gone? Why? Kobe always plans everything carefully. Why leave now? Isn't Kobe supposed to protect him? The hopes of Kale Empire's people vanished, turning their faces ashen. Arthur, also feeling cautiously surprised, hesitated for a moment. All this fuss for nothing? Himph. You wasted my time. Really thinking you're something special? Die. Believing he had been toyed with, Arthur lost all patience. Blood-red clouds spread toward Kale, enveloping him in a dense sea of crimson. A blood-red palm print formed above Kale's head, descending upon him. Seeing this, destiny should remain neutral, reverting to its original state. Let's wait a bit more. Changes in destiny often have delays, Dario said calmly. Gillisting's monarch agreed. Then both sat down on either side of the Destiny Immortal Pillar, waiting for its transformation. As expected, half a day later, the Destiny Immortal Pillar began to vibrate. Both men opened their eyes simultaneously, their expressions brightening. The Destiny Immortal Pillar consistently emitted a soft glow, and as time passed, it started changing formally. Under their excited gazes, the Destiny finally increased back to the state before they met Kale. Seeing this, both heaved sighs of relief. Finally restored, Dario smiled. Yes, not easy. Gillisting's monarch also grinned. Although the efforts against Kale proved futile, the recovered Destiny made up for it. As long as it didn't diminish further, achieving the perfect Destiny Immortal Pillar was only a matter of time. Well, said Dario, let's consider the Kale matter resolved. Follow the instructions of the Heavenly Guidebook and complete the next task quickly. We've wasted too much time already. If we delay further, the Messenger and Supreme Kobe might interest peaked. Destiny doesn't only change due to human actions, he noted. Hidden great realms or ancient immortal caves appearing in our empire, or exceptionally talented individuals being born, can all cause changes, Gillisting explained. I had all institutions investigate the nation. Since no hazards were found, the changes in the Destiny Immortal Pillar are likely due to one of these reasons. Dario's eyes lit up. If so, this was truly timely help. Given the strong premonitions, the upcoming changes would be substantial, meaning their goal of a perfect Destiny Immortal Pillar was near. Both waited eagerly, faces filled with anticipation, until an hour later when the premonitions ceased. It's here, announced Gillisting's monarch. Dario nodded earnestly. Both clenched their fists, even imagining the supreme rewards from their master once the Destiny Immortal Pillar was complete. Suddenly, the Destiny Immortal Pillar halved its light intensity. This abrupt change left Gillisting's monarch clutching his heart and collapsing on the ground. Dario froze in place, utterly bewildered. At the same time, Kale's freshly buried mausoleum exploded. A figure with spiky hair soared skyward, shouting, "Kale is back." The narrative continues with fervor towards Kale in the sky. Ha ha ha. You all may rise. Kale descended from the sky, waving his hand, lifting tens of thousands gently with a soft force. Immediately send for the best craftsman. Based on the prototype of my revered master, use gold and stone as materials to create a statue 10,000 times larger. I will place this statue in the capital of Cloudtop Empire after conquering it, for millions to worship. Upon landing, Kale issued his first order. What? A statue 10,000 times larger made of gold and stone? Everyone responded in disbelief. One minister stepped forward, unable to contain himself, asking, "Your Majesty, your master abandoned you in dire straits, nearly leading you to an irreversible doom. Why do you still honor this kind of person?" Silence. As soon as the minister spoke, Kale slapped him directly to the ground, shouting angrily, "You dare to doubt my master and speak ill of him, truly risking your life. Someone, take him to the Kale's secret prison and await further judgment." After Kale finished speaking, everyone became deathly silent, not daring to breathe loudly. Humph. I know all of you have doubts, but let me tell you frankly, it was all planned by my revered master. Kale roared deeply. Hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. Clearly, when Kale was in peril, his so-called master fled. How could this be a deliberate arrangement? Humph, ignorant. To clarify further, my revered master, everyone harbored resentment against Mitchell. Yes. When I learned that Kobe abandoned me, I also wronged Kobe. Listening to everyone's words, Kale bowed his head regretfully, smacking his own face hard several times. I, Kale, this damned sinner. Kobe showed me boundless kindness, yet I thought such things about him. I am not human. I should die, I should die, I truly should die. So tell me, to repay my Kobe's kindness and build a statue for him, is it not fitting? Kale asked tearfully. It should be done. Yes, yes, indeed it should. Well said. Not only should this statue be built, but in every city of the Kale Empire, statues of the gentleman should be erected. Yes, and we should write about the gentleman in the educational textbooks of future generations of Kale, allowing his name to live on through the ages, making sure every descendant of Kale knows that there was once a gentleman who greatly benefited and blessed our empire. Everyone knelt down again, sincere voices echoing one after another. Agreed. Kale smiled contentedly, loudly proclaiming, "This matter shall proceed as you suggest. In every city of the Kale Empire, statues of my revered master will be built. Of course, statues aside, I must not forget my master's previous decree. Only after achieving success will I have the face to see him again. So listen to my command. The Kale Empire mobilizes its entire populace. Attack Cloudtop Empire once more." Chapter 542, New Plan. The drastic decline in fortune this time dealt an unprecedented blow to Christian and the Booker. It took them a long while to recover their wits. Before they could even figure out why this happened, a subordinate rushed in with news. "Your Majesty, Lord Christian, that Kale has come back to life again. Not only did he revive, but according to our spies, his power seems even more formidable now. It appears he has awakened some kind of immortal constitution, and he is launching fierce attacks on our Cloudtop Empire again, having already captured 10 of our cities." This piece of news almost knocked both men off their feet once again. Especially the Booker was close to spitting out a mouthful of blood. Finally, both realized why their fortunes changed. It was due to Kale all along. Immortal constitution, they weren't unfamiliar with this concept. It was legendary, reserved for true favored sons of heaven, whose strength increased each time they died and revived. No wonder, mused the Booker, narrowing his eyes and his voice turning dark. A minor empire's monarch shouldn't have such an immense impact on fortune. Turns out it's because of this constitution. Humph, so what? He must be eliminated. We must recover this lost fortune, said Christian coldly. Indeed. Though Kale had this immortal constitution, it wasn't truly indestructible. If the force attacking him was strong enough, it could still lead to his eternal demise, exclaimed the Cloudtop Empire. Time passed swiftly, half a month later. By then, the news that Kale's empire was attacking the Cloudtop Empire had spread throughout the Kermixu world. No one expected this tiny Kale empire to dare attack the Cloudtop Empire. During these 2 weeks, Christian attacked Kale again, this time, not sparing any effort, directly shattering Kale's body into pieces. However, what Christian didn't expect was that Kale revived once more, even stronger than before. As Kale's power grew, the entire border region of the Cloudtop Empire fell under the control of the Kale Empire. With the rise of this formidable enemy, the fortune pillar declined once more. This made Christian and the Booker even more uneasy. Suspecting that the power used to kill Kale might not have been sufficient, they decided to personally team up for a high-intensity attempt at killing Kale. Using every conceivable skill, they pummeled Kale mercilessly. But just as they thought they had removed this great threat, Kale's body reformed, rising from the ashes with enhanced power. What do we do now? Sitting beside the fortune pillar, watching the dwindling amount of fortune, both were in a state of desperation. They dared not make another move against Kale, fearing that after a few more killings, they might no longer be a match for him. "How should I know?" shouted the Booker as he furiously ran his fingers through his hair. Just yesterday, the messenger asked about the situation with the fortune pillar. I didn't even dare tell him the truth. That's right, we can't tell the truth. If the messenger finds out that over a few months, not only haven't we increased the fortune pillar by even a bit, but it has also dropped so much, he'll surely kill us, Christian agreed, looking equally grim. So, let's focus on coming up with a plan as soon as possible. Exhausted, the Booker replied, since we can't deal with Kale for now, perhaps we should ignore him temporarily. Your Cloudtop Empire is vast. It will take him 6 months to reach the Imperial City even if he keeps attacking. We need to concentrate on restoring the lost fortune. Once it's mostly restored, we'll ask the messenger to intervene personally to eliminate Kale, suggested Christian. The booker clenched his teeth. Although reluctantly letting Kale go free gnawed at his heart, the current state of the fortune pillar made them hesitant to even request the messenger's help. Now seemed like the time to follow Christian's suggestion. With this decision made, the booker brought out the guide Heaven book and frowned. Most methods to increase fortune mentioned in the guide aren't easy and require detailed planning, which will take quite some time, sighed the booker. Christian too frowned. They didn't have much time for planning. Ideally, they needed to restore their fortune before the messenger descended again. Hey! Amidst their distress, the booker suddenly recalled something and exclaimed. If killing Kale could restore the fortune he drained, couldn't we apply the same logic to Langston Tion? Christian caught on instantly, his eyes lighting up. While Kale had an accidental incident, it was because of his ability to grow stronger with each death. But Langston Tion didn't have this immortal constitution. Killing Langston Tion would finalize the restoration of the lost fortune. That could add up to a significant boost. And carrying out this operation would be far easier compared to initiating new plans. Alright, I will issue orders immediately to find Langston Tion's whereabouts. If found, we will personally kill him. Good. Christian nodded in agreement. Upon conceiving this new plan, the gloom lifted significantly from their faces. Chapter 543. Correspondence among fellow disciples. In a remote village named Shaoyan Village. Cluck cluck cluck. Khalil held golden yellow grains to feed the little chicks in the chicken coop. Beside him, Kristen sat upright on a stool, working on her math homework. Little brother, why haven't we seen Azriel these past few days? After finishing an Olympiad math problem, Kristen felt her comprehension had improved. She couldn't help but ask Khalil after putting away her homework. Oh, fellow disciple Hatcher has been studying genetically modified organisms and borrowed Azriel to plow the fields. Khalil laughed softly. Oh. Kristen nodded, sighing, it's been so long since we've been apart. I wonder how the other fellow disciples are doing. Yes. After feeding the chicks, Khalil sighed as well and suggested, why don't you send a letter to ask how everyone is doing? Okay. Kristen nodded and wrote dozens of letters, sending them off into the air. The letters turned into rays of light and disappeared. Inside a magnificent pavilion, a young man in dragon robes read the letter from Kristen with tears in his eyes. How I miss those days when we read books under Kobe. I also miss all the fellow disciples. Though I am now the emperor of the Tainglong Empire, I feel there is still a great gap between me and the other fellow disciples. But any fellow disciple nearby, please do come visit me. Thinking of this, the young man in dragon robes also wrote dozens of letters and sent them into the sky. These are letters from senior sister Kristen and fellow disciple Clay. At the peak of a high mountain, inside a vast sect shrouded in thick clouds, a youth stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself while reading the letter. So Clay has become the emperor. I must find time to visit him. It seems senior sister Kristen has made significant achievements in mathematics, fellow disciple Khalil has discovered new species, and fellow disciple Hatcher has researched genetic modifications. Truly worthy of being Kobe's disciples. Fortunately, I have also become Albin of the Fog sect, so I won't be too ashamed. Just then, more letters arrived. He opened each one. Oh, senior sister Emmeline has gone to the immortal realm, which is good. Fellow disciple Braden seems to have destroyed another sect along with himself recently. It looks like Chiyu has it tough. He still can't fly, and once kicked someone during a fight and ended up on the moon, unable to return. It was Keith who had to go to the moon to bring him back. Saying this, the disciple couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with nostalgia. A few days later, all disciples received Li Taibai's letter. Li Taibai mentioned that he had traveled through various kingdoms on a Greenox and met a newly admitted fellow disciple. Really? Kobe has accepted new disciples again? Khalil finished feeding the old sow and ran to Kristen, asking, what's this fellow disciple's name? What does he look like? According to fellow disciple Taibai's letter, this fellow disciple is named Kale, the very same person who has been making waves by attacking the Gilisting Empire, Kristen explained. Wow. Khalil's eyes lit up, exclaiming, I wondered how a small country dared attack the Gilisting Empire. Turns out it's our fellow disciple. Truly, Kobe never takes in anyone mediocre. Though that's true, we've always fallen short of Kobe's expectations. Li Taibai also mentioned in his letter that Kale cried to him, saying Kobe isn't quite satisfied with him and criticized him for lacking vision. Kristen said, you should reply quickly, have Li Taibai comfort Kale. Doesn't Kobe usually call us useless as well? He didn't single out Kale alone. All this is because Kobe wants us to achieve greatness. Khalil sighed softly. I'll write back right away. Kristen nodded and wrote a letter to Li Taibai. At this moment, Hatcher, who had been farming, rushed back, shouting, Hall, senior sister, something happened. This noon, I tied Azriel by the river to graze, and when I came back, I found Azriel had been killed. Hearing this, Kristen and Khalil's faces changed. They hurriedly followed Hatcher to the river, accompanied by over 3,000 little Azriels rushing out of a nearby cave. Upon arriving at the riverside, they indeed found signs of a fierce battle and traces of spatial manipulation nearby. Looks like they were prepared to attack Azriel, using spatial confinement. No wonder we didn't sense the battle, Kristen observed, frowning. I'm sorry, Hall. It was my fault not guarding Azriel properly, Hatcher said guiltily. And around them, the 3,000 little Azriels chattered noisily. Kobe, master, help us find the murderer who killed father. Yes, we need to avenge father. Sniff, sniff, father is dead. We must kill the culprits. Don't worry, Khalil comforted. Your father will be fine. I'll notify fellow disciple Huadua immediately. After reassuring Hatcher with a glance, Khalil sent a message. Soon, a young man with a beard and a medicine box appeared. After explaining the situation, Huadua opened his medicine box and began treating Azriel. After a day's effort, Azriel finally came back to life. Amazing! Khalil and others praised. We owe it all to Kobe's teachings, Huadua smiled. Also because of Azrael's robust physique, an ancient ferocious beast, giving me the chance. You're too modest. After such hard work, take 2 phoenixes back from me for soup. No need to be so courteous. Phoenixes aren't necessary, but if you insist, just give me 2 black turtles. They are perfect for my alchemy potion. Sure, I'll get them for you when you leave, Khalil laughed. Thank you, Kobes, for saving me. A slightly recovered Azrael knelt down, expressing gratitude. Seeing Azrael awake, the 3,000 little Azraels swarmed toward him. Looking at the little ones, Azrael smiled warmly but thought of the peril he had faced, almost losing these precious ones forever. His eyes flashed with intense anger. Berkeldrin, remember, the attackers were Gillisting Empire's Hudson and Mishies. They nearly separated us permanently. We must keep this enmity in mind, fighting the Gillisting Empire until the end. Bark bark. Gillisting Empire. To the death. Rest assured, father, we will destroy Gillisting Empire. Certainly tear off Mishies and the Hudson's heads. Immediately, the 3,000 little Azraels puffed their cheeks, raised their tiny fists, and echoed resolutely. Mishies and the Gillisting Hudson could never have imagined that failing to kill Azrael would result in 3,000 potentially formidable little Azraels holding unrelenting enmity against them. Still sitting beside the fortune pillar, expecting their fortunes to rise. Suddenly, the pillar dropped dramatically, leaving only a tiny amount. This unexpected shock left Mishies and the Hudson staring wide-eyed, psychologically devastated, falling to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Chapter 544. A complete turnaround. The defeated Bertrand and the Booker were on the verge of losing their minds. It took them 2 full days to catch their breath. What made things worse was that Kale's forces had already conquered much of the Cloudtop Empire's territory. Initially, it shouldn't have been like this. The Cloudtop Empire had many skilled fighters who could have resisted Kale. However, due to their help in facilitating Kale's rebirth through multiple ordeals, he had become far too powerful for anyone but them to contend with. Naturally, this also impacted the integrity of the Cloudtop Empire, affecting its fortune. As Kale seized more territories, the fortunes within the Fortune Immortal Pillar diminished day by day. After Langston Tion's demise, only a tiny fraction of fortune remained, which was now completely depleted. What are we going to do? Bertrand roared as he slammed things around him. He really didn't want to open his eyes anymore. Each time he saw the pitifully small amount of remaining fortune, his heart would ache. At this juncture, we can no longer let Kale be. We cannot handle him now, and given the state of the Fortune Immortal Pillar, we can't directly ask the envoy for help. Booker squinted his eyes, speaking somberly. Therefore, we need someone to hold Kale back while we find a way to restore the Fortune Immortal Pillar. Then hurry up and find that person. Bertrand roared again. This person has already been contacted, and is currently meditating in my Imperial Crypt. He will be out in 7 days, Booker explained. 7 days? Bertrand's face changed drastically as he growled. With Kale's current pace, sect was destroyed by the Mist sect, and the Windfire sect was absorbed by the Heavenly One sect. Really? Booker was slightly surprised, having not anticipated such changes. But he never paid much attention to these subsects, so he quickly adjusted, then have the Mist sect and Heavenly One sect send out disciples. My lord, I haven't finished yet. The subordinate grimaced. After eliminating those 2 sects, both the Mist sect and Heavenly One sect have already what? Booker frowned, pressing further. They have already pledged allegiance to Kale's empire. Seeing Booker squinting dangerously, the subordinate knelt down, finally shouting out his statement in terror. Chapter 545. Tomas. What? The Saul clutched his chest and staggered back several steps before he regained his composure. What is wrong with this Cloud Peak empire of yours? Beside him, Callahan erupted in a hysterical roar. You've been boasting about the Cloud Void Realm's largest empire, saying countless countries and sects are under your control. Now look at you. Rebellions breaking out left and right. Even a minor figure like Kale can't be restrained. What have you all been doing? Calm down, calm down. Seeing this, the Saul hurriedly tried to soothe him, turning his gaze and saying, the rebellion of a few small sects was something I didn't foresee, but it hasn't reached an irreversible point yet. At worst, I can't ask the one meditating in the Earth Palace to break out of seclusion earlier than planned. Callahan's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked in a low voice, who exactly is this person you speak of? Can he stop Kale's offensive? Rest assured on that. This person is an absolute prodigy, destined for no less achievement than either of us. He represents the vanguard of our new generation in the Cloud Peak Empire, a true genius without peer, the Saul said confidently. A peerless genius? Reliable? Callahan couldn't help but ask. Too much had happened lately. Everything felt uncertain to him. You absolutely have my word. The Saul patted his shoulder and explained. This individual is a native of the Cloud Peak Empire. A few years ago, I identified him as promising talent and cultivated him intensively using the resources of the Cloud Peak Empire. And now he hasn't let me down. After traveling abroad, his strength has significantly increased, and he's near another breakthrough. That's why he's currently meditating in the Cloud Peak Earth Palace, where I set up a spirit gathering array. Upon hearing this, Callahan breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, since you praise him so highly, you should summon him to see for yourself. Very well. Given the circumstances, I'll have him break his seclusion early. The Saul sighed with relief and walked down to the Earth Palace alone. After a short while, the Saul returned to the palace, smiling broadly. Well? Callahan asked immediately. Ha ha ha, heaven assists me, truly it does. The Saul laughed heartily, excitedly announcing, when I went to find him, he had just broken through early. In a moment, he'll come out of seclusion. Just as the Saul finished speaking, a melodious booming sound came from outside the palace. Then, a shadowy figure blasted out from underground, hovering in midair. He's out of seclusion. The Saul's eyes lit up. He exchanged a glance with Callahan and hurriedly stepped out of the palace. There they saw a young Joaquin Robes floating in the sky, his long hair billowing despite the lack of wind. A spear glinting with an ethereal light shimmered in his hand. Simultaneously, a powerful aura radiated from him, enveloping the entire sky in a heavy pressure. This subordinate Tomas pays respects to the Hudson. In midair, the young man bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Great. You may rise. The Saul laughed and waved his hand urgently. Tomas's pupils flickered as he asked from midair, may I inquire why the Hudson called me out of seclusion so urgently? Let's get straight to the point. A certain Kale has recently dared to attack our Cloud Peak Empire. The two of us are busy with other important matters, so I now command you to resist Kale's assault. Once we're free, we will personally deal with him, the Saul said. Upon hearing this, a cold look flashed across Tomas's face. A mere bandit daring to attack the Cloud Peak Empire? Truly he courts death. I shall proceed to the front lines immediately and bring good news to the Hudson. With that, Tomas, wielding his spear like a god of war, drew a rainbow streak through the sky and flew towards the front lines. Seeing Tomas's swift and decisive manner, the Saul nodded approvingly. Looking at Callahan beside him, he couldn't help but ask, what do you think? This young man is indeed impressive. And his strength is formidable too. I never thought you still had such talented people hidden away. Cloud Peak, Callahan smiled. Ha ha ha. We of the Cloud Peak Empire have stood firm in this world for so long not without reason. Whoever underestimates us is doomed. Alright, now that Tomas is restraining Kale, there won't be any major troubles in the short term. Let's focus on restoring our luck. Agreed. The two laughed and returned to the Pillar of Amerigok. They then began the new layout according to the Heavenly Scroll. Several days passed quickly. With Tomas restraining Kale, the two could focus fully on restoring their lost luck and made significant progress. They looked up and exchanged satisfied smiles. These past few days have gone smoothly. Callahan remarked. Yes. The Saul nodded, adding, though Tomas may not be able to kill Kale, I'm sure he can restrain him. Perhaps he has even reclaimed some lost territory for the Cloud Peak Empire. But, as he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed in hastily, kneeling and shouting, Your Majesty, bad news. Tomas has rebelled. Not only has he rebelled, he also opened the defense arrays of all cities, allowing Kale's army inside. The distance between Kale's army and the capital is less than 3 cities. Translation ends here. Please continue if you need further assistance or additional text to translate. Chapter 546, Unveiling the Kobe Mind. No, it's not just that. The former subordinate nations of the empire, such as the Tianlong Empire, Songqiong Empire, Tianhua Empire, and Jiastinoyan Empire, have all launched rebellions. They have now joined forces with Kale's armies. According to our spies, the heads of the Fredericksong sect, the Tiani sect, the rulers of Tianlong, Songqiong, Tianhua, and Jiastinoyan empires, along with Tomas and Kale, are gathered around a bonfire. They seem to be dancing some sort of square dance together. Judging from their expressions, they appear very happy. What? When this news reached them, the faces of Christian and the Gillis dances. Everything seemed to go according to plan until something pivotal went wrong at crucial moments. Coincidence was unlikely if every event followed this pattern. Now they were sure. There was an unseen hand controlling everything. What do we do? The Gillisting ruler asked Christian. Himph, we work for our Kobe. Whoever meddles will have to answer to him. We need to expose this person, Christian growled, eyes flashing dangerously as he clenched his fists. Yes, we must find this person. Otherwise, nothing will go as planned. The Gillisting ruler nodded quickly. Set up the formation immediately. Christian stood up and ordered. I'll use the Kobe's star power via the formation strength to deduce who this is. Since they control events, there must be traces left. We can catch them. Good. I'll get to it right away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Gillisting ruler dared not delay. After thorough preparations over 3 days, countless experts of Gillisting Empire gathered together. Activate the formation. This time, the Gillisting ruler personally controlled it. As he bellowed, numerous experts simultaneously channeled their energy into the formation. Christian stood at its center, absorbing its power. Star power. Begin. With a complex hand seal and roar, the sky over Gillisting Imperial City darkened abruptly, becoming pitch black. Under Christian's star power, light gradually appeared, stars filling the sky. Amidst floating stars, countless mysterious runes became visible. Cause and effect. Search. Christian watched the celestial phenomena, using the mystical star power to capture characters associated with Chi Gillis matters. Various scenes appeared in the sky. Kale emerging from the royal mausoleum. Abelardo subduing Langston Tion with Jia Qian and Eva floating in midair. Tomas meditating in the Gillisting catacombs. A gray-robed youth on a mountain peak of Fredericksong, making 10,000 disciples kneel in submission. The newly crowned emperors of Songqiong and Jiastinoyan empires. They aren't the ones. Christian closed his eyes, murmuring frantically, shaking his head. These were open enemies, but he sought the unseen hand orchestrating events from behind. However, identifying these people gave a crucial clue. Significant changes in Chi Gillis involved all of them, and the mastermind must have interacted with each. Everyone, channel your full power into the formation. Christian shouted, sweating profusely, clearly struggling with the immense drain of star power. And the person controlling everything is surely no ordinary individual, deeply hidden. Finding them won't be easy. Everyone, give it your all. If we identify the mastermind, there will be great rewards. Were orchestrated by just 4 people. Congratulations to the Hudson and Lord Xerxes for finding the culprits. Indeed, these 4 dared to oppose our Gillisting Empire. Let's kill them. Yes, we must kill them. These foolish creatures, I suggest we immediately send experts to capture them. At once, other experts present cheered, eager to take immediate action to bring these 4 back. Beside them, the exhausted Xerxes also wore a delighted smile. Despite the massive consumption, this divination had been worth it. Through his astrological powers, he finally managed to find the culprits. Yet, for some reason, the 3 monsters and 1 human seemed strangely familiar, especially the man in tight pants and bean shoes. He felt like they had met before but couldn't quite recall when. Without much thought, he reasoned that perhaps their frequent encounters had caused this sense of familiarity. After a brief rest, Xerxes and the Hudson of Gillis-Ding returned to the imperial palace. "How do you say?" Xerxes asked. "They cannot be spared." The Hudson clenched his fists and coldly replied. "How should we proceed?" Xerxes mused. "These 3 monsters and 1 human are no ordinary beings if they can interfere with the imperial fate. Besides their appearance, we know nothing about them. Rushing into action might not be wise. Rest assured, I have a plan." The Hudson grinned. "Oh." Xerxes showed curiosity. Beneath Gillis-Ding's underground palace is a natural killing formation. The environment within is harsh, devoid of spiritual energy, and filled with ancient, undead spirits. Even you and I wouldn't survive 7 days in there. So, all we need to do is find them, trap them using the formation, and then use our top-tier treasures to directly teleport them into the underground killing formation. In this way, we can effortlessly and risk-free eliminate them, the Hudson explained leisurely. "Great idea." Xerxes' eyes lit up as he clapped his thighs in approval. "Once these 3 monsters and 1 human are dead, the imperial fortune will be restored without much effort." "Ha ha ha ha. This is excellent, truly excellent." Beneath a flower house, furtive figures appeared. "Brother, you're really daring." The dog frowned, worried. "Stealing 10 gold coins from Kobe could get us killed." "Don't worry, a man should die beneath the peony. Even as a ghost, it's romantic." Emmanuel said while crossing his arms, then whispered, "Besides, I've learned to be smart. At worst, I'll stay away temporarily." "Really?" Foster's eyes flashed in surprise. "Does brother have a good plan?" "Not necessarily, but we should lay low for now." Emmanuel laughed and strode boldly into the red mansion with a hat on his head along with 3 animals. "Enough, enough, enough. I'm so tired." "Hee hee, little lady, I caught you." "Zixixi ha ha ha, so big indeed." In a private room, music and dancing thrived in debauchery. The 4 were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Outside the room, however, danger loomed. Gillis-Ding Empire mobilized all resources for tonight's operation. They began quietly setting up formations around the red building while Xerxes and the Hudson personally secured it with barriers to prevent anyone inside from noticing. "How's the formation going?" Xerxes asked. "Just a moment more to complete it," the Hudson replied. "Once completed, it will form a massive cage, trapping anyone inside. Then, we can teleport these 4 directly into the underground killing formation." "Excellent." Xerxes smiled eagerly. Ironically, they still revel in this tiny pleasure house, oblivious to their impending doom. The Hudson scoffed. "But don't celebrate too early. Anything can happen until the end," Xerxes warned. Yet, his own face beamed with laughter. Soon, a shadow approached and nodded at the 2 men. Upon seeing this, they exchanged glances, raised their hands, and everyone withdrew from the formation. Outside, the Hudson chanted and launched a large teleportation rune. Baba Babala. Following the incantation, the formation shone brilliantly, enveloping the entire red building. "Keep singing, keep dancing." Inside, as Emmanuel doused his bones with alcohol and enjoyed the festive atmosphere, the others were also heavily intoxicated. Suddenly, a beam of light descended, pulling them into it. "What's happening? Where are the girls?" "Brother, the speed. I want to throw up." "Ching, hang in there." "My leg, I lost my leg." "Bro, help me find it." "Big Bear, Baldy Chong is here to cut trees again." The 3 monsters and 1 skeleton, in a state of drunkenness, were rapidly teleported to the Gillis-Ding underground killing formation. Ha ha ha. Seeing them still babbling as death approached, Xerxes and the Hudson laughed mockingly. End of chapter 547. Chapter 548. Brother, I understand your pain. All matters were settled. Hudson Gillis-Ding and the ruler of the Ignatius Dom clinked glasses in the palace. "Ha ha ha. To our success this time," said the Ignatius with a smile. "Toasting is fine, but can your underground maze be foolproof?" Carson asked doubtfully. "Rest assured." The Ignatius replied confidently. "This killing array dates back to several epochs ago. It has survived the great devastation and formed its own desolate microdimension. Inside are countless wraiths. It's a place devoid of life. Also, I specially dispatched my 7 Michaelas there as guards," he added. "You mean those exceptionally talented ones with their natural charms, famously known as the Sky?" Carson raised an eyebrow. "Yes, precisely them. If there's even a hint of trouble, they will inform us immediately." The Ignatius smiled. "Very good." Hearing all the arrangements from the Ignatius, Carson nodded in satisfaction. "Just rest easy. They must die." The Ignatius raised his glass with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, they must die." Carson raised his glass as well upon seeing this. They gently clinked glasses. Inside the desolate killing maze, Bowie and his 3 drunken companions woke up after sleeping for a dozen hours. "Brother, it seems we've been captured." Jedediah held on to the incomplete Booney Bears book taken from the scripture library while scratching his head. "Relax, if we're caught, we're caught. With me around, what's the big deal?" Justino, the centipede, flipped over, waving his claws indifferently. "Yeah, and this place seems pretty fun." Marvin stood up and chimed in. "Didn't brother steal Kobe's gold coins? We're supposed to lay low. Isn't this place perfect for that? Right, brother?" Marvin turned to look at Bowie. I was thinking the same. Hiding out here could be fun too," Bowie replied, supporting his chin with a rather dashing nod. "Really? Brother, what kind of fun are you talking about?" Marvin and the others gathered around him eagerly. "Hee hee, let's see." Bowie grinned mischievously. He raised his bony hand and grabbed a transparent object, manipulating it seriously. As Bowie manipulated, the transparent object morphed into a terrifying human shape, emitting piercing screams. "Release me." Do you know whose subordinate I am? I am a direct subordinate of the most powerful Spirit King in this desolate realm. If you don't release me now, the Spirit King will never forgive you. But as soon as he finished speaking, Bowie suddenly remarked coldly, the Spirit King you talk about, is this thing? Upon hearing this, the shrieking ghost turned and saw that somehow, Bowie had also captured the Spirit King, whom he had boasted about. Creak. How did this happen? The ghost felt his scalp tingle. Their Spirit King was the most powerful wraith in the desolate realm. Apsel, how can you also? He stared wide-eyed at the Spirit King, stammering. Shut up. The Spirit King roared angrily. Without hesitation, he opened his enormous mouth and swallowed the ghost whole. After a few chewing sounds, he revealed a playful grin and chuckled at Bowie. Elon, I don't recognize him. Oh, quite adaptable. Bowie looked at the Spirit King approvingly, then loosened his grip, letting him down on the ground. Thank you, sir. Breathing a sigh of relief after regaining freedom, the Spirit King secretly thought, thank goodness for quick reflexes. If not, he would have perished. While he had been happily devouring other spirits, a mysterious hand suddenly grabbed him out of nowhere. Thinking of that horrifying scene just moments ago, he understood deeply that this figure before him must not be provoked. Hee hee, sirs, what brings you here? The Spirit King immediately knelt on the ground, grinning. I am the most powerful wraith in the desolate realm, not bragging in front of you esteemed guests, but if any assistance is needed, perhaps I can be of some help. Hee hee. Well, we're here for a vacation. Leaving in a few days, Bowie waved his hand casually. But I admire your attitude. From now on, count on you to take care of us. Not a problem, the Spirit King bowed humbly. I'll make sure everything is to your liking, sir. Just let me know what you need. Okay, come closer, I need to ask something. Bowie beckoned with a finger. The Spirit King hurriedly approached. Let's see if you can arrange some girls for us, Bowie whispered, gesturing suggestively at his chest. You know, the fierce type? Bowie, the wasteland realm right now. Sometimes they enter it for short training sessions. I had the desire but not the power, so I never took action against them. Anyway, it's been like this every day for over a decade. They're all young beauties with long legs. Upon hearing these words from Apsel, Ron felt his heart race, laughing foolishly. If you like them, should I bring them here? Apsel asked again. Hold on, let me tidy up first. Ron pressed his palm down, urgently adjusted his tight pants, bent over to blow dust off his sneakers, then struck a relatively cool pose and asked, Mark, take a look. How does Big Brother look today? Quite perfect, though there are minor details lacking. Jalen nodded seriously, then gave a glance as Magnus Gabriel led the way toward Ron. Jalen first rolled the cuffs of Ron's pants twice, while Gabriel picked 2 loose threads off his clothes. Magnus shrank and curled onto Ron's chest, forming a heart-shaped pattern. After making adjustments, Jalen clapped his paw and shouted, Perfect! The most handsome in the world. Ha ha ha. Ron put his hands on his hips and laughed contentedly. Seeing this, Apsel also looked impressed, giving Ron a thumbs up and remarked, Your Excellency is indeed incomparably handsome. If I had even a fraction of your looks and demeanor, I'd be content with my life. Not bad. I like straightforward people like you. Ron praised him with a glance. This made Apsel beam with joy. Your Excellency, wait here. I'll bring the girls to you immediately. Apsel's gaze shifted, his soul suddenly enlarging into a giant tornado that swept toward the edge of the wasteland realm. As it passed, countless spirits in the wasteland prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. At this moment, on the edge of the wasteland, Ada were seated cross-legged. They had rosy lips and white teeth, dressed in various colors, red, blue, green, purple, and green. Perhaps due to their natural allure, their attire was extremely revealing, their fair skin barely concealed. Especially their exposed midriffs and slender waists exuded a strong sense of charm. Those who have been trapped inside for more than 20 hours, we don't know what has happened to them, one red-clad Selena murmured. Maybe they're barely hanging on, or perhaps they've already been killed by the spirits, another in green said. After all, even when we 7 sisters enter for practice, we can't last an hour and never dare to venture deep. We mustn't underestimate our enemies. They are opponents that even our Kobe treats seriously, the blue-clad Selena beside them said, so don't be careless, just stay alert and observe any changes. Yes, the red-clad Selena nodded but sighed faintly, recalling something. Why did 7 sisters sigh? The blue-clad Selena asked. I was thinking, aren't we no different from those few people? Trapped in this cage with no freedom? The red-clad Selena frowned. The only difference is, they are inside the wasteland, and we are outside. Hearing this, the other women's beautiful eyes dimmed. Who didn't know the pain of their situation? Just then, a sudden change occurred. A violent storm of energy surged from the wasteland towards them. What's this? The 7 women stood up abruptly, their faces filled with a strong sense of crisis. Could it be the legendary Apsel within the wasteland, the most powerful and mysterious spirit? The red-clad Selena widened her eyes. He seems to be targeting us. Does he even possess the ability to break through the boundary? Before they could finish speaking, the tornado broke through the boundary, engulfing all 7 of them in its midst. Unable to resist, they were swept skyward, deeper into the wasteland. Time passed. When the 7 sisters woke up, they found themselves surrounded by roaring chaotic energy. Is this inside the wasteland? How did we end up inside the wasteland? I remember now. It was the Apsel from the wasteland who attacked us. Awakening, they felt fear. Just then, an unexpected voice called out. Oh, the 7 lovely ladies have awakened. Quick, Xialingzi, set the atmosphere. Yes, sir. Apsel responded and then commanded, Atmosphere team, move in. With his words, countless spirits gathered around, their ghost flames flashing in sync, creating a dazzling spectacle as if on a grand stage. Music team, move in. Apsel shouted again. More spirits emerged, producing sounds that combined into a rhythmic melody, causing an irresistible urge to dance. Finally, a thunderous crack echoed in the sky. Ron descended dramatically from above. 7 lovely ladies, pleased to meet you. I'm Ron. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and storyline consistency while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 550. Just blow once. The blinding light forced the 7 sisters to shield their eyes. When they heard a voice, they looked towards the speaker and were stunned. This night is starry bright, full of love for you. No, for all of you. Fintan lifted the hood of his black robe, revealing a pulsating black heart on his chest. Jimena, would you dance with me under the stars? The 7 women stared at Fintan in disbelief. Wasn't this short man in the black robe thrown into the dead spirit array by their master over 10 hours ago? Yet he was completely unharmed? Not only unharmed, but he had even subdued the most powerful death Apsel who controlled life and death within the array. They glanced at the kneeling Apsel next to him. How powerful must he be? It was beyond their comprehension. Seeing no reaction from the 7, Fintan casually tossed his forehead back. This night is simply perfect, intoxicating, just like my heart. He flipped his head forward again. Isn't your heart drunk too? What should we do? The green-robed Selena trembled. Such a formidable person meant trouble. The dangers of this dead spirit array are well known to us, the red-robed Selena whispered. We can barely withstand an hour on its edge despite our cultivation. This person is unfathomable. Fighting him would be like hitting a stone with an egg. So, what do you suggest, Alana? Submit to him. What? The blue-robed Selena paled. If Kobe finds out, we're dead? He not only survived unscathed but also subdued the death Apsel, making him even more powerful than Kobe, the red-robed Selena said. Seeing the others hesitate, she sashayed forward. Such a dashing brother, truly unprecedented. She walked towards Fintan, her red skirt swaying, her steps graceful and her shapely behind swaying beautifully. The other 6 were dumbfounded. Alana betrayed them so quickly. Fintan was equally stunned, swallowing hard as he watched the red-robed Selena approach. Fintan brother is so handsome, she said, patting his chest. Her hand hit something solid. Bones? Brother's chest is so strong. Even my little hand can't take it. Blow on it quick. The red-robed Selena collapsed into Fintan's arms, lifting her tender white fingers towards him. Delightful. Must blow. Fintan exclaimed, blowing on her fingers. A powerful energy surged through her body, making her eyes widen. I'm about to break through, she gasped, closing her eyes. In the next moment, when she opened her eyes, she didn't need to. Her power surged effortlessly. She an immortal, the 6 other women exclaimed in shock. They were only celestial immortals, and Alana had just broken through to celestial immortal not long ago. Breaking from celestial to golden immortal took thousands, or tens of thousands of years, let alone directly reaching Shin immortal. Unimaginable. And now, just because of one breath. Zach's sister, what should we do? The blue-robed Selena asked anxiously. Alana is right. Moreover, Kobe never treated us as disciples, only keeping us here to guard this array. Self-preservation is human nature. The purple-robed Selena said, you decide, or you'll miss out. She removed her hairpin, letting her hair flow like a black waterfall amidst the colorful ghost flames. She turned her head and approached Fintan. I got sand in my eye. Could you help me blow it out? Suddenly, the usually eerie silence of the array was filled with lively music. Everyone danced around the black-robed figure. Fintan's hands roamed left and right, up and down, his laughter echoing throughout the area. After 3 days and nights, Fintan was still moving while the 7 women couldn't keep up. Even the glowing spirits were exhausted, and the Apsel was almost collapsing. Your stamina is incredible. Brother, rest a bit. The Apsel pleaded. Fintan glanced at him. Bumanda, little Kermitsi, you're really weak. Revised. Fintan glanced at him. Bumanda should be translated to maintain fluency and accuracy. Fintan gave Kermitsi an unsatisfied look. Little Kermitsi, you're really weak. Yes, who can compare to brother? Your prowess reaches the heavens, unmatched in the world. The Apsel replied. I'm only thinking of brother. You're strong, but these women can't keep up. If you don't stop, they might die, and then you'll lose 7 beauties. That makes sense. Fintan stopped, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The 7 sisters collapsed, gasping for air. This guy could dance forever. As they rested, Daryl climbed up a rock, arching its back before diving underground, pushing dirt aside. It emerged moments later, eyes gleaming. Arrived at the entrance to this small spirit realm. The realm was covered in protective barriers. Dangers lurked everywhere, and formations were densely laid out. However, Bowie looked enchanted, lifted his head, and took a deep breath. The smell of gold here is indeed overwhelming. As he spoke, he lightly tapped with his bony finger. The impenetrable barrier dissipated like bubbles. At the same moment the bubbles dispersed, a golden glow illuminated the area. Everywhere one could see, all sorts of treasures, gold and silver, were piled up on the ground like scraps. In the air, there floated countless treasures encased in beams of light. This sight made the 7 women widen their eyes. Is this the national treasury of the Cloudtop Empire, accumulated since its founding? The 7 women could hardly believe it. As disciples of the Cloudtop Imperial Monarch, they had long heard of this place but had never been here before. Now that they saw it, they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. There were indeed too many treasures here. The Cloudtop Empire was indeed rich in resources. At that moment, Bowie's hollow eye sockets turned into coins. Brother, we're rich. Next to him, Hemlock, after a brief daze, also exclaimed joyfully. But after speaking, he realized no one responded. Turning around, he saw Bowie slowing on a white jade bottle wrapped in a beam of light in the air. The bottle was entirely translucent green, with patterns that shimmered, looking extraordinary. The 7 women also gazed at the bottle, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. Could it be the legendary? In the next moment, while frantically scooping up gold, Bowie suddenly rushed over and kicked the light-encased object into pieces. This damned bottle is really in the way. Snap. Apsel's jaw dropped. The 7 women nearly lost their eyes. You, little spirit, come help me scoop up gold, Bowie called out. Yes, yes, yes. Apsel ignored his astonishment and hastily ran over, pulling out his storage bag to start filling it up. We're rich, Rich. Girls and women will no longer be dreams. Bowie laughed aloud as he scooped. Yes, yes, Rich, ha ha ha. Apsel glanced at the shattered remains of the bottle and felt his heart bleed. Listen up, Bowie, without lifting his head, imparted wisdom. Remember what I say. Nothing beats money. Yes, yes. Apsel nodded rapidly, accidentally glancing at a white spirit tree branch beside him. His eyes lit up immediately. This belonged to a transcendent immortal from eons ago. Snap. Hemlock broke off the branch and threw it aside. What junk, it takes up so much space. He tied several dozen storage bags to himself, clanging as he shouted, Brother, I've filled dozens of storage bags, do you have more? Apsel. He beat his chest in frustration. This rag is in the way too. Rip. A black cloth glowing with dark light, also torn apart by a centipede in the sky. He couldn't take it anymore. Big brother, I think you may not realize what these things are. But no one listened to Apsel. Brother, there's no gold over here. Only scrap copper and iron, and it's blocking the way. Hemlock shouted loudly. What? How can that be? Nanny, come over and destroy all these rubbish items for me. Don't let them block your dog brother's path. Bowie instructed without looking up, then search over there again. Apsel and the 7 women rushed over like the wind, watching as Nanny crushed various high-grade treasures one by one, their hearts bleeding. It was sheer extravagance. Pure extravagance. Brother, let us help you destroy things. The 7 women, unable to bear it any longer, pulled out their storage bags and hurried over. Hold it. A voice commanded, and the 7 women were bound by an invisible force, pulled back and made to sit on chairs. The 7 beauties should sit nicely, Bowie scolded. How could I bear for you to do such tiring work? Not tiring, not tiring. All right then, it's tiring. Seeing this, the 7 women could only agree reluctantly. They could only watch as the quartet destroyed treasure after treasure in front of them. Their hearts almost suffered a myocardial infarction. They gnashed their teeth in pain. Fortunately, the group got so engrossed in collecting gold that they later ignored the existence of the 7 women, giving them a chance to gather some leftovers. Kobe, please forgive me, forgive me. In my next life, I will repay you. The 7 women, feeling guilty, spoke. Yet while talking, their own storage rings were nearly full. This translation maintains the original tone, structure, and line breaks of the provided Burkinese text, ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition while preserving key plot elements and character interactions. Chapter 552. Don't panic. In the Kale Empire, at the campsite, the roaring bonfire illuminated the dark night sky. Around the fire, rows of young people danced in unison to square dancing music. Behind them, on the vast open ground, thousands of little yellow cattle swayed their hips to the music. The scene was lively and festive. Nearby, a metal rack sizzled with thick smoke. Next to it stood a chubby young man, wiping sweat from his forehead as he cheerfully grilled skewers. Come, have some skewers, the chubby young man called out, carrying platters of grilled meat towards a group of people. Ja Abelardo quickly took the platters, shouting, Come. This is my newly cultivated divine beast from the dragon clan. There was an accident when it came out. It was deformed and only lived for a few days, but the taste is unaffected. Just right for you all to try something fresh. He distributed the meat as he spoke. Wow. Kale exclaimed, holding a skewer of beef. This extinct dragon clan. Just by the smell, you know this isn't ordinary. Only someone with great skill could cook it like this. Hall's generosity is unmatched. To cultivate such a divine beast so casually, we can't compare, Eben said, taking a bite of the beef and then asked, I wonder what achievements each of our seniors have had recently? Shameful, shameful. I just became the emperor of Tianlong Kingdom, nothing compared to you all. I'm even more ashamed. I merely became the patriarch of Fredericksong's sect and annexed Yenzong's sect. Nothing compared to you all. Senior sister Frederick? I'm even more ashamed. I only went to the immortal realm, unified several continents, and extinguished those who defied me. Nothing compared to you all, Emmeline said, also taking a bite of the beef skewer. Alas, I am the most ashamed. Kale shook his head. I still haven't fulfilled Kobe's expectations by conquering the Gillis-Ding Empire. While they were talking, they heard a distant shout, Seniors. The group turned to see a figure approaching, saying, The 4 great protectors have been captured by the Hudson of Gillis-Ding. Upon hearing this, everyone froze for a moment, not showing worry but bursting into laughter. Of all people, the Gillis-Ding Empire captures the 4 great protectors. Well, let's use this opportunity to see the commotion, and while we're at it, coordinate inside and out to take over Gillis-Ding Empire right now. Yes, let's conquer the Gillis-Ding Empire now. Kale stood up first, excitedly calling out. The group set off with their army, heading toward the Gillis-Ding Empire. At the palace of the Gillis-Ding Empire, the Gillis-Ding Hudson and Dario were drinking merrily. It's been so long, those 4 conspirators are probably dead by now. The Gillis-Ding Hudson laughed heartily. Here, finish this cup. What if they didn't die? Dario placed down his cup, somewhat worried. After all, that killing array, though left over from several eras, extremely dangerous and powerful, might not be enough to exterminate a being who could manipulate clouds and reign with ease. Dario always had lingering concerns. Haha, you know how powerful that killing array is, the Gillis-Ding Hudson confidently replied. Moreover, even if they didn't die, after so many days, they must have been tortured beyond recognition. Toasting. Dario felt rare joy. Nodding in agreement. Makes sense. Let's go confront these ignorant brats. With that, Dario vanished in a flash. The Gillis-Ding Hudson followed suit, disappearing as well. Outside Gillis Ding Imperial City, atop the towering walls, the Gillis Ding Hudson and Dario stood side by side. Looking down at the tens of millions of troops below, they froze. Their hearts pounded loudly, because every single one of the dozen or so figures leading the charge was even more formidable than the feared Kale. Chapter 553. All hopes crushed. Outside the city walls, a few dozen people leading the army toward the Cloudtop Empire were engaged in an argument over who should attack Bertrand and the Booker. Each of you seniors and juniors have had sparring experiences after leaving Heavenly Pathgate to some extent. Why not let those without experience get some? Gustavus interrupted the dispute, saying, "Who hasn't sparred?" Gustavus pointed at the thousands of eager Nick beasts trailing behind the army. "My little yellow skies are ready for practice." "Forget it," Driscoll remarked. "Those baby calves you've just bred might be wiped out by Bertrand's group with one move. Why don't I take them on, disarm them barehanded and win outright?" "Seniors," Kale spoke up hesitantly, "those two have beaten me countless times. My hands itch from hate. Could I do this?" "No way. Let me bomb them to death." As Kale finished, Braden loudly interrupted, "If you don't let me go, I'll self-detonate now." Hearing this, all the disciples twitched their mouths. Everything was clearly heard by Bertrand and the Booker standing atop the city tower. Furious, they clenched their teeth. To treat them as prey was absolutely intolerable. "I will make them know why flowers are red today," raged the Booker, especially about that boy vowing to bomb them. As he spoke, he leaped down, striking toward the crowd below. Bertrand followed suit. Before reaching, Braden had already charged towards them. "That fool dares charge right in," the Booker spat. "What idiocy." Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom erupted, too swift for any reaction. Flames and smoke enveloped both men instantly. Limbless bodies were thrown back onto the city tower. One of the Booker's arms was blasted off, and he fainted from the shock. Bertrand's entire body was blown into meat scraps. Two eyeballs rolled around, lips stuck against the city wall ledge. The eyeballs blinked, and the lips quivered. "Quick, close the gates." "Yes." The subordinates hurriedly retreated while closing the gate. "Idiots, take my remains along." In the Cloud Out Palace, the Booker regained consciousness. A heap of flesh in the hall center slowly moved, with mist swirling above it. Gradually, the flesh reassembled into a human form. Outside, shouts and thuds echoed. "Our fighting abilities are temporarily lost. Their morale is high. What can we do?" asked the Booker while regenerating his limbs, his expression grave. Bertrand slowly stood up, pale-faced. "Stay calm. Aren't the 4 key hostages still in our hands?" he added. "As long as they're here, even if they breach the gates, they won't dare move rashly." The Booker nodded, though still furious. "Yes." Suddenly, a massive sound rang out. The gate had shattered. Just then, a messenger rushed up. "Report." "What report? Can't you see the gate broke?" "Idiot." Angry, the Booker raised his foot to kick, but was stopped by Bertrand's quick reflexes. "Speak," ordered Bertrand to the servant. Wiping sweat, the servant reported, "Your Majesty, the ancient killing formations barrier was breached, and the 4 captives have vanished." The Booker withdrew his leg, grabbing the servant's collar, roaring, "What? They escaped? And the 7 guarding girls?" "Why yes, Your Majesty, all vanished, likely turned traitor." Rage overtook the Booker, and he slapped the servant dead. Then he clutched his chest, stumbling backward. Bertrand steadied him. "Remember, you said your treasury had many treasures. We must restore ourselves quickly. We need top-grade pills from there." "Yes." Reacting, the Hudson summoned servants. "Someone? Report." This time, the Hudson nearly fainted. Steadied by Bertrand, "It's fine, just breaches and such. No need to panic." "Right?" The Hudson regained composure. "Speak up." "Our treasury's barrier has been breached, looted clean." The servant cautiously touched his chest. Hearing this, the Hudson spat blood. He pulled a knife from nearby, beheading the servant. Facing the plundered treasury, the Hudson and Bertrand's eyes reddened. "These fools took only gold coins, left no treasures behind," whispered the Hudson, "but destroyed everything else. They ruined it." Bertrand clenched fists, anger radiating from him. "Report." Turning, Bertrand pulverized the person. "Don't want to hear." "Our city has fallen. Our imperial palace barrier too." Gazing afar, the Hudson paled further. "What next?" Bertrand held the immortal pillar, noting the vanished aura inside. His expression was grim. Even before discussing, the enemy army stormed in. Soon, the two were surrounded by dozens of enemies. Standing motionless, they felt helpless. "You were pretty tough earlier?" Kale mocked from the front. "Where's your arrogance now?" Behind him, the other seniors watched leisurely, treating the two like dead men. "What do we do?" The Hudson panicked, clutching his recovering arm. At this hopeless moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A giant black vortex appeared overhead, stirring up the wind and clouds. Disciples shielded their faces instinctively. Bertrand and the Hudson, previously despondent, now rejoiced. Seeing figures within the vortex, they cried joyfully, "Messengers, they're messengers." With that, both leaped up, hiding behind the messengers. Pointing at the dozens below, the Hudson shouted, "You think you're great? No what? You'll all die right now." With a wave, he laughed wildly. Chapter 554. I have cultivation. The dozens of people below, who had been confident of victory, were now on high alert. The aura emanating from the man who had descended from the heavens was overwhelmingly powerful. Even before a confrontation, the sheer presence he exuded was enough to make their hearts tremble. Amidst the turmoil, the gagely man above slowly opened his mouth. "A group of ants, who gave you the nerve to oppose us?" He spoke slowly, his voice carrying so much power that it thundered in the ears of those below. "Yeah, who gave you the nerve to oppose us?" The Giacomo peeked out from behind the envoy, emboldened and adding his own bark. At this moment, he felt almost tearfully grateful. These past few days had been unbearable for him. Now with the envoy here to back them up, the feeling of having support was truly exhilarating. Obstinate ants, all of you die. The old man's cold gaze swept over the crowd below, filled with an indifferent disdain as if everything before him were mere insects. However, suddenly, a colossal bone hand emerged from the ground, swiftly striking toward the envoy in the sky with breathtaking speed. This strike caused a deafening explosion in the sky. The giant face instantly turned to dust. Dante and the Giacomo stared wide-eyed as they were thrown away by the shockwave of the punch. Transforming into two fleeting stars, they vanished into the distant horizon. In front of me, you dare act like that? As these words fell, a figure in black appeared. Behind him were a dog, a centipede, a bear, and a ghost enveloped in black mist. Further behind were 7 alluring women. The Great Guardian. It's the Great Guardian. Emmeline was the first to react, shouting joyfully, "Greetings to the 4 Great Guardians." The disciples followed suit, bowing respectfully, "Greetings to the 4 Great Guardians." "Please rise," said Ed, waving his hand. "Indeed, the Great Guardian is powerful, killing that arrogant person with just one punch." The disciples praised fervently. "Yes, only the Great Guardian rivals Kobe and the cultivation will be reclaimed." This sudden news stunned Mitchell. Then he laughed heartily, laughing so hard he rolled on the ground. This cunning little system had truly given him a delightful surprise. Right, it mentioned the highest level of cultivation. Let's see what that is. Flipping through cultivation levels of the immortal river continent, he exclaimed, "Hudson of martial arts, ha ha ha, I'm in Hudson of martial arts now. Those once terrifying martial spirits are now nothing but trash to me." Mitchell laughed with joy again, eager to test his new powers. He then punched fiercely into the sky. Indeed, the sky changed dramatically, rumbling with each punch. "Ha ha ha, I'm so awesome." Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, chaos erupted. Since the mysterious blow that broke the sky previously, such commotion hadn't been seen for a long time. Thinking the earlier blow was a coincidence, no further investigation was pursued. But now, 500 punches exploded into the sky, each heavier than the last. Looking at the 500 large holes suddenly appearing in the heavenly realm, everyone rushed to investigate, leaving the realm in turmoil. On the immortal river continent, Mitchell retracted his fist. He blew on his knuckles. Finally, the gust of wind blew by. Plunk! Everyone turned to see Bowie, who had been shouting for more music and dancing, suddenly fall silent and kneel on the ground. "Great protector, what's wrong?" Before anyone could react further, a figure appeared out of nowhere, slowly descending. Clad in white, moving without wind, hands behind his back, he floated there, detached from the world. He looked down upon them from above. The next moment, everyone reacted and fell to their knees. "Greetings, Kobe." Mitchell stood mid-air, hands behind his back, looking coldly at those kneeling before him. "Kobe, we?" Kale began happily, but Mitchell cut him off. "I told you to go out and make a name for yourselves. Is this what you show me?" Kale was taken aback. Mitchell's gaze shifted from Kale to the rest of the group. "Before leaving the mountain, I told you to go out and make something of yourselves. Is this what you've accomplished?" His gaze fell upon the still blazing bonfire, and the iron racks filled with uneaten meat beside it. His anger flared as he waved his hand, sending the rack crashing down with a loud bang. "You have sunk so low," he said sarcastically. He bellowed, "Do you have any skills? Any vision?" So, the Kermixu world they were proud of didn't even register with their Kobe. They had celebrated for nothing, and responded, feeling regretful and ashamed. "We've been gloating over conquering such a minor place like Kermixu world. Exactly, we should be ashamed." "In that case, let's set off now," someone suggested. "Straight to the immortal realm." "Right, let's go now. Let's go." This chapter captures the disappointment and realization of the disciples as they realize their achievements aren't as significant as they initially thought, leading them to aim higher. Chapter 556, Finding a Sparring Partner. Mitchell carried Isaac and instantly returned to his martial arts studio. As soon as he got home, he threw Isaac into the small black room and slammed the door shut. "You stay in there, you naughty thing," he cursed. Mitchell glanced at several quivering creatures beside him, a dog trembling on the ground, a centipede shuddering on the dog's back, and a bear cowering behind the dog, along with a ghost that was hesitating to enter the studio and shivering at the entrance. He rolled his eyes at them. "You all better behave, or you'll get a beating one by one." As he spoke, Mitchell waved his sandbag-sized fist and curled his pinky finger. "I can finish you all off with just one finger now." The 4 creatures, terrified, hurriedly retreated. Satisfied, Mitchell strode out of the studio. Outside, the sun was shining perfectly, making Mitchell squint contentedly. With was tantamount to suicide. Silas stared blankly at Mitchell. Was he worried about him? Silas quickly picked up his knife and resumed chopping meat. None. "You know, sir, I'm just a weakling. How could I possibly know any cultivators you're looking for?" "Well, I figured." Mitchell sighed, then spotted a waiter nearby serving noodles. He walked over. "Hey, do you know any cultivators?" Mitchell asked. "What, cultivators? Why does Thorn need to find a cultivator?" The waiter stopped and asked. "To spar." The waiter almost spilled the noodles in his hands out of fright. He inwardly grumbled. "Do you even need sparring? That would be certain death." Daring not to upset Mitchell, he steadied his voice. "What kind of cultivator do you wish to spar with, sir?" Mitchell glanced at the skinny waiter. "Certainly not someone like you. I need someone strong." He raised his fist and blew on it. "Someone like you couldn't take a hit from my fist." "You're wise, sir." The waiter bowed deeply. "To tell you the truth, I don't know any cultivators." Mitchell was about to leave when he saw Gerardo sitting under a tree in the yard. "Gerardo," he approached. "You don't need to ask, sir. I don't know any cultivators either." Gerardo stood up hastily. "I've never even seen one in my life." Seeing Gerardo struggling to stand, Mitchell sighed and shook his head. You're all too weak." He left, his hands behind his back. Being at the top is so lonely. After Mitchell left, a group gathered. What's up with Thorn suddenly needing to spar? Is he like an invincible swordsman seeking opponents? Maybe just as he said, being on top is too lonely. But now that Thorn isn't pretending to be immortal, should we still pretend? Silas held his cleaver uncertainly. Who cares? Did you hear what Thorn said? Gerardo pointed at the waiter. We are mortals, plain and simple. Yes, in Thorn's eyes, we're all mortals. No need to pretend, the waiter agreed. Right, you're absolutely right. Silas nodded rapidly. Circling Pingjiang City, Mitchell couldn't find a single cultivator. Not even someone who knew one. Truly pitiful. Just as Mitchell felt troubled, an idea struck him. He stopped in his tracks. Right, when the system rewarded me with Isaac, it mentioned he was the top expert. Though unsure of the scope, he still holds the title. Maybe he has some skills, even if I've never seen him use them. Should I try? Decided, Mitchell turned and headed back to the studio. At the martial arts studio, no sooner had Mitchell left than a bone poked through the narrow gap of the locked wooden door. A finger fiddled with the lock. The lock clicked open. A moment later, a skull emerged from the dark hole, turning its head to look around. Has the master left? Gone. The dog hurriedly pushed open the door for Isaac. Congratulations, big brother. Freedom at last. Let's see who I am, Isaac said, pleased. His disassembled limbs reattached instantly. Hurry. Let's go before the master returns. Chapter 557. Don't ask who I am. Just as they were about to leave, Mitchell returned. The sight nearly frightened the hair off their heads. They were about to make a run for it when, in the blink of an eye, Mitchell appeared and caught them. You miserable dog. You still dare to escape from me? He grabbed Bowie by the scruff and threw him into the martial arts hall. To show his sincerity, Bowie rolled to his feet and tried to dash toward his small black room. But once again, he was caught by Mitchell. Held suspended in the air, Bowie trembled so hard that his bones seemed to rattle. To his surprise, Mitchell's next words were surprisingly gentle. Don't be afraid. How could I hurt you? He gently set Bowie down and brushed the dust off him. I just need you to do one thing for me, and I won't lock you up anymore, he said softly. Ababa. Bowie's empty eye sockets lit up with delight. Give me a hand. Bowie froze. Thump. He fell to his knees. You are the top master, aren't you? Mitchell reassured him. I'll just test you. Ababa. He shook his head frantically at Mitchell. Mitchell didn't care and slapped Bowie with an open palm. With a single strike, Bowie crumbled against the wall and lay still. Chaos erupted around them. Dogs howling, centipedes scurrying, and even a floating ghost fainting dead away. A bunch of trash, Mitchell cursed, kicking the disassembled Bowie. Still no response. Is this all? Mitchell was enraged. Can't withstand a single blow, and you call yourself the highest master? Pfft. Indeed, the highest master in this broken dojo. Mitchell recalled how the system had initially granted him the dojo, and then the self-proclaimed first master skeleton. Clearly, it referred to the top master of Bow Martial Arts Hall. This rotten system, but thankfully, it gifted him the cultivation of a Hicks, Marshall Hudson, the highest level cultivator. That was the only good deed it did. Seeing Bowie still scattered on the ground, Mitchell picked up the bones and dumped them into a well. Let's see how you run now, he muttered, sealing the well with a large stone. Waste of space, thinking you can still cause trouble outside. Mitchell ventured out to find cultivators. But after scanning the city, he found everyone weak and pitiful. Times had changed indeed. He realized that the entire city comprised non-cultivator riffraff. Even if he found cultivators, what difference would it make? In this tiny Pingjiang city, any cultivators here would be nothing more than trash compared to himself, a Hicks. After being suppressed for too long by a world where cultivation wasn't possible, becoming the strongest in this realm without peers, not flaunting it felt like wearing fine clothes in the dark. It was unfathomable. One day, a heavy rain drenched Pingjiang City. The alleyway housing the dojo was deserted. People had closed shops and gathered at Gerardo's place, roasting sweet potatoes to pass time. At that moment, the courtyard door creaked open, and a figure emerged from the rain holding an umbrella, graceful and ethereal, detached from the mundane world. The few present were stunned. As the person entered, they finally reacted. Elon. They stood up. Why have you come? Sit. Mitchell waved and joined them by the fire. I came today because there is something that has weighed on my mind for a long time. I want to share my troubles with you. Elon, what is it? They listened intently. Well, I'm actually not an ordinary person, Mitchell sighed. This has been a burden on my heart for a long time. Spines stiffened and scalps tingled. Could it be? Could they finally learn the identity of the mysterious Elon? I'm laying it all out. I'm not an ordinary person, Mitchell spread his hands. I'm an unparalleled master. Huh. They looked at Mitchell. They nodded. Then what? There is no then. Mitchell shrugged. They flipped the sweet potatoes. Oh, Elon is amazing. That's it? That's the reaction? Aren't they surprised? Mitchell couldn't help but ask again, emphasizing his point. Surprised. Masters. Unparalleled masters. Pleased. Hiram took a bite out of a sweet potato. Very surprised. Speechless, Mitchell sighed. These people clearly didn't grasp what an unparalleled master meant. Understandably, these sweet potato munchers couldn't fathom the struggles of cultivators. Forget it. I shouldn't expect anything from you, Mitchell said, standing up. You can't possibly be surprised. Such a bore. And he left, umbrella in hand. They munched on sweet potatoes as Mitchell disappeared into the rain. What's gotten into Elon? The shopboy asked. If Elon knew we wouldn't be surprised, then he must know we already know how powerful he is. Why come to surprise us? I get it. Gerardo smacked his thigh in regret. What is it? Others inquired. Remember, Elon always appeared as an ordinary person among us, he explained. Even though Elon knows everything, including how aware we are of his strength, he always interacted with us as a regular person. Now, revealing his true might, he only wanted our ordinary admiration. Gerardo lamented. We failed to provide the surprise reaction he hoped for. That explains Elon's disappointment upon leaving, one exclaimed. Elon knew we already understood his strength, yet he sought our simple surprise. So Elon called us boring. Gerardo smacked his thigh again. It was part of Elon's fun, and we didn't play along. How could we miss it? We're as dense as pigs. But let's fix it fast. Send word to everyone to feign shock if Elon reveals his identity to them. Yes, the shopboy agreed. We can't disappoint Elon again. On it. Hiram ran out into the rain. Gerardo watched him go, lost in thought. Why did Elon choose to reveal himself? Yes, Elon used to maintain his human guise. Perhaps. Gerardo paused, horrified. Elon is making his move? Thunder struck their minds. Everyone who was close to Elon realized early on that he was orchestrating something monumental. Now, abandoning his guise meant Elon was beginning his grand plan. After leaving the neighbors roasting sweet potatoes, Mitchell revealed his power to several acquaintances. Not a single one showed surprise. The joy he felt as a Hicks dissipated like water thrown on a flame. These ordinary people became increasingly dull, but he still wasn't going to hide his brilliance. Just telling them verbally wouldn't make these ordinary people understand how powerful he was. 100 different places. Those people would then tell others. Wouldn't it be just a matter of time before his name echoed across the entire immortal river continent? Mitchell couldn't hide his smile. He couldn't help being such a superficial person. The most important thing right now was what nickname should he give himself to spread among them? Stormy Hero, Sky Kobe? Too cliché. World's First, Lone Defeated? Too rustic as well. By the time they reached the entrance of Heaven and Earth Sect, Mitchell still hadn't come up with a resounding title that matched him. Just then, he saw Alfie and the others coming out from the gate of Heaven and Earth Sect. Mitchell glanced at Alfie and the others. Since taking in the three emaciated old men, their worries over food and clothing were gone. Their appearances had become much fuller, and their complexions looked better too. Edsel, he called out. Where are you all headed? Behind Alfie stood Glenn and Harley, who upon seeing Mitchell, hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Elon. We are here to purchase items needed by the sect. Looks like you've been doing pretty well lately. Mitchell said, sighing. Not like me. Worrying day and night recently. We admire your diligence, Elon, the three of them said in unison. Having flown every day recently, he was already adept at controlling his flight, smoothly maneuvering through the air effortlessly. Alfie and the others watched as Mitchell vanished in an instant, then sighed with relief. Thankfully, Razuru reminded us. Otherwise, we would have displeased Elon. Alfie wiped the sweat from his forehead anxiously. Yes, it seems Elon was quite satisfied with our reaction earlier, Harley replied. We should use jade slips to summon Elon's disciples back immediately. Back in the Grand Hall, Mitchell hurriedly took out his copy of Immortal River Continent Cultivation Ranks. With the disciples returning soon for a sect meeting, he wanted to check if Hudson-level cultivation had any other mastered skills besides aerial flight. Flying alone wasn't enough anymore. Previously, when he gained the rank of Marshal Hudson hastily, he only got a rough idea that the highest level on the Immortal River Continent was Marshal Hudson. Now, reading carefully, he discovered that Marshal Hudsons were also divided into ranks. Rank 1. Rank 2. A smile slowly spread across Mitchell's lips. The higher the rank, the broader his smile grew. Rank 10. After a rank 10 Marshal Hudson survives the heavenly tribulation, they are equivalent to a human immortal. Seeing this, Mitchell nearly split his cheeks open with his grin. The system stated the highest rank, breath. I must have misread, definitely misread. Chapter 559. Go to a place the Kobe will never visit. Then, he cautiously flipped open the book again. He read the last few lines carefully, over and over, trying to find any mistake in his comprehension. In the end, all he got was a head full of question marks. He suddenly leaped up, threw the book to the ground, and stomped on it with anger. Damn broken system telling me to go to the celestial realm. And I'm the lowest rank there, he yelled, jumping up and down in fury. What's the difference between here and the celestial realm for a mortal like me? Roaring anger surged from deep beneath the ground. Outside the island, the entire Xinjiang continent started to tremble. An overwhelming earthquake swept across the land. Mountains collapsed, the earth split apart, waves churned, and tsunamis roared. Just after informing the disciples and preparing to leave the island for supplies, Alfie and his two companions were jolted by a shaking that made their heads spin. Hardly stabilizing themselves, they exclaimed, quickly, let's go see Thorn. Entering the island, they found it completely unaffected. After some thought, Alfie and company decided to report to Mitchell anyway. Knocking on the door, Thorn? Inside, Mitchell had calmed down. His face was somber, silent. Lifting his head, recognizing Alfie's voice without using divine senses, Ed below still had some strength left, and helped move the large stone to reveal a third of the opening. Brother Ming, please lift my head first. Yes. An invisible figure descended and carried up Ed's skull. Preparing to retrieve the other bones, Ed abruptly stopped them. Don't get more. Run fast. Ed's head hurriedly jumped out. Big brother, what about your body? Barker couldn't help but call out. The body can find its way. Hurry up, if the master returns now, we're done for. That's not just the usual petty scuffles. He muttered anxiously. Barker and others understood, quickly following Ed. They bolted out of the martial arts hall and vanished. Miles away, the five wandered through a desert. Bro, where should we go now? Barker looked around, frowning. This godforsaken place, yet we've just looted so many gold coins. We need somewhere to spend them. Yeah, Ed agreed, dragging his chin thoughtfully. We came out to avoid our master's wrath and use these coins while we can. So, we should go somewhere the master won't visit, yet populated enough for us to enjoy and squander the coins before returning. Ed chuckled. I know just the place, he said confidently. Where? The celestial realm. Eyes lit up behind him. Big brother, mighty and wise. Note, the name translations follow pinyin accurately, I will be in seclusion. Yes, Alfie responded. Anything else? No. You may go. Yes, Alfie and the others retreated. Emiel, following behind, remarked puzzled. It seems like Elon E was waiting for us to come over. Before they could speak, he had already started giving orders, indicating he had anticipated their arrival. Could that rumbling have been Elon Yi's way of summoning us? Emiel wondered. He even cancelled the sect meeting. Something must have upset him. The group descended the mountain, discussing as they went. At the martial hall, in an ancient dry well, a skeleton abruptly rose. Its feeble voice echoed from within. Brother Ming, Jujiu, I, Barker and others, who had been vigilantly guarding the well day and night without food or drink, heard the weak voice and grew excited. Big brother, you're finally awake. They moved together to push away the stone covering the well, managing only to open a small gap. Fortunately, Unkit below had some strength and helped push the stone further, revealing a third of the entrance. Brother Ming, get my head first? Yes, yes. An apparition floated down, carrying Unkit's skull up. Just as it was about to retrieve the other bones, Unkit halted them. Don't wait, run fast. Unkit's skull hurriedly bounced out. Big brother, aren't you going to take your body? Barker cried out. My body will follow. Run now. If the master returns, we'll be dead for sure. This isn't just a usual minor issue, he muttered anxiously. Barker and the others understood and quickly followed Unkit out of the martial hall, disappearing in an instant. Thousands of miles away, in a desert, the five traveled. Brother, where should we go now? Barker looked around at the barren landscape, frowning. We just looted so many gold coins. We need a place to spend them. Right? Unkit agreed, chin resting on his hand in thought. We came out this time to avoid the master's torment, and to spend these gold coins before they become a problem. So, we need to find a place where the master won't go, yet still has people to enjoy life and use up the gold before returning. Unkit grinned confidently. I know just the place. Where? The immortal realm. His companion's eyes lit up. Big brother is brilliant. Big brother knows best. Chapter 559. Go to a place that Kobe won't visit. He cautiously flipped through the book again, carefully rereading the last few lines over and over. He tried to find any points where he might have misinterpreted the text. In the end, all he had were countless question marks. Suddenly, he jumped up, throwing the book onto the ground and stomping on it. Your damn broken system wants me to go to the immortal realm, and in the immortal realm, I'm at the lowest rank. He kicked the book fiercely. What difference does it make compared to being here among mortals? What kind of universal spiral-headed watermelon is that? His furious roar echoed from deep underground. The entire island shook as a devastating earthquake spread far and wide. Mountains crumbled, and tsunamis surged. Just outside the island, Alfie and two others who had finished informing the disciples about errands felt dizzy from the sudden tremor. Regaining their balance, they exclaimed, Quick, quick, let's check on Kobe. Entering the island, they found no damage at all. After some thought, Alfie and the others decided to report this to Mitchell. They knocked on his door. Kobe? Inside, Mitchell had calmed down. He stood in silence, lost in thought. Recognizing Alfie's voice without using divine sense, he realized this was the right time to give instructions. Come in, he said, his tone low and somber. Tell the disciples not to return. From today onward, I will be entering seclusion. Yes, Alfie replied. Anything else? No. You may leave. Yes. Alfie and the others backed away. Emiel, who had followed behind, couldn't help but comment. It seems like Kobe was waiting for us. He gave orders before we even spoke. Maybe the rumbling just now was his way of summoning us? Even the clan meeting has been cancelled. It seems something has upset Kobe. As they talked, they headed down the mountain. At the martial hall, inside an old well, a skeleton suddenly jerked awake. A weak voice emerged from the well. Brother Ming Jujiu, I, Barker and others, who had been waiting by the well day and night, perked up upon hearing the voice. Brother, you're finally awake. They worked together to move the stone covering the well, but could only open a small gap. Fortunately, Ed below had enough strength to assist them, managing to clear about a third of the stone. Brother Ming, help pull my head up first? Yes, yes. A ghost floated down, bringing up Ed's skull. Before it could retrieve the other bones, Ed interrupted. Don't, run. Ed's skull hurriedly scrambled out. Brother, aren't you leaving your body behind? Barker called out. The body will find its way. Run. If the master returns, we're dead for sure. That won't be the usual scolding, he muttered anxiously. Barker and the others understood and quickly followed Ed. They rushed out of the martial hall, vanishing in an instant. Miles away, the five walked through the desert. Brother, where should we go now? Barker looked around with a frown. This barren place, yet we've just looted so many gold coins. We need somewhere to spend them. Right, Ed pondered, dragging his chin. First, we must escape the master's punishment. Second, we need to spend these gold coins during this time. So, we should go somewhere the master won't visit, with people around, where we can live freely and happily, spending all the gold coins before returning. Ed grinned. I know where to go. Where? The immortal realm. Eyes lit up among his followers. Brother is wise. Brother is mighty. Chapter 559. Go to a place that Kobe wouldn't visit. He cautiously flipped through the book again, meticulously reading the last few lines over and over, trying to pinpoint any misinterpretations. In the end, all he got were questions with no answers. Suddenly, he jumped up, throwing the book onto the ground and stomping on it. The damn system wants me to go to the immortal realm, and I'll be at the lowest rank there. He hopped in rage. What difference does it make compared to being among mortals here? Roars of fury echoed from deep underground. The entire Shao Island shook violently, triggering a massive earthquake that spread far and wide, causing mountains to crumble and tsunamis to surge. Just after informing the disciples and stepping out to shop, Alfie and two others were suddenly jolted by a tremor, leaving them dizzy. Struggling to stabilize themselves, they exclaimed, Quick! Let's see if Kobe is alright. Upon entering the island, they found everything was fine. Still, they decided to report to Mitchell. They knocked on his door. Kobe? Inside, Mitchell had calmed down, looking solemn without a word. Recognizing Alfie's voice through the door, he knew this was the right moment to issue instructions. Come in, he said somberly. Tell the disciples not to return. From today, I will be entering seclusion. Yes. After Alfie responded, anything else? No. You may leave. Yes. Alfie retreated with others. Emiel couldn't help but comment. It seems like Kobe was waiting for us. He started giving orders before we even spoke. He might have known we would come. Could the earlier commotion be a signal for us to visit him? Not even the sect meeting was held. Something must have upset Kobe. While discussing, they walked down the mountain. At the martial arts hall, inside an old well, a skeleton suddenly sprang up, its weak voice echoing from below. Brother Ming, Jujiu. Outside, Barker and others, who had been keeping vigil day and night, heard the weak call and became elated. Brother, you're finally awake. They collectively moved the stone blocking the well entrance, only managing to create a small gap despite their efforts. Fortunately, Ed still had some strength left, and helped them move the stone partially. Brother Ming, help pull my head up first? Sure. A ghost floated down to lift Ed's skull. When about to retrieve the rest of the bones, Ed interrupted urgently. Stop, quick, run. His head already rushed upward in panic. Brother, what about your body? Barker shouted. It'll find its way back. Run, or the Kobe will kill us. This isn't like our usual scuffles. He murmured anxiously. Realizing the urgency, Barker followed suit as they fled the martial arts hall. Thousands of miles away, in a desert, the five walked. Brother, where should we go now? Barker frowned. This desolate place isn't fit for spending our looted gold. Right, Ed pondered. We're running from Kobe's wrath and need to spend this gold quickly. So, we should head somewhere Kobe won't think to look. A lively place where we can enjoy ourselves and burn through our loot before returning. Ed grinned confidently. I know just the place. Where? The immortal realm. The group's eyes lit up. Brother brilliant. So wise. With newfound hope, they set off toward their new destination. Chapter 559. Go to a place the Kobe wouldn't visit. Afterwards, he carefully flipped open the book once more. He meticulously read the last few lines over and over again, trying to pinpoint where his comprehension had gone wrong. In the end, all he got were questions without answers. He suddenly leaped up, threw the book to the ground, and stomped on it. The damn system wants me to go to the immortal realm, and I'm at the lowest rank there, he fumed, jumping and stamping with anger. What difference does that make compared to the mortals here? From deep underground, a rolling roar of fury sounded. The entire Xiaojing continent shook violently, a massive earthquake sweeping across all directions. Mountains collapsed, and waves surged like tsunamis. Alfie and two others, who had just informed the disciples and were about to leave the island for supplies, were shaken until they felt dizzy and their heads spun. They steadied themselves with difficulty. Quickly, let's check on Elon. Upon entering the island, they found everything seemed undisturbed. Still, Alfie and the others decided to report to Mitchell. They knocked on the door. Elon. Inside, Mitchell had calmed down, looking solemn and silent. Hearing Alfie's voice through the door, he thought it was an appropriate moment to give instructions. I'm here, he said, his voice somber. Tell those disciples not to return. From today onwards, I will be in seclusion. Yes, Elon. Alfie responded. Do you have anything else? No. Go then. Yes. Alfie and the others withdrew. Shaking his head, Caesar muttered. It seems Elon was waiting for. Where should we go now? Barker looked around, frowning. This desolate place, and after we just looted so many gold coins, we need somewhere to spend them. Yeah. Ron, resting his chin thoughtfully, replied. We came out to escape the master's torment, and also to spend these gold coins during our time away. So, we should go to a place the master wouldn't visit, somewhere populated where we can live extravagantly, spending all the gold before returning. Ron chuckled. I know where to go. Where? The immortal realm. The eyes of the others lit up. Big brother is wise. Big brother is brilliant. Chapter 559. Go to a place the Kobe wouldn't visit. He cautiously flipped the book open again, scrutinizing the last few lines repeatedly, trying hard to identify where his comprehension had gone wrong. However, apart from a head full of question marks, he found nothing. Suddenly, he leaped up, hurling the book to the ground and stomping on it. The damn system made me go to the immortal realm, and there I was the lowest rank. He was so furious that he bounced and stomped on the book. What's the difference between the mortals here and me? From deep underground, waves of roaring sounds emerged. The entire Xiaojian continent shook violently. A massive earthquake spread in all directions, causing mountains to crumble and tsunamis to rise. Alfie and two others, who had just informed the disciples and were leaving the island for supplies, were suddenly jolted, their vision blurring. Finally steadying themselves, they rushed toward the master's quarters. Quick, let's check on Kobe. Upon entering the island, they realized nothing seemed amiss. After some consideration, Alfie decided to inform Mitchell. Knocking on the door, he called, Kobe? Inside, Mitchell was now calm, his face solemn, silent. He could tell it was Alfie's voice without needing to use his divine senses through the door. He had matters to address as well. I'm here, he said somberly. Tell the disciples not to return. From today onwards, I will be in seclusion. Yes, Alfie replied. Anything else? No. You may leave. Yes. Alfie and the others withdrew. Chu Kaylee followed behind, puzzled. It seems like Kobe was waiting for us to come over. He started giving instructions even before we spoke. This meant Kobe knew they were coming. Could the earth-shattering noise earlier have been Kobe summoning us? Even the clan meeting was cancelled. Something must have upset him. While talking, they walked down the mountain. The gold. So, we should go somewhere the master won't visit, yet has plenty of life, where we can enjoy ourselves and spend all the gold before returning. Ed chuckled. I know just the place. Where? The immortal realm. The other's eyes lit up. Brother is wise. Brother is mighty. Chapter 560. Teleportation to the immortal realm. The Hudson receives the call of the immortal realm and must head to the central teleportation array in the immortal river continent's central state. Upon reaching the immortal realm teleportation array, an envoy from the immortal realm will guide you. After reading these 2 lines, Mitchell closed the book in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he put the book down and turned to walk outside. After being in seclusion for 100 days, Mitchell had emerged. There weren't many sets of 100 days in a year. He didn't want to waste his time and end up dissipating into nothingness. Although he might be just like ordinary people in the immortal river continent after arriving at the immortal realm, at least he would still have some cultivation. Moreover, now he could cultivate. At the very least, when he arrived in the immortal realm, he wouldn't be at the absolute bottom. If he were still just a waste in the immortal realm, then his life motto would be, barely surviving. After emerging from his seclusion, Mitchell released Curtis slowly. He rode on Curtis and gathered the few members of the Heaven-Earth sect. Today was the day Mitchell came out of seclusion. All members of the Heaven-Earth sect bathed and respectfully stood below. Gentlemen, from today onward, I shall temporarily leave this place. A solemn voice echoed from above. The massive snail made everyone lower their heads, obediently listening to the instructions. After my departure, the management of the Heaven-Earth sect will be left in your hands, he said. Yes. Riding Curtis, Mitchell headed towards the teleportation array to enter the immortal realm. Mitchell took a nap on the snail. He was awakened by a noisy chatter. Rubbing his eyes, before even recognizing anyone, his ears caught the chattering beside him. Do you think everyone in the immortal realm is very powerful? That's not necessarily true. If immortals have children, they can't be born as immortals, right? Good point, haha. So, we might not be the worst off there. Mitchell propped himself up from the snail and saw a group of people standing inside the teleportation array, some excited, some anxious, and some filled with anticipation. As for someone hanging his head in dismay with a blank expression, only Mitchell. The dozen or so people within the teleportation array also looked at the suddenly appearing snail. After all, using a snail as a mount was quite rare. But it was merely a few glances. Don't chat anymore. The immortal realm envoy has arrived, someone called out. The bustling noise instantly quieted. At the same time, an old man with white hair appeared next to the teleportation array. He looked down upon everyone from above. I am the envoy of the immortal realm, here today to guide each of you to the immortal realm. The white-haired gauge floated midair, slowly speaking. The immortal realm differs from the immortal river continent. The laws are different here. You may be able to shatter space with a single punch or leap across thousands of miles here, but that won't be possible in the immortal realm. There, space is fixed a millionfold and gravity is also a millionfold heavier. Therefore, in the immortal realm, you will be equivalent to the weakest martial artists in the immortal river continent. You cannot fly until you reach the rank of celestial immortal. Mitchell frowned, listening intently. He lowered his head, staring at his fidgeting fingers. Damn it. After having lived leisurely for a while, he's back to being the weakest again. The envoy continued from above. Originally, the immortal river continent belonged under the jurisdiction of the Azure Jade immortal continent, and you should have been teleported to Azure Cloud continent. But recently, a mysterious person broke through the heavens with punches, creating 500 black holes in the immortal realm. One of these black holes is in the Azure Jade immortal continent, causing it to be completely fragmented and unstable. Therefore, instead of going to the Azure Jade immortal continent, you will be randomly teleported to various places in the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so people below all changed color in fear. Even someone like Mitchell, who usually remained indifferent, felt a chill run through him as he gripped his fingers tightly. A single punch breaking through the heavens and leaving 500 black holes. It was utterly terrifying. May I ask, envoy, who is this person? Someone asked, fear trembling in their voice. To create 500 black holes in the heavens. The envoy raised his hand, stopping the murmurs in the crowd. These matters are beyond your comprehension, he said. Now, I will activate the teleportation array and send each of you to the immortal realm. With that, the entire teleportation array began to rotate. A circle of light columns descended from the sky following the gestures of the white-haired gauge, quickly enveloping the floating patterns at the center of the array. People entered the floating patterns one by one. Light flashed, and each person disappeared. Each of those who entered showed varying degrees of anticipation and joy. Except for the last one, Mitchell. With a stern face, he reluctantly stood in the light column. In an instant, he, along with the envoy and the light array, vanished. A dizzying whirlwind swept over Mitchell. Everything around him seemed to flash past momentarily. Mitchell was surrounded by fleeting moments. Time seemed to stop. Sensing a glimmer of light during the teleportation process, Mitchell's vision changed. He landed on an unfamiliar continent. Immediately, a gust of wind swept by, sand blinding his eyes. Mitchell quickly covered his face. Moments later, he slowly lowered his arms and scanned the area where he stood. He froze. This is what's called the immortal realm? Unbelievable. Note, Curtis is kept as is since it appears to be a name or term specific to the context of the story. Chapter 561. What a wretched place. Sandstorms raged across the barren land, where not a blade of grass could survive. The air was filled with the scent of bloodlust and savagery, while the stench of decay lingered after death. Moss littered the ground, and vultures fed on the dead. Mitchell stood frozen in shock at the scene before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't the immortal realm supposed to be full of ethereal mist and serenity? He trembled as he cautiously lifted his foot. A single movement made the vultures lift their heads, revealing their bloodshot eyes, which frightened Mitchell into quickly retracting his foot. The vultures with their blood-red eyes screeched into the sky, their cries piercing through the clouds. Mitchell stumbled backward in terror. He tripped over bones as he retreated and felt something icy and soft under his hand. Looking down, he saw a completely black three-eyed black mamba snake hissing at him. The snake coiled around and bit his arm. Ah. His scream tore through the gloomy and oppressive space. Mitchell shrieked, flinging the venomous snake away, then without hesitation, pulled out a dagger from his boot and swiftly slashed open his arm to bleed out the poison. He sucked the wound vigorously and let the blood flow. Damn it, other transmigration protagonists conquered the world, bedded beautiful women, and governed kingdoms, flipping hands to create rain or shine. Here he was, struggling to survive for 20 whole years in this foreign world. No beauty touched, no showing off. Would he really die from a snake bite? After spitting out a pool of blood, Mitchell paused to circulate his energy 12 times to ensure all traces of poison were gone before continuing his trek across the desert. All creatures here had mutated. Even the skeletal remains looked neither human nor ghostly. As for living people, he hadn't seen a single one. The area was utterly devoid of signs of life. After walking for a long time through the desert, Mitchell finally saw an altar. Surrounding the altar were 4 towering pillars, each bound with a black chain extending to the center of the altar, converging into a cage encircled by chains. Standing below, Mitchell gazed upward at the altar as the fierce wind carried sand and decaying odors. He raised his hand to shield his head, but kept his eyes fixed on the altar. What place was this? There might be people if there was a prison cell. Meeting someone would help him find out more about this place. Mitchell approached when suddenly, a voice like thunder echoed around him. Sinner Coleman, ruler of a continent, betrayed the heavens and was exiled to Dark Shadow Island. As the voice faded, the chains began to shake. Light flashed inside the cage, revealing a figure. The cell door swung open. Mitchell rejoiced. Finally, a live person. Rushing to the altar, he saw a red-clad Selena stepping out of the opened cage. Her crimson robe billowed dramatically in the stormy wind, like a flame burning amidst the desert. Her face was stunningly beautiful yet cold as ice, akin to an icy spring in the coldest winter, both radiant as the July sun and frigid as the December frost. Mistress, may I ask where we are? Mitchell hurriedly asked the red-clad Selena atop the altar. She turned her head slightly, her clear and beautiful gaze sweeping over Mitchell before turning back, lips pressed tightly shut. Hello, I just want to know where we are, he tried again. The Selena didn't turn around, her gaze sweeping over the entire desolate wasteland. Oh no, she can't be deaf and mute, Mitchell murmured, staring at the Selena. The Selena remained unresponsive, calmly gazing into the distance, though beneath her calm expression lay hidden emotions. What a pity, Mitchell sighed, shaking his head. Such a Millie wasted on a mute. What a pity, what a pity. Thinking for a moment, Mitchell approached her and began gesturing. You, this place? Pointing to his head, he added, do you know? The Selena looked at Mitchell expressionlessly. Then she stretched out her hand and pointed to the side of the altar. Following her gaze, Mitchell noticed a crooked stone tablet beside the altar half buried in sand. The inscription on the tablet was covered in thick layers of sand. Mitchell brushed it away to reveal 3 characters. Dark Shadow Island. On the reverse side of the stone tablet, it read, Immortal Realm's death prison, exile for severe punishments. Mitchell's eyes widened in shock, and he pinched himself hard. Heaven, no. Random teleportation sent him to a penal colony. Once recovered, Mitchell glared furiously at the stone tablet. After a while, he turned and walked briskly toward the red-clad Selena. Mistress, let's form an alliance. Finally, the Selena turned to look at Mitchell, focusing on him for the first time with her icy, emotionless eyes. I mean we? Mitchell pointed at her and then at himself, hooking his fingers together. Let's form an alliance. To find. He spread his fingers, moving his index and middle finger forward and backward. A way out. The Selena twitched her lips slightly, but there was no smile in her eyes. Then she turned away silently. Damn, Mitchell sighed, despairingly. I finally found someone, and she's mute. Disappointed, he slowly descended the altar, the yellow sand whipping up his cloak. In the fierce wind, he couldn't help but slow his pace. Suddenly, a detached voice came from behind him. What is your strength? Mitchell's spirits lifted as he turned around, delighted. You're not mute. The Selena showed no reaction. Oh great, Mitchell exclaimed, rushing back. I don't need to go through such effort to communicate now. Running back, he introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mitchell, and I have achieved the rank of human immortal. Human immortal? The Selena frowned slightly. How did you end up here? Mitchell gave a bitter laugh and explained his situation to her. Afterward, he quickly added, Miss, that's not important. What's crucial is that we team up and leave this accursed place. Upon hearing this, the Selena hesitated, looking at Mitchell deeply. Then she responded mockingly, Dark Shadow Island, filled with violent forces, prevents any cultivation. Here, regardless of your level of cultivation, you will only be slowly worn down. Escaping is wishful thinking. As for you being a human immortal, there's no point in struggling further. With that, she ignored Mitchell, walking away with a faint hint of bitterness and resignation on her face as she sat down. Seeing this, Mitchell felt a heavy breath catch in his chest, causing discomfort. After some time, he covered his chest, wearing a pained expression. What a wretched place. Chapter 562. Awaiting death. So, what do we do now? Mitchell asked, his tone reasonable and inquisitive. What to do? The red-robed Selena glanced at Mitchell briefly before shaking her head, as if she had just heard something incredibly amusing. She then began walking to the side. Mitchell stood there with hands on his hips, watching her retreating back carefully before following her. I'm definitely going to find a way out of here. What about you? He declared resolutely. He felt like he was transported here after an unprecedented streak of bad luck. Having only just arrived in the immortal realm, there was no way he would wait to die here. As for this Selena, who was evidently an inhabitant of the immortal realm, her cultivation must surpass his own. Even if this place did not permit the use of cultivation techniques, she certainly knew more about the immortal realm than he did. If he could convince her to team up and look for an exit together, it would undoubtedly be easier than going alone. Coleman didn't turn around but simply said 2 words, wait to die. Oh, Mitchell halted, looking at Coleman's back in surprise, momentarily speechless. Coleman also stopped, turning to look at Mitchell. We cannot use spiritual power here. You are merely at the human immortal stage. Beware. Mitchell nodded. Don't worry. I won't sit here waiting to die. Coleman was taken aback. I know my cultivation is poor, and I understand that spiritual powers can't be used here. Mitchell gradually accepted the reality and calmed down. He looked at Coleman. I might seem like trash compared to you, similar to an ordinary human waste. But I've never relied on spiritual power to live. Goodbye. Mitchell turned around, waving at Coleman. See you again. Choosing a companion who promotes negativity and resignation was worse than having none. Coleman stood still, watching Mitchell until he vanished into the distance. After a long while, Coleman turned away expressionlessly, continuing on her path. Survive without cultivation? An impossible dream. Leaving the Shadow Island? Pure fantasy. Absolutely impossible. After leaving the altar, Mitchell headed westward, guided purely by instinct. He felt the sea was westward and thought a place with water would offer better survival prospects. Before finding the sea, Mitchell encountered a wolf pack midway. The pack consisted of only 3 wolves, all strangely mutated. Leading them was a 2-headed wolf. Beside it were 2 one-headed wolves. The lead wolf had bull horns, glowing purple eyes, and sharp claws. Gurgle. Mitchell's stomach suddenly rumbled. The 3 wolves stared fiercely at Mitchell, baring their fangs and drooling. He quickly covered his stomach, explaining, Misheard. I wasn't planning to eat you. Hunting cheetahs and eagles was something from the mortal continent. In the immortal realm, being someone who couldn't even use spiritual powers, how could he have the ability to hunt? Definitely not. But Mitchell's explanations didn't pacify the wolves. The lead wolf stared intently at him, lowering its front body into a sprinting stance. With a low growl, the other 2 wolves circled Mitchell, blocking any escape route. Surrounded by the 3 wolves, Mitchell's heart raced. Damn, he wouldn't die here today. He subtly pulled out the dagger he always carried, the blade stained with dried blood. He licked the blade clean and gripped it tightly. Eyes like an eagle, he focused intensely on the 3 wolves, ready and determined. Suddenly, the wolves lunged from both sides. The lead wolf roared, leaping towards Mitchell with sharp teeth bared. Mitchell sidestepped, slashing swiftly. In mere seconds, the 3 wolves lay dead, each killed in one swift strike. Mitchell, initially prepared to flee, stopped mid-motion, trying to attack while simultaneously escaping, using defense as offense. Who would have thought? 1 swift cut per wolf. Really? Realizing what had happened, Mitchell scoffed mockingly. Just that? I thought they were stronger. He kicked the dead lead wolf. All those threatening postures, huh? He crouched down to skin and carve the wolves. Right? Since we can't cultivate here, Mitchell muttered. The animals here aren't much different from those in the mortal world. Probably due to the unique environment of the immortal realm causing them to appear strange. Mitchell skinned the 3 wolves, cooked some meat over a fire, and stored the rest in his storage ring. As for the wolf skins, he kept the lead wolf's hide intact. The wind here was fierce, blowing his clothes to tatters. These wolf skins could be worn as clothing to protect against the sandstorms. After processing the meat and donning the lead wolf's pelt, Mitchell continued westward. Time passed as a violent wind swept across the land. A fiery red figure emerged from the sandstorm. The figure came closer. Coleman appeared pale-faced, having faced immense challenges on the Shadow Island. Here, only creatures enduring and adapting to the wild forces survived. Humans couldn't cultivate here, yet those beasts that adapted to the wild forces could. These beasts were more terrifying than cultivated immortals, growing savage and bloodthirsty within the chaotic energies. Encountering these beasts without cultivation meant certain death, and using cultivation, like her current situation, fighting several mutated creatures had drained her, leading to backlash from the chaotic forces, affecting her cultivation and risking fatal mistakes. Thus, she dared not use her cultivation anymore, surviving only through abstaining from food. Emerging from the sandstorm, she noticed bones scattered on the ground. Nothing unusual there. They were all human remains. But seeing the bodies of shadow wolves made her eyes widen in shock. Other animals needed to adapt to the chaotic forces to survive here, but not shadow wolves. They were born and bred here. Every aspect of the Shadow Island contributed to their power. On this island, shadow wolves were the true rulers, dominating life and death. Apart from clan disputes, no force could cause their death. Checking the surroundings, she saw only 3 dead wolves. Clan battles would leave more bodies or traces of blood. Looking around, only 3 wolves and their blood? Could it be? A fleeting thought entered her mind, quickly dismissed. It was impossible for anyone to kill shadow wolves, especially a formidable lead wolf. Coleman crouched to examine the wounds. Unfortunately, the skin and flesh of 2 wolves had been almost completely stripped off. Only bones remained intact. As for the lead wolf, the entire skin was missing along with its meat. Seeing nearby remnants of cooking, Coleman realized someone had been here before her, enjoying the meat and taking the lead wolf's pelt. Swallowing hard, she pondered and picked up some bones, moving to where there had been a fire, rummaging around. For the first time in a long while, Coleman ate fully. Then she rose and walked further. Yellow wind carrying sand blew past, stinging her face. She couldn't help but think of the young man who had talked about leaving Shadow Island before. With merely human immortal strength, in this hell-like Shadow Island, he should have been dead long ago. Recalling his lively demeanor when he hopefully asked her to team up and leave Shadow Island, Coleman felt a bit disheartened. Even though he was as insignificant as grass, he never gave up hope of living on. That was indeed admirable. But what did it matter? The countless bones scattered on the ground belonged to all sorts of high-level immortals. How much less would a mere human immortal matter? She couldn't help but think of the young man who had talked about leaving Shadow Island before. With merely human immortal strength, in this hell-like Shadow Island, he should have been seemingly too lazy to look at Mitchell again. Its head moved very slowly, accepting the ladle of water into its mouth. Still no expression. After observing for a while, Mitchell finally exhaled in relief. It seems like it's not poisonous. If it isn't poisonous, that's great. I was afraid it would be toxic, then you'd die if you went underwater. Having reassured himself about Curtis's safety in this Black Sea, Mitchell began setting up camp by the seaside. He confirmed that Curtis could indeed travel through these black waters, but he didn't know how long the journey would take. After all, snails moved slowly. So, the first priority, preparing ample food. He had no idea how big this sea was, but before coming to the celestial realm, he knew that its vastness was tens of thousands of times greater than the immortal river continent. What if the journey took too long at sea? Insufficient food could lead to starvation, which would be pitiful. At least 3 years' worth of food should be prepared. Since the water wasn't poisonous, the fish within surely weren't either. With a spear made ready, Mitchell plunged into the shallow waters without hesitation. Roaming for quite some time, he saw not a single fish. This sea was simply too dark. Oh my. Upon entering the water, his calf stung as if bitten by some tiny creature. Reacting quickly, Mitchell grabbed something. It turned out to be an extremely ugly fish. The fish was black, making it invisible against the Black Sea. It was covered in sharp teeth, its eyes glowing a ghastly green, staring at Mitchell and snapping fiercely in the air. Its rows of sharp teeth clashed rapidly, emitting a click-click-click sound, eager to swallow Mitchell whole. Seeing the ugly fish wildly snapping in the air at him, Mitchell threw it onto the surface of the water with a toss. The fish's eyes bulged, its belly flipped over, and it died instantly. Floating on the surface, Mitchell fished it out and tossed it into the basket. Damn! Again, Mitchell caught another one. Damn! His legs were covered with bites, each spot tingling and numb. Giving up on grabbing them individually, Mitchell simply lifted his leg. His fair legs were now covered densely with biting fish. All this bite force, and you dare bite Grandpa? Mitchell placed the basket at his feet. With a shake of his leg, half the basket was full. Lifting the other leg, another shake filled the rest. Walking back to the shore, he continued shaking off fish as he switched baskets. By the time he reached the shore, he had collected over 10 baskets full of fish. Dumping all the fish on the beach to dry, Mitchell sat down by the shore, extending his legs to fish. For a considerable time after, Mitchell spent mornings fishing and afternoons processing the catch. Some were cured into fish paste jars, others minced into sausages, and still others sliced thinly to dry as fish jerky. Another morning arrived. Coleman spotted the dark sea from afar. Unintentionally walking around, she somehow ended up at the dark sea. Initially planning to leave, her peripheral vision caught a figure in the sea. To find a living soul here in Shadow Island. Unable to resist, Coleman approached the dark sea. Getting closer, she saw a figure suddenly dart out of the water. Startled, she scrutinized the person carefully. The figure's attire was peculiar, resembling a wild man with black fringes covering the body. Black fringes hung all over. Then, the figure jumped onto the beach. Suddenly, all the black fringes fell onto the sand, leaving behind a completely naked body. Coleman quickly turned away, her ears blushing red. After a moment, unable to resist curiosity, she glanced back. The person had turned, exposing their stark white buttocks, glaringly visible amidst the darkness. Plop. He walked boldly back into the sea. Resurfacing, the black fringes reappeared. Coleman realized those weren't clothes or fringes but fish. Her mind raced with astonishment. Using oneself to fish? Curiosity getting the better of her, she moved closer. Only when the man resurfaced did she recognize him. It was that same man. It's you, she exclaimed in surprise. This mere human immortal hadn't died. Hearing the voice, Mitchell looked up, spotting the Selena in red. Startled, he shivered and quickly wrapped himself with a wolf skin nearby. It's you, Mitchell coughed, pretending there was nothing awkward about being caught naked. Sonia, aren't you supposed to wait for death? This doesn't look like someone waiting to die. The red-clothed Selena also coughed, approaching with an icy demeanor. The only sign of emotion was the slight blush on her ears. I'm not a young girl, she retorted coldly. By age, even your ancestors might call me Gage. Exaggerated. Mitchell kicked a black fish still latched onto his toe. Are you here to catch fish for survival too? Coleman remained noncommittal, only falling silent as she watched the thrashing fish on the ground. Legend had it that in the dark sea of Shadow Island lived terrifying shadow-devouring fish with sharp teeth, capable of consuming humans and containing potent venom. These fish blended perfectly with the Black Sea, nearly invisible. A single bite would lead to poisoning and death. Observing the writhing fish, Coleman found them increasingly similar to the described shadow-devouring fish. Do you enjoy eating fish too? Mitchell asked enthusiastically, noticing her intense gaze. These fish are pretty dumb, easy to catch. Just put your hand in the water, and a group of stupid fish will bite you, Mitchell demonstrated by submerging his hand in the water. Lift it and you get this, he said as fish clung to his arm. Simple, right? He invited, pulling at Coleman's arm. Want to try? Coleman pushed his hand away. No thanks, she replied, eyeing the pile of dead or struggling fish on the beach. This Shadow Island was known as a place from which no one left. While she knew about it from ancient records and stories, Coleman had never seen the shadow-devouring fish herself. Though unseen, Coleman was now certain that the fish on the beach couldn't be the deadly ones. Otherwise, Mitchell wouldn't have emerged unscathed after being bitten. Suddenly, a black fish leaped towards Coleman. She calmly kicked it away. Foolish fish, she muttered under her breath, forgetting their place. What did you say? Coleman spoke too softly for Mitchell to hear clearly. Nothing, she shook her head. Actually, I found a way out. Do you want to go with me? Mitchell asked. Realizing his plan involved preparing supplies and traveling with Curtis, Mitchell worried about being alone for too long and possibly going mad from boredom. Having someone to talk to would be nice. Coleman looked at Mitchell, raising an eyebrow. You say you found a way out? Yep. Mitchell nodded without hesitation. Seeing Mitchell's confident demeanor, Coleman couldn't help but take him seriously. What is it? Drift across the sea. Mitchell pointed to the Black Sea. No matter how far it is, there must be an end. Then, we can get out. The red-clothed Selena followed Mitchell's finger, her gaze landing on the boundless expanse of black waters that swallowed everything. She initially stood in stunned silence, then let out an amused laugh. She found it ironic that she was earnestly asking this man about his plan. This world has seen countless people enter, yet not a single one has ever left, she said, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon of the Dark Sea. Indeed, the Dark Sea wasn't infinite, but at its end lay a colossal restraining array. Escaping through the Black Sea was simply impossible. Note: I maintained the original tone and style, ensuring the translation remained natural and fluent while preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 564, The Mortal Way. Coleman gazed into the dark expanse of the sea, her gaze deep and contemplative. She then turned to Mitchell, who appeared to be in good condition, a stark contrast to her own weathered and haggard appearance. Have you not used any magic since arriving here? Coleman couldn't help but ask. Mitchell nodded. That's right. Didn't you say using magic here would cause a backlash? No wonder. Coleman understood. As mere human immortals, using magic here wouldn't even harm any of the mutant creatures. On the contrary, due to their low realm, the influence of the chaotic energy was minimized. By the way, what did you do as a mere human immortal that got you exiled here? Coleman asked again. This place was for exiling serious criminals from the immortal realm. A human immortal wasn't significant in the immortal realm. Capital punishment was usually the sentence for severe crimes. Why was he exiled to Shadow Island? Hearing this, Mitchell slapped his thigh and his face twisted with anger and regret. I was damn well teleported here. What? Coleman thought she misheard. The immortal realm summoned me, and I was randomly teleported from the mortal world straight here. Coleman stared at Mitchell with wide eyes, completely incredulous. You're joking with me, right? Who's joking? Mitchell sighed deeply. Otherwise, why would a human immortal like me have the privilege to come here regardless of whatever mistake I made? You have a point, Coleman conceded, looking at Mitchell. After a long pause, she finally muttered two words, unbelievable. Not just unbelievable, it's inhumane. Mitchell growled. This random teleportation is too random. I've never heard of anyone being summoned by the immortal realm and teleported here, Coleman remarked, her eyes shifting down as she suddenly noticed the wolf skin draped over him. This wolf skin, she exclaimed, surprised. Where did you get it? Mitchell followed her gaze and looked at himself. Oh, this? From a wolf I skinned. Coleman had a thought and asked, did you also eat its meat? Yeah, how did you know? Mitchell responded. I should have known it was you, Coleman replied. I saw wolf carcasses on my way here. She knew someone had eaten the head wolf before her. Someone capable of hunting the head wolf would never settle for scavenging. So you got lucky, Coleman said. Absolutely, Mitchell agreed. I was starving when I found some food. Amerigaki indeed. After chatting for a while, Coleman decided to leave. I'm going now. See you later. Seeing her resolve, Mitchell didn't try to detain her. All right. If you ever decide to join forces with me to get out, find me. Watching Coleman walk away, Mitchell tossed the wolf skin aside. With a splash, he dove back into the sea. In the afternoon, Mitchell roasted fish for dinner. The familiar bitter taste spread in his mouth. He wrinkled his nose habitually but swallowed it anyway. This fish had sustained him for quite a while, but its flesh wasn't pleasant. Eating it daily had grown monotonous and boring. Looking at the wolf skin beside him, he recalled the taste of wolf meat. He smacked his lips, picked up the wolf skin, draped it over his shoulders, and set off with a dagger in hand. As night fell and the wind howled, pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the shrubs taller than a person. They all focused on a young man, clad in wolf skin, wielding a dagger, stepping lightly into the underbrush. Some eyes gleamed with bloodlust, while others backed away cautiously, growling softly from fear. After wandering around Shadow Island for some time, Coleman suddenly heard voices from the sky. Her expression changed, and she hurried toward the altar. She saw a person emerge from the cage, barely alive, covered in wounds. Rushing up the altar, ignoring the violent backlash, she channeled her energy to heal him. Blood spilled from Coleman's mouth, but the person gradually regained consciousness. Lord. He tried to rise and bow upon seeing her. No need. Coleman pushed him back down, wiped the blood from her lips, and looked at him, pale-faced. Why were you also teleported here? I failed my mission and was discovered, the man admitted, lowering his head in self-reproach. Wasn't he the one who tortured you with the whip of immortal control? Coleman asked, furious. The man remained silent, acknowledging it. Coleman rose angrily. I will go back and settle accounts with him. But can we leave this island? The man asked, glancing around hopelessly. Coleman calmed herself. Regardless, we cannot wait for death. We must survive on this island. To survive on this island? The man questioned. As long as we don't use magic, Coleman explained. Survive the mortal way. The mortal way? Do we stop abstaining from food? The man asked. No need, Coleman replied confidently. Though the environment here is harsh, there is plenty to fill our stomachs. How so? The man wondered. At the edge of Shadow Island is a vast black sea teeming with fish. It's enough for both of us to survive, Coleman stated firmly. Follow me. That's wonderful news, the man exclaimed, relief spreading across his face. To live the mortal way, they must adapt. And survival, even in the most desolate place, was always possible. Chapter 565. Sudden arrival of Chi Points. The two arrived at the Black Sea. The man seemed to recall something and suddenly said, Honored Lord. I remember it's not a legend that the Black Sea is full of poisonous creatures. Are you sure the fish there are safe to eat? Of course. Coleman nodded. But isn't it a legend? The man asked, worried. Legends are false, Coleman replied calmly. After all, she had personally witnessed that Abdullahi using his body to catch fish. At this moment, they saw the beach littered with fish bones. There were also signs of fire for cooking. It looks like these fish really can be eaten, the man said, visibly relieved, adding, did the honored lord eat them? Coleman glanced at the beach and shook her head. Not me. It was Abdullahi imprisoned here. Eh, Abdullahi? The man didn't take it seriously, confidently saying, if Emir Abdullahi can eat them, these fish must be easy to catch. I'll try. The man rolled up his sleeves, volunteering to find some bait. No bait needed. These fish are very stupid. Coleman stopped him, explaining, you just put your hand in, and countless fish will bite you. Upon hearing this, the man was taken aback. Fish that stupid? He walked hesitantly to the sea water's edge, peering inside. The dark black water made it impossible to see what lay beneath, giving an eerie feeling of unknown danger. Crouching down, the man carefully extended his hand, but didn't dare submerge it into the sea. Just as it touched the surface, something suddenly jumped out. Though skilled, the man reacted swiftly and quickly withdrew his hand. Looking back, he saw it was a fish, an extremely ugly fish covered in shiny green-black scales, emitting a foul smell, with sharp teeth. Plop! The fish fell back into the sea without biting anything. Somewhat fearful, the man asked, could the honored lord have meant this kind of fish? Coleman nodded. Exactly. The man clenched his fists, hesitating. This fish looks like a shadow devourer fish. Shadow devourers were notorious man-eating fish from the dark sea of the Shadow Island. Although unable to cultivate, their teeth contained potent poison, and in great numbers, they could tear a person apart instantly. Because of their dark color, they were nearly undetectable in the Black Sea. Even immortals struggled to kill them using magical powers. Had the one he encountered been a genuine shadow devourer, he would have narrowly escaped death. Growing increasingly anxious, the man heard Coleman say nonchalantly, I already told you, legends are false. There are no shadow devourers here. If there were, they would be harmless rumors, she added, walking to the edge of the sea. Stretching out her hand unflinchingly, she offered, if you're too afraid, let me do it. Before her hand could touch the water, the man grabbed her wrist. What do you mean, honored lord? He tightened his grip, defiantly declaring, do you think I'm truly scared? With that, he plunged his hand into the water. Sissus. The man closed his eyes, clenching his teeth as cold air rushed through him. The pain was excruciating, but determined to show his loyalty, spread out like a large blanket, soft and warm. Beside him was a ladle made from a wolf's head, while he held a wolf bone hammering his back. Ding. You received 100 chi points from the Xinjiang continent. Ding. You received another 200 chi points from the Xinjiang continent. Ding. Chi points sufficient for system upgrade. Ding. System upgrade successful. Chi shop updated. Ding. Chi shop update successful. Exchange chi points for items? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Mitchell sat up abruptly. Well. Previously, chi points trickled in bit by bit, but now the Xinjiang continent delivered 300 chi points all at once. What a pleasant surprise. Although unsure why, Mitchell happily opened the system to check new features. Unfortunately, no new functions appeared. Instead, the talent detection feature disappeared. Rolling his eyes, he got used to this quirky system. Opening the chi shop, an item immediately caught his eye. Extend cultivation time, 30 points. Extend the special effect period to 1 year. Mitchell remembered he only had a year left to find his last disciple to inherit his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be revoked. Looking around this desolate place, finding disciples seemed unlikely. Wolves were aplenty though. Without hesitation, he exchanged chi points for an extra year of cultivation. After all, he didn't know how long he'd stay here. Next, he turned his attention to the divine beast section. The swallowing sky toad, a divine beast he had long craved. Cost, 100 chi points. With the system upgrade, a brief description appeared. Devours everything? Impressive indeed. Eagerly, Mitchell swapped 100 chi points for the swallowing sky toad. Grinning with anticipation, he rubbed his palms. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Looking down, he froze. A tiny toad lay on the ground, barely palm-sized. Confused, Mitchell scratched his head. Not only was it not big like Mang Mang, but it was absurdly small. Swallowing the sky? Ridiculous. Note. In translating, I aim to preserve the original tone and structure, ensuring readability and coherence. He placed the toad in his hand, inspecting it from all angles. It didn't just resemble a common toad from the fields. It was exactly the same. No way. The system couldn't be fooling him again, could it? With mixed feelings of belief and doubt, Mitchell carefully placed the toad beside him. You try swallowing the sky for me then? Ribbit. Ribbit ribbit. This croaking sound made Mitchell want to stomp it to death. He realized that he had once again been duped by the system. Forget it. He was used to it by now. Damn system, if I trust you again, I'm not human, Mitchell grumbled. Though he still had quite a few chi points left, he had no interest in exchanging for anything else. However, as he was about to close the shop, his peripheral vision caught something in the corner. House 20 points. Tea tree, 5 points. Rice 5 points. Various daily necessities, countless. This made Mitchell pause in surprise. Well, let's see what kind of house this system will give me. Mitchell decided to challenge the system and braced himself for another letdown. So, he exchanged all his remaining chi points for a house, along with numerous tea trees and various fruits and vegetables. Note. The translation maintains the original tone and structure, ensuring readability and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 566. Random again. After that round, Mitchell had almost exhausted all of his luck points. He glared as he focused his attention. In the next moment, a house that was as familiar as could be appeared out of nowhere. Mitchell rubbed his eyes and realized he hadn't been mistaken. Damn it! He stomped his feet in fury. Damn it all! The damn system really tricked me. So this is the house you give me? Do I need you to give me my own house? To which he often threw unket. Seemingly, there had been a frog exactly like this one. Closing the store, Mitchell couldn't bear to look at what store 3 contained. He feared he might lose his temper again. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. With one swift kick, he sent the frog flying. It disappeared into the wind amidst the swirling sand. The strong wind ruffled Mitchell's clothes. After a while, he watched the storm clouds and shadows envelop Darkwind Island, expelling a long sigh. The world is beautiful. Don't lose your temper. Don't lose your temper. With those words, he turned and walked into the martial arts school. It was still the familiar room, although only the main part of the school remained. There was no backyard. The ground was scattered with various seeds and saplings that he had redeemed from the store earlier. Picking up the saplings and seeds, Mitchell mused that if someone told him these came from his Heavenly Gates back mountain, he wouldn't be surprised. Mitchell had chosen a good location for his martial arts school, one sheltered from the wind on a high hill on Darkwind Island. Behind this hill, which was also protected from the wind, was where he intended to plant his crops. Over the next days, he spent his time digging, tilling the soil, carrying water to moisten it, and chopping wood for repairs. To him, the only drawback on this island was the harsh weather, incessant storms and yellow sand obscuring the sun, but otherwise, it was manageable. As for the water, though black, it had no harmful effects. He had fed it to Curtis for quite some time without issue. Half a month later, Mitchell had finished arranging the saplings and seeds, cut wood to build a fence, and enclosed the entire backside of the hill, turning it into the school's backyard. Another day passed, and after clearing the weeds in the backyard and watering the emerging seedlings, he returned to the house for rest. Mitchell yawned, lying down on the bed. Lately, he had been busy with the garden work, now completed. He remembered the unvisited store 3. Despite his hesitation, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the third category in the system store. On the bed, he shifted to a comfortable position and scanned through store 3, eyes lighting up suddenly as he sat up. Store 3, teleport to any location in the immortal realm. Required luck points, 1,000. Wow, a direct redemption opportunity. He was overjoyed. Then I won't need to prepare 3 years worth of provisions or help Curtis cross the Black River. Excited, Mitchell clenched his fists, eager to try, but his gaze fell on 2 words. Random, he muttered, remembering the system saying random when he teleported to the immortal realm before. Is this thing reliable? Translation notes, *, the translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks as Mitchell got out of bed and began putting on his wolfskin. He decided to go out and give it a try, to carve out a name for himself. The Dark Shadow Island was part of the immortal realm. If he became renowned here, the system would definitely reward him with more fortune points. With mixed feelings of uncertainty and hope, Mitchell stepped out of the shelter he had been staying in for a while. The wind caused him to wrap the wolfskin tighter around him as he headed deeper into the gusts. By noon, the wind had calmed down a bit. After passing through the desert scrub, Mitchell saw vultures flying chaotically overhead, their screeches piercing through the sky. A snake slithered towards Mitchell from the sand, flicking its tongue. It startled Mitchell. It was a mutated desert taipan, highly venomous. Mitchell carefully shooed the snake away with a stick, warning it, "Scram, or I'll kill you." After driving the snake away, Mitchell took 2 steps forward and noticed a man beneath the flock of vultures, waving his hands frantically, covered in blood, on the verge of collapse. The vultures seemed so famished they couldn't wait for the man to die before attacking him. Anyone who could be on Dark Shadow Island must be an immortal. Without using their cultivation abilities like mortals, they could easily be bullied by these beasts. Seeing this, Mitchell was filled with a sense of justice. Helping others was his life. The man explained. "Please leave now. If I leave, what happens to you?" Mitchell hadn't thought of leaving either. Waiting for so long without any system reward made him realize that acts of kindness might not yield fortune points. Let one live to save another. The man's gaze was despairingly sad. "If you let me feed these beasts, you won't be in danger." Encouraged by the man's words, Mitchell thought aloud as he put on his clothes. "Although your words don't move me emotionally, it shows you're a man of virtue." He helped the man to his feet. "I'll take you with me." A red-eyed black snake, its tongue flickering, crept closer, hidden under the sand, nearly invisible. "Don't worry. I'll handle any vulture that comes our way," Mitchell reassured him, supporting the man as they started to walk. "Even if it were a pack of wolves, I'd keep you safe." The man suddenly pushed Mitchell away, his eyes wide as he stared at the wolfskin Mitchell wore. "Is that a wolf king's skin?" he exclaimed, looking up at Mitchell intently. "Did you kill it?" "Who else?" Mitchell calmly replied, patting the wolf skin. "To tell the truth, I have plenty of such skins back home. They're not suitable for cooking because of the burnt smell." The man knew exactly what killing a wolf king on this island meant. Hunting it required immense cultivation power. To use such power on this island and remain unharmed. He had never heard of anyone this powerful in the immortal realm. "I am Justino Jiang. May I inquire about your honored name?" The man bowed deeply to Mitchell despite his weakened state. "My name is Mitchell." Mitchell returned the bow. "Mitchell," Justino Jiang murmured, then his eyes widened in recognition. "Mitchell? Are you Kobe? Not long ago, a new force emerged in the immortal realm, subduing all immortals wherever they went. This force wielded considerable influence across the immortal realms. Everyone had heard of Kobe, whose disciple came from the Heaven Earth sect on the Xinjiang continent. Justino Jiang's shock was followed by excitement at this unexpected encounter. For a moment, he forgot about his injuries, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. "So we're countrymen? You know me?" Mitchell was equally surprised and happy. Encountering someone here was rare enough. Finding a fellow townsman was rarer still. "Of course," Justino Jiang exclaimed. "Who doesn't know Kobe's name? The leader of the Heaven Earth sect on Xinjiang continent." Indeed, they were countrymen. Mitchell felt a smile spread across his face. "Sure enough, you're from Xinjiang continent. Tell me, where did you hear about me?" Mitchell asked smugly. "Are you from Pingjiang City?" After all, since I became Hicks, I fly around Pingjiang City every day. You seem very devoted to me, so you must be from Pingjiang City. Justino Jiang hesitated, biting his lip, then gasped sharply and collapsed. Confused, Mitchell rushed forward to check. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from under Justino Jiang, aiming straight for Mitchell. Reacting swiftly, Mitchell grabbed the shadow and hurled it away, recognizing the snake. The same mutated taipan he had chased off earlier. Acting quickly, he stomped on it firmly. While his cultivation might be lacking, his martial skills were system certified to rival the divine. Mitchell gritted his teeth, stopping only when the snake underfoot was unrecognizable. Breathing heavily, he sighed. What a pity, he said, looking at Justino Jiang's lifeless body. We had just met. Not only a fellow townsman from Pingjiang City, but someone impressed by my prowess. And now... Mitchell sighed deeply, filled with profound regret. What a pity. He exhaled a long breath, deeply lamenting the turn of events. Chapter 568. A bright future lies ahead. Mitchell placed the man's corpse in a proper position. Noticing that his clothes were torn to shreds by the vultures, he decided to take off the man's rags and draped his own wolf fur over him. Just as Mitchell was about to leave, he noticed a book peeking out from under the clothing. Curious, he approached and picked up the book. Heavenly Devil Body. Wow, this name sounds amazing. Could this be my stroke of luck? Mitchell opened the book, and the text that greeted his eyes sent a shiver down his spine. The Heavenly Devil Body cultivation method can resist injuries and spells. Achieving great perfection would grant one the body of a Vajra diamond. To resist injuries and spells. Mitchell's eyes gleamed with excitement. So if I practice this cultivation method, I won't have to fear anyone hitting me? This is just perfect. If only that 1000-point luck transportation item didn't cheat me, then I could go out and stir things up without worrying. I could even look for the meaning of life when bored. With this skill, even danger wouldn't worry me much since I could always retreat back to Shadow Island. The more Mitchell thought about it, the more convinced he became. In fact, Shadow Island could even become a place for my retirement. Mitchell stood up and seriously surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, the wild sands swept across the land, and further away. Immense tornadoes swirled under heavy clouds, with the wind slicing through like knives. What a wonderful environment indeed. Mitchell smiled. There's no need to fear sunburns or getting drenched in rain here. No need to vie for fame or wealth, no struggles or fights with others. The place was sparsely populated, making it ideal for solitude. Moreover, even if someone else were on this island, they cannot use magical power. With my unmatched martial arts skills, even the highest deities would call me brother. The more Mitchell looked at this place, the more appealing it seemed to him. It was practically his dream backyard for health preservation. After settling the corpse, Mitchell left with the newly found cultivation technique. Mitchell spent another day wandering around Shadow Island, trying to find something that could earn luck points, but to no avail. As dusk fell, he returned home. Upon entering the house, he began reading the cultivation technique he found. Calling it practice might be an exaggeration since Mitchell had never practiced before. All his cultivation abilities came from the system. However, determined to start practicing according to the book's instructions, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes earnestly. But barely closing his eyes, he couldn't help yawning and dozing off before he figured out where to begin. The next morning, Mitchell awoke thinking about what he should really focus on. Cultivating. Right, continue cultivating. Sitting up properly, Mitchell was about to resume his practice when he noticed a drastic change in his skin. It had turned a bronze color overnight. Hiss! Mitchell suddenly sat up. All traces of grogginess wiped away. He raised his hands, staring at them in shock. His skin had changed colors. There's no sun on this island. How could this happen? Didn't accidentally eat something toxic? But he hadn't consumed anything unusual. Dangerous items are always first tasted by slow. Suddenly recalling something, Mitchell grabbed the book beside his bed and flipped through it. Indeed, he had been practicing this technique all night long, diligently until he fell asleep. That must be the reason. On the last page, he finally found the answer. When the Heavenly Devil Body technique reaches completion, the entire body's skin turns a bell-like bronze color. Completion? Mitchell exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my goodness, I reached completion in just one night? Hard work pays off. Mitchell laughed heartily while holding the book. It looks like my effort wasn't in vain. I achieved completion in just one night. Overjoyed, Mitchell marveled at his incredible talent. He had mastered the Heavenly Devil Body technique in just one night. It seemed he was no longer the waste of talent he once was. With such outstanding talent, learning other cultivation techniques in the immortal world would surely be a breeze. This way, as soon as he gathered enough luck points, he could have so much fun. For instance, he could join a prestigious sect with his exceptional talent and choose any sect he desired. Becoming a chief disciple would be easy, allowing him to find even more advanced cultivation methods within the sect. Practicing hundreds of techniques wouldn't be a problem either. Ideally, he would pick a sect full of beautiful women. While mastering techniques, he could also use his charm to make cute and attractive Michaelas fall for him. Meanwhile, this dreaded Shadow Island would serve as his private retreat. If danger arose, he could come back to rest and even enjoy a vacation. A bright future lies ahead. Of course, all these fantasies hinged on the reliability of the system. As long as the system didn't betray him, if not, at least not too much, everything could proceed as planned. After pondering deeply, Mitchell decided not to rely entirely on the system. Experience had taught him to be cautious. Having suffered many disappointments, he couldn't afford to remain naive. Thus, while waiting for his luck points to accumulate, Mitchell embarked on a farming and hunting lifestyle, storing grains and wolf meat. Each day started with leisurely hunts and ended similarly. This translation captures the essence of the original story, ensuring a natural flow and coherence in English. It maintains the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall tone of the original Burkinese text. Chapter 569. In the end, he died. Coleman had not been able to find peace during this time. She could not comprehend why fish that even a lowly human immortal could easily handle had managed to bite others to death. With this nagging doubt in her mind, Coleman spent many days on Shadow Island. She had initially thought that she could survive using ordinary human methods, but after that incident, she did not dare to approach the sea. To survive, she was forced to draw upon her immortal essence. However, doing so caused her to suffer from the island's fierce backlash while weakening day by day due to fasting. After a long period of suffering, she became gaunt and emaciated. Her lips cracked, and she walked unsteadily across Shadow Island, knowing that if she were to stumble in the open desert, the ferocious vultures on the island would surely feast on her. Thus, she made her way into the forest around the shrubs. Upon entering the woods, Coleman was taken aback. She saw countless bodies of shadow wolves scattered throughout the forest, her eyes widening in disbelief. Previously, there had only been 3 wolves, but now, the entire forest was filled with countless dead shadow wolves. Who could have done this? Was there truly an extremely terrifying being on the island? In her uncertainty, Coleman cautiously approached one of the wolf carcasses. She swallowed hard, picked up some discarded innards, blew off the dirt, and started a fire in the woods. After eating and drinking her fill, Coleman sat alone in the forest, deep in thought. She planned to seek out that human immortal she had encountered earlier. She wanted to ask him face to face how he survived the bites of those fish without harm. Once she made her decision, Coleman set out without hesitation. Not far outside the woods, she stopped before a corpse. She shooed away the vultures hovering above. Coldly, she looked at the body before her. Next to the corpse lay a partially covering wolf skin. The vultures had left nothing but bones. Amidst the stark white bones, the lustrous wolf skin stood out prominently. Coleman squatted down, picked up the wolf skin, and examined it carefully. This wolf skin, she muttered under her breath, then gradually calmed down. It is indeed the same wolf skin he wore. Sighing helplessly, Coleman whispered, "So, in the end, he still died." She chuckled bitterly, thinking he was safe, yet realizing that she had overestimated him. Indeed, for a mere human immortal on Shadow Island, surviving for so long was already remarkable. Somewhat disappointed, Coleman spread out the wolf skin, gathered the bones one by one, wrapped them inside, and buried them under a large rock sheltered from the wind. "Shadow Island will be your resting place," she murmured softly to the burial site. "Arriving here as you did was your fate. Rest in peace." With that, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, roaring sound rolled over, startling Coleman. She rushed out to see where it was coming from. Moments later, she realized with shock. The sound came from the direction of Black Sea. It was the roar of the Black Sea, a awakening roar. Not just a roar, but the furious cry of awakening. Coleman recalled the ancient text she had read before coming to Shadow Island, through towering waves and ascending into the sky. Blood-red eyes oozed corrosive secretions, devastating everything in their path. It consumed the sky and darkened the day. Meanwhile, a toad sleeping in the sea was tossed about by a massive wave, exposing its white belly. Quack quack. The toad flipped itself over, thoroughly displeased with the disturbance of its peaceful slumber. It glanced around and noticed the enormous black shadow rising into the sky. Quack quack. With powerful leg kicks, it swam hurriedly toward the commotion. Chapter 570. Are you afraid to? The demon Ba, hovering in midair, stirred up a storm with its roar. The entire surface of the Black Sea trembled. Gua gua. A toad crouched on the water's surface, craning its neck and calling out at the demon Ba, seemingly unhappy at being ignored. Even a shadow wolf's howl wouldn't be heard over the demon Ba's rage at this moment. Except this toad's call somehow pierced through the uproar, ringing clearly in his ears. The demon Ba lowered its head from the sky, its blood-red eyes fixating on the toad. One was a colossal floating beast, the other an insignificant creature almost invisible on the Black Sea surface. Gua gua. The toad extended its neck and cried again, distinctly voicing its discontent. In an instant, the demon Ba positioned itself right above the toad. "A mere toad dares to challenge me?" it intoned, its voice heavy with disdain and amusement. "Yet, you have not mutated in this Shadow Island." "Interesting," it mused. Saying this, the foul-smelling liquid from its eyes dripped onto the toad. Startled, the toad quickly dove into the water, scrubbing its back furiously. "Ugh ugh. To think you aren't corroded by my saliva. You might make an amusing toy," the demon Ba continued. "You look quite spiritless anyway." More droplets rained down from its eyes, landing precisely on the just-cleaned back of the toad. "I will consume this island's essence." But before it could finish speaking, a thin, thread-like tongue shot out rapidly from the toad's mouth, winding around the demon Ba. In the next moment, a gaping maw appeared and swallowed it whole, vanishing faster than the eye could see. The demon Ba's eyes remained wide open even in death, and in an instant, it vanished without a trace. The turbulent waves of the Black Sea soon calmed, leaving only the toad dry heaving on the surface. It looked as if it would vomit out its throat. "Not good. I need something to wash away this disgusting taste." It paddled its tiny legs towards the deeper parts of the Black Sea. Nearby, Coleman noticed something amiss. The oppressive aura vanished along with the roar, leaving her puzzled and uncertain. However, in her current state, she had no means of understanding what transpired. Meanwhile, deep within the barrier valley at the edge of the Black Sea, a man sat cross-legged. He had no hair on his head but bore a black mark, giving him an enigmatic presence. His face and arms were covered in strange tattoos, bizarre symbols, and hideous creatures. Suddenly, a fearsome tattoo on his arm began to fade. His eyes snapped open, revealing pure white orbs devoid of pupils. "Where has the demon Ba's aura gone?" he exclaimed, looking at his arm where the demon Ba's symbol had once been. Horrified, he said, "The demon Ba is dead." Closing his eyes, he tried to recall the demon Ba's essence but found nothing, not even a trace. Opening his eyes again, he looked grave. Instantly, a pattern on his head emerged and grew larger until it transformed into a chaotic fiend, a nebulous figure carrying the freshness of the mountain valley. The chaotic fiend bowed before the bald man. Kobe, what do you require? Go to the island and check on the situation with the demon ba, the man instructed. Yes, Kobe, replied the chaotic fiend, disappearing instantly, reaching the black sea above. Searching for the demon ba's aura, it found none. Deciding to visit the demon ba's dwelling, it moved just as a slimy thread wrapped around it. Attempting to move, it realized it was a mode of events that occurred within a specific period. After all, the sudden disappearance of the devil beast and the chaos demon made him feel that something was amiss. These ancient beasts had been obtained through great effort and hardship. Now they were inexplicably gone, and as their master, he had no idea what happened. Therefore, he had to find out exactly what transpired. As he recited the incantation, his hand seals became increasingly rapid, and time started flowing around him. Soon enough, he returned via the temporal continuum to the moment when the devil beast and the chaos demon vanished. The sea surface rippled gently, occasionally producing waves. However, to the bald man's astonishment, a layer of chaotic mist enveloped the sea, obscuring his vision and senses, making it impossible for him to see clearly or discern what had happened at that crucial moment. Fine. I want to see just what sort of entity dares to thwart me. A hoarse voice echoed from the man's lips. He resumed casting hand seals even faster. Time rewound once again, returning to the exact moment the devil beast disappeared. With more energy poured into the technique, the chaotic mist blocking his view dissipated significantly. At this moment, he could see clearly how the devil beast was instantaneously swallowed by an extremely mysterious force. The same fate befell the chaos demon, but the culprit, due to the lingering mist, it remained obscured. Humph, you have some tricks up your sleeve, hiding quite deeply, but I want to see just how deep you can hide. The bald man snorted coldly, accelerating his hand seals to their limit. They were now moving so fast that they were almost indiscernible. Finally, the chaotic mist gradually parted. Just as he thought he could finally see what had transpired, a problem arose with the time rewind technique. There was no devil beast on the sea surface, no chaos demon either. Not even a single other creature could be seen. Only a white-bellied toad floated on its back, drifting with the waves. The man's eyes widened. Only a toad? What was going on here? He focused his gaze on the toad. Suddenly, the toad flipped over, kicked its legs, and stood up on two legs in a humanoid posture. Its front limbs crossed behind its back, staring at him with wide, bulging eyes. This single glance made the bald man, standing countless distances away, stand his hair on end, nearly losing his soul in terror. At that moment, the toad raised its front limb and pointed at him. You disgust me, so I won't bother eating you. But the things you parasitize are good food. So come here once a month. It will just be enough to sustain me for a year. If you comply, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, despite feeling sick, John, will swallow you. The toad's mouth slightly opened, and a voice abruptly resonated in the bald man's mind. Following this, the time rewind technique was forcibly interrupted. The sea remained calm, with only a toad floating on its back, its arms supporting its head and one leg resting on the other, leisurely bobbing on the waves. However, far away, the bald man slumped weakly to the ground, his eyes wide with fear. His mind still echoed with those few sentences. It meant that enigmatic toad not only saw through his spying via time rewind, but also identified his true form through the very technique. Indeed, his true form was a highly evolved parasite. Through parasitism, he attached himself to powerful beasts, controlling their souls and fusing their bodies into one for his use. Besides the dead devil beast and chaos demon, he still had 12 such powerful hosts left, just enough for a year. Shadow Island. Mitchell sat lazily in a reclining chair, sipping tea with one hand and holding a large bunch of grapes in the other, half-closed eyes gazing at the distant sea. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received the monthly luck points from the Xinjiang continent. Chapter 572, to survive. Fortune points plus 500. Oh wow. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Mitchell immediately sat up. The fortune points delivered by Xinjiang continent every month were indeed timely, just like his salary from his previous life that was always transferred to his card on the same day each month. Although he had no idea why Xinjiang continent gave him fortune points monthly, he didn't really care. Thus, after receiving 500 fortune points, Mitchell opened the shop as if he had just been paid, eager to spend them. Despite the shop being a bit of a ripoff, with incidents akin to finding a toad among the items, he found some things truly useful and desirable. Like the grapes, exchanged from the system shop, not only did they mature quickly but were also incredibly sweet. And the tea leaves had a distinct claging flavor. Overall, it seemed this aspect hadn't cheated him too much. Therefore, with his newfound salary, Mitchell was itching to make some purchases, wanting to get watermelons, pommy melons, peaches, and so forth to liven up the monotonous life on the island. But as a person with principles, he restrained his impulse to splurge. Nothing mattered more than getting off this tiny island. Calm down, Mitchell murmured, taking a sip of tea and trying to steady himself. If he could control his impulses this time, there might be hope for teleportation next month. Of course, Mitchell still needed to prepare for the worst. If the teleportation failed, he'd have to leave via the ocean, relying on Curtis the amphibian. Therefore, stockpiling food was crucial. Mitchell resumed hunting wolves. Except, walking half the island, he saw mostly dead wolves, not living ones. Looks like I need to change my target species, Mitchell sighed. He had nearly exterminated all the wolves on the island. Perhaps bald eagles would be his next prey since they were plentiful here. Without delay, Mitchell returned to the martial arts hall on the island and started making arrows. By day's end, he had killed over 80 bald eagles. As they dwindled, Mitchell's daily catch decreased, but his food storage grew. Wolf meat, dried fish, and now eagle meat should last him 2 years. Back at the martial arts hall, Mitchell prepared a fire, brewed tea, and began smoking the eagle meat while nearby, Curtis lay listlessly on the ground. Nearby, the frog, who had escaped earlier, crept back and plopped onto Curtis's shell. Ribbit, ribbit, gurgle, gurgle, ribbit, ribbit, gurgle, gurgle. Hey Slowbro, I changed my name recently. It's quite badass, like Brother Bone. Curtis's expression remained blank. Frogman, why? What do you think? Cool or not? Oh, come on, say something. Cool or not? Oh, can you stop looking like you're about to die and tell me if Frogman Y sounds cool? You want a similar name? I've already thought of one for you. Slowben Y? No interest. With that, Curtis closed his eyes, returning to his lazy slump. Exact revenge. If she met and allied with this person on the island, perhaps survival wouldn't be impossible given the stranger's strength. But could it really happen? Chapter 573, Come as I please, leave as I wish. Even though Mitchell did not spend anything this time, his previous purchases from the store were more than enough. Now, within 100 meters around his martial arts hall, an idyllic small orchard had been fully established, contrasting sharply with the barren surroundings. After hunting vultures each day, Mitchell would lie at the entrance of the Shadow Island Martial Hall, enjoying the sea view while eating fruits and drinking the wine he brought from the Xinjiang continent. The aroma of the wine filled the air. However, the wolf skin on his body did not quite match his leisurely lifestyle. Fortunately, he still had a set of clothes stored in his spatial ring, prepared just in case he wouldn't have to go out naked in the future. But given how pleasant the environment here was, without having to endure harsh weather, wearing the clothes seemed unnecessary. At that moment, in a precipice, a gaunt man who had been in a deep sleep struggled to open his eyes and sniffed the air. Wine. This is the scent of wine. He greedily breathed in, his whole body trembling with excitement. It was hard to imagine what kind of intense emotions could arise in someone who had been imprisoned on this island for countless years, surviving by reducing their body. The house was an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy that kept the harsh air at bay. He greedily breathed in, opening his hands wide and inhaling deeply. Tears almost welled up in his eyes. Air. Fresh air. His body trembled as he cried out in joy. He hadn't felt this environment in so many years. Under the influence of this spiritual energy, he felt his ravaged organs begin to heal. His parched throat became refreshed, and his pale complexion quickly turned rosy. He looked like a different person compared to when he emerged from the precipice. Suddenly, a young man in white robes appeared at the door of the nearby house. The gaunt man immediately focused on the youth, scrutinizing him closely. The white robe was spotlessly clean, and the youth's complexion was naturally healthy. His bearing was extraordinary. In one hand, he held a small pot. In the other, a small cup. This man didn't look like anyone who had survived on this island. Are you also someone who was imprisoned here? Mitchell asked gently, looking at the gaunt man. Yes, I am. Who are you? The man rasped, staring at Mitchell. My name is Mitchell. Please, come inside, Mitchell said softly, sighing inwardly. The people imprisoned here really had it rough. With that, he turned and walked towards the courtyard. The man nodded and followed, curious but unafraid. His situation was already hopeless. Instead, he desperately wanted to understand who this youth was. Why was he here? Had he also been imprisoned? Why was there vegetation and fruit? You must be curious why it's like this here, right? Mitchell smiled as they entered the yard. The man nodded, fixing Mitchell with a questioning gaze. I assume you weren't imprisoned here? No, I wasn't, Mitchell replied with a smile. To be honest, it was more of an accident. An accident? Mitchell only smiled in response. Damn, explaining how he ascended and got randomly transported here would be too embarrassing. In short, coming here was unexpected. I'll stay for a while and then leave, Mitchell continued. Unexpected. Stay for a while and then leave? Hearing Mitchell's words, the man's pupils involuntarily constricted. These words carried deep meaning. Did that imply that the taboos surrounding Shadow Island couldn't contain him? That he could come and go as he pleased? Come as I please, leave as I wish? Chapter 574, Thoroughly Convinced. Sigh. The man couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. When he was first locked up here, he felt extremely reluctant. So he had tried to escape many times. As such, he knew all too well how powerful the taboos of this island were. He even suspected that Shadow Island wasn't within the immortal realm anymore, but rather a small, subjugated realm attached to it. In other words, to leave here, one needed to break through the boundaries. If it were a low-level plane, breaking through might be easy, but breaking through the boundaries of the immortal realm. At this thought, the man looked up at Mitchell again and took a deep breath. It meant that the strength of this person before him was at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, because only those few at the peak of the immortal realm could casually break its boundaries. However, everything was still just speculation. He needed further confirmation. May I ask if these houses and plants around here are also your doing? The man asked earnestly. Although not confirmed yet, his way of addressing Mitchell had started changing gradually. Of course, Mitchell said with a faint smile. Frankly speaking, he was quite satisfied with the current courtyard. Turning a patch of desert into a flourishing place wasn't much different. Isn't it pretty good here? Mitchell asked softly. Upon hearing this, the man's body trembled. This wasn't just good. For someone who had survived countless years on Shadow Island, this was simply a miracle. May I ask, Senior, how did you do this? He inquired. Why would there be any difficulty? It's all done casually. Mitchell explained with a smile. Though the seeds and saplings were system products, planting them indeed didn't take much effort. This light remark made the corners of the man's mouth twitch involuntarily. He didn't know how to respond. Such godlike feats described as casual. It sounded almost The remaining ones attempted to flee but were struck by more arrows that flew out subsequently. In an instant, those terrifying vultures were wiped out. Caw. This scene left the man staring wide-eyed, his voice shrill with disbelief. Could these vultures, which had once seemed invincible, be so easily defeated? Indeed, the vultures weren't exceptionally strong. Outside, he could handle a large group of them effortlessly. But this place was different. This scene erased any lingering doubts in his heart about Mitchell, causing him to bow deeply. I am Andy, meeting you, senior. His tone conveyed utmost respect, thoroughly convinced of the young man's power. Sensing Andy's reverent gaze, Mitchell unconsciously raised his head slightly. Just look, killing a couple of birds had already earned him this level of admiration. This was why he wanted to turn this place into a back garden. Here, regardless of your strength, without survival skills, you were nothing. Go pick them up. Mitchell smiled faintly. Senior, why should we pick them up? Andy couldn't help asking. Why not? They're good ingredients, Mitchell retorted. You mean eat them? Andy asked hesitantly. Can you really eat them? Mitchell smiled but said nothing. After Andy retrieved the vultures, Mitchell led him into the martial arts hall. When he stepped inside, Andy was stunned. Goodness, look at all this repair. His strength also started recovering slowly. He was indescribably moved. This wasn't just a meal. It was clearly an opportunity given by the expert before him. With trembling hands, he hugged the vulture's neck and looked towards Mitchell in the courtyard, kneeling involuntarily. Andy thanks you, sir, for your gift. He respectfully voiced out. In the courtyard, Mitchell subconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. Originally, he didn't wish to interact much with the people on this island since those imprisoned weren't necessarily good people. But since they had met, why not explore how to make use of him? So, Mitchell showed off his stash and killed the vulture right in front of him. It was to let Andy understand that he lived comfortably on the island, and following him would ensure the same comfort. After conveying this message, he gave him some food, and the result was as expected. Andy seemed under his control now. However, he remained unperturbed, continuing to lie on the recliner while pouring himself some wine. When Andy finished the entire vulture's neck, he stopped. The power within it was immense, more than he could handle. Thus, he felt uncomfortably stuffed and couldn't digest it for some time. Eaten too much? Seeing the state Andy was in, Mitchell couldn't help but ask. You knew this, senior? Andy lifted his head in surprise, wondering if Mitchell was so aware of his internal condition. A single glance told me, Mitchell responded casually. You idiot, this vulture isn't small. Finishing its huge neck without feeling stuffed would be a miracle. Andy scoffed humorlessly. Clearly, hiding anything from this person would be impossible. Spend a bit of time sitting nearby, then pick some grapes to freshen up. It will aid digestion, Mitchell said, continuing to sip his strong liquor. At Mitchell's words, Andy dared not disobey. He sat obediently beside, suppressing his breath while regulating his energy, then walked to the grapevine, picking a few grapes. After putting them in his mouth, even the seeds went in, unchewed and untasted. Shock and gratitude filled his face, because the indigestible force inside him started spreading like a stream after eating the grapes, nourishing his body. So, it turns out that Senior made me eat grapes to help digest this force? Senior truly has a benevolent heart. How can I repay such kindness? With feverish admiration, he approached Mitchell and bowed next to the recliner. Senior. Eyes half closed, waving a fan, Mitchell acknowledged. Have you digested? Yes, Senior, I have. Sit down. Mitchell waved his fan. Andy hesitated for a moment before sitting opposite Mitchell, straight-backed. What's your cultivation level? Mitchell asked nonchalantly. Andy raised an eyebrow, speculating Mitchell's intention. Given this person's strength, he should know Andy's true cultivation. Why ask? Then he remembered the cultivation technique he practiced, which could hide his real level. Hence, he didn't reveal his true cultivation before others. So, Mitchell was testing his honesty, whether he'd admit his real cultivation level. Reporting to Senior. I am at the Wheel Rebirth Immortal Realm. Wheel Rebirth Mirror? Mitchell frowned slightly, calculating silently. Before coming to the Immortal World, he did some homework. Ordinary 3 realms. Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal. After Heaven Immortal came Golden Immortal, Profound Immortal. Profound Immortal had 9 levels, each a huge leap. Beyond Profound Immortal lay even more terrifying realms like Wheel Rebirth Immortal, True Essence Immortal, Stellar Immortal, Sun Moon Immortal. Phew. Realizing this, Mitchell inwardly gasped. Initially, he thought this guy was merely a Heaven Immortal, never imagining a Wheel Rebirth Immortal. Counting the gap, his trashy Human Immortal was 12 major realms below. What a valuable find. Chapter 576. Truly pitiful. Ronnie almost burst out laughing. It seemed that all his efforts were not in vain, but he also understood. The final moment had yet to arrive. What followed was the most critical part. Therefore, he did not behave too erratically and simply nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. However, this simple nod greatly encouraged Andy, who secretly rejoiced at not having misjudged Ronnie's intentions. How about we make a deal? Ronnie said, drawing out the words. Please, Senior, give your instructions, Andy replied respectfully. Yes, you know how hard it is to live on this island, right? Ronnie said with deep meaning. You've seen it, haven't you? Following me would make it easier, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Andy, who had been waiting with his head bowed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Senior, do you mean? Exactly, Ronnie cut straight to the point. I want you to be my follower, and I will ensure you are well fed and clothed on this island. After saying this, Ronnie anxiously watched Andy, wondering if this Andy from the Cycle Immortal realm would become his follower just for food. To his surprise, before he could even think deeply, Andy knelt down with a thud. Senior, I agree. The eagerness and excitement in his voice were evident, along with a sense of fervor and being honored. This reaction left Ronnie stunned. Cultivators didn't seem so high and mighty after all. They would still bow for a meal. Although Andy's quick agreement took him by surprise, for Ronnie, it was a good turn of events. After all, Andy was from the Cycle Immortal realm, a big shot. Of course, Ronnie intended to cultivate this expert to pave his way out later. Imagine using Shadow Island's conveniences to gather a group of experts who would follow him. Once he left this cursed place, he would have an entourage of powerful protectors. However, Ronnie was also wary that Andy might betray him once they got out, so he made Andy swear an oath on the spot. He knew oaths held power over cultivators, ensuring safety. In the days that followed, Andy became a fixture in Ronnie's courtyard. Ronnie was pleased to see how perceptive Andy was, taking care of daily chores like cleaning and watering the plants without being asked, working diligently without complaint. A few days passed in a flash. Croak, croak. Bulyalu, are you going to change your name or not? No. You old fool. Dakari angrily jumped into the Black Sea, swimming deeper. Curtis gave him a cold look and closed her eyes. Andy, who had been listening to the two, hardly dared to breathe. Having spent days here, he knew exactly how formidable these two were. It was astounding. After Dakari dove into the Black Sea, Andy approached Curtis with trembling steps, holding a towel. Lord Curtis, let me help you clean up. Curtis opened her eyes briefly, then closed them again. Seeing this, Andy cautiously began wiping her. But soon, Curtis opened her eyes again. I have a question. Yes, Lord Curtis? How does Manbinwai sound? Reporting to Lord Curtis, it's absolutely incredible, fitting your noble presence perfectly, Andy answered respectfully. Curtis's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she closed them again. Somewhere in Xianzhou, beneath a city that loomed like a majestic lion, four cloaked figures sat dejectedly on the ground, with a ghost hovering nearby. Their robes were covered in dust, their demeanor utterly miserable. Damn it! One of them exclaimed. Why did this happen to us? Unkit slapped his thigh, standing up with a look of frustration. We worked so hard to get countless gold coins, thinking we'd live lavishly in this immortal realm, but now we're here, in this godforsaken place, where they use spirit crystals instead of gold coins? Brother, please don't talk about it. That girl from Immortal Red Mansion was just hounding me for last time's spirit crystals. Barker massaged his temples, full of sorrow. Brother, I'm hungry. It's been so long since I've tasted anything fresh. Nearby, Caden lifted his head, looking at Unkit with a piteous expression. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. Big brother hasn't even secured any girls, and you're worrying about eating? Justino rolled his eyes and glared at Caden. Caden lowered his head, pulling grass from the ground and putting it into his mouth, one blade at a time. Originally, I could enjoy following Big Brother, but now that seems like a luxury. Wah, truly pitiful. Kermit Gwang floated in the air, shaking his head. Translation ends here. Hashtag chapter 577, the hope of survival. Mitchell reclined in his chair, feeling elated as he thought about the future where a powerful cultivator from the cycle immortal realm would be backing him up. However, one was not enough. If only there were a few more, it would be even better. So, he turned his gaze to Andy, who was weeding nearby with his head down. Andy, listen, I've just arrived in this immortal realm and need some help, Mitchell said casually. Elon, what do you mean? Andy asked, setting aside his hoe and looking at Mitchell with wide eyes. Could it be? Is he planning something? Exactly. So, look around the island and see if you know any other cultivators I could bring on board, Mitchell asked with a smile. As expected, Andy was secretly startled by how accurate his guess had been. At that moment, he set a goal for himself, to perform well so that he might have the chance to become one of Mitchell's right-hand men in the future. Do you have any specific requirements for the candidates, Elon? Andy asked. Requirements? Well, Mitchell stroked his chin thoughtfully. The only requirement is that they should be in a similar situation as you, and their characters for? And wasn't it resolved with just a small effort? Senior, shall I go now? Andy asked respectfully. Yes, go ahead. Remember, the more, the better, Mitchell smiled. Understood. Andy bowed and left. Following this, Andy began roaming the island, seeking out some old acquaintances he had made over the years. Coleman stood in her red robe, gazing at the distant Black Sea. Her beautiful eyes revealed both unwillingness and hatred. The thought of spending endless days on this island, slowly wasting away, tightened her fists and made her body tremble violently. However, she believed she still had a glimmer of hope, that mysterious hunter who killed the demonic wolves. In recent days, she had seen hundreds of dead demonic wolf bodies. Except for these corpses, she couldn't find a single live one despite actively searching for them. It seemed as if the demonic wolves on the island had been almost entirely wiped out by this person. To achieve such feats in such a harsh environment surpassed her wildest imagination. If she could meet him, perhaps she could endure until the day she could leave the island. Just as she was about to leave, a gust of wind swept through the sky. She lifted her head in surprise and saw an old man casually walking in midair. He didn't seem affected by the violent winds, showing no fear or signs of being harmed. Her eyes brightened. Could it be? Is he the mysterious expert who killed the demonic wolves? Apart from the mysterious hunter, she couldn't imagine anyone else capable of ignoring the violent air currents. She was so excited she couldn't express it in words. Just when she thought it would be difficult to find him, here he was, within reach. She hurriedly followed, calling out, Senior, please wait. On his way to find candidates for Mitchell, Andy noticed Coleman approaching and paused, frowning slightly. A cycle immortal realm cultivator. There isn't much violent energy in her body, so she must have been recently imprisoned. Looking at Coleman, Andy quickly assessed her. What is it? He asked. This is Coleman, meeting Senior Gong, Coleman said respectfully. I wish to connect with you, Senior. Andy nodded. Given that a cycle immortal realm expert wanted to connect, he responded courteously. Meeting Senior Gong. Seeing Andy was approachable, Coleman was pleasantly surprised. Making friends with him could greatly benefit her life on the island. She continued, May I ask which immortal continent you are from, and why you were imprisoned? Just a wanderer. Andy said indifferently, looking into the distance. Remembering Mitchell's instructions, he didn't want to delve into conversation. I have matters to attend to now. Perhaps we can discuss things later, he said and prepared to leave. Coleman felt a bit disappointed. Of course, why would someone want to make friends with someone who approached them so boldly? But just as Andy was about to leave, he handed her a jade slip. This contains my aura. If we get the chance, I might come looking for you. Remembering Mitchell's instruction, more was better. He considered Coleman an unexpected gain. Although he wasn't familiar with her character, she could potentially be useful in the future. Coleman clutched the jade slip tightly, filled with surprise. She understood that this was a glimmer of hope Andy offered her. Maybe one day, she really could receive protection from this super expert. As long as she survived, there would be hope for escape in the future. Chapter 578. Punish the Ingram on the spot. Andy lived up to expectations. In just a few short days, he found over 10 people for Mitchell. Initially, these 10 people didn't believe Andy's claims. However, after Andy's insistence, when they reluctantly came to the courtyard, they were all thoroughly impressed and convinced by Mitchell's various skills. Thus, everyone here was now diligently working, weeding, and watering without complaint. Mitchell was extremely satisfied with these new followers. Every one of them was at the reincarnation immortal realm and had sworn loyalty to him under the heavens. This meant that in the future, after leaving this island, Mitchell could walk around with confidence. Oh, going out? Andy's eyes widened in shock. Senior, do you mean leaving this shadow island? The dozen or so reincarnation immortal realm powerhouses also turned their gazes toward Mitchell. Of course, Mitchell nodded casually. Phew. Andy and the others gasped. So casually? Could Shadow Island really be left and entered at will? Everyone looked at Mitchell with anticipation, guessing how he might leave. Would he tear through space or fly directly? But suddenly, Mitchell vanished in front of them. Their jaws dropped. Teleportation? A cacophony erupted in the courtyard. What terrifying means? They had never heard of or seen such things. He's too powerful, one expert gulped. Andy, tell us, how did you get Senior's favor? The crowd surrounded Andy. What's happening? Andy pulled away, puffing his chest. How dare you speak like that? If not for me, would you know Senior? You'd still be eating dirt in caves. Don't forget Senior's instructions. Get back to work, he ordered, making everyone inwardly boil with envy. The scene shifted. Mitchell found himself in a brand new environment, surrounded by magnificent architecture, expansive squares, and mist-shrouded peaks, each breath filling him with exhilaration. Yes, this is truly the immortal world. Finally arriving in the true immortal world, Mitchell was delighted, but soon noticed that he was standing amidst people. There were 3 groups of people standing orderly, and Mitchell had been teleported into one of them. Oddly enough, no one noticed his sudden appearance. Firstly, congratulations on joining the Sun Moon sect. You are now disciples of our sect, the senior Gage announced. Now line up and register your identity for the disciple badge. Following his order, everyone queued up. Surprisingly, efficiency was high in the immortal world, and it wasn't long before it was Mitchell's turn. Name. Mitchell rubbed his nose, seeing the registrar staring at him. He replied, Mitchell. The man waved his hand, and the Sun Moon marked token read, Mitchell. Affiliated with Star Peak. Keep your token and return to your formation. With the token in hand, Mitchell walked back to his group, patting his cheek, unable to believe what had happened. Teleported into the new recruit lineup, obtained a disciple token, and instantly became a disciple of Star Peak. Was it really that easy? Tisk, Mabel, it seems Star Peak is declining. Look at these new disciples. One of Albin's, Shu Kermitfing, mocked from atop a platform. Mabel, the head of Star Peak, had an icy expression but remained silent. Shu Kermitfing continued, traditionally, after new recruits join, there's a competition among newcomers. Given your bunch, I bet Star Peak will be at the bottom again. Shu Kermitfing. We'll see who laughs last, Mabel retorted coldly. Huh, still hopeful. Shu Kermitfing laughed. Look at our Sun Moon Peak. 10 plus heavenly immortals aside. I have personally recruited 3 geniuses from Tianfu Kingdom. Indeed, 3 stern-faced youths stood at the head of Sun Moon Peak. Mabel recognized their strength, impressive for their age among the new recruits. They're you clan triplets, top geniuses of Sword Valley, reaching the mystic immortal realm at such young ages, Shu Kermitfing added sarcastically. And yours? The best is probably Daxton from Gillisly Kingdom. He barely reaches half a mystic immortal, not even matching one of my trio. Mabel bit her lip, helpless to argue. His words stung, yet they were true. Just then, Shu Kermitfing noticed something unusual. Huh, look at this unnoticed kid in your Star Peak lineup. Is he just a celestial immortal? Mabel followed his gaze and saw an untraceable youth in her lineup. Why are you quiet, Mabel? Adon burst into laughter. He didn't believe that with his strength, he couldn't see through a new disciple's cultivation level. Apart from celestial immortal, there was no other explanation. Because at the celestial immortal realm, one was indeed the lowest existence in the immortal world, with an almost negligible amount of immortal energy in their body, barely different from an ordinary pool. This boy clearly snuck in. My actions are for the benefit of your Star Peak. Don't be ungrateful, Adon said sternly. Bullshit. You have the nerve to say you're acting in the interest of our Star Peak? Mabel sneered. Humph, he's just a human immortal, not even reaching the threshold to join the sect. If he isn't a spy who sneaked in, what else could he be? Maybe he's here to steal our information. I'm helping by identifying him, yet you're trying to stop me? Adon coldly laughed. Or is it that your Star Peak has really declined to the point where you admit a human immortal? I took him in, so what if I did? He is now my Star Peak disciple. Try touching him if you dare, Mabel declared, her immortal essence swirling around her like windless banners as she stood before Mitchell, drawing her sword. Mabel's bold stance immediately drew many fervent gazes from the onlookers. Not just the disciples of Star Peak, but those from Heaven Earth Peak and Sun Moon Peak also watched with interest. Having a headmaster so protective was considered a great advantage. This made Adon frown. Mabel wasn't weaker than him. If it came to a fight, he might not fare well. He hadn't expected his attempt to humiliate Star Peak would end up boosting Mabel's authority. Humph, what are you all staring at? Go away. Adon huffed angrily, leading his disciples off in a huff. Only after seeing Adon leave did Mabel retract her immortal essence and put away her sword. How are you? Are you okay? She looked at Mitchell, asking gently. I'm fine, Mitchell nodded gratefully. While I am curious about how a human immortal got past the checks, since you're here, I won't delve deeper. Stay at Star Peak and do well. If anyone from other peaks bullies you, inform my Star Peak brothers or me. We will protect you, Mabel softly instructed. Afterward, She prepared to leave with the Star Peak disciples. However, just before leaving, Mitchell called out, "Headmaster, is there something else?" she asked. "Headmaster, may I ask what level of strength that person had earlier?" Mitchell inquired. 9 transformations mystic immortal, Mabel answered truthfully, despite not understanding why Mitchell asked. Only a 9 transformations mystic immortal, and he acts so arrogant? Mitchell raised an eyebrow. Damn it. Thought he was something special. Strutting around like he's all that, and he's just a 9 transformations mystic immortal. Back in my backyard, any one of my servants who serves tea or cleans toilets is in the cycle realm, effortlessly overpowering him. Mabel looked at Mitchell, bewildered. A human immortal looking down on a 9 transformations mystic immortal? This is beyond you. Show some respect, she gently reminded. But Mitchell paid no heed. A human immortal is still a big shot now, with numerous cycle realm experts under him. Regardless, he saw through Adon's intentions to kill him. He remembered this grudge. Just as Mabel was about to leave, Mitchell spoke again shockingly. "Headmaster, do you want to take care of that guy? Do you need help dealing with him?" Mabel almost choked, black lines appearing on her forehead. A human immortal wanting to deal with a 9 transformations, mystic immortal. This disciple was naively adorable. She sighed, consoling him. "Though I understand your feelings, you and Adon aren't on the same level. Abandon this idea. And he's petty, don't let him know what you said, or he might harm you. As for today's injustice, I'll try to compensate you in other ways." Mabel softly concluded. "Do you not believe me, Headmaster?" Mitchell asked. "I do not disbelieve you, but you can't handle it now. Focus on cultivating and seek revenge in the future." Mabel patted Mitchell's shoulder and walked away. Mitchell sighed silently. Fair enough. He was a human immortal, claiming to handle a 9 transformations mystic immortal. Naturally, no one believed him, but he didn't need their belief. Once he brought over the folks from his backyard, he'd definitely settle scores with Adon. Chapter 580. Peerless Genius. Mitchell followed the crowd to Star Peak and settled down there. At this moment, he still felt as if he were dreaming. He had just joined the Sun Moon sect? Truly surreal. However, it wasn't bad. Studying books in his past life, when reading would lead him to sleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. He was surprised to discover that his fingers had changed after practicing last night. This change seems to be a sign of successfully cultivating the one thought finger. Mitchell recalled the content of the jade slip. A fully cultivated one thought finger seemed to be in this state. Saying this, he tried pointing his finger towards the sky. A slight breath of air shot out towards the sky. Although it barely stirred the wind and its power seemed extremely small, it did show signs of successful cultivation. As for why its power was so weak, Mitchell knew the reason. Perhaps it was because his realm was too low. He was only at the mortal immortal stage. After all, the immortal world's spatial stability was countless times denser than Xinjiang continent. Ordinary mortal immortals couldn't even break a single stone in the immortal world, so being able to produce an air current was already good. Mitchell trembled with excitement, almost laughing wildly. However, he managed to regain his composure. He needed to ask how long it took others to cultivate the one thought finger. If others could also cultivate it in a few days, then he'd be celebrating for nothing. He walked out of his dormitory and searched for a target within the vast Star Peak. He also found out that there was a senior disciple named Garfield who had cultivated the one thought finger. Garfield had been in Star Peak for many years and had long ago reached the mystic immortal realm. So Mitchell thought it wouldn't be wrong to ask this Garfield. At a cliff face, Garfield was seated cross-legged with a long sword on his back, meditating. "Hall you," Mitchell softly called out. Garfield opened his eyes and looked at Mitchell, who was smiling. "Are you the mortal immortal disciple who entered 2 days ago?" Of course, as a veteran of Star Peak, Garfield knew that another mortal immortal disciple had come. He didn't look down on Mitchell. After all, he was still a junior brother. "Hee, yes, it's me," Mitchell bowed and said with a smile. "I came today to ask Hall you a question. I hope you can enlighten me." "Junior brother, feel free to speak," Garfield calmly replied. "Well, I chose a low-rank immortal technique from the Immortal Techniques Pavilion yesterday, precisely the one thought finger that Hall you has cultivated," Mitchell explained. "Oh, do you want me to teach you how to cultivate the one thought finger?" Garfield frowned. "Unfortunately, I will be leaving the sect on a mission in a couple of days." Hall you misunderstood. "I don't need you to teach me. I just want to ask how difficult the one thought finger is to cultivate." Mitchell hopefully looked at Garfield. "Difficult?" Garfield responded solemnly after a moment's hesitation. "Can you tell me how long it took our Sun Moon sect members to cultivate the one thought finger to completion? How long did it take you?" Mitchell asked again. The one thought finger may be a low-rank immortal technique, but it's still an immortal technique that can have tremendous effects even in the hands of a mystic immortal. Absolutely impossible, Garfield said decisively. "In the immortal realm, not everyone can cultivate immortal techniques. Besides their immense power, they are notoriously difficult to cultivate. So don't underestimate single thought finger just because it's a low-level immortal technique. It's incredibly challenging to cultivate. Copying it in one night is simply a wild fantasy." "Hall, you're being too hasty. What if someone really did manage to master it?" Mitchell remarked leisurely. "Just tell me, if there were such a person, what level of talent would they be? If, as you say, someone managed to master single thought finger in one night, then their talent wouldn't just be super genius. They could only be described as a heaven's pride," Garfield said earnestly. Heaven's pride? These 4 words sent Mitchell into a daze the moment he heard them. Heaven's pride. These 4 words sound truly amazing and fit him perfectly. "Thank you, Hall." Mitchell smirked and thanked Garfield with a full face of joy, preparing to leave. "Junior brother," Garfield called him back. Mitchell turned around. "As your senior brother, I must remind you to cultivate steadily and not aim too high. Don't entertain these baseless thoughts. If you have any questions about cultivating single thought finger, feel free to ask me," Garfield warned sincerely. Upon hearing this, Mitchell, who had been drifting in euphoria, raised an eyebrow. "Hall, I appreciate your concern, but your worry is unfounded because I am a heaven's pride." With a grin, Mitchell lifted his lips and declared it. Seeing this, Garfield shook his head with a bitter smile. Junior brother, you should hurry and practice rather than indulge in such meaningless jokes. But just as he finished speaking, he saw a faint burst of energy shoot out from Mitchell's finger. This left Garfield utterly stunned. What? One thought finger? This is actually one thought finger. Garfield gaped and stammered, nearly jumping out of shock. Although this one thought finger didn't seem to match the power of the one he cultivated, having cultivated it himself, he knew for certain that this was undeniably one thought finger. Moreover, to be able to emit it so effortlessly indicated it was perfected to its highest level. How did you do this, junior brother? How did you do this? Garfield couldn't sit still, practically jumping off the ground and grabbing Mitchell's shoulders with an almost manic voice. Did you learn one thought finger before and lie to me? That doesn't make sense. One thought finger is a secret technique of the Sun Moon sect. Unless you're a member, it's impossible to learn. And you've only joined the sect recently. You couldn't have learned it before. So, you indeed learned one thought finger in the past 2 days. Trembling with excitement, he muttered to himself. It was hard to imagine how shocked he was. To think someone could achieve in one night what took him 3 years. Junior brother, tell me quickly, how did you do it? He asked incessantly. Hall, calm down. Mitchell pressed down on his palm casually. There's no need for such excitement. Copying one thought finger is simple. It just takes a tiny bit of talent. A tiny bit of talent? Garfield furrowed his brows. Could this be real? Hall, there's no need to be overly surprised. I believe you will eventually be able to do it too. Mitchell patted Garfield's shoulder earnestly, then flicked his fingers in the sky several times. Just like this one thought finger, you will rise up soon enough. With Garfield staring blankly, Mitchell left with a smile, not taking a wisp of cloud with him. Over the next few days, Mitchell was seen around the starry peak, occasionally pointing at the sky. Especially when the higher-ups of the starry peak were present, he became even more enthusiastic. After all, he was a heaven's pride now. Having finally become a genius, how could he not let others know? First, becoming the top disciple, then engage, and finally the youngest sect master ever. Wouldn't that be wonderful? What? You mean that immortal cultivator mastered one thought finger in one night? At the top of Starry Peak, Mabel listened to her subordinate's report, her lips parting in disbelief. Chapter 582. Terrifying Astrological Phenomenon. Exactly, Mabel's subordinate replied, his eyes filled with shock. After a moment of contemplation, Mabel immediately dismissed it. Absolutely impossible. I saw it with my own eyes and dare not deceive the peak master, the subordinate declared firmly. Upon hearing this, Mabel fell silent for a while, lost in thought. Then he raised his head to look at his subordinate. Did you really see it with your own eyes? Are you sure that a mortal human had perfected the one thought finger? Absolutely certain, the subordinate added. The first time, I saw him jumping around at the foot of the mountain, with air currents following him, resembling one thought finger, but then I thought it was impossible and left. The second time, I passed by the mountain pond and saw him jumping around near the water, causing waves to surge and explode. The air currents were very much like those produced by one thought finger, so I went forward to ask. It turned out to be true one thought finger. He claimed he perfected it in one night. I didn't believe it either until he demonstrated the technique right before me. It was indeed the perfected form of one thought finger. The more Mabel listened, the wider his eyes opened. He found his subordinate's account increasingly plausible, yet also increasingly absurd. Impossible, Mabel reiterated. Even though one thought finger is just a low-level immortal technique, it remains an immortal realm skill. I have never heard of anyone mastering one thought finger in just one night. But I did see him use one thought finger. I know, Mabel waved his hand to stop the subordinate. I don't doubt that he can use one thought finger. I just don't believe it could be mastered in one night. No matter how talented someone is, it's too extreme. Besides, he's only an immortal human. If his talent were that good, why would he still be merely an immortal human? It sounds far-fetched. Perhaps he had practiced one thought finger before. But, one thought finger is a low-level technique, but also our sect's secret method. It's only available in the Immortal Skill Pavilion. The subordinate frowned. Are you suggesting that the one thought finger technique might have been stolen? Mabel pursed his lips without a word. One thought finger was a secret technique of the Sun and Moon sect. Even as a low-level technique, it was never shared outside. The Immortal Skill Pavilion had records of all borrowings and practices. If it had been stolen, it was unlikely there would be no news. I don't know. Mabel couldn't make sense of it. He instructed his subordinate, bring him here. I want to ask him personally. Yes, the subordinate responded and left. At the same time, in the Celestial Immortal Hall of the Immortal Realm, a group of people gathered together, their faces grave. The Celestial Immortal Hall was the central administrative hub of the vast immortal realm, serving as its nerve center and core. Only the most powerful figures, who wielded tremendous influence over various matters in the immortal realm, could come here. Each person present could make or break destinies with a flick of their hand. At this moment, countless gages congregated in the grand hall, whispering about all sorts of possibilities, worry etched on their faces. Just as the hall buzzed with chatter, an old man with white hair, leaning on a cane, emerged from the rear of the celestial hall. The cacophony in the hall died down instantly. In the next moment, everyone leaned forward. Zakshur, what exactly is happening with the recent astrological phenomena? Another chimed in. Indeed, the recent celestial changes are unprecedented. Meteors streak across the sky, even major star explosions. Is another major event about to occur in the immortal realm? The old man didn't reply immediately, instead walking hunched over with his cane to sit in the main seat. Lifting his head, his usually kind face now stern, he sighed deeply at the insistent questions, shaking his head helplessly and gravely. I have never seen such astrological phenomena in all these eons. Even my calculations of the star charts last night offered no answers. How could that be? Zakshur couldn't calculate the star charts? Below, chaos erupted once again. anxiety running high. People immediately became agitated, buzzing with discussion that went nowhere. After dispersing, each secretly made preparations and contingency plans. Such bizarre and terrifying celestial anomalies meant the future was uncertain. No one knew what might happen or what caused them. In the immortal realm, Sun and Moon Sect, Star Peak, Grand Star Hall, Mabel stood silently in the hall, deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice and footsteps approached the door. She looked up immediately, her eyes full of confusion. Then they settled into calmness upon seeing the visitor. A single eyebrow arched. Peekobigwa must be quite idle if you have the time to visit me. What brings you here? Chapter 583. Use a human immortal to fool me? Unbelievable. I just happened to be passing by and thought I'd drop in to see how your Star Peak disciples are progressing with their training. Adon casually flicked his robe and plopped down into a chair in the hall. Recently, my disciples have gone to the Immortal Techniques Pavilion to select and practice new techniques. You should know that some of my Sun Moon Peak disciples have already achieved minor success. Speaking this, Adon laughed aloud. Minor success. You should understand what it means to achieve minor success within days. Come to think of it, I'm also curious about your Star Peak's strongest disciple. Has any of them reached minor success yet? Expecting minor success is quite a stretch for you, Adon said, looking at Mabel with feigned pity but dripping with sarcasm. After all, you even accept human immortals like garbage at Star Peak. What good can come out of a trash heap? Mabel looked at Adon. Sitting in the chair, he couldn't hide his excited and proud expression. Trash heap. The hand under Mabel's sleeve clenched into a fist. Thinking of that mysterious human immortal who was still perplexing her, Mabel couldn't hold back any longer. She sneered at Adon. Is achieving minor success really such an exciting feat for you, Peekobigwa? And you came all the way to Star Peak just to brag. Peekobigwa really has no grand vision. Minor success? Merely minor? Adon scoffed, full of disdain. Then please show me a disciple who achieved only minor success within days. I don't have one who just reached minor success, Mabel replied. Haha. Adon laughed loudly, full of mockery. Understandable, after all, finding gold in a garbage heap is nothing short of a daydreamer's fantasy. With that, he got up, laughing heartily as he saw Mabel's darkened face, preparing to leave. Mabel took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within her. I don't have someone who merely achieved minor success within days, Mabel spoke up. But I do have one who reached perfection. Adon paused mid-step as he was about to cross the threshold. Apologies, I misspoke earlier. Mabel leaned back slightly, appearing more relaxed. Upon hearing this, Adon let out a sigh of relief, putting his foot firmly on the ground. But before he could fully relax, he heard Mabel's voice again from behind him. To be precise, it wasn't several days but rather one night. In fact, it should count as only half a day. Pausing for a moment, Mabel raised a corner of her mouth and said, So, Peekobigwa, isn't it fair to say that minor success is indeed a trivial matter? Ha ha ha. Adon first froze, then laughed derisively. Is Peekobilu having a daydream? Perfection in one night, haha, you sure can tell jokes. Falling short isn't a problem, try harder. Maybe you can find leftovers in the garbage heap. You shouldn't be exaggerating. Mabel calmly looked at Adon. Deceiving you would be beneath me. Peekobigwa, you overestimate yourself. Seeing this, the ridicule and mockery on Adon's face gradually disappeared. It's impossible. Reaching perfection in just one night isn't feasible even for the lowest level technique, Adon said, emotions brewing in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw the newcomer. He let out a breath he had been holding and burst into laughter. Is the human immortal Peekobilu referred to? The one who mastered perfection in one night? Really this guy? That's right. Ha ha ha. Adon laughed heartily. Using a human immortal to fool me? Unbelievable. Mabel frowned, watching Adon laugh. After doubting once, and then doubting again, his attitude was intolerable. Just a narrow-minded fool. Truly repulsive. Beside her, Adon continued laughing as if he had just heard the greatest joke. He pointed at the human immortal. If this piece of trash can perfect one thought finger in one night, I'll eat shit right here. Mitchell heard Adon's mocking laugh and contemptuous words as soon as he entered, and his face darkened. This idiot, actually here again. Chapter 583. You can't be serious, using a mere human immortal to bluff me. Just passing by and thought I'd drop in to see how your Star Peak disciples are training. Adon casually brushed his robe aside and sat down on a chair in the hall with an air of nonchalance. Recently, all the disciples have gone to the Immortal Skill Pavilion to pick out immortal techniques and have started cultivating them. You should know that some of our Sun Moon Peak disciples have already reached minor accomplishment, Adon said, laughing. Minor accomplishment. Can you imagine what it means to reach minor accomplishment within days? In fact, I'm curious, what about your Star Peak's most talented disciple? Have they reached minor accomplishment yet? Oh, speaking of minor accomplishment might be too much for you. Adon continued, looking at Mabel with a pitying expression but a mocking tone. After all, your Star Peak accepts trash like human immortals. What good disciple can come from a pile of garbage? Mabel looked at Adon, who was sitting in the chair, his face beaming with excitement and pride. A pile of garbage, fists clenched under her sleeves. Mabel could not help but think of that human immortal she had yet to fully understand. There was no time to waste. She gave Adon a cold smile. Is reaching minor accomplishment worth this much excitement from Berkeef Peekobigwa? And he even made a special trip to our Star Peak just to show off. Berkeef Peekobigwa really lacks ambition. Minor accomplishment? Just minor? Adon scoffed, full of disdain. Then please, find me a disciple who reaches minor accomplishment within days. I don't have such minor accomplishments among my disciples, Mabel replied. Haha. Adon laughed heartily, his words dripping with sarcasm. As expected, understandable since finding gold in garbage is just wishful thinking. With that, he stood up, looking at Mabel's darkened face and prepared to leave, still laughing. Mabel took a deep breath, trying to suppress her anger. I don't have any disciple who only achieves minor accomplishment in a few days. Lowest level technique can't be perfected so quickly, Adon stated, thinking of something and glancing suspiciously at Mabel. Is it not an ordinary human technique he cultivated? Mabel chuckled sarcastically. Is our Sun Moon sect's finger of one thought a human technique? Finger of one thought? Adon squinted his eyes, wary and suspicious. If there really is such a person, then tell me who it is. Why are you so anxious, Berkif P. Kobigwa? Calm down. Mabel said gently. What's the rush? Is a finger of one thought perfected in one night really worth getting worked up over? With that, she picked up her teacup and sipped her tea casually. Impossible, absolutely. Why impossible? Mabel interrupted Adon, annoyed by his continuous doubts and disbelief. You've simply seen too little. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Mabel retorted. Adon became visibly irritated by Mabel's direct comeback. He laughed coldly. Enough talk. Just bring out the disciple who perfected finger of one thought in one night. Let me see something rare. Yes, indeed. It's time for Berkif P. Kobigwa to broaden his horizons. Don't worry, he should arrive shortly. Soon after, someone entered from outside. Report, the person has been brought here. Good, let him in, Mabel instructed, turning to look at Adon. Berkif P. Kobigwa, it's time for you to widen your horizons. Adon braced himself, looking towards the hall entrance. Hastily he spoke and got quite a fright. When he realized it was that same immortal cultivator kid from before, he instantly calmed down. Trash like you doesn't even have the qualifications to enter Sun Moon sect's territory. Furthermore, to aspire to master the thought finger in one night? Adon remarked, turning his head back towards Mabel. It would be an achievement if Starry Sky Peak can admit such a good-for-nothing. Mabel made no comment, only saying, your disciples asked me something just now which peak leader Gua hasn't replied yet. If my disciple masters the thought finger, what will you eat right here? Nothing. Adon's expression darkened as he roared in a deep voice. His denial wasn't due to fear. It was just that as a peak leader, this kind of speech was truly unbecoming, said only inadvertently in a moment of indiscretion. However, since this trash from your Starry Sky Peak really masters the thought finger, I'll hand over this middle-grade immortal sword in my hands, he continued. Really? Mabel raised her brows, looking at the green sword in his hands. But, I have a condition. If this immortal cultivator lacks the ability, would it be okay for Peak Leader Lu to personally confess that Starry Sky Peak is trash? Adon said coldly with a laugh. Mabel frowned, silent. How afraid? Peak Leader Lu? Adon laughed. If you are, just say so. Why insist on acting tough? The real nature of your Starry Sky Peak, everyone is well aware of. Adon's words enraged Mabel until her face alternated between white and red. If she were to really say those words, she would lose all her dignity. But if she didn't agree, it would amount to admitting she was exaggerating and lying before. After all, it was her who declared with confidence that Mitchell had mastered the thought finger in one night. Who knows what articles Adon might use it for? She involuntarily looked at Mitchell beside her. Mitchell nodded solemnly, then walked out himself. Did Peak Leader Gua mean what he just said? I'm Sun Moon Peak's leader, a man of honor. Adon said deeply. Fine. A corner of Mitchell's lips curled up. But the stake isn't enough yet. It should be raised further. When he finished speaking, Mabel and Adon standing beside each other simultaneously widened their eyes. If I win, you not only have to give over that sword, but also verbally admit that Sun Moon Peak is trash. Of course, if you win, I, Starry Sky Peak's leader, will also admit that Starry Sky Peak is trash apart from letting you take away my life. Mitchell spoke leisurely. You. Mabel's expression changed as she wanted to stop Mitchell. Yet, Mitchell waved his palm, throwing a reassuring glance towards her. Well done, boy. You've got guts. I accept, Adon said coldly. He originally thought that he was the one supposed to be cocky, but never expected the kid before him to cause trouble. Secondly, hearing that a junior from within the mountain had managed to master the thought finger in one night, they rushed over out of surprise. Everyone saw the commotion here as well as Peak Leader Gua's oath. They were all stunned beyond belief. In the next moment, they watched as a young man emerged from the grand hall, looking left and right. Where should I choose? Mitchell held his chin in thought, then looked towards Sun Moon Peak. Do you really have confidence? Mabel, who followed behind, couldn't help but ask. This oath was too harsh. Her Starry Sky Peak and Sun Moon Peak were usually not on good terms, but they had never reached the point of swearing and betting before. She had already decided that Mitchell's actions were all for Starry Sky Peak. If the bet failed, she would protect Mitchell's life no matter what. The appearing Adon, seeing Mabel's anxious face and hearing her question, felt reassured. He acted as if victory was in the bag. Walking arrogantly towards Mitchell, he said, young men, high-spirited, cannot bear to be looked down upon. It's natural. Admitting yourself to be trash is all right. It's just that most people don't acknowledge their ordinariness. As for trash, they definitely won't admit it. But waste pretending to be awesome and acting as genius deserves death. Ha ha ha. Adon finished speaking and burst into laughter towards the sky, heading to Sun Moon sect's training ground. Chapter 585. Mysteriously satisfying. This guy kept calling others trash, and Mitchell's blood was boiling. If it weren't for his subordinates not being present, he would have cast the finger of intent at Adon immediately. Get dead. Are you really sure? Mabel's voice came from behind him. Even though she had received reports from her subordinates, she still wanted to hear Mitchell confirm it with confidence. After all, mastering the finger of intent in one night sounded too incredible. Don't worry. It's just a finger of intent. Mitchell said calmly. Mabel observed his composed demeanor and was relatively calm herself, but she felt somewhat uneasy inside. She promised, if you can indeed use it, I will grant you a wish as a reward. What wish? Mitchell asked upon hearing the word, wish. Any wish within my power, as long as you ask. Mabel replied. Fine. Mitchell nodded happily. Let's see. With that, he walked confidently towards the training ground. In the vast training ground of the Sun Moon sect, a man in white stood with his hands behind his back on the central platform. He looked like an ethereal, solitary figure. The training ground was surrounded by crowds of people. Not only the Star Peak members were there, but even the Sun Moon Peak members showed up, as did other sect disciples who heard about a disciple who mastered the finger of intent overnight and challenged the Sun Moon Peak leader. Looking out over the training ground, a sea of black heads filled the area. Mitchell stood on the platform, straight-backed and chin slightly lifted, exuding an air of confidence. Unfortunately, from this position, he couldn't see Sun Moon Peak. Glancing around, he noticed a large crowd. Perfect. The next moment, Mitchell raised his hand, extending only his index finger and pointing afar. Left, right, up, down, twisting his neck. Whoosh whoosh. As streams of chi dispersed from Mitchell's fingertips, the crowd erupted. These are the currents unique to a perfected finger of intent, exclaimed Engage from Star Peak. We never imagined our Star Peak could produce such a prodigy. They laughed heartily, their brows raised and spirits uplifted. Indeed, to master the finger of intent in just one night is truly exceptional talent. Mabel let out a sigh of relief while looking at Mitchell with a complicated expression. Initially shocked by what her subordinates reported, she was still amazed by Mitchell's demonstration of the perfected finger of intent. After the initial shock wore off, joy spread across her face. She glanced at Adon, who stood among the front row. At the same time, Adon stood in disbelief. He stared at Mitchell and took several steps back. How is this possible? Why not? Mitchell blew air at his extended finger, glancing at Adon. Do you want another look, Leader Gua? He then pointed upward again. Whoosh. Adon stood stunned for a moment before finally reacting, his expression darkening. Leader Gua, you saw it yourself. Shouldn't you honor your bet now? Mitchell walked down from the platform, heading straight for Adon. Adon's eyes narrowed and his face grew sullen. Ignoring this, Mitchell taunted. Quick, say that Sun Moon Peak is trash, he shouted. You dare. Adon, enraged, prepared to attack. But before he could strike Mitchell, Mabel intercepted with a palm, stopping him. Seeing this, Mitchell's eyebrows furrowed, pushing Mabel aside without letting her speak. What are you doing? Trying to hit me? Come on, try me. Mitchell leaned forward, pointing to his head. If you can't kill me, you're nothing but trash. While saying this, Mitchell brought up his system interface and navigated to the random teleportation page. If Adon dared to attack, he'd instantly return to Shadow Island and bring his powerful followers back to settle scores. So what if it was a reincarnation realm practitioner? He had plenty of those. Enraged to the point of bursting, Adon was about to strike again, full of murderous intent. Once more, Mabel intervened. This time, she used all her strength to barely stop the infuriated Adon. Adon, remember the oath you made to the heavenly Tao? If you break it, the heavens will not forgive you. Mabel defended herself while speaking. By then, not only will you be punished, but also Sun Moon Peak. Adon halted, his face turning red with frustration. Even if I lost, it doesn't mean I can't kill him. Adon protested. Our bet didn't include sparing his life after losing. So, you can't handle losing? Mitchell shrugged. Wanting to kill me after losing. Jealous of my extraordinary talent. Just a reincarnation realm nobody. Acting so arrogantly, he scoffed. Reincarnation realm practitioners were plentiful to him. There was no fear of Adon escaping this. Cautious speech. Mabel warned, unable to hold back any longer. Though annoying, Adon was still at the reincarnation realm level, and Sun Moon sect had several. Mitchell's remarks not only insulted them but also degraded others below the reincarnation realm, essentially offending the entire Sun Moon sect. Mitchell quickly realized his mistake, pointing at Adon. Of course, I'm referring to him being trash, not everyone here. Harming innocents wasn't necessary. Look, I've never seen such an audacious, arrogant person. Adon raged. I'm sure you've never seen someone with my talent. Mitchell stretched out his index finger, eyes flicking to Adon, and blew casually before pointing upward again. This visibly agitated Adon. Enough. Mabel interjected, mediating while giggling through her fingers, feeling strangely satisfied seeing Adon humbled. But anyway, since you've lost, Leader Gua should fulfill the bet. Chapter 586. All predestined. You, Mabel, have you no shame in bullying people like this? Adon asked through gritted teeth, his face dark. We haven't been too harsh. I'm just looking out for you. Mitchell walked forward with a smirk. After all, you swore an oath by heavenly Tao. If you don't fulfill your promise, the punishment from the heavens will be on you. Are you going to blame us for kindly reminding you? Forget it then. Not fulfilling it? No problem at all. We don't need it anymore. Mitchell said indifferently, nodding at Mabel and preparing to leave. You. Adon spat blood from anger. His eyes were red, his teeth grinding together as he glared hatefully at Mitchell. Leaving aside that he had already taken an oath, even if he hadn't, losing face in front of so many people would still cost him dearly. Witnessing Adon's state, everyone on Starlight Peak, including Mabel, felt an intense sense of satisfaction. Recalling the day when new disciples joined, Mitchell's actions were a form of turnabout being fair play. For years they had been overshadowed by Sun Moon Peak. Now, this was truly a time of pride and relief. This human immortal disciple looked better, and better the more one watched. Meanwhile, Adon's refusal to uphold his vow caused a wave of discussions among others around them. Can Sun Moon Peak not accept defeat? Indeed, it's clear they lost. Why struggle? This only darkened Adon's face further. Hum. A sword hum as a mid-grade immortal artifact struck the ground. Is it enough now, saying my Sun Moon Peak is trash? His face was twisted with rage as he cast a hateful glance at Mitchell before swiftly departing the scene. Ha ha ha. Seeing Adon lose face and flee in disarray, those on Starlight Peak burst into laughter. What satisfaction. How gratifying it was watching Adon fall flat. Ha ha, young friend, I am the gauge in charge of daily affairs on our Starlight Peak. Feel free to drop by any time. Young friend, you've truly impressed us. You're the first human immortal I admire wholeheartedly. Young friend, how about having some drinks? Feel free to visit me. Almost instantly, various gauges and disciples of Starlight Peak approached to make friends with Mitchell. Mitchell could hardly keep from smiling broadly. Finally, he experienced what it felt like to be surrounded and admired by many. This was different from before. Back in Pingjiang City, only old folks gathered around him, which was boring. Show them some strength, and their delayed reactions weren't much of a thrill either. Well, you can step back for now, Mabel said at this point. Hearing this, the excited crowd dispersed one by one. Yet, despite her words, Mabel's heart couldn't settle down. She had to admit, this guy genuinely impressed her. To perfect, one-thought finger, overnight and humiliate Adon so thoroughly was something she never imagined before. Tell me, what do you want? Mabel asked softly. Mitchell scratched his head, unsure of what to ask immediately. How about later? Mitchell proposed. Sure. Mabel agreed, even more impressed. Other disciples would eagerly voice their requests given this opportunity. This guy, however, calmly opted for later. Truly remarkable. But, since you embarrassed Adon today, he probably won't let it go. He might secretly target you. You must be careful, Mabel warned. A mere reincarnation realm trash. Nothing to fear. Mitchell waved indifferently. This slightly twitched Mabel's face. Why isn't this human immortal afraid of a reincarnation realm expert? Still, she added, remember, he's not a reincarnation realm practitioner, but a 9. Mitchell asked. It's the same group you saw last time, about 4 to 5,000. Besides you as a human immortal, the lowest rank is Earth Immortal, Mabel explained, glancing at Mitchell. This darkened Mitchell's face. So what if he was a human immortal? Internally, he wondered if he could bring the old fellows from the backyard to assist him. In short, I have a task for you. If you place within the top 500, I'll agree to another request of yours, Mabel stated. All right. Mitchell accepted. Whatever happened later, he'd worry then. For now, every opportunity counted. After Mitchell left, Mabel stared at him for a long while. Sigh. She sighed deeply. This lad perfected one-thought finger overnight, unheard of and unseen. It shows his talent for celestial arts is heaven-defying. Unfortunately, examining his bones earlier, they are set. Such age as a human immortal sets his ultimate limit. What a pity indeed. If he had reached high immortal now, his future achievements might surpass the entire Sun-Moon sect. Engaged from behind her emerged, equally sighing. Rapid mastery of celestial arts doesn't equate to the same aptitude in cultivation advancement. Perhaps it's due to his origins. All predestined. However, cultivating him somewhat should still be possible. Maybe becoming engaged on Starlight Peak someday. That's why I encouraged him to achieve a top 500 rank. Peak Kobe, isn't that goal too high? Zach queried. With 4 to 5,000 disciples, he's the lowest human immortal. While he has mastered one thought finger, that can't compensate for the vast cultivation gap. I think a top 3,000 rank would be good enough. 500 was a random target. I didn't expect him to actually get it. As you say, a top 3,000 wouldn't be bad either. Hashtag chapter 587. Live well. Shadow Island. Amidst the raging sandstorm, a lone Selena trudged forward. The red gown that should have been fiery bright was now coated with yellow sand, turning it into a dull brown hue. She bent over, stopping to catch her breath after every 2 steps. Even though she was utterly exhausted and her cultivation severely eroded by the island's chaotic energy, on the verge of collapse, she remained resolute. Each step, though slow, was firm. Andy observed everything from above the storm. These days, he had been tasked by Thorn to recruit people of the reincarnation realm and above on Shadow Island. He had been following this red-clothed Selena for quite some time. Most people would have died in such an environment. Even if they survived like him, they would have sought refuge in a safer place, waiting for death. However, she had never stopped moving, not once contemplating giving up. She would explore the eastern edge, ponder at the Black Sea where shadowfish leaped, and search through wolf corpses. Andy knew she was trying to find a way out. This Selena's tenacity truly impressed Andy. Despite the harsh conditions of Shadow Island, where survival was nearly impossible, she never lost hope. It was time. Watching her slowly move through the storm, Andy descended. As the wind and sand blew fiercely, Coleman raised her arm to shield herself. Lowering her hand, she saw a figure standing before her, causing her to startle. Senior! Coleman exclaimed in surprise. For days, she had been searching for this person, the powerful being who could use their cultivation freely on Shadow Island. He represented her only hope of escape. Andy nodded, hands behind his back, observing Coleman. Do you know where you're headed? Andy asked. Coleman hesitated. Please forgive my rudeness, but I've been following your trail these past few days. Following me? Andy raised an eyebrow, surprised. Why? Seeing no hostility, Coleman breathed a sigh of relief and admitted. You are the only one on this island who can use cultivation freely without restraint. I need to leave, and you're my only hope. Do you want to leave? Andy asked knowingly. Coleman nodded firmly. Yes. Do you think you can? Andy countered. Coleman hesitated, then trembled. May I ask, who is your sovereign from the immortal world? She inquired cautiously. She, too, was a notable figure in the immortal world, having heard of famous or legendary figures. But the nameless sovereign mentioned by Andy left her clueless. Humph. Andy snorted. Names mean little. My sovereign remains anonymous in the immortal world. Not just anyone can hear about him. Indeed, senior, you speak wisely, Coleman agreed, hiding her internal shock. Even legendary figures paled in comparison to this mysterious sovereign. Andy looked satisfied. I came here on my sovereign's orders. He needs at least reincarnation realm cultivators to serve him. I've been watching you for some time and can see your resilience and good character. Do you wish to follow my sovereign? Andy asked directly. Coleman looked at Andy in disbelief, overwhelmed with joy. No wonder her clan's gauges had calculated that her fortune was rare in millennia. This was it. She thought she was doomed to perish on Shadow Island. But now she had found hope. What a turn of events. Of course I do. Coleman couldn't contain her excitement. Andy wasn't surprised. He expected no less. Very well, follow me. Realizing Coleman couldn't use her cultivation, he scooped her up and flew away. In an instant, they landed steadily in a new location. Ahead lay a simple yet ancient courtyard. Coleman stared in amazement. Following Andy into the old gong. You found another reincarnation realm cultivator for our sovereign. Congratulations. More rewards for you when the boss returns. Indeed, it seems like another breakthrough might be on the horizon. A plump auntie carrying a basket chimed in with a smile. Old Gong sure has good luck, taking on such a lucrative task. Unlike us, who can only till the soil and weed, doing some picking work. Andy also laughed in response, watching as the two walked away before turning back to Coleman. With the sovereign not here, I don't have the courage to pick fruits from the backyard for you. Stay here for a while, and let your injuries heal. Once you're healed, you should leave. You cannot stay here long-term until the sovereign returns. Yes, yes, Coleman replied, her lips trembling, but her heart was pounding even more fiercely, because of uncertainty, anxiety, and excitement. Andy continued, when the sovereign returns, I will send you a message, and then you can come back to meet him in person. If he agrees, you may stay. Hearing this, Coleman couldn't help but ask, may I inquire when the sovereign will return? She didn't want to spend a moment longer outside. No one knows, Andy responded, slightly displeased at her question. Can just anyone know where the sovereign goes? Yes, Coleman quickly lowered her head in apology. I apologize, senior, for my presumption. Fine, Andy waved his hand dismissively. Just wait for my message, and try not to die on Shadow Island in the meantime. Rest assured, senior. Before the sovereign returns, I will do. In this desolate world, she had finally found a beacon of hope, and she would not let it slip away. Chapter 588, The Kobe's Favorite. Mitchell walked back, lost in thought about bringing someone over. Considering the competition, he was the lowest-ranked human immortal. Unremarkably, on Shadow Island, cultivation couldn't be used, which worked to his advantage. He had combat skills and survival abilities honed from wilderness living that even powerful figures couldn't match under such conditions. But out here, everyone could use their cultivation. Not only did they compete, but also fought for dominance. Among thousands of people, he was the weakest. An accidental misstep could lead to death. Rewards were secondary. Life was more important. Of course, if he quietly brought along a recycle realm cultivator who matched the peak of Sun Moon Sect's masters, winning first place would be easy. Furthermore, Adon wasn't an easy character. He provoked him and felt Adon's killing intent. Mitchell needed to act before being targeted. Deciding firmly, Mitchell resolved to go back to Shadow Island and bring someone as an assistant. Strike first, or suffer the consequences. Additionally, this system often let him down. What if it could only transport him, not others? He mustn't be too presumptuous then. Opening the system, Mitchell vanished. In the courtyard of Shadow Island, Andy sat guarding the gate when a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Mitchell. Andy's eyes lit up. Kobe has returned. Kobe? What a high-sounding and imposing title. Mitchell glanced at Andy's respectful posture, inwardly amused by the grand title. Straightening himself, hands behind his back, he maintained a calm demeanor befitting the title. Where are the others? As he spoke, many people rushed out of the courtyard. Ah, Kobe is back. Greetings, Kobe. Everyone greeted him respectfully. Mitchell was thoroughly pleased by their respect and the grand title. They received Kobe's compliment. Everyone looked at Mitchell happily. Mitchell couldn't let them know his joy stemmed from the title. If so, the prestige would diminish. So, he pointed to the plants in the backyard. The courtyard looks nice. Thank you, Kobe. They responded delightedly. Only Andy wasn't thrilled. Quickly, he added, Kobe, the person I recruited per your orders, a female, recycle realm, has good morals and resilience. Good, Mitchell replied. Hearing this, Andy grinned. Thank you, Kobe. Should she come see me? Andy asked. No need. Mitchell waved a hand. I'm busy now. Have her come later and swear loyalty to stay. Yes, Andy replied. Your subordinate dares not entertain any other thoughts. If you doubt my loyalty, I won't leave. Andy exclaimed, raising his palm toward his head. Not only will I abandon departure, but I'll self-destruct all cultivation to prove loyalty. Stop. Mitchell hastily interrupted. Too extreme. Questioning loyalty resulted in self-destruction. Explaining quickly, you misunderstood. I merely feared excitement might hinder tasks I assign. But seeing Andy's reaction, Mitchell felt entirely reassured. Andy breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Kobe rest assured, though exited. I will never, dare not, delay your business. Very well, Mitchell said, helping Andy rise. Stand up. Shakily standing, Andy began considering Mitchell's next move. If I go with you, what about the Selena? Mitchell scanned the crowd, spotting a farmer holding a hoe. What's your name? Startled by Mitchell asking and recalling the topic, Elliot's voice trembled. Kobe, this is Elliot. You manage the garden soil? Mitchell asked. Yes. Andy's leaving. Can you handle his duties? Mitchell asked. Absolutely. Elliot eagerly agreed. Good, manage the courtyard and its people when I leave. Also, settle the Selena's affairs, Mitchell instructed. Yes, your subordinate won't fail. Elliot slammed his hoe into the ground and loudly affirmed. Amused by Elliot's solemnity, Mitchell thought, managing a few gardeners in a courtyard hardly merited imperial dignity. Yet, it was impressive. Unlike old men from his martial hall or layabout disciples from Heavenly Gate, who showed bland admiration, this setup truly commanded respect. Indeed, great masters had different ways of establishing authority. All right, then I'm leaving. The matters here are left in your hands, Mitchell said. As he finished speaking, he grabbed Andy and vanished on the spot. A group of people were stunned. their eyes wide as they stared at where Mitchell had just disappeared from. Teleporting like that wasn't difficult outside, but Dark Shadow Island was a place where cultivation was suppressed, an extremely barren land of death with an ancient void barrier enclosing it for 10,000 years. They had thought that their master would need to cast a spell or use his cultivation to leave. They hadn't expected him to just vanish in an instant. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. We knew the Kobe was strong, but we didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's terrifying. Yeah, but Andy sure has good luck. He's the first one to go out. There's nothing to trying to observe her surroundings despite the harsh sandstorm. After staying in the courtyard for a while, her condition was much improved compared to before. These days, she had been waiting for news from the senior. Suddenly, she saw a person descend from midair right in front of her. Coleman quickly stood up. She recognized this person as the old man with the hoe who had been with the senior in the courtyard previously. Senior. She respectfully bowed. Remember me? Elliot smiled. The one who brought you earlier has left Shadow Island to handle matters outside. From now on, I will be your liaison. Upon hearing that someone had left, Coleman's eyes widened, and her heart raced with excitement. Really? She asked in shock. She hadn't expected not only Albin could go out, but also found a way to let others leave. What's so surprising about that? Elliot said nonchalantly. If you can prove your loyalty to Albin, you'll have a chance to leave too. Coleman didn't know what to say, clasping her hands together in prayer. Then, can I show my loyalty to Albin? What she had thought was just a glimmer of hope turned out to be more than just hope. It was something easily achievable. Follow me. Albin has returned. She agreed to take you under her wing, Elliot said. Coleman was so excited she didn't know where to put her hands. Really? Do you mean I can follow you now? Yes. Elliot watched Coleman's thrilled reaction and understood. Anyone would be happy with such an incredible opportunity. Elliot soon led Coleman to the courtyard. Coleman tidied her already ragged clothes and nervously followed Elliot into the courtyard, her heart pounding like a drum. She was very nervous. When she entered the house with Elliot, expecting to meet the legendary leader, there was no one inside. The senior did not even pause but walked straight to the backyard. Senior, where is Albin? Coleman asked carefully as she followed. The leader took the senior who met you earlier to handle matters outside, Elliot explained. Coleman felt slightly disappointed. She had been eagerly awaiting the chance to meet the powerful leader whom she admired so much. She thought she'd meet her today, but apparently not. Elliot turned to look at Coleman. Seeing her disappointment, he continued, though Albin isn't here, she has instructed that if you swear allegiance to her, you can stay. Hearing this, Coleman looked up and smiled again. By the way, I'll pick some grapes and fruits for you later, Elliot added. Eat them to restore yourself. He paused and thought for a moment. It's best to find a quiet place to eat. Yes, Coleman responded, thinking of eating the grapes and fruits from the courtyard, better than top-tier celestial pills in the heavenly realm, filled her with joy. Soon, Coleman swore allegiance and officially became a part of the group. Engagely Selena with a basket approached, placing a small plate of fruits and grapes in front of Coleman. Consider this your initiation gift. Don't rush, find a quiet place and eat slowly. Another reminder to eat in a quiet place. Coleman looked down and saw only 2 grapes and a small piece of fruit on the plate. The Gagely Selena noticed her expression and said, don't think it's too little. Any more might overwhelm you. Not at all, not at all, Coleman replied hurriedly. One is enough for me. The Gagely Selena smiled, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left to work. Coleman looked at the fruits on the plate, afraid to touch them in case they fell. She rubbed her hands together, looked around, and decided to listen to the senior's advice by finding a quiet place to eat. She carefully picked up the plate and found a secluded spot, sitting cross-legged. She cautiously placed a grape in her mouth. In an instant, a powerful force surged through her, nearly overwhelming her mind. At that moment, she understood why the senior had told her to find a quiet place. Immediately, she sat upright and began practicing breathing exercises. Farmers working in the courtyard occasionally looked up, wiping sweat, glancing over. Later in the evening, a surge of power spread through the air. It looks like the girl has broken through. She has great talent, Elliot remarked, looking at that spot. Talent means nothing before Albin. Even the least talented can become geniuses with Albin's resources, the Gagely Selena carrying the basket replied. If she hadn't broken through, that would be the problem. You're right, Elliot agreed, nodding. Meanwhile, Coleman in the quiet place slowly opened her eyes. Beneath her calm face, her heart raced in awe. Everyone knew these fruits and grapes were potent, but only she truly understood how powerful they were. She had encountered a bottleneck early in her cultivation journey and had never managed to break through despite many years. Once, attempting to forcefully transcend the bottleneck nearly drove her to madness, and it took the collective effort of her clan to save her. After being saved, she dared not practice anymore. If she were to slip and succumb to madness again, no one could save her. This time, her hope lay in overcoming this very bottleneck. And the fruits and grapes not only dissolved her bottleneck, but also boosted her cultivation rapidly. Her progress was astonishing. Coleman took a deep breath, suppressing her shock and trembling. There was no longer any doubt in her mind. This place, which she had calculated with the Tion Pan, held immense fortune. Inside the Sun Moon sect headquarters, Mitchell brought Andy to a secluded corner, looking around cautiously. Seeing no one, he began to speak. I have 2 tasks for you. Yes, Andy stood before Mitchell, listening, sighing helplessly. He fell into silence, feeling awkward about revealing his true strength after being idolized and called Kobe. While Mitchell was silent, many thoughts raced through Andy's mind. Does Kobe have difficulties? Why ask if I can do it? Is he testing me? Testing what? My judgment? After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Andy spoke up. I can't gauge Kobe's level. There are 2 possibilities. Either Kobe is so powerful that I can't tell, or a human immortal equivalent to a mortal in the immortal realm. Mitchell raised an eyebrow. He indeed figured it out. Of course, Kobe can't possibly be a mere human immortal. It must be that this subordinate can't fathom Kobe's depth. Andy lowered his head humbly. This subordinate is ashamed. Oh, he can explain it away like that? Ha! Mitchell nearly burst out laughing. This explanation perfectly resolved his troubles. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat theatrically, covering his mouth. That's right. Just a petty ninth-level profound immortal doesn't even deserve for me to move, Mitchell replied slowly, putting on a profound facade. That makes sense. Andy agreed inwardly. Indeed, a mere ninth-level profound immortal wasn't worth Kobe's personal intervention. Therefore, this time bringing him out might mean Kobe wanted him to handle trivial matters that weren't worthy of Kobe's own hands. But another conflicting thought popped into Andy's mind. If Kobe is so powerful, why not directly recruit someone from the outside at the reincarnation realm, or even more powerful? Wouldn't that be much easier and eliminate the need to come back and forth to Shadow Island? Andy voiced his query and added, why does Kobe only recruit people on Shadow Island? Mitchell's eyelids twitched. This, stupid question. With his mediocre strength, where else could he deceive powerful figures other than on Shadow Island, where everyone's powers are suppressed? Outside, any one of them could crush him like a pancake. He was mentally illiterate, not brain dead. If he met these people outside rather than on Shadow Island, they definitely wouldn't swear to follow him. Of course, he couldn't say that to Andy. I will only recruit from Shadow Island for now, he replied vaguely. Why? Andy persisted. Heavenly secrets, Mitchell said mysteriously, slowly shaking his head. Cannot be revealed. Ah, Andy was momentarily speechless. In the next moment, he realized something and immediately clamped his mouth shut, afraid to press further. When Kobe mentioned heavenly secrets, in the immortal realm, so-called heavenly secrets were not real mysteries but individual destinies or significant events concerning continents or the entire immortal realm. Powerful figures used heavenly discs for divination. Even stronger ones used star discs, such as those old monsters in the celestial hall. And no one could truly predict real heavenly secrets. When Kobe mentioned them, it was definitely not the ordinary kind in the immortal realm. Kobe seemed to be plotting something huge. Such importance justified Kobe's cautious approach. What could it be? Andy pondered silently. All right, you may step back for now. Just as Andy was contemplating, Mitchell interrupted. Find a secluded place and wait for my instructions. I'll notify you via jade slip when the time comes. Yes, Kobe. Andy replied and withdrew. Yet as he left, Andy's mind remained chaotic, replaying Mitchell's words. Kobe only recruits from Shadow Island, and Shadow Island is the most dangerous place in the immortal realm, akin to a death cell from which no one escapes. Only serious offenders could be sent to Shadow Island. Andy suddenly stopped in his tracks. The Celestial Hall. Could it be? This thought startled him. Could Kobe's plan involve the Celestial Hall? It must be. Initially terrified, Andy calmed down as he recalled Kobe's strength. He had seen a few of the old guards from the Celestial Hall. They were indeed formidable. But compared to Kobe, they were far behind. Whatever Kobe planned regarding the Celestial Hall, whether it involved destroying it and establishing a new one to rule the immortal realm, he, at least as a close follower, he would be engaged in the new Celestial Hall, making him feel immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, Mitchell returned to his quarters, considering assigning Andy to eliminate Adon. Although Adon was merely a ninth-level profound immortal, the Sun Moon sect certainly had more formidable beings. If Andy rashly killed Adon and the sect's stronger members discovered it, Mitchell would also be implicated. Better to proceed cautiously and wait for the right opportunity to ensure no ties linked him to the action. On Sun Moon Peak within the Sun Moon sect, Adon simultaneously contemplated eliminating Mitchell. This poison seed must die to assuage my anger, Adon declared in his room, his tone filled with resentment. If the peak leader wants him dead, I'll go, offered one of his disciples eagerly. Adon waved his hand to stop him. If killing him were simple, I could easily dispatch him myself, Adon explained. But as Albin of Sun Moon Peak, losing my disciple wouldn't raise eyebrows. An easy accusation and done. However, he is from Star Peak, and you've seen how Mabel protects him as if he's a genius. Our peaks have long been at odds, and the sect leader has repeatedly cautioned me. If he finds out I killed a Star Peak disciple, he won't spare me. Therefore, we must act covertly, leaving no traces. Looking at his disciple, he added, you are my chief disciple. The sect leader and Mabel know your capabilities. Sending you would be too obvious. Then perhaps send a new, less experienced disciple, the man suggested. Adon nodded. Best if not too powerful. Stronger ones draw attention. But can a less skilled person kill him? The disciple hesitated. Humph. Adon sniffed disdainfully. He's merely a basic human immortal, even with one thought finger. A land immortal could easily kill him. That makes sense. I'll arrange for a land immortal then, the disciple replied. Go ahead. Deal with it quickly. I can't bear to look at that poison seed any longer, Adon ordered. Yes, Kobe. Walking towards Mabel's quarters, Mitchell had mastered one thought finger overnight. Now he intended to find additional cultivation techniques at the Immortal Techniques Pavilion. Unfortunately, the Sun Moon sect's rules limited new disciples to selecting only one low-level technique. Now he needed to speak with Mabel to see if his exceptional talent warranted special treatment. The forest was quiet. Mitchell walked alone along the path hidden by bamboo groves. Suddenly, a few bamboo stalks stirred, and a figure landed in front of Mitchell. The man had a sharp nose and a simian jawline. He didn't look like a good person at all. Mitchell wanted to avoid him, but the man blocked his path. A good dog doesn't block the way. Mitchell frowned, warning him off warily. No wonder they want you dead. Your mouth needs a beating just as much, the sharp-nosed man said, waving his hand to summon a crystal sword into his palm. As soon as the sword appeared, a murderous intent filled the air. You want to kill me? Mitchell asked, his brow furrowing. Exactly, I'm here to kill you, the man replied coldly. Hearing this, Mitchell's heart skipped a beat. But he didn't panic. Instead, he tried to appear calm. I'm a genius from Star Peak. Do you really think you can kill me? Haha, genius. Just a human immortal genius. With my peak land immortal cultivation, killing you is like killing a chicken. the sharp-nosed man sneered, looking at Mitchell as if he were already dead. With that, he swung his sword, aiming straight for Mitchell. Before he even moved, the sword's aura, swirling with immense power, was already charging towards Mitchell. Chapter 591. What is my true cultivation level? The sharp-nosed man's powerful aura surged towards Mitchell, lifting him off the ground. Mitchell's first instinct was to flee, but then he thought he should give it a try. When it came to disciples' trials in the future, Earth Immortals would be as numerous as fish crossing a river. This was an opportunity for him to gauge his own strength against an Earth Immortal. If the disparity was too great, he could always slip away using the system. Could it be that? Mitchell suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened, and he immediately summoned the system. I ask you, how did I manage to defeat a fully enlightened Earth Immortal? He asked, considering a possibility, and followed up, am I not a low-level human immortal? Ding, the system responded. Host strength, unknown? Mitchell was perplexed. Unknown? How can you not know? Wasn't my cultivation directly given by you? Mitchell gritted his teeth, almost wanting to punch the system. Damn it, what level am I really? Ding, unknown. Will you tell me or not? If not, I'll destroy you. Mitchell threatened. A shiver ran through his mind, followed by the system's voice. Can be a human immortal. Human immortal? Mitchell tilted his head. So, he really was a human immortal. But how did I kill him? He stared at the blood-soaked ground. Garbage system. He grumbled, turning to walk towards Star Peak. After a while, Mitchell arrived at Hall Garfield's residence. He walked straight up to Garfield. Hall, I have a question, he said bluntly. Garfield was meditating when he sensed Mitchell's presence and turned to look at him. What is it? I want to ask, can a low-level human immortal defeat a fully enlightened Earth Immortal? Before the words had finished leaving his mouth, Garfield replied with certainty, absolutely impossible. Crossing ranks in combat is already challenging, let alone crossing 7 ranks. It's absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Mitchell asked again, what if the finger of thought was fully enlightened? At the mention of the fully enlightened finger of thought, Garfield immediately turned to look at Mitchell. Many members of the Sun Moon sect had mastered the finger of thought, but recently, there was only one human immortal junior brother who made a big splash with it. Are you asking about yourself? He questioned curiously. Without hiding anything, Mitchell nodded. That's right. Low-level human immortals definitely cannot kill fully enlightened Earth Immortals. As he spoke, Garfield recalled Mitchell's extraordinary talent. But perhaps, someone with exceptional, once-in-a-millennium talent might be able to. Hearing this, Mitchell's eyes lit up. It seems Hall is talking about me. Receiving the answer he wanted, Mitchell was ready to leave contentedly. Thanks to his natural gifts, although his cultivation was just at the human immortal stage, it appeared he had already reached the level of a fully enlightened Earth Immortal. Chapter 592. A tremendous breakthrough. A genius, truly a genius. To be able to fight 7 ranks above using just a low-level immortal rank. A once-in-10,000 years talent. Yes, that's him. Mitchell laughed out loud. But, perhaps he was no longer just a human immortal. How did he level up? He had never even cultivated. But then again, he never had before. Perhaps it was because he came to this misty and ethereal immortal realm. With his exceptional talent, the immortal essence was absorbed unconsciously, gradually enhancing his strength. So, he might have already reached Earth Immortal without realizing it. And why the system showed unknown might be because it was too basic for higher realms. After all, he obtained the system in the mortal world. This subpar system might only recognize up to human immortal. Beyond that, it's useless. Forget it. Anyway, he's now a super genius, and the system is just a minor inconvenience. As for cultivation stages, who cares? Knowing he's invincible below Earth Immortal with his finger of enlightenment is enough. Mitchell left happily. After some time, Adon received reports from his disciples. Mitchell wasn't killed, but instead, the dispatched Earth Immortal turned into a pool of blood and flesh. Adon flew into a rage. How did you handle things? You couldn't even take care of a mere human immortal. The disciple lowered his head, stammering, maybe someone helped Mitchell. Someone saw Mitchell visit Lou Justinazu's personal disciple, Garfield. Garfield? Adon said the name, a dangerous air around him. Indeed, Mitchell was only a human immortal. To achieve such a feat must mean he had help. What good luck he has, he muttered. But I don't believe his luck will last. Next time, send a golden immortal. But we've alerted him, so we need to wait for now. Just go. That brat must die. Otherwise, his heart will never rest. Yes. Mitchell realized he was not only a once-in-10,000 years rare talent, but also very likely had upgraded his strength unknowingly. In high spirits, he wanted to drink and celebrate with someone. The first person he thought of was Hall Garfield. Holding a wine pot cheerfully, he headed towards Garfield's residence. But upon arrival, he learned Garfield wasn't there. Hall was called away. Seems like something happened. Other disciples saw Mitchell and informed him. What does junior brother E want from Hall U? Although Mitchell was only a human immortal, they all knew him. After all, he publicly embarrassed Kobigwa from Sun Moon Peak. For long, Sun Moon Peak and Star Sky Peak were on bad terms, with Star Sky Peak always being suppressed. So Mitchell earned their respect and affection as a Star Sky Peak disciple. Seeing Mitchell, they treated him warmly. When will Hall return? We're not sure, an early-stage Earth Immortal disciple replied. But what do you need? We can pass the message when he returns. Seeing the warm reception, Mitchell shook the wine pot in his hand. Nothing much, just wanted to find Hall to drink and celebrate some happy news. Oh, nothing serious. A nearby Earth Immortal disciple George slapped his thigh. Can't you invite us as well? Why make it sound like we can't drink? Back in the mortal world, I had the title Unfallen after 1,000 cups. Another Earth Immortal disciple Dai joined in. Well, you scare me. Even 1,000 cups wouldn't fill your teeth gap, Mitchell laughed, turning to Wave. Come, let's drink together. Not 1,000 cups, but a few glasses won't hurt. Behind, a few seniors laughed. All right, let's go. Let's try junior brother Yi's wine. Sure, this treat is great. Paul, you missed out. Ha ha ha. Everyone followed Mitchell to the forest near Sun Moon Peak. There, by the stream, a mat spread with food and drinks awaited them, including a pot of bubbling broth. All the seniors swallowed hard at the sight. Wow, where did junior brother get all this delicious stuff? George asked delightedly. Few in Sun Moon sect ate. Most practiced abstention. Even if they did eat, it was only those in higher positions or gauges who consumed foods beneficial for cultivation. In the kitchen, Mitchell sat down first, inviting others to join. Though most disciples abstained, the sect still maintained a proper kitchen for banquets and preparing for disciple. Right. Ha ha ha, no need, ha ha ha, Mitchell modestly replied, nearly splitting his lips from smiling. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style, ensuring a natural and fluent narrative while keeping the storyline coherent with previous content. Chapter 593, Truly Smart. Several people were chatting happily, oblivious to the presence of newcomers around them. When they finally noticed, 5 blue-robed figures had already surrounded them. Seeing the intruders, all the senior disciples, including George and Fremont, became serious. Only Mitchell looked at the 5 surrounding him calmly. Who are you? They are disciples from the Sun Moon Peak. George's face grew grim. And they're all senior disciples. These people clearly did not have good intentions. George stood up. You guys are really idle at Sun Moon Peak if you have time to come wandering here. Do you want to enjoy the scenery? While George feigned calmness, he subtly moved his hand, preparing to send a jade slip for help. One of the blue-robed men grabbed his wrist and hurled George away. The leader pointed at Mitchell. Our target today is him. I'm warning you others. This matter doesn't concern you. If you wish to live, leave now. Otherwise, you'll be dealt with too. The blue-robed man's tone brooked no argument. Fremont clenched his fists and whispered urgently beside Mitchell. Junior brother, run now. Their outside quickly rose, forming seals with their hands, ready to counterattack. Mitchell, holding his wine cup, listened to the blue-robed man's threats while sipping occasionally, completely unperturbed. Seeing this, he spat out some meat and slowly got up, dusting himself off. Hold on, he said to Albin. Don't you want to kill me? I'll give you a chance. At these words, both sides turned their attention to him. If you kill me here and stir up trouble between the peaks, Sun Moon Peak might sacrifice the 5 of you to quell the matter. Earth immortals, aren't they plentiful in this sect? Mitchell poked his teeth with a bamboo skewer. How about we go to the life and death platform instead? That way, you can kill me openly without affecting you. The life and death platform was where sect disciples engaged in life or death duels under a binding contract. Once 2 individuals stepped onto the platform, no one else from the sect could interfere. Even if one died, others could not seek revenge. This meant that if Mitchell went up against them on the life and death platform, and if Mitchell died, the Star Peak would have to swallow their anger and not blame the Sun Moon Peak. No. Fremont hurriedly intervened. Junior brother run now. On the life and death platform, you will certainly die, he urged anxiously. Hall Xia, please rest assured, Mitchell reassured him. This way, Hall not only establishes authority for Sun Moon Peak, but also lets Summit Kobik will personally witness your prowess in eliminating this brat. Perhaps our Summit Master will reward you then. The leader nodded approvingly. Good thinking. You're smart. When I ascend, I won't forget to elevate you. Then he faced Mitchell. Little rat, let's go to the life and death platform. Sure. Mitchell agreed casually, gently rubbing his finger. Since you're so eager to die, you shouldn't delay any longer. Bastard. The leader gritted his teeth angrily. I'll ensure you won't remain whole afterward. The same goes for you, Mitchell responded coolly, stepping toward the life and death platform. Damn. The leader fumed, rage nearly boiling over. He vowed to make this bastard regret being so arrogant. He would torture him mercilessly, make him kneel and apologize, then ensure he didn't leave the world intact. The 6 of them left one after another. Behind them, Fremont helped George up, looking admiringly at Mitchell's retreating figure. Not surprising at all from junior brother Knowing we couldn't fight, he found a way out. This way, he can find senior brothers within the peak to handle this matter. Truly smart. Chapter 594. Who told you I'm just a Rincian? Let's follow him first. The group followed closely behind. As soon as they left the woods, they encountered many Star Peak disciples passing by. Just then, George pulled the nearest. Seeing this, Fremont hurriedly added, see, they're all ours. Why do we need to go through something as drastic as the life and death arena? We can just kill them right now? Philip stroked his chin thoughtfully. That makes sense. Finally, you've seen reason. Fremont sighed with relief. I'll call the halls to act immediately. That does make sense, Philip continued, seemingly lost in thought. But it can't be only our Peak's people. He saw nothing but Star Peak disciples around him. No way. Hall, please. Philip turned to Fremont. Help me get people from Sun and Moon Peak here. Tell them Philip plans to crush their 5 trashy Dishin underfoot. Ack. Fremont felt his legs go weak. Won't that provoke the entire Sun and Moon Peak? They'll be furious. I fear they won't even get angry, Philip replied. Go, Hall, and make sure they are properly infuriated. Oh, don't forget Adon, Philip added. Let him see firsthand how his disciples turn into mush under my fists. Fremont felt his legs go limp again, wanting to persuade Philip further. Seeing Philip's resolute expression, however, he gave up and decided to tell Mabel as soon as possible. Star Peak. When Mabel heard the report, she was shocked. What? He, a mere Rincian, is going up against 5 Dishin from Sun and Moon Peak in the life and death arena? Yes, sect leader, the subordinate reported. He's already at the arena. Several disciples are trying to convince him to stop, but to no avail. Looking for death. Mabel rose abruptly. Go stop him. As she spoke, she vanished on the spot. At the same time, Adon also received the news. Sect leader, that little bastard Philip wants to go up against our Sun and Moon Peak's 5 Dishin disciples in the life and death arena. Excitedly, Adon asked, really? You mean the life and death arena? He had been frustrated over the failed assassination last time. And now the boy actually delivered himself to the arena. Haha, what a twist of fate. Heaven was helping him indeed. Not only could he kill Philip openly, but Star Peak would have no grounds to interfere. Two birds with one stone. Indeed, the subordinate spat with venom. That little bastard has also declared he wants you to personally witness how our disciples die miserably at his hands. What? This poisonous brat. Adon was enraged. He hurled the teacup in his hand. Calm down, sect leader, the subordinate consoled hurriedly. Philip is about to die anyway. Is it worth getting upset over a dying man? Adon forced himself to calm down, suppressing his anger. Well said, he stood up. He wants me to go, does he? Then I shall personally watch him die a horrible death. Each word was gritted through clenched teeth. Sun and Moon sect. Life and death arena. Upon arriving, Mabel saw Philip being held back by several senior brothers who were earnestly persuading him. Seeing Mabel, they seemed relieved. Sect leader, please talk some sense into him. He insists on going up against those 5 Dishin disciples from Sun and Moon Peak. George said urgently. Isn't this asking for death? Mabel glanced over. Beside them, 5 blue-robed disciples from Sun and Moon Peak stared at Philip with eyes burning with hatred. All 5 were perfect Dishin. Philip, don't be reckless. Mabel stepped forward. Do you realize they are all perfect Dishin, who can kill you without leaving a trace with just a wave of their hand? Despite her personal plea, Philip still showed some respect. After she finished speaking, Philip's face darkened. Reckless? Adon has tried to kill me multiple times. You tell me not to be reckless? His voice grew darker. Am I supposed to let Adon bully and kill me? That's not what I meant, Mabel sighed helplessly. Think about it. Given your cultivation level, isn't this suicide? Leave it to me. I'll protect you. I will also deal with Adon. Oh, sect leader, you're overthinking this, Philip said lightly. These trash are nothing I can't handle. Since they came after me, I can't let it slide. Let Adon see what happens when he provokes Philip. Mabel frowned. While Dishin might be trash to her, what strength did Philip truly possess? I know you're angry, but as a Rincian, how? Enough! Philip interrupted Mabel, turning to face her. Who told you I'm just a Rincian? Chapter 595. Have you ever seen someone so arrogant? These words stunned Mabel. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, and could only watch as Mitchell walked toward the life and death platform. Not a human immortal? Then what? She thought of Mitchell who had mastered the finger of meditation in one night. She was incredulous. Could it be that he is a highly skilled master hiding his true strength? Soon, Mabel shook her head to dispel the thoughts in her mind. It's unlikely. Why would such a powerful figure go through great lengths to come to my Sun Moon sect just to be a mere disciple on Star Peak? That doesn't make sense. Not far away, Adon watched Mitchell walk onto the life and death platform. He then glanced at Mabel, whose serious expression showed no hint of talking. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Now, even if I kill Mitchell, there will be no reason for Star Peak to cause me trouble. On the platform, Mitchell scanned the scene, his gaze falling on Adon. Adon looked at Mitchell without expression, as though he were looking at a dead man. Mitchell also wore a blank expression, staring directly at Adon. Leader Gua, and what about them? Them? The person in blue rolled his eyes. Do you think picking the weaker one will save you from calamity? Even the weakest among these 4 can kill you as easily as slaughtering a dog. Mitchell withdrew his hand and examined the golden imprint on his palm. It felt like powder that dispersed at a light touch. Damn, this seal is too perfunctory. He rubbed his palm. The day after next year will be your anniversary. Seeing that Mitchell wasn't responding, the person in blue raised his arm to cast a spell. Hold it. Hold it. Mitchell stopped him with an outstretched hand. What do you want now? The person in blue said impatiently, if you fear death, begging for mercy now is useless. No, you misunderstood, Mitchell said, pointing at the 4 people standing next to the platform. I meant for all 5 of you, trash to come up together. What? How arrogant. He actually... These words immediately caused an uproar below. Everyone stared at Mitchell wide-eyed. A human immortal. Where did he get the nerve to call 5 perfected Earth immortals trash? This made the Star Peak disciples indignant as well. Mitchell, don't act impulsively. Mabel couldn't hold back any longer, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Mitchell. Adon, laughing in anger, held her back. What is Peak Leader Lu trying to do? He asked while holding her back. As the Peak Leader, you cannot interfere in matters between disciples on the life and death platform. Are you ignoring the rules? Let me go. I can't let him throw his life away. Mabel tried to break free from Adon and move forward. You should shut up. Adon blocked Mabel's path, jeering without hesitation. I want him dead. You. Mabel was furious. He's just a child. Why are you so relentless? What kind of child? Already this arrogant before fully formed. Won't he desecrate my ancestors' graves once he does? Adon said bluntly, don't try to save him. Once on the life and death platform, no one can save him. Naturally, Mitchell also saw the commotion involving Mabel. Ignoring it, he simply looked at the bewildered 4 men below. I said, all 4 of you trash come up together. Don't tell me you don't understand. They're absolutely audacious. The 5 men's eyes blazed with fury. They had seen arrogance before, but never from someone without real power. They didn't care about being laughed at for attacking many versus few. Their sole intention was to crush Mitchell. The 4 men below instantly flew onto the life and death platform. Meanwhile, the Sun Moon Peak disciples were already enraged by the turn of events. Hall, beat him to death. Junior brother, disintegrate his bones into ashes. Yeah, beat him to death. Halls, cheer up. The roar of voices came from below as Mitchell cleared his ears. The 5 stood on the platform, surrounding Mitchell. At a gesture, weapons of various kinds appeared. All they needed was for the gauge overseeing the life and death platform to announce the start. and they would launch a coordinated attack, turning Mitchell into ashes. Chapter 596, Victory Posture. Just as the 5 men were ready, with everything set like an arrow on a bowstring, Mitchell suddenly spoke again. Wait, I have a request. What now? One of the blue-clothed men said impatiently. Why do you talk so much nonsense? You 5 surrounding me, even if you win, it wouldn't be fair, Mitchell said. You're all Earth immortals. Isn't it too easy to beat me? Stand together. Mitchell pointed to a spot. All of you stand over there. That spot happened to be in the direction where Adon was standing. I only have this one request. Please move over there. The 5 men were already extremely impatient. But fighting 5 against 1 wasn't glorious either. Anyway, Mitchell's death was inevitable, so it didn't matter much. They moved stiffly towards the location specified by Mitchell. Mitchell narrowed his eyes, watching the 5 men. He was scared too. Adon and a group of Sun Moon Peak disciples behind him. Instantly, the vast square became silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Even Mabel was speechless. Blood splashed on her as well, but because Adon was in front of her, it only stained the hem of her dress. But that did not stop her from being shocked. 5 perfect Earth immortals. Could they be instantly killed by 1 human immortal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he had perfected 1 thought finger, it wouldn't be possible. After the brief silence, cheers erupted from the Star Sky Peak side. Awesome. Good kill. My junior brother Mitchell is awesome. Everyone stand up and shout Mitchell is awesome. Mitchell is awesome. Mitchell is awesome. The cheering grew louder and louder. They finally understood why Mitchell stood fearlessly on the platform and dared to boast. It wasn't empty talk. He truly had the strength. There was no telling how excited they were. Their new junior brother eliminated 5 Earth immortals in an instant. Something unprecedented. Even the gauges of Star Sky Peak weren't much calmer than the disciples. Hiding strength, haha, hiding strength. This boy hid his true power. He's not a human immortal at all. Indeed, this lad hid very deeply. Now, it seems he is at least an Earth immortal. Correct. A human immortal wouldn't be able to kill 5 with just 1 thought finger. Only an Earth immortal can do that. This level of self-restraint and mental fortitude. Simply amazing. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. The Star Sky Peak disciples burst into enthusiastic applause once again. How satisfying. Incredibly satisfying. Especially seeing Adon's embarrassed retreat. It felt incredibly good. Mabel smiled brightly. She bowed to the gauge on the platform and ordered everyone to return to the peak. Yes, back to the peak. The disciples responded. After that, they rushed onto the platform, lifting Mitchell up. Among them was Engage from Star Sky Peak. Oh, Zakfong, leave this to the disciples. You're Engage, don't get mixed up. It's not dignified, a nearby Gage reminded. Oh, too suppressed today, got overly excited and forgot my status. My bad, my bad. The Gage stroked his beard and smiled, stepping down. Accompanied by the festive atmosphere, they returned to the peak with a victorious posture. Chapter 597, Concealing Strength. Mitchell was carried away, only to find Adon waiting for him with a grim expression. Before Adon could speak, Mitchell spoke first. Peak Kobigwa, covered in blood. Did you learn your lesson yet? Being carried, he appeared much taller than usual. He looked down at Adon from above, a mocking smile on his face. Adon had just been struck by Engage of the sect, and was now enduring severe internal injuries, twice at the hands of Mitchell. But, Peak Kobe, we've already lost 6 disciples to him. A disciple hesitated to say. So what? Adon turned around with red, glaring eyes at the speaking disciple. Do you want me to let him off? Peak Kobe, haven't you noticed something peculiar about that kid? The disciple continued. It seems clear now that he is definitely not just a human immortal. Even if he were a ground immortal, it's impossible to instantly kill 5 full circle ground immortals. And even though he says he was hiding his true strength, who knows how much he has hidden? So what? Adon narrowed his eyes at the disciple, a dangerous glint in them. My point is that we should observe for a while, the disciple said. We shouldn't rush to kill him, if... Before he could finish, Adon struck out with a palm. The disciple was immediately thrown by a terrifying force and landed like a broken kite on the ground, lifeless. Although he had received punishment from the sect Gage, it was not lethal. Killing a disciple was all too easy. Anyone who tries to persuade me not to kill Mitchell will meet the same fate. The hatred in Adon's face intensified. I must kill this person. Witnessing this turn of events, everyone surrounding him fell silent, not daring to advise any further. Adon took a deep breath and slowly said, I know what you mean. How can a mere ground immortal effortlessly take down 5 full circle ground immortals? Only the idiots from the Star Moon Peak would believe he's just a ground immortal. So, he must be a celestial immortal. But even as a celestial immortal, so what? At best, he's still among the lower tier immortals. Adon turned, looking around at the people and focusing on a few of his disciples. In 3 days, it will be the sect disciples' trial assembly. All 3 peaks disciples will attend. You 3, find an opportunity to eliminate Mitchell. 2 of them nodded in agreement, while the last one hesitated and did not respond. What, you unwilling? Adon's expression grew even darker. No, Kobe commands, I shall brave fire and water, the disciple quickly assured him. Adon's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Then, the disciple continued, but, Kobe, have you considered if Mitchell were just a human immortal? It makes sense that ordinary people wouldn't see through his cultivation level. But if he's a celestial immortal, why can't I detect his cultivation at all? Furthermore, even Kobe, a 9th transformation mystic immortal, couldn't discern his realm? The direct disciple added, showing a hint of fear. Isn't that strange, Kobe? Adon pondered deeply after hearing this. He is indeed hiding his strength. But how? And he has powerful relatives who seek revenge. A nearby celestial immortal disciple asked gravely. That might have been possible in the past, but now, do you think it's likely? If he had powerful relatives, would he have ended up as a minor disciple in our Sun Moon sect? Adon shot a disdainful look at the disciple. But your words remind me of something, Adon mused. He may not have powerful relatives, but he might have powerful treasures. If he has the immortal summoning needle, he might have other treasures as well. Go, he instructed his direct disciple, and summoned the 3 geniuses from the Tianfu kingdom. Oh, and the second batch of disciples, those with golden immortal realms. Bring them all here. Yes. The direct disciple responded and left. Translation notes. Pinyin names like Mitchell and Adon are used as proper English names. The structure and tone of the original text are preserved. Natural language and coherent storyline ensure fluent and accurate translation. Chapter 598. The Order of Absolute Annihilation. Soon, the 3 prodigy disciples of Tianfu State and the second batch of disciples from this session of Sun Moon Peak knelt before Adon. Adon sat in his chair. Since he was punished by the sect gauges on the life-death platform, he hadn't had time to recuperate after returning. His chest still ached faintly. While rubbing his chest, Adon addressed the kneeling disciples below. I believe everyone saw what happened on the life-death platform today. His face was cleaned, but dried bloodstains still marred his clothes, emitting an unpleasant odor. He waved away the bloodstains on his clothes, dispersing them into the air. The stench became even more intense. This is an insult to our Sun Moon sect, Adon said, with hate rekindling on his face. Can you tolerate this? No. The kneeling disciples shouted unanimously, filled with resentment. Adon nodded satisfactorily. That's good. We at Sun Moon Peak cannot tolerate cowards who fear death. Since Mitchell and Starry Peak have disgraced us so much, they must pay a price, Adon continued. In 3 days, it will be the sect trial. You 3, his gaze fell upon the 3 prodigies from Tianfu State, must secure the top 3 positions. Remember, absolutely do not let any trash from Starry Peak enter the top 3 ranks. Yes, the 3 prodigies immediately replied. With their cultivation all at the immortal realm, outshining even core disciples, securing the top 3 spots would be easy for them. As for you, Adon turned to the second batch of disciples, though nodded in satisfaction. No matter how many treasures Mitchell uses, he won't survive this time. He felt much better now, knowing that Mitchell's death was assured. I will be entering seclusion during this period. Prepare for the disciple trials yourselves. Do not disturb me unless necessary. As for the promised rewards for killing Mitchell, I will fulfill them once I come out of seclusion. At the same time, on Starry Peak, Mabel solemnly instructed her disciples. This time, Mitchell had embarrassed Sun Moon Peak severely. They wouldn't let it go easily. In 3 days, the disciple trials would begin. Adon would definitely use this opportunity to retaliate against Starry Peak. Mitchell was certainly among their targets for vengeance. Mabel was concerned, gathering all the participating disciples to advise them. This year's trials will be far more dangerous than previous years. We've angered Sun Moon Peak and killed 5 of their disciples. They won't let this slide. If I'm correct, this year's trials will be the moment they act. Hearing this, the Starry Peak gauges and disciples grew serious. So stay together as much as possible. Avoid confrontations with Sun Moon Peak disciples. If unavoidable, gather as many of you as possible to increase your chances of survival. Do you understand? Yes, the disciples responded. While I hope for your success, do your best and prioritize your safety. Don't risk your life for rankings, Mabel advised. Understood? The disciples nodded in agreement. Turning to Mitchell specifically, Mabel added, You're too headstrong, but don't act recklessly this time. This isn't about facing just 5 Earth Immortals on the life-death platform. Sun Moon Peak has over 1,000 disciples, including many experts and 3 Immortals from Tianfu State. Avoid them at all costs. Otherwise, no matter how capable you are, you will likely die inside without anyone able to save you. Mitchell stood with his hands in his sleeves, calmly watching Mabel. Initially indifferent to her warnings, seeing her earnestness, he obediently nodded. Rest assured, I'll be gentle. Huh. Mabel was puzzled. Oh, sorry. I meant I'll be careful, Mitchell corrected himself. Please rest assured. Immortals? Just immortals wanting to kill him? He had a host of followers from the Wheel of Rebirth Mirror. What if he couldn't defeat them? He had plenty of strong allies. Killing those trash would be like slaughtering chickens or dogs. A sinister smile spread across Mitchell's lips. He feared they wouldn't dare attack him, leaving him without a pretext to deal with them. A pack of dogs, waiting for their comeuppance. As soon as a Sun Moon Peak lackey laid a hand on him, he'd have the perfect excuse to chase down and slaughter all of Sun Moon Peak, rightfully and justifiably. Chapter 599. Outer Sect Secret Realm. Rarely had Mabel seen Mitchell so well behaved, and he sighed with relief. Then, turning his head, he instructed the white-robed youth at the front of the disciples, Daxton, you have the highest cultivation and the best talent among the disciples this time on Star Peak. So when we... Wait. Mitchell suddenly interrupted Mabel. Mabel, along with all the gauges and disciples, turned to look at Mitchell in puzzlement. The Peak Kobe said he is the strongest beyond question, but not that he has the best talent, Mitchell laughed, patting his chest. Don't forget about me. Mabel was amused by Mitchell's cheeky bragging. The gauges and disciples beside him also laughed. Even the always serious Daxton couldn't help but look at Mitchell, a faint smile playing on his face. Seeing Mitchell's behavior, Mabel inwardly thought this child had a very good mentality. Among the participants of the trial, Mitchell faced the greatest danger. Yet, he could still be calm, joking around with everyone. No one else could match his composure. All right, you're the one with the best talent, Mabel said, turning back to Daxton. This time, I will assign a few powerful disciples to follow you. You'll be responsible for watching Mitchell. Try your best not to let him out of your sight. That way, even if Sun Moon Peak wants to kill him, you will have a fighting chance. Even if we can't win, I believe in your ability to bring Mitchell away. Mabel instructed earnestly. Yes, Daxton responded with equal gravity. The incident at the life and death platform made him realize the irreconcilable conflict between Sun Moon Peak and Star Peak. Mitchell's bold and candid personality was something he, who had always been cautious and reserved, had never seen before. Unafraid of power, daring to stand up for himself, and even refute back, he respected such people deeply. Mabel finished giving instructions and then stood up. We are still somewhat behind Sun Moon Peak, so this time, I will make an exception and open the outer sect secret realm. Our secret realm is a place within our Sun Moon sect that isn't easily opened. The cave entrance blessed land has chi that is 1,000 times denser than outside. You all will go into practice and absorb it. Although there are only 2 days, I believe you can still gain some improvement. As for how much you improve, that depends on your fate. The disciples were excited upon hearing this. Among them, Mitchell standing at the edge of the crowd was the most agitated. He rubbed his hands together, eyes shining brightly. After all, his talent appeared once in 10,000 years. Just coming to the immortal realm, doing nothing, had allowed him to advance several stages. If he reached the secret realm where the chi density was 1,000 times higher, he might not even need to do anything. Just lying down for a nap would result in rapid cultivation advancements. Thinking of this, Mitchell clenched his fists eagerly, extremely excited. Soon, everyone followed Mabel to the entrance of the outer sect secret realm. In front of them were steps emitting a golden glow, floating upwards. They extended into the air and led to a gate emitting a radiant light. Mabel led the disciples up the stairs. Mitchell followed closely behind and soon arrived at the gate. A few gauges began to form seals, activating the gate symbols. At this moment, Mabel turned around, his gaze sweeping over, landing on Mitchell at the back of the group. He stepped forward, approaching Mitchell. Initially, there was no slot for you to enter the outer sect secret realm. But since I owed you a favor previously, I managed to secure this opportunity for you. Of course, if you don't want it, I won't force you. But I want it, definitely. Mitchell immediately interrupted Mabel mid-sentence. Hearing Mitchell's response, Mabel nodded, as expected. This time, our confrontation with Sun Moon Peak has made them bear grudges against us, especially towards you. In 3 days' time during the disciple trial, they will surely find an opportunity to attack you. Although I've asked Daxton and other powerful disciples to assist you as much as possible, Sun Moon Peak's methods may be unpredictable. No matter how many people help you, it doesn't compare to strengthening yourself. Mabel said earnestly, I know you have good talent, so this time, try to practice as much as possible. Seize this opportunity to raise your cultivation to the highest level you can achieve. Yes. Mitchell also appreciated Mabel's arrangements for him this time. Although it might not have much effect, her intentions made him grateful. Considering the opportunity to enter the outer sect secret realm, it could be said that Mabel had done everything she could for him. Mitchell thanked Mabel. Meanwhile, a rumbling sound came from nearby. It was the gauges opening the gate of the outer sect secret realm. Mabel turned around, addressing the disciples in front of her, go in, and come out after 2 days. Everyone responded accordingly, and entered the secret realm one after another. Upon entering and passing through the barrier, a white mist enveloped them. It was like a dense fog, preventing them from seeing anyone far ahead. The thick white mist made everyone feel refreshed, melting away any lingering thoughts or worries. It felt like a cleansing. Walking through the mist deeper inside, they soon saw a hot spring pool spewing white liquid. It was a spiritual spring pool, so densely concentrated that it formed a white milky fluid, covered in thick white steam. Daxton stood at the front, pointing to the cushions laid around the spring. You can sit there to cultivate. Start cultivating now, don't waste time. Yes. Everyone obeyed Daxton's instructions, finding a cushion to sit on, ready to start their cultivation. The chi here was incredibly dense, and the spring source was the origin of the spiritual energy. It was the area with the densest chi in the entire secret realm. Mitchell also wanted to find a cushion to sit on, but there were too many people. And, watching the others close their eyes and start breathing exercises, Mitchell frowned. Damn, he didn't know how to perform breathing exercises. After all, he had never practiced cultivation, nor had anyone taught him. Who knew how to cultivate? Forget it, he would pretend to blend in. Absorbing a little bit was better than nothing. Scanning his surroundings, his eyes fell on the spring pool. Inside, white milky fluid filled the entire pool, emitting a faint white vapor. Wherever the densest chi was in the entire secret realm, it was undoubtedly at the spring's source. Deciding this, Mitchell hesitated no longer and entered the hot spring pool. Instantly, the white vapor enveloped him completely. Sitting in the hot spring, Mitchell felt nothing. He touched the milky fluid. Is it effective at all? Thinking of the senior disciples practicing breathing techniques outside, he imitated them, sitting cross-legged in the pool and mimicking their postures. Breathing in, exhaling, still feeling nothing. Alright, might as well take a nap. He yawned. At the same time, changes occurred throughout the secret realm space. Disciples preparing to practice, and those who had already started exhaled opened their eyes. What's happening? It's supposed to be 1,000 times denser here. Why does it feel like only dozens of times more? It's not. Some of the earlier cultivators were puzzled. I felt it was indeed very dense when I started practicing, but suddenly, it changed. Chapter 600. The spirit chi is gone. What's going on? The disciples were puzzled, scratching their heads in bewilderment. They couldn't come up with any explanation. Daxton, seated among them, also sensed the anomaly. He found it odd as well but realized this was not the time to be perplexed. He interrupted their murmuring and confusion. Even if it's dozens of times denser than outside, it still isn't a big difference. Let's make the most of the time we have and absorb as much as possible. Listening to Daxton, everyone felt he had a point. They stopped fussing over the issue, closed their eyes, and resumed their meditation to absorb the spirit chi. Meanwhile, Mitchell, who was sitting in the pond, wanted to sleep but couldn't. The stones in the pond were too uncomfortable. He moved to a slightly more comfortable spot, right above one of the gushing hot springs, absorbing from both top and bottom, despite his inability to perform found by chance. Why should we give it to Sun Moon Peak just because Adon wants it? The Outer Sect realm was originally discovered during an outdoor mission by Star Peak members in a remote location. It was then linked to Sun Moon Sect using secret methods for its use. However, since it was found by Star Peak, it remained under Star Peak's jurisdiction. To prevent excessive use, each peak had a limited number of uses, but Star Peak members had many more due to their managerial role. Although it was originally found by Star Peak, Sun Moon Sect allowed it, but Adon wasn't so lenient. His covetousness led to ongoing confrontations with Star Peak. The Gage shook his head. After all, the sect master announced that the jurisdiction of the outer sect realm would belong to the peak whose disciples performed best in this major trial. The third Gage snorted. The sect master clearly knows Adon's intentions, claiming that the outer sect realm belongs to the strong. Weak users are wasteful. If it weren't for Adon luring away many talented individuals using dubious methods over the years, why would Star Peak struggle to recruit promising students? He should find his own realm instead of accusing the sect master of favoritism towards Sun Moon Peak. Mabel sighed, stopping the third Gage. Since the sect master has spoken, our chances in this disciples' trial are slim. Let them enjoy of the milky white gas. He didn't feel any changes in spirit chi, being unable to perform cultivation techniques. But to avoid exposing his lack of skills, he agreed. The seniors are right. There's absolutely no spirit chi left inside. Who knows what the problem is? Mabel and the Gages were speechless. Despite everyone saying the same thing, it still seemed unbelievable. They entered the realm to verify it. Inside, the thick white spirit chi was entirely gone. The ponds dried up. Even the immortal herbs nurtured by the spirit chi had withered. They closed their eyes to sense the environment. It was truly devoid of any spirit chi. It was a barren land. This, Mabel, though reluctant to believe, could no longer deny it. What could have caused this? One Gage, equally shocked, felt no trace of spirit chi in the entire realm. How could the realm lose all its spirit chi so suddenly? Fuming, the third Gage stomped his foot. I know it's Adon's doing. He must have used underhanded tactics against our Star Peak. Yes, it must be Adon. Right, except for Sun Moon Peak. Who else would sabotage the outer sect realm? The third Gage seethed. Adon is outrageous. I'll get rid of him. Mabel was also furious upon hearing this. Chapter 601. You're extorting me? In the solemn and dignified grand hall, Andres sat at the head of the hall, looking stern and upright. His authority was overwhelming. At this moment, Mabel was kneeling before him, whispering something. I understand. After a long pause, the Andres spoke, his deep voice exuding an invisible pressure. Adon knelt in the hall, looking anxious. Upon hearing the man speak, he straightened up, defiantly arguing, Sam, don't listen to this Selena's nonsense. She is framing me. Adon protested. Mabel retorted loudly, Are you still trying to wriggle out of it, Adon? If not for you, who else could have done such a despicable thing to our Sun Moon Peak's outer sect secret realm? Bullshit. Adon also got flustered, his eyes wide open with anger, cheeks flushed red. Stop slandering me. Slander? Do you really think I don't know what you did or didn't do? Mabel fumed. If you didn't do it, why are you blushing? You're trying to put all the blame on me? Just dreaming. Adon was furious. If not for kneeling, he would have jumped up in rage. If not you, then who? Mabel rebuked angrily. In the entire Sun Moon sect, besides your peak making things difficult and bullying us, who else would destroy our outer sect secret realm? What if it was your own people from the starry sky peak who destroyed it to frame me? Adon was extremely angry, glaring at Mabel with sarcasm. Speechless, Mabel turned around, her face full of accusation as she looked at the patriarch of the Sun Moon sect. Sam, listen, it wasn't him, and yet he even tries to frame our starry sky peak. We value that outer sect secret realm so much, which others may not know, but you, Sam, know best. How could we possibly ruin ourselves just to frame him? Mabel grew more and more agitated. Not only did Adon destroy their secret realm, but he also wanted to pin the blame on them. This was simply unbearable. Adon, ready to argue further, was stopped by the patriarch's raised hand. For a moment, no one dared to speak. He looked at Adon, his gaze profound and expressionless. I know how important that outer sect secret realm is to Starry Sky Peak, and so do you. To frame you, they wouldn't destroy their own resources. Hearing this, Adon broke into a cold sweat. What does this mean? Is he really going to make me carry this black pot? No way. Adon raised his head to argue, but saw the patriarch's imperious look, silencing him. Swallowing his frustration and arguments, he glared resentfully. But, if it were indeed done by Sun Moon Peak, you temporarily lack evidence. The patriarch paused and continued slowly. Mabel rushed to say anxiously, Sam, if Adon intended to destroy our secret realm, given his abilities, he certainly could do it without leaving a trace. The patriarch lifted his hand again, stopping Mabel's protests. It was impossible for anyone from Starry Sky Peak to have destroyed the outer sect secret realm. In the entire sect, only Sun Moon Peak could do such a thing. I know. The patriarch turned to Adon. No matter how you look at it, the suspicion falls most heavily on Sun Moon Peak. You say it wasn't you. How do you prove it? He asked, towering above Adon. Adon felt his heart sink. Damn it. What does this mean? Clearly it wasn't him. But now he had to provide proof? Fuck. How can he prove it? How can he prove it? Can't produce evidence? Seeing this, the patriarch's tone became colder, pressing down on Adon like a heavy stone. Startled, Adon hurriedly responded, I can prove it. Absolutely couldn't let the patriarch suspect him. Normally, the patriarch tolerated his conflicts with Starry Sky Peak because it was just minor quarrels. But destroying sect resources for competition was something the patriarch absolutely could not tolerate. Oh, how do you prove it? The patriarch's voice softened slightly. Adon opened his storage ring, took out a square object, looked at it painfully for a moment, then bowed and presented it. This item is Tion Kermit Dan, offered here. Just saying these words made his heart ache. Tion Kermit Dan was his ultimate treasure, but compared to the patriarch's suspicions, he preferred to endure this pain. Regardless of whether he did it or not, once this item was presented, even Mabel couldn't pursue him further. As long as Mabel didn't press, the patriarch wouldn't cling to him either. This item cannot generate spiritual energy, but can alter spatial structure where spiritual energy surges. With this item controlling the outer sect secret realm, just one night will suffice to restore the spiritual energy there, Adon explained. The patriarch glanced at the item in Adon's hand, slightly startled. Even this item came out. Whether he did it or not, at least his attitude was appropriate for handling the situation. And with this Tion Kermikdan, the problem with the outer sect secret realm was resolved. The patriarch turned to Mabel. What do you think? After all, Mabel was the affected party. Though Mabel was enraged, with the patriarch's words and Adon presenting the Tion Kermikdan, she couldn't hold onto this any longer. Reluctantly lowering her head, she said, I leave it to Sam. With that, the patriarch waved his hand, and the Tion Kermikdan flew into his palm. He handed it over to Mabel. Then this matter ends here. Mabel took the Tion Kermikdan, her displeasure evident as she glared at Adon. That glance infuriated Adon. What the hell? He hadn't done anything, and he even gave up his treasured item, and she still glared at him? Is there any justice? Any law? Wait, Sam. Adon stood defiantly. Since I can offer this item to repair the outer sect secret realm, it proves it couldn't have been me who destroyed it. Moreover, you've already said that after this disciple trial, whichever peak wins gets the outer sect secret realm. Our Sun Moon peak is the strongest among the 3 outer peaks. Likely, we'll win the competition in 3 days. Why would I sabotage myself now by destroying the outer sect secret realm? I believe Starry Sky Peak knew they'd lose this time, so they decided to ruin what they couldn't have and conveniently frame me, and extort a Tion Kermikdan from me. Slander. Mabel's temper flared again. 3 days later is the disciple trial, during which they need to enter for cultivation and improvement. Why would I destroy the secret realm? Adon knew very well he hadn't done it. Seeing the two about to argue again, the patriarch rose impatiently, waving his hand. I said this matter ends here. His voice silenced them both. Then he vanished. Once gone, Adon glared at Mabel furiously. You're extorting me. Chapter 602, Conspiracy. Mabel tightly gripped the Tion Kermikdan and glared fiercely at Adon. Then she left in a huff. Adon also walked out of the hall, standing with his hands on his hips as he stared viciously at "Talking to you makes me want to die of frustration." The group of disciples fell silent like lambs before the slaughter. Go keep an eye on the Sun Moon Peak people. Once the outer sect secret realm is repaired, immediately bring back the Tion Kermikdan. Adon instructed as he walked away. Yes. A blue-robed disciple responded, heading towards Starry Sky Peak. Mabel hurriedly rushed toward the outer sect secret realm with the Tion Kermikdan. There wasn't much time left until the disciple trial conference, and she had to quickly restore the realm's spirit energy to allow the disciples to absorb as much as possible. Upon arriving outside the outer sect secret realm, a group of gauges anxiously surrounded her. How about it, Pekobi? Did the sect leader punish Adon? The senior Zach asked first. Mabel shook her head somberly. Seeing this, Daryl stomped his feet and cursed. Clearly the sect leader favors that bastard. How outrageous. To destroy our secret realm without punishment is a complete disregard for rules. Mabel merely sighed, taking out what she held. Don't panic, Zax. Adon provided this to restore the realm's spirit energy. Seeing the Tion Kermikdan, the gauges were greatly surprised. Even the temperamental Daryl calmed down significantly. Tion Kermikdan was rare. Although it couldn't create spirit energy out of nothing, if used near a spirit spring, it could draw out endless streams of spirit energy. This was why Sun Moon Peak always wanted to contest control of the outer sect secret realm. With Adon holding this Tion Kermikdan, the secret realm's spirit energy would never run dry. Currently, the realm's spirit energy was gone, but fortunately, the spring still existed. As long as the Tion Kermikdan acted as a catalyst, the realm could be restored. Adon could actually provide Tion Kermikdan. Daryl couldn't believe it. There must be some conspiracy. Even if there is a conspiracy, we must restore the secret realm now and let the disciples train inside. Mabel instructed. She then led the Starry Sky Peak gauges into the desolate secret realm. Mabel carefully placed the Tion Kermikdan on top of the spring. Everyone formed an array, sitting in various positions around the spirit spring pool, floating and making hand seals. They chanted incantations. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot from each person, connecting to others until all the light merged into a massive force of energy. The energy poured into the Tion Kermikdan. The Tion Kermikdan suddenly burst into white mist, flowing into the spring. But, unbeknownst to everyone, the spring had already dried up completely, and the extremely depleted state caused a reverse absorption effect. Bang! The Tion Kermikdan suddenly exploded. The golden lights linking the floating gauges abruptly snapped, causing them to fall. All suffered varying degrees of backlash. Everyone was shocked. What happened? Gage exclaimed. Why did the Tion Kermikdan explode? Sitting on the ground, Mabel touched the blood trickling from her mouth. She had been the most crucial part of the process, and thus suffered the worst backlash. Her face darkened, staring intensely at the remains of the Tion Kermikdan. We've been tricked. Daryl gasped heavily, hatred evident on his face. Adon indeed had a conspiracy. Not only did he destroy our outer sect secret realm, but he also planned to kill the gauges and peak master of Starry Sky Peak. Amidst the commotion, a blue-robed disciple nearby stared intently at the remnants of the Tion Kermikdan. His eyes nearly popped out. Starry Sky Peak destroyed the Tion Kermikdan. No. The disciple glanced at the gauges and peak master of Starry Sky Peak lying on the ground due to backlash. Listening to their hateful curses and accusations, his terror soon turned to delight. Our Peak Kobe really has a brilliant plan. 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did it destroy the outer sect secret realm, but it also injured the gauges and peak master of Starry Sky Peak. He needed to return and tell the peak master this good news. Peak Kobe, great news. Fantastic news. The blue-robed disciple rushed into the Sun Moon Peak main hall. Adon's face lit up upon hearing this. Senior Zack also reddened. If not for my backlash, I'd have taken your life. Adon, you dared to privately injure our Starry Sky Peak gauges and Peak Master. The sect leader will not forgive you. Another gauge said, spitting out a mouthful of blood due to rage. Although Adon hadn't suffered any backlash, he swayed unsteadily. His eyes fixated on the shards of Tion Kermit-Dan. He looked worse than if he had been hit by the backlash. Damn, you're finished, Adon mumbled to himself, staggering. Let me tell you, you're finished. In the next instant, Adon vanished again. Immediately after, wailing echoed through the sect leader's hall. Sect leader, please give me justice. I kindly lent them the Tion Kermit-Dan, and they destroyed it. Adon pounded his chest and sobbed so loudly the roof almost caved in. Mabel and the gauges of Starry Sky Peak, summoned by the sect leader, stood to the side, loudly berating and insulting Adon. The cries and curses mixed together, causing sect leader Sima Ganon a headache. He rubbed his temples, seeing the two sides arguing furiously. Be quiet, he barked. Both sides fell silent, Adon stopping his crying. Wasn't there someone else present at the scene besides Adon and Starry Sky Peak? Sect leader pointed at the blue-robed disciple. You, tell me exactly what happened. Kobe, no, he is a disciple of Sun Moon Peak. He definitely won't tell the truth. A gauge from Starry Sky Peak attempted to stop him. The sect leader impatiently glanced over. The gauge had no choice but to fall silent. Speak. The authoritative voice echoed through the hall. The blue-robed disciple's legs trembled with fear, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Then, he cast an extremely guilty glance at Adon. This guilty look was caught by everyone in the hall. Sect leader Sima Ganon was no exception. His face darkened as he looked at Adon. In the next moment, Adon lost control and charged directly at the disciple. You damn fool. Why are you looking at me like that for no reason? I'm going to kill you. Translator's note. The last sentence contains extreme profanity in the original text which I have toned down for fluency and appropriateness. Chapter 603, Too Unjust. Before Adon could strike the disciple, he was lifted into the air. Above him, Sect Kobe Sima Ganon had already risen from his seat, holding up a hand and staring at Adon darkly. Adon, how dare you, he said, his voice laced with menace. You not only privately destroyed the Outer Sect's secret realm, but also dared to plot the murder of Engage and Peak Master. Sect Kobe. It wasn't me, truly. Adon stopped wailing, now overwhelmed with terror. An invisible large hand held him in midair, struggling and trembling. Do you still want to quibble? The sect master's anger flared. Not only did Adon not admit fault, but he kept trying to argue. Sima Ganon turned to look at the people around him, his gaze heavy. I hate internal strife within the sect the most. If anyone dares to harm Engage again, regardless of being from the inner or outer sect, they will meet the same fate. As he spoke, the invisible hand holding Adon tightened abruptly. Adon felt his scalp tingle, sensing that death was just a thread away. Desperately pleading for mercy, he swore, Sect Kobe, I swear to heaven I absolutely did not plan their murders. Otherwise, may lightning strike me down, and after death, may I be cast into the nether hell without entering reincarnation. Ugh. Adon's voice suddenly cut off as he was squeezed flat, eyes bulging, hovering on the brink of death. But, in the next moment, Sima Ganon didn't tighten his grip further. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Adon before slamming him hard onto the ground. Bang! The floor cracked open. Adon felt as if all his bones were about to shatter. Intense pain assaulted him, yet he felt profoundly relieved. He panted heavily, shakily kneeling, coughing up blood with each word. Sect Kobe, clear judgment. Subordinate absolutely did not murder the outer sect gauges and Peak Master. Never committed such treason. His internal injuries were extremely severe. Even speaking required expending his cultivation energy. If left untreated, he wouldn't survive beyond 3 days. Sima Ganon glared at Adon ominously, his gaze uncertain. Since ascending from the mortal world as a 10-life Marshall Hudson, one must pass through tribulation and submit to the heavenly way. Immortals do not make oaths lightly. Any oath made would invite the heavenly law's judgment. You'd better have not. Sima Ganon said heavily. Then he turned to Mabel and others. What do you think? Even if Mabel and others wanted to hold Adon accountable, seeing that he had taken a heavenly oath, they could hardly pursue it further. After all, Adon was now gravely injured, barely clinging to life. This kind of injury was far worse than what they had suffered from the backlash of the heavenly spirit Tan. They responded in unison. We leave it entirely to the sect Kobe. That matter is closed. No one shall mention it again, Sima Ganon said, glancing back at Adon who lay like a dead dog in the hall. Take care of yourself. Yes. Adon's voice trembled. He barely managed to support himself, gasping for breath on the ground. Tomorrow is the great competition. You may return and prepare yourselves. Yes, Mabel replied, leading the gauges away. As for Adon, he was carried out by his subordinates. Back at Sun Moon Peak, tears welled up in Adon's eyes. What misdeeds had he committed? Just when the outer sect's secret realm was within reach, it dried up. Worse still, he lost Tianling Tan and was misunderstood by the sect Kobe. Truly, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. However unjust it felt, he couldn't afford any delay. He immediately ordered, I need to enter seclusion to heal my injuries. All other matters will be handled by Burke. Gathering his strength, he gave instructions urgently. Turning to his personal disciple and now Zack of Sun Moon Peak, Burke, he added, I can't attend the trial opening. Keep an eye on everything. No one is to disturb me for any reason. Understood. No interruptions for anything. Burke acknowledged. Time passed quickly, and the official opening of the Outer Sect Disciples' trial assembly began. On a vast plaza, Engage stood on a platform announcing the rules. Below, a sea of people gathered. The outer sect trial assembly participants come from the 3 peaks. All participating disciples will be teleported into the trial space, each to a random location. Within the trial space, there are countless demonic beasts. Everyone will be judged based on the rank and number of beasts they slay by the end of the contest. The peak with the highest number of top 10 ranked disciples will win. Moreover, the top 3 disciples will receive supreme rewards. In addition to choosing an intermediate level immortal technique from the Immortal Technique Pavilion, they will also be personally tutored by an inner sect gauge. Upon these words, the crowd erupted in excitement. The rare intermediate level immortal techniques were highly coveted, but the most thrilling reward was being accepted as a personal disciple by an inner sect gauge. Knowing that the outer sect, however formidable, was just the outer sect of the Sun Moon sect, the inner sect was in a completely different league. Being taken in by an inner sect gauge meant boundless prospects. It was reasonable for the disciples to be buzzing with excitement. The gauge waited until the commotion settled before continuing. Inside, each of you will receive a jade slip. In case of danger, crushing the jade slip will teleport you out. Of course, if you face extreme danger and can't escape in time, such situations might occur. So everyone must prioritize your own safety. The gauge then conjured a giant void screen behind him. On the screen were listed every disciple with corresponding demon core counts, all currently set at 0. Once inside, the screen would display real-time changes based on rankings. Mabel and the star gauges listened below, turning to look at Sun Moon Peak. As expected, Adon was not present. Mabel sneered, addressing her disciples, "This time, you must strive to surpass Sun Moon Peak. Remember, your peak master will be watching you constantly." Sun Moon Peak naturally heard this, showing visible dissatisfaction. Burke spat and turned to his group, "Though our peak master isn't here, I and the gauges will be watching over you. Our strength among the 3 peaks is unmatched. If possible, secure not just the top 3 but aim for all 10. Show those failures how strong we are. Otherwise, what trash dares speak big and hope to overshadow our Sun Moon Peak? And remember," Burke lowered his voice, glancing at Star Peak, "though the peak master is secluded, don't forget his instructions." Although Peak Kobigwa was in seclusion, he had given explicit orders to suppress Star Peak and to kill Mitchell on sight. "Do you understand what to do?" The Sun Moon Peak disciples nodded, their gazes fierce as they looked towards Star Peak. Above, the gauge finished explaining the rules. The outer sect disciples' trial assembly officially begins. With these words, a jade slip appeared before each disciple. Grabbing them, they vanished instantly from the spot. Chapter 604. Terrifying. The moment Mitchell grabbed the jade slip, he was also randomly teleported into the trial space. He looked around. It was a forest of tall trees. The massive trees blocked out the sky and cast long shadows over the ground, creating a cool ambience within the woods. Everything was quiet except for some bird calls, the rustling leaves, and the wind. Not bad. It was peaceful here, seemingly devoid of any conflict. Mitchell carefully put the jade slip into his pocket and patted his body down. He listened to the birds singing in the distance. Perhaps these birds have demon cores as well? Mitchell prepared to catch a few birds to check. Suddenly, 8 or 9 figures appeared in front of him. They all wore blue clothes and had their backs turned to him. People from the 3 peaks wore different colors to differentiate them. Xiaoya Peak wore black, Xingshan Peak wore gold yellow, and Ryu Peak wore blue. 1, 2, 3. Mitchell silently counted. 9 people in total. He quietly retreated backward, to run into 9 people from Ryu Peak right after entering. "This is really bad luck." "Hey Hall." One disciple exclaimed joyfully, pulling another blue-clothed figure. "What a coincidence, you're here too. Junior brother. Oh, this is truly amazing. For us 9 to be teleported together must be on him. Even if he escaped this time, there would always be danger next time. Even if he couldn't defeat all of them, he could take down a few Earth immortals at least." He stood straight and coldly stared at the 9 men before him. Turning his head from side to side, he said slowly, "You 9 are standing too far apart. Want to kill me? Come, stand closer. All of you at once. Stand together?" One disciple scoffed. "Do you think we're fools? We 5 juniors were killed when we stood together before. Now you want us to do it again?" "Hall, don't waste time with him," another disciple interjected. "Just kill him." Mitchell's face turned grim. One of the disciples swung his sword, releasing a powerful blade aura towards Mitchell. Shocked, Mitchell quickly dodged, then flicked his fingers. Instantly, the man exploded into a mess of blood and flesh. "Chop off his hand." Someone yelled amidst the chaos. The remaining 8 rushed forward, attempting to sever Mitchell's fingers. Despite preferring ranged combat, they closed in instantly. Panicking, Mitchell became flustered. Seeing no way to avoid it, he didn't try to dodge. Instead, he rapidly activated his system and used all 5 fingers in panic. "Kill as many as I can." Instantly, 5 more were turned into a bloody mess by his finger strikes. Seeing the others preparing to flee, Mitchell paused his attempt to escape. The remaining 3 realized the situation was dire. "Terrifying!" One disciple screamed in horror, staring at Mitchell. "Run!" The other 2 shouted, turning to flee. Whoosh whoosh. 2 breaths of energy pierced through their bodies, turning them into piles of mush. Mitchell calmly deactivated his system, looking at the piles of rotten flesh. He had thought they would be tougher. Only one blue-clothed disciple remained. Mitchell looked at him, wiggling his fingers. "Why aren't you running? Go ahead, run. Please, Brother E, spare me." The disciple fell to his knees in front of Mitchell, crying hysterically. "I beg you to spare my life. Who the hell is your brother?" Mitchell kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, causing excruciating pain throughout his body. The disciple screamed, writhing on the ground, face contorted in agony. "Weren't you going to kill me?" Mitchell squatted down, lifting the man's head with his finger. "Go ahead, kill me." Despite the intense pain, the disciple shuddered involuntarily the moment Mitchell touched his head. The fear of Mitchell's fingers was now deeply ingrained in him. Such trash. Mitchell spat disdainfully. You can barely stand a kick, and you still want to kill me. Standing up, Mitchell added. It wasn't you who wanted to kill me. It was your peak master. He issued a death order on me for all the disciples of Ryu Peak. Please, brother E, spare me? The disciple pleaded. Mitchell remained unmoved. He glanced at the piles of flesh scattered around and recalled something. Turning back to the last surviving blue-clothed disciple gasping for air, he asked, one last question. What realms are you all in? I'm an earth immortal, and they were all? The disciple's sentence was cut short as Mitchell twisted his neck, snapping it before he could say, golden immortal. In exchange for begging for mercy, I'll leave your body intact. Mitchell wiped the blood from his hands onto a handkerchief, clearly disgusted. Just a bunch of earth immortals dared to attack me. Damn. He cursed softly. How dare you issue a death order on me? With a murderous intent in his eyes, Mitchell slowly stood up. His gaze darkened. You want to kill me? Then I'll slaughter all your disciples below the golden immortal realm. Everyone I meet, I will kill, he said in a low, steady voice. Meanwhile, outside Ryu sect, people began screaming in shock, especially at Ryu Peak. What's happening? How did the names and jade slips of 9 people suddenly vanish? None would be spared. The sky darkened within this space. Mitchell was still in the forest at this time. The forest was vast, and despite walking for a long time, he hadn't managed to leave it. Night fell. Mitchell glanced at the sky. By night, the demonic beasts in the forest should come out. Indeed, sparse noises emerged from the forest. With the arrival of night, the forest echoed with the roars of demonic beasts. But Mitchell wasn't interested. At this moment, he was only interested in the people from Sun Moon Peak. Within this space, other disciples hunted demonic beasts. People from Sun Moon Peak killed demonic beasts, and him. But Mitchell's target was only those from Sun Moon Peak. Thinking about this, Mitchell's gaze turned solemn, darker than the night. The roaring and running sounds of demonic beasts reached his ears. Meanwhile, human voices could also be heard. The animals in this dark witch forest are mostly nocturnal. This is indeed the best time to hunt. But there are powerful demonic beasts here too. We must encircle and attack. The sound of their conversation reached Mitchell's ears. He looked over. It was a group of people in blue robes. 1, 2, 3, 13. Mitchell immediately stood up and activated his system. Walking over with hands behind his back, he greeted them warmly, as if meeting old friends unseen for years. Our senior brother, I'm asking you 3, Mitchell snapped impatiently. Are you all Earth Immortals? Yes, we're all Earth Immortals. They finally reacted, falling to their knees and crying for mercy. Brother E said he wouldn't kill Earth Immortals. All 3 of us are Earth Immortals. Please spare us. Before they finished speaking, Mitchell snapped the neck of the one closest to him. He then turned to the other 2 who looked at him in terror, backing away rapidly. Mitchell realized he enjoyed seeing these people's terrified faces as they fled. He backed his hands behind him and smiled mockingly. Wanna run? They nodded frantically. Fine, I'll give you the chance. Mitchell leaned against a tree trunk. But you can't use your cultivation. Use just your legs. Saying this, he raised his hand, causing one of them to explode into pieces of meat. The other, paralyzed with fear, began babbling nonsensically. He forgot to flee, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly banging his head. Please spare me. Please spare me. Call me Dad. Mitchell looked down at the last man as if viewing a dying toy. Dad, 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 Dad. Ah, Mitchell sighed deeply, holding his finger like a gun. I only asked you to call me once. With that, he pointed his finger, causing the frightened disciple to instantly explode into bits of flesh. Mitchell blew on his fingertip. Why did you have to call so many times? So disobedient. He muttered expressionlessly, unsure if he was talking to himself or to the pile of dead meat before him. There were demonic beasts in the forest. Where there were demonic beasts, there would be people, definitely including disciples from Sun Moon Peak. Looking at the blood splattered on him, Mitchell frowned. Killing people was easy. It just kept dirtying his clothes. Every time he finished one round, he needed to clean up again. Sighing, he headed towards the stream in the forest. Before reaching it, he heard voices. How many demonic beasts did you all hunt today? A distant voice came through intermittently. Someone happily replied, 5. I now have 5 demonic cores. What about you? I haven't gotten any yet. Not even one all day. So what if I get more demonic cores? Anyway, it's impossible to enter the top 10, another voice said. As long as we find Mitchell and kill him, it's more useful than having countless demonic cores. Upon hearing this, Mitchell knew it was someone from Sun Moon Peak approaching. The others there also heard the sound and turned around, only to see a figure walking out of the woods. Looking closely, it was none other than Mitchell. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Mitchell watched their excited faces and curled his lips into a sinister smile. Earlier groups had shown the same expression upon seeing him. Kill him! Someone shouted, their face filled with glee. At this command, 2 people rushed forward. The one who killed this prey first claimed the reward. Mitchell sent 2 fingers flying, resulting in 2 splashes of blood in midair. Others eager to attack stopped their actions. Recalling how Mitchell had easily killed 5 Earth Immortals single-handedly, the remaining Earth Immortals didn't dare approach rashly, eyeing him cautiously. Just then, someone suddenly stepped out, spreading their arms protectively in front. No need to fear. I'll hold him off for you. Chapter 606. What exactly is your cultivation? Seeing the person who stepped forward, a wave of relief washed over the surrounding crowd. Great, Hall's here. I've been looking for this little punk too. The senior brother looked at Mitchell with an air of certainty. Hall will definitely kill Mitchell. Yeah, Hall is a heavenly immortal. Upon hearing the term, heavenly immortal, fear flickered in Mitchell's eyes. He had only killed Earth Immortals before. This was the first time facing a heavenly immortal. Let's see what you can do this time, the senior brother said, unafraid of Mitchell's one-thought finger. The disciples nearby constantly praised him. Hall is a heavenly immortal. Killing him will be like killing a chicken. Hall, hurry and finish him off. Mitchell took a step back. Not good. It's a heavenly immortal. While taking out his system, he extended his finger. He planned to kill as many Earth immortals as possible first, then run away and come back with reinforcements. The senior brother laughed arrogantly, looking down on Mitchell. This day next year will be your death anniversary. It's just a one-thought finger. Nothing to be scared of, the senior brother continued. As he finished speaking, Mitchell suddenly pointed towards several Earth immortal disciples beside him. Startled, everyone froze. But the senior brother swiftly moved to intercept. Don't worry, I'll block it. But as soon as those words left his mouth, bang! A burst of blood and flesh exploded into the air. The senior brother had turned into a shower of blood, falling piece by piece. Everyone was dumbstruck, even Mitchell. Wasn't he a heavenly immortal? Is that all there is? You. What exactly is your cultivation? A few disciples who regained their senses stared in shock at Mitchell, eyes wide open. He's a perfected heavenly immortal. One of them said tremulously, disbelief evident in his voice. You're lying. You're not an Earth immortal. He stammered, terrified. Mitchell himself was also stunned, capable of flying through the sky in the immortal realm. Since he could kill a perfected heavenly immortal and likely was a heavenly immortal himself, he imagined, could he possibly be a golden immortal? With this thought, Mitchell concentrated, focusing energy into his feet. Suddenly, he soared into the air. Mitchell was astounded. He really flew up. So now it seems, he must be a golden immortal. Mitchell burst into laughter. Never would he have thought he was at the golden immortal stage. Damn, since coming to the immortal realm, he hadn't flown once, thinking he couldn't fly. Had he known earlier that he was at such a powerful stage, worrying would have been a joke. Mitchell flew joyfully through the forest sky for some time. He was actually a golden immortal. After a while, Mitchell stopped. Excellent, then it's not just exterminating the Earth immortals on Sun Moon Peak. Ha ha ha. Mitchell rubbed his hands together happily, delighted with his newfound status as a golden immortal. Speaking of which, apart from the three prodigies of Tianfu Kingdom, there was no one on Sun Moon Peak he should fear. Then no one should be spared. Being so powerful, why hide anymore? He would start acting openly, and rise to prominence. Chapter 607. A Dawn in a Rage. At the same time, at the Sun Moon Sect's martial arts arena, there was now tremendous chaos. After 8 golden immortals and 1 Earth immortal died right at the start of the Sun Moon Peak event, more than 20 people died in quick succession after that. And these 20-odd people did not exit via the Jade Slip transmission. Their fate was all too clear. They had all perished inside. This sparked heated discussions throughout the entire arena, and Burke's face grew darker than ever. The competition had just begun, and if you counted the initial 9 and those who followed, his Sun Moon Peak had lost 30 people. 30 people. If they were all Earth immortals, it would have been bad enough. But many of them were golden and heavenly immortals. Those kinds of strengths formed the backbone of his Sun Moon Peak. Even over the whole course of past competitions, such losses were unheard of. What's happening? What on earth is happening? Burke couldn't figure out what went wrong no matter how hard he tried. He truly couldn't sit still any longer. He instructed the disciples below him, you stay here and watch. I'll go back first and report this situation to the sect leader. After giving the instructions, he hurriedly headed back to Sun Moon Peak. Outside the secret chamber on Sun Moon Peak, Burke stood respectfully. Disciple Burke pays respects to Kobe. Silence reigned in just when he was about to succeed. That damned Burke shouted outside. This ruined all his efforts and sent him back to square one. Thinking about the precious resources wasted made him shudder. Waste, absolute waste. You think you're dealing with something significant because 30 disciples are dead? I told you not to disturb me during seclusion. Anything less than a sky collapse doesn't matter. With each word, he kicked Burke, venting his rage. Haven't you seen that I'm in seclusion? Before my retreat, I clearly said not to disturb me for anything. Yet you show up whining about dead disciples. Is my injury less important than 30 corpses? You dare to disturb me for this? Wah. Kobe, I was wrong. Kobe, I won't do it again. Feet imbued with immortal energy pummeled Burke until his face was bruised, kneeling and pleading for mercy. After a long while, Adon finally stopped. This is my final warning. You're not to disturb me. Remember, for anything at all, even if the heavens fall, you are not to disturb me. Understood? Adon barked heavily, the threat evident in his voice. This left Burke trembling. He understood deeply that another incident like this could cost him his life. Hastily, he kowtowed. Yes, disciple understands. No matter what, I will never disturb Kobe again. After bowing, Burke clutched his bruised face and fled as if for his life. Chapter 608. I'll go sell my family estate. The competition continued as usual. Occasionally, disciples would fall or be transported out. Some of the disciples steadily hunted for demon cores to slowly improve their rankings. At the peak of a mountain, 3 young men sat cross-legged on the ground. They were the seed players of this freshman competition, the 3 prodigies of Tianfu Kingdom. Brother one, we've already met those 5 grandmasters. Why should we participate in this freshman competition? One of the youths said with an accent. You're right, brother one, our mindset is too narrow. Another youth quickly joined in. I don't want to participate in this freshman competition either, but mainly because it's my father's wish for us to join the Sun and Moon sect, the eldest youth explained. Now what should we do? Those 5 grandmasters are contacting us via Jade Slip. What should we say? The third youth asked. Just tell them that we are participating in the freshman competition and can't accompany them now. We will meet up once we're done. Remember, be sincere and respectful in your tone. Yes, brother one. Holding the Jade Slip, the third youth respectfully conveyed his message. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. What's wrong? Seeing his reaction, the Gauge 2 youths asked. Christopher Aiden said he's coming to pick us up. What? We're in the middle of the competition. How can Christopher Aiden come pick us up? Besides, we are tens of thousands of miles apart, even if... Before he could finish, a white hand suddenly appeared from the sky. The three youths stared in disbelief. Everyone, stand up. Welcome Christester Aiden. Like springs, the three stood up, bowing respectfully. At the same time, they couldn't help but think. It seems our horizons are too limited. Christester Aiden arrived just like that. It's truly terrifying. This level of power, TSK. As soon as they finished speaking, the hand grabbed them and pulled them into the void. In an instant, the trio felt as if they were traversing through time and space, the world flipping upside down. A moment later, the trio found themselves in a completely different setting. Here, magnificent pavilions stood tall, filled with music and dancing. The air was filled with the aroma of premium wine. Just breathing it in made one feel their cultivation stabilize. Silk-clad celestial maidens occasionally floated by. They were the servants here. Yet, these mere servants were beyond the trio's ability to perceive their realms. This music began to fill the room, especially the skeleton, which seemed ready to disintegrate from excitement. All night long, they celebrated. By the end, the Tianfu trio was nearly exhausted, yet Christester Aiden kept urging them to continue. Even the serving ladies were on the verge of collapse. Unable to bear it any longer, the madam approached with a sway of her hips. Christesters, our girls are tired. Why not call it a day? As an apology, we'll offer you a 10% discount on today's expenses. 10 million immortal stones reduced to 9 million. A 10% discount is good. I'll settle the bill in a moment. You all may leave now, Unkit waved off nonchalantly. Yes. The madam sighed in relief as she led the ladies away. Meanwhile, the Tianfu trio's eyes bulged wide. 9 million immortal stones. Surely only someone like Christester Aiden could afford this place. But then, Unkit turned to them with a smile. Christester Aiden, what is it? The trio looked back at him. I need to ask something of you three. How about paying the bill here? In shock, they fell backward onto the floor. To think these masters wanted them to pay the bill. That was 9 million immortal stones. Even if they pooled all their assets together, they might not have that much. Tisk, look at you three. Do you not cherish Jalen Kobe's dog food? I promise, if you pay the bill, I'll have Jalen Kobe give each of you 10 pieces. Also, you can choose one item from this pile of junk. With that, Unkit tossed a storage ring onto the table. Upon opening, the ring blinded them with its contents, top-tier immortal artifacts. Their breathing quickened. None of them had ever seen so many top-tier immortal artifacts in one place. Opportunity. This was a rare opportunity. Compared to the top-tier immortal artifacts, 9 million immortal stones were nothing. They'd sell everything they owned to get the money. And there was Jalen Kobe's 10 pieces of dog food to consider. We will be right back after selling our family estates to pay the bill. Kneeling, they respectfully bowed, picked out a top-tier artifact, and hurried out. Translation notes. Kept the character names and place names in pinyin to maintain consistency. Ensured the narrative tone remained natural and fluent while staying true to the original story and logic. Chapter 609. We've been targeted. The three of them hastily placed the top-grade immortal artifact into their storage rings and rushed out to gather funds. At the entrance of the Azure Sky White Jade Tower, a young man in a white robe fixed his gaze intently on them. What's wrong, young Kobe? Engaged with deep energy asked as he approached from behind. Take a look yourself. The youth handed the jade pendant he was holding to the gauge. This is the Tian Shen Jade that Lord gave you, moneylender in the immortal realm, with branches in every major city. How are we supposed to get 90 million spirit stones? Even if we three pooled our resources, it wouldn't be enough, Eli said. True, but we must gather 90 million spirit stones quickly. Mr. Aiden is waiting for us to pay up, Zack chimed in. What can we do then? Should we ask our father to sell off the family business? We are still the Li family of Tianfu. With some effort, we can raise 90 million spirit stones. Gus spoke and took out a jade slip to contact the old man back home. Gathering funds, paying bills? From a distance, the corner of the white-robed youth's mouth curled upwards. He then waved his hand and ordered, investigate the Li family of Tianfu. Also, check if there's an expert named Aiden in the Heavenly Immortal Temple. As soon as he finished speaking, the gauge beside him vanished. Old man, don't think you can fool me. These three sons are smart. They won't fall for tricks easily. But anyway, I warn you old man, without the money, sell the Li family. If you don't transfer the money by today, we three will sever ties with you. Outside the Treasure Assembly Pavilion, arguments continued. The white-robed youth's smile grew broader the more he listened. He had seen prodigal heirs before, but never one who would sell their family to settle a night's indulgence. Any news? He tilted his head to maintain the derogatory tone while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Who are you? The trio asked warily. Doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you hand over the top-grade immortal artifact in your storage rings. The youth extended his hand imperiously. The three showed signs of panic. We don't have any top-grade immortal artifacts. You must be mistaken, Gus replied. The youth's expression turned cold. You prefer the hard way, do you? How could three worthless people like you own a top-grade immortal artifact? I'll say this once more. Hand over the top-grade immortal artifact from your storage rings. As the icy words fell, an overwhelming aura emanated from the youth, suffocating Gus and his companions. It felt like a mountain standing before them, immeasurable. We really don't have it. Gus clutched his storage ring, gritting his teeth. Don't have it? In the next instant, the white-robed youth appeared before Eli, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Ah! Eli screamed in pain, clutching his stomach and thrashing on the ground. His transcendent immortal aura dissipated like a deflated balloon. Third brother's Dantian. Gus and Zack's faces turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. With hatred-filled eyes, they shrieked at the white-robed youth. You crippled my third brother. So blocked by the young man in white robes. Worthless thing, you dare to attack me? The young man in white robes spoke coldly. A heavy kick imbued with celestial energy landed squarely on Gus's chest. Bang! Gus flew backward with a loud thud. The ground shook as he hit it, and his chest caved in. Lying there, he struggled to get up but couldn't. Coughing violently, he even coughed up fragments of shattered internal organs. Ha ha ha. Looking down at Gus, who could only stare at him with hatred and struggle like a dying dog, the young man in white robes laughed mockingly. Behind him, the old man remained silent, coldly watching the scene unfold. What do you think now? Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? The young man in white robes approached the crippled Eli, placing his foot lightly on Eli's hand before stomping down hard. Aha! Eli screamed in agony as his hand was crushed into the ground, becoming a bloody mess. You? Gus glared at the young man in white robes like a wild beast, panting heavily. You dare treat my brothers this way? Aiden won't let you off. Aiden? Ha ha ha. Another worthless nobody I've never heard of, and you call yourself D? Don't say he isn't here. Even if he were, without handing over that top-grade celestial weapon, what difference would it make? He'd end up just like you and your group of trash. Ha ha ha. The young man in white robes mocked, looking down at Gus sprawled on the ground. Originally, if you had handed over the celestial weapon obediently, I wouldn't have made things difficult for you. But you chose to deceive me. The one thing I hate most is being deceived, and I will not tolerate defiance. So, this is the fate you deserve. However, I'm not one to destroy everything completely. Here's your last chance. Hand over the top-grade celestial weapon. As he said this, he extended his hand nonchalantly. I'd rather die than give it to you. Gus spat out a mouthful of blood, then declared solemnly, kill me. Oh, I see. You have some backbone. But I won't kill you. I'll kill him instead. The young man in white robes shifted his gaze to the barely breathing Eli and moved his foot to crush Eli's head. Stop. Gus's eyes widened with fury, screaming, I'll give it to you. Don't kill him. Changed your mind? The young man in white robes taunted. I'll give it to you. I'll give it right away. Please spare him. Tears streaming down his face, Gus opened his storage ring with trembling hands and took out the top-grade celestial weapon. Seeing this, the young man in white robes' eyes lit up. Even though he already knew it was a top-grade celestial weapon, seeing it still excited him. He quickly grabbed it and examined it closely. Very good. Now that's more like it. I can spare your life, the young man in white robes said with a smirk, inspecting the weapon. But the punishment for cursing at me remains. So, he still has to die. With that, he stomped down again. Eli's head exploded. Ah, you beast. You break your word. I'll kill you. Aeawa. Gus's roar echoed across the sky, his eyes red with rage. Fueled by an unknown burst of strength, he got up from the ground and pounced at the young man in white robes. Waste of time. Facing Gus's attack, the young man in white robes simply kicked him away with ease, instantly destroying Gus's dantian. Ha 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 ha. Old Amerigo, let's go. I need to refine and master this top-grade celestial weapon immediately. In a fit of triumphant laughter, the young man in white robes and the old man vanished. Aeawa. Surviving Gus stood still, staring at the lifeless bodies of his brothers, Zach and Eli. With a howl to the heavens, he clutched the blood-soaked earth and dragged his injured body toward Zach's corpse. Struggling, he pulled out a voice transmission jade slip from Zach's body. Aiden Ye. His lips quivered as he tried to contact Unkit. Oh come on, these girls are no fun. Celebrate. Let's keep the party going. Shao Kermitsi, liven up the atmosphere. Caden, twist that curvy body of yours. In the private room of Martion Bayulu, they continued dancing and reveling. Suddenly, the jade slip lit up. Opening it, he heard, Aiden Ye, please help us take revenge. A weak voice came through, broken and desperate. It was Gus. Upon hearing this plea, the previously noisy room fell silent. The joyous expression on Unkit's face transformed into a sharp and calculating one. Every detail of the universe flashed through his mind. In the next moment, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within him. Bang 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 bang. Everything in the private room instantly turned to dust. The entire immortal realm was rocked by storms and thunder, and countless powerful beings felt a palpable unease, as if the heavens were collapsing. Unkit was enraged. When did anyone dare lay a hand on my underlings?